Chapter 561 Fiancé. It was dawn. Luo Qingzhou returned to the Qin mansion. His mind was back to his senses, and he lay for a while holding Miss Qin in his arms. But he was still a little worried. He took out the communication treasure and prepared to send a message to Sister Yu to ask. A message appeared on the jade stone. The message sent last night. Zhu, have you finished making out? When you are done, reply to me. Luo Qingzhou looked at the message and was stunned for a moment. Then remembered the last message he sent last night. He hesitated for a moment and replied, just finished making out. Who knew that the message would be replied soon after it was sent? Zhu, did you just wake up? Do you have anything to do today? I am going down the mountain to visit a senior today. She is a master of swordsmanship and a master of bodybuilding. If you go with me, you will definitely gain something. Luo Qingzhou, master of bodybuilding? Zhu, I can help you regulate your body so that you won't be hurt by lust. Luo Qingzhou, no. I'm in good health. And I have something to do today. Zhu, is it something important? Luo Qingzhou, yes. My wife is not in good health. I want to ask for medicine for her. Zhu, what medicine? I can help you. Luo Qingzhou, no. The medicine is a little special. I'm not convenient to tell you. Zhu, oh. Luo Qingzhou sent a message to Sister Yu. Sister Yu, are you really okay? Can I go to see you tomorrow night? After waiting for a long time, the message was replied, no. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, Sister Yu, you don't need to help me next time. I can practice by myself. It doesn't matter if the speed is slow. I don't want Sister Yu to get hurt because of helping me practice. The other party did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to say, Sister Yu, the bottle of spiritual liquid I gave you has a very good effect on the soul. It can not only strengthen the soul, but also repair the soul injury. You can try it. After sending this message, he put away the communication treasure. Outside the window, the morning sun has risen. Luo Qingzhou thought for a while, lowered his head, and kissed the girl in his arms. Then quietly got up and walked out of the room. Chior was boiling water in the living room. When she heard the door open, she hurried over to help him put on shoes and wash. Luo Qingzhou said, Xiao Dai is still sleeping in. Chior whispered, no. Xiao Dai was at the ladies last night and didn't come back. When Luo Qingzhou heard this, his heart skipped a beat, thinking of the exposure of force in front of the mother-in-law last night. If it's not unexpected, the mother-in-law will probably ask Xiao Dai about it last night. But the girl's mouth is still very tight, and she shouldn't reveal anything. Thinking about something, he went out the back door, changed his clothes in the alley, put on a mask, and then climbed over the wall next to him and left from the river bank behind. He went to the 18th alley in the south of the city first. When he arrived at the 18th alley, Sister Dao was standing at the entrance of the alley, with her head down. She didn't know what she was thinking about. She didn't even react when he walked in front of her. Luo Qingzhou reached out and patted her shoulder, saying, Senior sister, where is the pancake? Sister Dao trembled, looked up at him, shrugged and said, I got up late today and didn't make it. Luo Qingzhou stared at her for a few times and said, Senior sister, you don't look good. Are you sick? Sister Dao shook her head and said, no, maybe I didn't sleep well last night. Let's go. She left the alley and prepared to go to the martial arts hall. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, Senior sister, you go to the martial arts hall alone today. Please ask master for leave for me. I have something to do and need to go out of town. Daojia stopped, turned around and looked at him and said, what's the matter? Luo Qingzhou said, seek medicine for my wife. Daojia was silent for a while and said, it's dangerous outside. Are you going alone? Luo Qingzhou said, it's okay. I'll be back soon. Daojia, please tell master for me. Daojia's lips moved, as if she had something to say, but in the end, she just nodded and said, okay. Be careful on the road. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, Senior sister, don't you have anything else to say to me? Daojia looked at him and avoided him, saying, no. Go quickly. Luo Qingzhou stared at her eyes for a while, and then said, okay. Remember to bring me some biscuits tomorrow. Senior sister clearly promised me, and I can't break my promise again. Daojia smiled and said, okay. Luo Qingzhou waved his hand and turned away. Sister Dao watched his back gradually go away, and the smile on her face gradually disappeared. She stood there for a while, then turned back to the alley and returned to the mansion. The gate of the mansion was damaged. The trees in the flower bed collapsed. The bluestone slabs on the ground were all cracked. And there were traces of fighting everywhere. The whole mansion was empty and silent. Sister Dao stood in the courtyard, clenched her fists. And the scene she saw when she came back yesterday appeared in front of her. The yard was full of debris and blood. And the maid knelt in the corridor trembling. And her father, covered in blood, lay in the hall, stepped on by the Jinui commander. And several Jinui had iron chains pierced into his scapula. Dying. Your father is a wanted criminal of the Imperial Court. He killed an official of the Imperial Court. The evidence is irrefutable. He deserves to be tortured to death. As Jinui, we can kill him on the spot, or send him to the Ministry of Justice for trial, and torture him to death. Even if you are a disciple of Lin Xiao's sect, you can't protect him. But I can give you a chance. Help me find out Chu Feiyang's home address, all his family members, and his former friends. As his friend and senior sister, it shouldn't be difficult for you. Right? I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, I'll be waiting for you here with your father. Whether to let him go or chop off his head directly depends on you. You can tell Chu Feiyang, or you can tell your sect. It doesn't matter. We arrested your father according to the law, and we killed your father according to the law. No one can save him except you. Think about it carefully. Save your father. Or, actually, this request is not difficult. I just want to know his information. As for the future, I will naturally not bother you again. He is a direct disciple of Lin Xiao's sect. Even if he really killed my brother, I need to find other evidence. It is impossible to arrest him based on his family information. Right? So you are not betraying him. You are just cooperating with our Jinui to solve the case. The sky is gloomy, and a trace of coldness falls on her face. Sister Dao opened her eyes and looked up, and a snowflake fell. She stood in the courtyard for a long time until the snowflakes began to fly. Luo Qingzhou left the city and went directly to the horse farm outside the Shirley Pavilion. Then he led the horse and ran towards Qingyun Temple. Snowflakes had already fallen while he was running on the road. When he reached the foot of the mountain of Qingyun Temple, his head and shoulders were already covered with white mist. He got off the horse, patted the snowflakes on his head and body, and then led the horse to the small wooden house at the foot of the mountain. There lived an old Taoist priest, who was standing under the eaves at this time, looking at the snowflakes outside, and saying something in his mouth. Luo Qingzhou led the horse over and bowed his hands and said, "Master, I want to go to the mountain to burn incense. Can I tie the horse here?" The old Taoist priest glanced at him, pointed to the back and said, "There is a stable at the back. Just tie it in there." "Thank you." Luo Qingzhou hurriedly thanked him and led the horse into the stable at the back. When he came out, he bowed his hands again to thank him, and then walked up the mountain quickly. The snow fell slowly, and the steps were very slippery, but it was not a problem for him. When he climbed the steps and saw the first pavilion, he prepared to go to the pavilion to change clothes and take off his mask. After all, when he first came here, he came as Luo Qingzhou, who knew that just as he walked towards the pavilion, he suddenly saw a familiar figure behind the pillar of the pavilion. She was wearing a purple dress, tall and slender, with black hair down to her waist, picturesque eyebrows, beautiful face, tall breasts, and a perky butt. Between her slender waist, there was a black whip wrapped around her, and her legs were long and straight. It was Nandong Meiju. "Why are you here?" Luo Qingzhou was surprised. Nandong Meiju raised her chin slightly. "Why can't I be here? You are allowed to come." "But not me," Luo Qingzhou said. "Do you know I'm going to get medicine today?" Nandong Meiju said proudly. "Of course I know." Luo Qingzhou walked into the pavilion, patted the snowflakes on her body, and said, "It's so cold. Why does the princess have to come out to freeze? I'm here to get medicine, not to meet other women secretly. Why does the princess have to follow so closely?" Nandong Meiju sneered and said, "Chu Feiyang, you think too highly of yourself, don't you? Is it because of you that the princess came here? The princess likes the scenery here. Can't she come here to take a look?" "Okay, of course." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her thin dress and didn't. He argued with her again, reached out and held her cold little hand, rubbed it, and said, "Are you cold? Why don't you put on more clothes?" Nandong Meiju struggled for a while, stared at him and said, "Pervert, you take advantage of me as soon as you come. Who asked you to hold my hand?" Luo Qingzhou immediately let go and said, "Princess, I'm sorry. I was abrupt. I won't hold it again." Nandong Meijia's face froze for a moment, stared at him and said, "It's too late. My hand has been dirty. Continue to hold it." Luo Qingzhou shook his head and said, "Princess, I dare not take advantage of you." Nandong Meiji was immediately furious, stepped on his foot, and said with a cold face, "Will you hold it?" Luo Qingzhou immediately held it and said, "Hold it." The two stared at each other. Nandong Meiji snorted coldly, slippery tongue. "This princess has reason to suspect that you are just out to fool around with other women. Are you a female Taoist priest from Qingyan Temple?" Luo Qingzhou was too lazy to care about her anymore. He took out an oil paper umbrella from his storage bag, opened it, and hit her head, saying, "Let's go. We still need to give medicine." Nandong Meiji glanced at his face and said, "You're going like this? Do people know you? Chu Feiyang?" Luo Qingzhou just reacted and was about to take off the mask on his face. Nandong Meiji grabbed his hand and said, "You are not allowed to take it." Luo Qingzhou asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Nandong Meiji was silent for a moment and said, "If you take it, you are not Chu Feiyang." Luo Qingzhou held her hand and was about to speak when a voice suddenly came from outside the pavilion. "Chu Feiyang?" They turned their heads together. On the steps outside the pavilion, a woman in green clothes, holding a green-painted bamboo oil paper umbrella, was standing there, looking at them coldly. "Master, Uncle Master?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, almost calling out "Master," and hurriedly bowed and saluted. Surprised, "Why is Uncle Master here?" Then he hurriedly introduced, "Princess, this is Uncle Master Linghu, the leader of the Sword Peak of our Lingxiao sect. Uncle Master, this is my fiancée, Nandong Meiju." The two women looked at each other, and there was a light in their eyes. Chapter 562. How many wives do you have in your family? The place was silent. Both of them looked at each other expressionlessly before greeting each other. "Senior Linghu, I have heard of you. Linghu Fairy of the Sword Peak of Lingxiao sect. Your swordsmanship is unparalleled, and I have long heard of your name. Princess Nandong, I saw you in the sect when Lingxiao took the first test that day." After greeting each other, they fell silent again, continued to look at each other expressionlessly. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Luo Qingzhou hurriedly asked, "Uncle Master, are you here for something?" Linghu Qingzhou looked at him and said coldly, "I'm visiting a senior. Didn't I tell you last night?" As soon as these words came out, Luo Qingzhou's face changed slightly. Nandong Meiji narrowed her eyes, turned her head, and looked at him. Luo Qingzhou quickly took her cold little hand and said, "Uncle Master, you are busy. We will go to get medicine." After that, he immediately took Nandong Meiji and quickly climbed the stairs. Nandong Meiji did not speak or resist, and followed him up the mountain quietly. But the hand he held was pinched hard by her nails. Luo Qingzhou endured the pain and did not dare to say a word. Linghu Qingzhou looked at the backs of the two, paused, followed them, and asked, "Are you going to Qingyan Temple?" Luo Qingzhou paused and turned back and said, "Uncle Master is going too?" Linghu Qingzhou walked to the other side of him and said lightly, "The senior I want to visit is Shuiyun Taoist of Qingyan Temple, who is quite prestigious in Qingyan Temple. You can tell me what medicine you want. Qingyan Temple is not an ordinary Taoist temple. It is difficult for people who are not familiar with it to see the main Taoist priests in the temple." Before Luo Qingzhou answered, Nandong Meiju suddenly smiled and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Senior Linghu. We need the blood of Juyin, which is unique to Qingyan Temple, to make medicine." When these words came out, Linghu Qingzhou's face changed slightly. "Juyin blood?" Nandong Meiju sighed and said, "This medicine is very important to us. I heard that the ancient fierce beast Juyin is only available in Qingyan Temple. But my father said that Juyin in Qingyan Temple is their mountain guardian beast. But I'm afraid it's hard to get it. If Senior Linghu is willing to help, I will be very grateful." Linghu Qingzhou's face changed. He frowned and said, "That Juyin is indeed the guardian beast of Qingyan Temple. It is difficult for ordinary people to see it. As for taking its blood, let alone you, even the people of Qingyan Temple, I'm afraid it is impossible. That Juyin has a bad temper and is of a very high generation. Even the master of Qingyan Temple, Yunshang Taoist, dare not hurt it casually, let alone take its blood." Nandong Meiju heard this and said with a worried look on his face, "Senior Linghu, then we will return empty-handed this time?" Linghu Qingzhou was silent for a while and said, "If you want to, let's find another way, or change the medicine." Then she suddenly looked at Luo Qingzhou and asked, Didn't you say that you wanted to ask for medicine for your wife? Who is your wife? Isn't it Princess Nandong? Luo Qingzhou, Nandong Meiju answered. It's my sister. My sister has been married to him for a long time, and is his legal wife. Linghu Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and looked at the two of them with suspicion. So, Princess Nandong is also going to marry him, and be his concubine? Nandong Meiju smiled and said, Yes. Is there a problem? Linghu Qingzhou frowned and said nothing. When Luo Qingzhou was about to resolve the embarrassment, she suddenly asked again, Who is your wife, who is very good at swordsmanship? As soon as this was said, Nandong Meiju's eyes also looked at someone. Luo Qingzhou's face froze, and he had to bite the bullet and said, Concubine. Linghu Qingzhou's eyes showed a hint of sarcasm. How many wives do you have in your family? 3 wives and 4 concubines. Or a group of wives and concubines? Nandong Meiju's fingertips sank into someone's flesh again, and she looked at him coldly, waiting for his answer. Luo Qingzhou looked up at the sky and said, Look, the snow is heavy. Let's go up the mountain quickly. Linghu Qingzhou stared at him for a while, and then said lightly, If you still go up the mountain for Zhu Yanxue, I advise you not to waste your energy and time. If you go up like this, I'm afraid you won't even see the manager of Qingyan Temple. After that, he walked in front with a green oil paper umbrella. Luo Qingzhou was about to follow, but Nandong Meiju suddenly stepped on his foot, staring at him coldly with her pretty face. Something is wrong with you. What is your relationship with her? Luo Qingzhou explained. She almost became my master before, and then became my uncle. She is my elder. What relationship can we have? Nandong Meiju sneered. Do you think I'm a fool? Luo Qingzhou leaned over and kissed her cheek, whispering, Princess, there are outsiders here. Be gentle. Let's do business first. Nandong Meiju twisted his waist hard again, staring at him. You said I'm not gentle? Who asked you to kiss me? Luo Qingzhou said. Princess, I was wrong. I won't kiss you again next time. Nandong Meiju continued to stare at him. Luo Qingzhou said again, I will kiss you when the princess is in a good mood next time. Nandong Meiju snorted coldly, then let go of his feet, looked coldly at the green figure above, and warned, If you dare to have any indecent relationship with her, I will castrate you. Luo Qingzhou said, Princess, don't worry. I will always keep my body pure for you, and no one can dirty me. TSK. Disgusting. You have been dirty and stinking for a long time. Nandong Meiju curled his lips and walked up. Luo Qingzhou held her hand and sighed secretly in his heart. He could only hope that Chan Chan would completely defeat that Linghu uncle so that she would not dare to appear again. The house was already a mess, and he really couldn't stand another master, uncle, and aunt. The two followed Linghu Qingzhou and quickly went up the mountain and came to the mountain gate of Qingyan Temple. 2 young Taoist priests, holding whisks, came out of the door and bowed respectfully, saying, Dear guests, are you here to burn incense or visit friends today? Linghu Qingzhou said calmly, I have an appointment with Senior Guan Shuiyun, and I came to visit her today. The 2 young Taoist priests looked at her carefully and immediately bowed their heads and said respectfully, It turns out that you are Linghu Peak Master of Lingxiao sect. Uncle Shuiyun has already told you that when Linghu Peak Master comes, you can go directly to Guanyin Room to find her. After that, they respectfully made way. Linghu Qingzhou entered the door, stopped again, and looked behind. At this time, the 2 young Taoist priests asked Luo Qingzhou and Nandong Meiju again. Nandong Meiju imitated Linghu Qingzhou's tone and said lightly, We have an appointment with the master of your temple, Taoist Yunshang, and we come to visit him today. Linghu Qingzhou frowned. The 2 young Taoists were stunned when they heard the words, and then looked at the 2 carefully, then bowed their heads and said respectfully, 2 guests, I am really sorry. My master is in retreat today and cannot see guests. If you want to burn incense, you can go in through the side door. At this time, Linghu Qingzhou suddenly said, Let them in. They are with me. The 2 young Taoists immediately stepped aside when they heard it. Luo Qingzhou was secretly anxious, just wanting her to leave quickly so that he could take off the mask and become Luo Qingzhou. Otherwise, he might not be able to see Taoist Yunshang today, let alone get Zhu Yan's blood. Nandong Meiju led him directly and walked in, smiling, saying, Thank you, Senior Linghu. Can you take us to see Taoist Yunshang? We want to talk to him. Linghu Qingzhou glanced at the 2 young Taoists at the door, did not answer, and whispered, Follow me in. The 2 followed her into the temple. The ancient trees in the temple were towering into the sky. The buildings were old and simple. There were many cracks on the bluestone slabs. And some houses were dilapidated but not repaired. There were few people on the road. Linghu Qingju walked under a big tree, stopped, turned around and looked at them and said, I can't see Taoist Yunshang either. I can only take you to see Senior Shuiyun. You can tell her. But she doesn't care and can't make the decision. Nandong Meiju said, thank you, Senior. Then let's go find Senior Shuiyun and give it a try. Luo Qingzhou pinched her palm and signaled her to stop making trouble. Nandong Meiju turned her head and looked at him and said, Chu Feiyang, your uncle is so good to you. You must repay her in the future. Luo Qingzhou did not say anything. Linghu Qingzhu led the two of them through the corridor, went to the small courtyard at the back, and soon came to Guanyin room. In the small courtyard, a Taoist priest was sweeping the fallen leaves on the ground. The three of them came to the door, and the voices of two people came from the room. The Taoist priest who was sweeping the fallen leaves said, Please wait a moment. My guest, Uncle Shuiyun, is discussing Taoism with Uncle Qingyu in the room. Uncle Qingyu? Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, and the figure of the middle-aged Taoist nun wearing a Taoist robe, holding a whisk, and a bamboo flute on her waist appeared in his mind. Linghu Qingzhu waited quietly at the door. Not long after, the door creaked open from the inside. Two middle-aged Taoist nuns appeared at the door. One of them was thin, holding a whisk, with a calm expression. He was the Taoist Qingyu who had led Luo Qingzhou and the others up the mountain. The other was tall, with empty hands and a gentle look in his eyes. But there seemed to be a flash of sword intent in his eyes. He was the Taoist Shuiyun whom Linghu Qingzhu came to visit today. When Taoist Shuiyun saw Linghu Qingzhu, he immediately smiled and said, Qingzhu, come in quickly. Then he looked at the two people behind her. When Linghu Qingzhu was about to introduce them, Taoist Qingyu on the side suddenly looked at Nandong Meijiao. His eyes lit up, and said, You came alone? Nandong Meiju did not answer and bowed. Master Qingyu, I wonder if the master is here today. Taoist Qingyu nodded and said, The master is practicing in the back mountain. If you want to see him, I will take you there. But I'm afraid you can't take the Zhuyin blood by yourself. Nandong Meiju smiled and said, It's okay. Let's go see the master first. Taoist Qingyu didn't ask any more questions. Walked down the steps and said, Let's go. I'll take you to the back mountain. Nandong Meiju took Luo Qingzhou by the hand and followed her. After walking a few steps, she turned around and waved. Senior Linghu, we'll go see the master first. We have to get Zhuyin blood later, so it may take a long time. If you have something to do, you can go first and don't have to wait for us. Linghu Qingzhu froze in place, staring at them in a daze. After the three figures disappeared around the corner, she asked in confusion, Senior Shuiyun, has she been here before? Taoist Shuiyun shook his head and frowned slightly, saying, I don't know either. I'm also wondering why Senior Sister Qingyu was so polite to them, and why she took them directly to see the master. As for Zhuyin blood, it's even more strange. Why would the master agree to them? Chapter 563 Fiancé? I'm afraid of pain. Cave in the back mountain. Taoist Qingyu brought Luo Qingzhou and the other two, and soon met Taoist Yunshang. Nandong Meiju directly explained the purpose of their visit. Taoist Yunshang glanced at the two and said apologetically, Unless Mr. Luo comes in person, I dare not take you in. Senior Zhuyin was still talking about Mr. Luo a few days ago, saying that he was not trustworthy, and wanted to go down the mountain to find him. Miss Nangong, you should go and invite Mr. Luo. Nandong Meiju glanced at someone next to him. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Taoist Qingyu next to him. Taoist Yunshang saw that they seemed to have something to say, paused, and ordered, Qingyu, you go first. I will accompany the two guests. Taoist Qingyu agreed and bowed his head and retreated. There were only 3 people left in the cave. Luo Qingzhou then said, Please don't blame me, Senior. After saying that, he sank into his dantian and recited a passage aloud. The great Tao is invisible, giving birth to the heaven and earth. The great Tao is ruthless, running the sun and the moon. The great Tao is nameless, nourishing all things. I don't know its name, so I call it Tao. The Taoist on the cloud had a gleam in his eyes, stood up from the cushion, stared at him for a moment, then held the whisk in his hand, bowed his head and bowed. With a smile on his face, young master is indeed unpredictable. I am short-sighted. Then he made an invitation gesture, in this case. Please come in. Both of you. Luo Qingzhou bowed his hands and bowed, thanked him, and followed behind him with Nangong Meiju. The Taoist on the cloud walked in front, without saying a word, and soon took the two across the wooden bridge to the Lingyuan cave where Zhu Yin lived. The solitary peak hangs in the sky, and the white clouds float. The cave has its own world. The Taoist on the cloud opened the stone door and took the two in. After walking for a while, the front suddenly became clear and a light appeared. Then, a wild land with ancient trees and strange rocks suddenly appeared. The Taoist on the cloud stopped and apologized. Mr. Chu, Miss Nandong, I can only send you here. You need to find where Zhu Yin is playing. Luo Qingzhou bowed his hands and thanked him. Thank you, Senior. The Taoist on the cloud nodded and turned to leave. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while before walking forward with Nangong Meiju. Nangong Meiju stuck close to him, looking around nervously. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and glanced at her, saying, if the princess is afraid, go out with Senior Yunshang and wait. I will come back after taking the blood. Nangong Meiju immediately snorted coldly, puffed out her towering chest, and tightened the whip handle at her waist and said, who is afraid? There is nothing in this world that scares this princess. Squeak. At this moment, a monkey suddenly jumped over the big tree above his head with a scream. Nangong Meiju screamed ah, jumped on him, hugged his neck with her arms, and clamped his body with her long legs, her face pale. Luo Qingzhou looked up. The monkey squeaked again and jumped away quickly. Nangong Meiju was stunned on him for a few seconds, then loosened her legs and arms, jumped down, and said angrily, stinky monkey. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to say more, and said, let's go. There is a waterfall ahead. Let's go and see it. After that, he directly took off the mask on his face. Nangong Meiju was about to get close to him when she suddenly saw his handsome face. She was stunned for a moment, snorted, and immediately walked a few steps to the side to avoid suspicion. She ignored him with a cold face. After crossing a hillside, the roar of a waterfall suddenly came from the front. Looking up, a huge waterfall suddenly appeared. The waterfall was as white as a silk thread, rushing down, dozens of meters wide, and no less than 100 meters high. Below was a huge valley with lush grass and blooming flowers. There were butterflies flying and bees collecting honey. It was like a paradise. Luo Qingzhou's eyes searched around the valley and looked at the waterfall again. Several huge footprints appeared on the grass near the waterfall, but the ancient beast did not seem to be here. Luo Qingzhou stood on the hillside, looked around again, and suddenly shouted loudly, Senior Zhu Yin, I am here to visit you. The voice echoed in the valley and spread far away. Nangong Meiju looked at the huge footprints in front of the waterfall. Her heart trembled, and she involuntarily approached him. Luo Qingzhou held her hand and comforted her. Princess, don't be afraid. I'm here. Nangong Meiju immediately broke free from his hand, stared at him angrily and said, don't touch me. Men and women should not be intimate. You are not Chu Feiyang. Don't think of taking advantage of this princess. Luo Qingzhou. Humph. Nangong Meiju turned away, with a cold face, and ignored him again. Boom. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from behind. Then, the ground shook violently. The two of them almost couldn't stand steadily, and were almost thrown up. There was a heavy breathing sound, and a terrifying fierce breath behind them. The two immediately turned around and looked. A huge monster with a body of nearly 100 feet tall was bending down and looking at them with scarlet eyes, with a ferocious and hideous expression on his face. This monster had snow-white hair and red skin, and was like a giant ape. Its bloody mouth was full of fangs. Its claws and feet were huge. Its muscles were bulging, and its eyes were scarlet and cold. A fierce and terrifying aura suddenly rushed towards the two of them, instantly filling the entire valley. Nangong Meiju opened her eyes wide, froze in place, motionless, dumbfounded, as if her soul had been scared away at this moment. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly shouted, Senior, it's me. Do you still recognize me? Zhu Yin bared his fangs, roared, stared angrily with his scarlet eyes, clenched his huge fists and said, I recognize you even if you turn into ashes. You are untrustworthy. You said you would come to me as soon as possible, but you are only here now. I will beat you into slag with one punch. As he said that, he raised his huge and ferocious fist. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, Senior, I have been feeling unwell recently and have been recuperating at home. After I recovered, I came to see you immediately. I am not breaking my promise. If I lie, I will be struck by lightning. Nandong Meiju, who was standing next to him, glanced at him. Zhu Yin still clenched his fists, snorted coldly through his thick nostrils, and said with glaring eyes, "Anyway, you are late. If I don't listen, I will beat you into pieces with one punch." Luo Qingzhou said, "Senior, how about this? I will tell you more stories today." "Okay," Zhu Yin immediately said. 3 days and 3 nights. Then he raised his big thumb and said, "No, 10 days and 10 nights." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and said, "Senior, I am just an ordinary person. If I don't go back to sleep at night, my body will definitely not be able to bear it. We humans have a saying that staying up late hurts the body, and may even cause sudden death. If I hurt my body or die suddenly, who will tell you stories in the future? Without me, wouldn't you be lonely and helpless in the future? So, Senior, I can only tell you stories for 1 day at most. When it gets dark, I will go back to rest." Zhu Yin was immediately furious. "Boy, you dare to negotiate with me?" Then he opened his bloody mouth, revealing his cold fangs, and roared "Ao!" deafening. Nandong Meiju was so scared that his face turned pale. His body softened, and he almost couldn't stand steadily. Luo Qingzhou took out the black wooden stick with a swish and said fearlessly, "Senior, if you believe the weak and deliberately want me to stay up late and die suddenly, I would rather die than surrender. Even if I risk my life, I will use this golden hoop to make you bleed." Zhu Yin looked at the wooden stick in his hand, and his ferocious face twitched. He immediately thought of the severe pain that the golden hoop brought to him that day. The toe that was broken by the wooden stick twitched involuntarily, and he said in shock and anger, "You dare to threaten me? You are looking for death." Swish! Luo Qingzhou waved the wooden stick in his hand, and the wooden stick seemed to be psychic. With a whoosh sound, it suddenly became longer and instantly turned into a thick wooden stick more than 10 meters long. A purple lightning suddenly appeared on the wooden stick, looking extremely fierce. Luo Qingzhou opened his mouth, a little confused. Zhu Yan's heart skipped a beat when he saw this scene. His feet took a step back involuntarily, and he said angrily, "Boy, is this how you humans treat your elders? Where is your upbringing and quality?" Luo Qingzhou was worried, but he held the stick tightly in his hand, pretending to be ready to die, and said passionately, "Senior, I have already said that I will tell you a story for a day. When I have rested, I will come to tell you next time. Do you understand that a steady stream of water will last for a long time? But you are aggressive and insist that I stay up all night to tell you stories. You are repaying kindness with enmity. You want me to die. How can I not resist? Even ants try to survive, let alone a man of 8 feet tall." Zhu Yin heard him say this, and saw that he was not afraid of death. His momentum weakened immediately, and he said, "You are here now, making me wait. 1 day is not enough. At least 3 days. I allow you to rest at night. You rest here, and wait for the day. How about you continue the story after daybreak?" Luo Qingzhou pretended to think for a moment, and said, "No. In 3 days, my voice will become hoarse, and it is too harmful to my health. I would rather die than surrender." Zhu Yin immediately clenched his fists and said angrily, "Boy, don't push your luck." Luo Qingzhou immediately took a step back and said, "Senior, how about this? 2 days. 2 days. What do you think?" Zhu Yin stared at him with scarlet eyes, and when he was hesitating, Luo Qingzhou said again, "Senior, I can't remember all the stories so clearly. If I don't remember them and tell them poorly, I will be sorry for you. In 2 days, I have told all the stories I remember. When I go back and remember the rest, I will tell them to you. Isn't it better? Senior, do you know that slow cooking over low heat can make delicious food? Senior likes to listen to stories. Don't you like to listen to the most exciting and heart-wrenching ones?" After saying this, Zhu Yin hesitated for a moment, then retreated all his fierce momentum, snorted through his nose, and said, "Boy, then 2 days. But in these 2 days, you have to tell me a wonderful story. Otherwise, I will never forgive you." Luo Qingzhou immediately put away the stick and said, "Of course. I guarantee it will be wonderful. But Senior, I came here this time to ask you for some blood." When Zhu Yin heard this, he immediately cursed, "Damn it! I knew you had bad intentions towards me and had other intentions. Last time you broke me, I was in so much pain. And this time you actually want to do it to me again. You are dreaming." Luo Qingzhou looked at it and stopped talking. Zhu Yin glared at him angrily and said, "Why? If I don't give you blood, you won't tell the story?" Luo Qingzhou bowed his hands and said, I dare not. Even if you don't give me blood, I will still tell it. Zhu Yin stared at him for a while and cursed. Damn it. If I don't give you blood, I guess you won't tell it with your heart. Anyway, I can't hear it. Right? Despicable and shameless boy. You are unworthy of being the descendant of the great sage. Luo Qingzhou bowed his hands and said respectfully, Please help me. Senior. Zhu Yin glared at him, suddenly punched the ground, and said angrily, Give you. Here you go. If you just say nicely, I'll give you my other leg too. Then he trembled and said, But you have to be gentle. I'm afraid of pain. You have to be gentle. Understand? Luo Qingzhou immediately said happily, Don't worry. My king. I will be gentle. Nandong Meiju, who was standing next to him, listened to the conversation between the two and opened her mouth slightly. Zhu Yin then pointed at her and asked, Boy, who is this person? Why is he different from the one you brought last time? Luo Qingzhou said, Last time that was my wife. This time it's my fiancé. Zhu Yin was stunned when he heard this. After a moment, he asked curiously, What is a fiancé? Luo Qingzhou thought for a moment and explained, She is about to become the wife of the younger generation, but she has not yet completed some necessary processes. After hearing this, Zhu Yin clapped his huge hands and grinned. I know. You haven't made it yet. But you are about to mate with her. Right? Luo Qingzhou glanced at the side and said, I guess so. Zhu Yin smiled and showed his fangs. You kid. You are so playful. Last time, the one with a sword. This time with a whip. In the future, it will not be. Are there any who use guns or knives? Luo Qingzhou's lips twitched, and he said, No. Zhu Yin curled his lips and said with disdain, But your vision is really bad. The two spouses you found are both extremely ugly. I don't know how you can bear to use a gun. Then he took out a huge piece of jade from his arms, bent down and handed it to him, saying, Come, boy, let me show you the beautiful photos of my beloved concubine. Luo Qingzhou looked at the enlarged version of the communication treasure in his hand with shock. A huge head portrait appeared on the surface of the treasure. It was the head of a female gorilla. The female gorilla was opening her mouth wide, with a hideous smile on her face. Her nostrils could accommodate her entire body. Her nose hair was exposed. Her fangs were yellow and thick, and she looked black and old. Extremely ugly and hideous. Ugh! Senior, your beloved concubine is indeed extremely beautiful. Unparalleled in the world. My wives and concubines are not as good as her. Luo Qingzhou almost vomited, and immediately cupped his hands, his face full of envy and twitching. Zhu Yin laughed loudly, his face full of pride, and he was very happy with his flattery. He waved his hand and said, Boy, don't be discouraged. As long as you serve me well, I will be happy when the time comes. Maybe I can give you my beloved concubine to play with for a few days, so that you can enjoy it. Luo Qingzhou's heart suddenly shrank, and his eyes widened. Nandong Meiju, who was standing aside, suddenly covered her stomach and squatted on the ground, lowered her head, shrugged her shoulders, and made a suppressed chi-chi-chi sound from her mouth. Bang! Zhu Yin suddenly jumped into the valley behind the two men, then squatted on the ground with his head parallel to the two men, and said impatiently, Boy, I can't wait any longer. Tell me the story of the great sage. The great sage has suffered so much injustice. It's best to beat that thief bald donkey to death with a stick. Luo Qingzhou said, That won't do. That's his master. He actually loves his master very much in his heart. As soon as he said this, Nandong Meiju next to him suddenly raised his head and looked at him. Chapter 564. The wind was cold, and the snow was flying. The roar of the waterfall was like thunder in the ears. Zhu Yan's huge body sat in the valley, bent down, and his head was just parallel to the two people on the hillside. He stared with his eyes wide open, motionless, listening intently. Although the great sage was driven away by Tang Monk, he still missed them and sighed. He saw the East China Sea and said, I haven't taken this road for 500 years. The great sage saw that the monkeys were few and asked the reason. The little monkey said, Half of them have dispersed. Half of them are struggling. And half of them have been killed by hunters in recent years. Speaking of hunters, they are hateful. They took those of us who were shot by arrows or guns, poisoned or killed, skinned and boned, boiled with sauce and vinegar, steamed with oil and salt, and ate them as a side dish. Or those who were caught in the net or caught were taken alive, and they were taught to jump in circles, do somersaults, stand on their heads, and beat gongs and drums in the street, doing all kinds of fun. When Zhu Yin heard this, he was furious, clenched his huge fist, and smashed it on the rock on the hillside with a bang. The rock suddenly broke into pieces and turned into powder. The ground shook violently. Even the waterfall trembled violently, and water splashed. Zhu Yin stared with scarlet eyes, bared his fangs, and cursed with a ferocious face. Humans are mean and cruel, doing all kinds of evil. They regard other species as ants. They will kill them if they want to, and cut them if they want to. Sooner or later, they will be killed and exterminated by other species together. Luo Qingzhou paused for a moment and said, humans are also good and bad. Not all of them are evil. Zhu Yin glared and said angrily, just talk about yours. Stop talking nonsense. What does it have to do with you? Kid. If I scold you? Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to say anything else, and continued to talk. Although Nangong Meiji listened halfway, she was soon attracted by this strange and bizarre story of gods and monsters. She sat aside and listened attentively. Luo Qingzhou talked from noon to the evening. The sky gradually darkened, and the snowflakes continued to fall slowly. Zhu Yin sat in the valley, scratching his head and cheeks while listening. His facial expressions kept changing, sometimes grinning foolishly because of the foolish pig, sometimes cursing at the monk, and sometimes applauding the wit and bravery of the great sage. Night fell quickly. Luo Qingzhou was thirsty from talking, so he took the kettle from Nangong Meijiao, gulped down a drink for a while, and was about to continue talking when he suddenly got stuck. He tilted his head, frowned, and showed a thoughtful expression. Zhu Yin immediately said anxiously, you kid. Continue. What are you in a daze? Luo Qingzhou imitated it and glared, scolding, don't make noise. Can't you see I'm thinking? How can I remember so much content? Zhu Yan's heart suddenly jumped up with anger, just about to get angry, thinking of the wonderful story and the kid's fearless bad temper. Instantly suppressed it. Had to hold his breath. Calm down. Open his eyes and look at him. And wait patiently. Waited for a long time again. It was really impatient. Scratched its head, and said in a low and cautious voice, how is it? Did you remember? Luo Qingzhou spread his hands. I forgot everything. Zhu Yin was stunned, and suddenly became furious, staring with scarlet eyes and said, idiot. Remember it for me. Luo Qingzhou frowned and said, don't shout. The more you shout, the less I can remember. Zhu Yin was angry and anxious, but he could only stare at him and shut his mouth. Nandong Meiju, who was watching the scene, was amused and shocked. She couldn't help but look at the boy next to her. Such a fierce and terrifying ancient beast was subdued by him and didn't dare to lose his temper. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, how could she believe it? I remember it. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou suddenly patted his head and continued to talk. Zhu Yin was overjoyed and immediately held his breath, supported his chin with both hands, opened his eyes wide, and continued to grin and listen attentively. The master and apprentice were sightseeing on the road, riding slowly, and suddenly heard a shout, which sounded like the shouting of thousands of people. Nangong Meiju also listened carefully immediately. Luo Qingzhou stumbled and stopped talking for a long time, and finally finished this chapter. Then he said with a distressed face, Senior, I really can't remember the rest. You have seen this chapter. I had a hard time talking about it. I thought about it for a long time before I remembered it. I don't know if there are any omissions. Zhu Yin was furious when he heard it. Why is your memory so bad? Did you have too much sex and your brain is broken? Damn it! I was listening to the climax, and you suddenly interrupted the chapter. Are you still a human being? Luo Qingzhou said helplessly. This story is too complicated, and there are so many and strange things. Junior, how can an ordinary human remember every sentence so clearly? It took me a long time to write down what I said today. Senior, it is better to stop here today and think about what I said today. I will tell you the rest next time after I remember it well. How about that? As soon as these words came out, Zhu Yin was furious and punched the ground with a bang, cursing, hack you. Immortal. How dare you break your promise? You said you would tell me 2 days, and now you want to leave after talking for half a day? Do you think I am a 3-year-old child who can be played with by you? If you dare to leave today, I will smash your brains out. Do you believe it? Nandong Meiji on the side also said, that's right. How could you do this? A gentleman's word is as good as a promise. As a scholar, how can you go back on your word? How can you deceive your senior? If you can't remember it now, Then you can rest for a while, and then talk about it. You can sleep here tonight, and continue to talk to your senior tomorrow. Isn't it? Zhu Yan immediately pointed at her and said, Look. Look. Even you, the mating partner, know that people should be honest and trustworthy. You are so despicable and shameless. And you don't keep your word. I want to mate with someone. But I can't find anyone. I can only find a pig. And it's the stupid and fat Zhu Beiji. Nandong Meiju said with a smile, Senior, please calm down. I will persuade him again. Zhu Yan immediately grinned and looked at her with a smile. You are a sensible little girl. You know how to respect the old and the young. And you know how to respect the elders. Then he patted his chest and said, If you have any problems in the future, just come to me. If someone bullies you, or this kid bullies you, just tell me. I promise to smash them to pieces with one punch. Nandong Meiju immediately smiled and said, Thank you, Senior. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to let them talk anymore, and hurriedly said, Senior, I really can't remember the rest of the content. I can only remember it when I go back. So, he immediately stood up from the ground, then took out a piece of jade from his arms, handed it to Zhu Yan and said, Senior, let's add each other as friends. If you are lonely, you can find me to chat. If I have time, I can also tell you stories here. Zhu Yan looked at the communication treasure in his hand, and his eyes lit up immediately. He immediately raised his head and said excitedly, Good guy. You can also have this thing. Then he said angrily, Why didn't you say it earlier? Damn. If I had known you had it, I would have added you as a friend last time. You made me lonely for so long. You kid is too cheap. After that, he couldn't wait to take out his own communication treasure and gently touched the treasure in his hand. Buzz! The two communication treasures suddenly lit up at the same time. Luo Qingzhou looked down at the surface of the jade in his hand, and a message appeared on it. Do you agree to Zhu adding you as a friend? Luo Qingzhou. Agree. One man and one beast. Immediately added as friends. Zhu Yan's face was immediately full of excitement. Grinning, Good. 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 I won't be lonely in the future. Your name is Fei Yang? It's too ugly. So, I'll rename you. Let's call you Yang. What do you think? Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he nodded, Okay. Listen to Senior Zhu. When he was about to put away the communication treasure, another communication treasure suddenly stretched out from the side, and quickly touched the communication treasure in his hand. Buzz, do you agree to Xiao Meiju adding you as a friend? Luo Qingzhou paused and turned his head to look. Nandong Meiju held another communication treasure in her hand, staring at him coldly, gritting her teeth and saying, Who gave it to you? Yearling Hu Fairy? Luo Qingzhou did not answer, but directly clicked no. A message immediately appeared on Nandong Meijia's jade. The other party does not agree to add you as a friend. So embarrassing. Nandong Meiji was furious, and immediately complained to the ancient beast in front of him. Senior Zhu. He bullied me. He didn't add me as a friend. He obviously wanted to mate with me, but he didn't add me as a friend. He is not a human. Zhu Yan glared when he heard it, clenched his huge fist, bared his fangs and roared, Yang. You are too human. Immediately. Right now. Now. Add her. Luo Qingzhou. Nandong Meiju proudly touched the communication treasure with him again. Luo Qingzhou had to agree. Nandong Meiju thought about it, and changed his note to bad thing. Then he raised the communication certificate in his hand, and said, Senior Zhu. Let's add him as a friend. If he bullies me, I will complain to you. Zhu Yan heard it, and was about to put the communication certificate in front of her, but suddenly remembered something. His face changed, and he immediately retracted it. He shook his head hurriedly and said, No. No. I can't add you. You are a female. If my beloved concubine sees it, she will be angry. Nandong Meiju, seeing that it was getting late, Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to delay any longer. He quickly put away the communication certificate and bowed his hands and said, Senior, since we have added friends, we can contact each other on the communication certificate in the future. Today, I really can't remember the following content, so let me go back and think about it carefully. Zhu Yan took another look at the communication certificate in his hand, snorted coldly, and said, In this case, I will forgive you this time. But Xiao Yang, you must remember that if you dare to ignore me and don't reply to my message after you go back, I will definitely go down the mountain to find you and punch you to pieces. Luo Qingzhou said, Don't worry, Senior. I will definitely chat with you. If I lie, I will be struck by lightning. Zhu Yin put away the communication certificate, glanced at him sideways, and waved his hand, saying, "Go." Luo Qingzhou stood there without moving. Zhu Yin stood up, stretched, yawned, turned around and said, "I'm so sleepy. I'm going to sleep. Goodbye." Luo Qingzhou had to remind him. "Senior, blood." Zhu Yin paused, turned around, and asked with a puzzled look on his face. "What blood?" Luo Qingzhou said. "We agreed before. Senior, give me some blood. I need it urgently." Zhu Yin frowned and said, "Did you agree before?" "No." "Right. Why don't I remember?" Luo Qingzhou immediately said, "A gentleman's word is as good as a horse. Senior, you must keep your word." Zhu Yin snorted and said, "I forgot." Luo Qingzhou took out the communication treasure and said, "Well, then I forgot about Senior too. Just delete Senior directly. You dare." Zhu Yin was furious and turned around immediately, baring his fangs, clenching his fists, staring with scarlet eyes, and looking aggressive. Luo Qingzhou held the jade in his hand, looked at it expressionlessly, and said nothing more. "Damn it! I have never been threatened since I was a child. You are the first one. You are brave." Zhu Yan's face turned pale, and he had to walk to the hillside, raised a huge foot, and put it in front of him with a bang, and said angrily, "Hurry up." "Thank you, Senior." Luo Qingzhou took out the sharp warrior dagger with a swish. Zhu Yan shuddered and immediately warned fiercely, "You kid! Be gentle. Be gentle. If you hurt me again, I." Before he finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou cut a hole on its toe with a knife, and then quickly pressed the porcelain bottle on it, and the blood began to flow. Zhu Yin was trembling all over, covering his eyes with his huge hands, holding his neck, and then quietly turned his head away, peeking at his toes through his fingers. When he saw the blood on them, his body suddenly softened. His face looked ugly, and he cried with a trembling voice, "It hurts, hurry up. You kid. Hurry up. I can't make it, I'm going to die." Then he suddenly sobbed. "There's so much blood." Luo Qingzhou filled a bottle and quickly applied trauma medicine to it, shouting, "Senior, it's done. There's no bleeding." Bang! Zhu Yin retracted his foot. His leg suddenly softened, and he fell to the ground, holding his toes, and began to cry and curse. "You kid always hurt me every time you come, and always want to make me bleed. But you are untrustworthy and always deceive me. You are simply not a human. I will never believe you again. Beast. My feet." Luo Qingzhou filled the medicine bottle and did not dare to stay any longer. He bowed and said, "Senior, we will leave first. If we have time next time, we will come to accompany you again." Zhu Yin immediately glared at him and said, "Send a message tonight, or I won't spare you. You heard me. So you have to keep me company tonight?" Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he said, "Okay, I will definitely contact you tonight." After that, he immediately pulled Nandong Meiju away. Nandong Meiju broke away and said with a cold face, "Don't touch me. You are not Yanong." Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment, and when he walked away, he took out the mask and put it on his face. Nandong Meiju snorted coldly and took his hand. At this time, in the Guanyin room outside, Linghu Qingju still did not leave. After a while, Taoist Shuiyun came in from outside, looked at her and shook his head. "I just asked. Senior Sister Qingyu said that they haven't come out yet. Zhu Yin has a bad temper and is powerful. It is estimated that it is harder for them to take its blood than to ascend to heaven. I don't know what the master of the temple thinks." And he actually took them in. Chapter 565. She is my real wife. Snowflakes were falling. The whole Qingyun temple was silent. The stone door of Lingyuan cave slowly opened. Taoist Yunshang brought Luo Qingzhou and Nandong Meiju out of the cave without asking any questions along the way. Taoist Qingyu had been waiting on the bridge not far away. Taoist Yunshang brought the two to the bridge and said in a gentle voice, "Qingyu, send the two guests down the mountain." Taoist Qingyu glanced at the two and couldn't help asking, "Can I get Zhu Yin's blood?" Taoist Yunshang smiled slightly and did not answer. Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, "Thank you for your concern. The medicine has been obtained." Taoist Qingyu showed a touch of surprise on his face. His lips moved, as if he wanted to ask something, but he finally held back and bowed his head slightly and said, "Please, both of you." Luo Qingzhou and Nandong Meiju said goodbye to Taoist Yunshang. Taoist Yunshang held a whisk in his hand, put his palms together, looked deeply at the young man in front of him, and said kindly, "If you have time in the future, You can come to my temple more often. Definitely. The two of them performed the salute and left with Taoist Qingyu. After entering the Taoist temple, Taoist Qingyu couldn't help but turn around and ask, Mr. Luo didn't come. How did you get Zhu Yan's blood? Nandong Meiju took the initiative to answer, we have his token. Zhu Yan knows him. Taoist Qingyu showed a look of astonishment on his face. That's it? Zhu Yan is willing to give you blood? Nandong Meiju said, that's it. Taoist Qingyu frowned, and a look of thought appeared between his eyebrows. He couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Luo is not only talented, but also has unpredictable methods. He can make that Zhu Yan so obedient. It really makes me feel incredible. Nandong Meiju smiled, glanced at someone next to him, and didn't say anything else. Taoist Qingyu glanced at the two again, and without asking any more questions, he said, by the way, Ling Xiao Sec's Linghu Peak Master is still waiting for you in the Guanyin room. Nandong Meiju narrowed his eyes when he heard this, turned his head and looked at someone next to him and said, should we go and call Linghu Peak Master to join us? Luo Qingzhou immediately said, it's getting late. Let's go down the mountain and let Linghu Peak Master rest in the temple for one night. Then he said, Taoist Qingyu, you don't have to see us off. We'll go down the mountain by ourselves. After saying that, he took Nandong Meiju and left quickly. Taoist Qingyu stood there, watching their backs gradually go away, thinking for a while, and then turned around and walked towards the Guanyin room. Luo Qingzhou led Nandong Meiju out of the Taoist temple and walked down the steps quickly. Snowflakes were still floating in the sky. A thick layer of snow had already fallen on the steps, and it squeaked when stepped on. Walking so fast. Are you feeling guilty about something? Nandong Meiju asked with a cold snort. Luo Qingzhou said calmly, why should I feel guilty? It's just too late. We have to go down the mountain quickly. When the city gate is closed, we won't be able to get in. Then he looked at her and said, you don't want to stay in a shabby inn outside the city on this cold night with wind and snow. Do you? Nandong Meiju's eyes flashed, and she looked at him thoughtfully without saying anything. Luo Qingzhou pulled her and walked down the stairs quickly. Since both of them were warriors, their lower bodies were extremely stable, so they were not afraid of slipping. Nandong Meiju's eyes flashed, and she said nothing more. Who knew that just when they reached the foot of the mountain, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind, Chu Feiyang. Did you get Zhu Yan's blood? Luo Qingzhou had to stop and turned his head in surprise. Hey, uncle, why haven't you left yet? Linghu Qingzhou was wearing a thin green dress and did not hold an umbrella. There was an invisible airflow rotating around her, blowing away the falling snow. She looked at the two of them coldly and said, I'm waiting for you. Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, what do you want? Uncle? Linghu Qingzhou looked at him and said lightly, you are a disciple of Ling Xiao's sect. You can come here to visit. But there are some things that cannot be exposed, especially about your current identity. Luo Qingzhou said, Uncle, don't worry. I haven't told anyone. Linghu Qingzhou glanced at the person next to him. Luo Qingzhou said again, except my family. Nandong Meiju was about to pinch the nails on his palm, but suddenly slowly let go, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Linghu Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and said, don't you decide to go back to the sect to practice? With your talent, only in the sect can you unleash your greatest potential. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, Uncle Master, go back first. I still have some things to do, and I like to be with my family, and don't like life in the mountains. Linghu Qingzhou looked at him, and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said goodbye, pulling Nandong Meiju away. Linghu Qingzhou stood there, looking at the backs of the two with a cold expression, and the blue skirt swayed gently in the wind and snow. Chu Feiyang, remember our agreement? I'll wait for your notice. She suddenly shouted. Luo Qingzhou froze, did not answer, pulled the person beside him, and quickened his pace. The two entered the small house in front, said something to the old Taoist priest in the house, and then went to the stable at the back to lead the horse. Didn't the princess come on horseback? Luo Qingzhou asked. Nandong Meiju pouted at the horse next to him and said, isn't this the horse of this princess? Luo Qingzhou didn't ask any more questions, led the horse out, and asked, does the princess want to sit in the front or the back? Nandong Meiju raised his eyebrows and looked at him and said, do you want this princess to sit in the front or the back? Luo Qingzhou glanced at the horse's back, thinking about the two embarrassments, and immediately said, the princess should sit in the back. Nandong Meiju glanced at him and said, okay, then you go up first. Luo Qingzhou immediately jumped on the horse and stretched out his hand, ready to pull her. Nandong Meijia walked to the front, hugged the horse's neck, raised her long legs, turned her body, and sat directly in front of him with her skirt flying. Then, she moved her perky buttocks back and leaned back into his arms. Then turned her head and looked at him and said, "Why should I listen to you? This is my horse. I can sit wherever I want." Luo Qingzhou felt the roundness of her buttocks, the softness of her hair, and the fragrance of her breath, and suddenly froze. He hugged her slender waist, grabbed the reins and said, "Let's go. The city gate is about to close. Go." Nandong Meiju suddenly leaned back in his arms, grabbed his belt with both hands, clamped her long legs on the horse, and drove the horse forward to run. Luo Qingzhou hugged her slender waist, rocking in her flying hair. Looking back, the figure in green was standing alone in the snow, looking at them motionlessly, and quickly disappeared in the snow. "Why? Are you reluctant to leave?" Nandong Meiju asked, tilting her beautiful face. Luo Qingzhou did not answer, but looked at the snow in front of him. Nandong Meiju leaned in his arms, bouncing up and down, staring at him for a while, and asked, "What did you agree on?" After a pause, he said, "If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me." Luo Qingzhou's body was stiff, feeling the girlish breath she exhaled, and the coldness and softness of her little hands, and said, "She wants to visit my home." Nandong Meiji narrowed his eyes. "Go to your home? Why?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I am now a direct disciple of Ling Xiao's sect. But they don't even know where my home is, and how many people are in my home. This is not in accordance with the rules. After all, I am the direct disciple of the sect master. If they don't investigate clearly, they don't trust me." Nandong Meiji was silent for a while, and said, "You don't? You have no family, and nothing in the Qin family has anything to do with you. You have to understand this." Luo Qingzhou said, "Of course I understand. I won't use this identity to implicate them." Nandong Meiju said, "Then how did you answer her?" Then he said, "Do you need my help? If you ask me, I can help you have a home, or pretend to be your family." Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and kissed her delicate face, saying, "The princess is my family. As for home, we will have a home in the future." Nandong Meiju showed a touch of tenderness in her eyes, and said, "What are you going to do now? Jinui is investigating your background, and now Ling Xiaozong is also investigating. Your life experience and background are blank. Over time, you will definitely. Some people doubt it." Luo Qingzhou hugged her slender waist tightly, rubbed his cheek in her soft hair, and said, "I made a bet with her. She has been practicing sword for many years, and is very confident in her swordsmanship. I bet with her that as long as she beats my wife with a sword, I will let her come to my house." Nandong Meijiao's eyes turned cold, and her jade hands tightened. "Come to my house." Luo Qingzhou hissed and explained quickly, "It's not that kind of coming to my house. It's a visit." Nandong Meiju frowned and said, "She is the master of the sword peak of Ling Xiao sect. Even among the 5 major sects, she is well known and her swordsmanship is indeed superb. Who are you going to use to defeat her?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Xia Chan." Nandong Meiju was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and paused, turning her head and looking at him. She said, "Is Xia Chan your wife?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Of course she is." "Bah!" Nandong Meiju suddenly spat at him and glared at him, saying, "Shameless. You are Chu Feiyang now. What does Xia Chan have to do with you?" Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and kissed her little mouth again, explaining, "Princess, Xia Chan is the only one in the Qin mansion who knows my identity and has seen me wearing a mask besides the second lady. I gave my first time to her, and she also gave her first time to me. So she is my real wife." Nandong Meiju was stunned, silent for a while, and said, "Unbelievable." Luo Qingzhou sighed. "It's really unbelievable. How could I have thought that she would be my bridal chamber?" Nandong Meiju said, "I heard from Wei Mo that Xia Chan is very pitiful. Chu Feiyang, you have to treat her well. Understand?" Luo Qingzhou said strangely, "This is the first time I have seen the princess not jealous when I mentioned other women. And she also took the initiative to ask me to treat the other party well. It's really strange." Nandong Meijiao's jade hand tightened, glared at him and said, "She is different from others. No matter who this princess hates, she will not hate her." Luo Qingzhou hugged her tightly and said, "Why?" Nandong Meiju was silent for a while, and said, "Because in front of her, Even Waymo is just a third party. Luo Qingzhou did not speak. The horse ran fast in the wind and snow. The two hugged each other, bumping up and down in the wind and snow, and fell into silence. After a long time, Nandong Meiju said, "Are you sure? I know Xia Qian's sword is very powerful, but compared with that Linghu fairy, I'm afraid it's still far behind." Luo Qingzhou said, "I told Uncle Linghu that we can only compete in sword moves, and we can't use our cultivation, sword intent, sword light, etc." Nandong Meiju said, "Even if it's just sword moves, it's probably difficult for Xia Qian to beat her. Don't underestimate her. Even my father said that she is the most likely genius among the 5 major sects to become a saint with swords." Luo Qingzhou's eyes flashed with a light, and he said, "If she is a genius, then Xia Qian is a sword fairy. Don't worry. I know Xia Qian's talent better than anyone else." Nandong Meiju turned his head and looked at him, saying, "Why are you so lucky?" Luo Qingzhou thought about it seriously and replied, "Maybe it's because I look too good." His County Princess slowed down. "Go!" Nandong Meiju suddenly increased his speed. Luo Qingzhou felt the cold wind blowing on his face, which was piercing. Suddenly, his face twisted, and he hugged her slender waist tightly, burying his face tightly in her soft hair and white neck. He shivered with cold as the horse ran fast and bumped. Half an hour later, the two finally saw the city gate. At this moment, Nandong Meiju suddenly screamed "Ah!" and fell off the horse. Luo Qingzhou was injured and weak, and before he could react, he saw that she had fallen into the snow. He hurriedly reined in the horse and jumped off. My foot is twisted." Nandong Meiju lay on the ground and cried in pain. Luo Qingzhou quickly picked her up and said, "Which foot?" Nandong Meiju pointed to her left foot, then to her right foot, and said, "Both feet are twisted." Luo Qingzhou held her left foot and shook it, then held her right foot and twisted it left and right. Nandong Meiju kept saying "ah ah ah" in her mouth. "Is it really twisted?" "Of course it's true." "Ah, it hurts." Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to pick her up, walked to the horse, helped her sit on it, then climbed on the horse and looked at the city gate not far away. At this moment, the city gate had begun to slowly close. "Go!" Luo Qingzhou immediately hugged her, grabbed the reins, and drove the horse over. Nandong Meiju suddenly kicked the horse's neck with her left foot, and the horse's head tilted, suddenly running towards the path on the left. "Hey!" Luo Qingzhou hurriedly pulled the reins in his hand. Then the horse seemed to be crazy, shaking its head, and continued to run to the left. Squeak! The city gate not far away was completely closed. The lanterns hanging at the city gate were all extinguished. The horse returned to normal at this time. Nandong Meiju immediately said, "Chu Feiyang, what are you doing? You were running well. Why did you suddenly turn? Are we going to enter the city? Where are you going to take me?" Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything, and looked at the closed city gate again, letting the horse trot towards the left road. Soon, an inn appeared in front. Nandong Meiju saw the inn and immediately turned her head and glared at him, and said, "Okay, Chu Feiyang, you actually want to take this princess to stay in the inn? You are shameless. You are vulgar. You want to take advantage of this princess. Right? Don't even think about it. This princess would rather die than surrender." Luo Qingzhou had a cold face and ignored her. Nandong Meiju glanced at him and closed her mouth. The two came to the inn. The waiter came out immediately and helped the two to lead the horses. Luo Qingzhou asked, "Are there more rooms inside?" The waiter said enthusiastically, "Yes, there are many, and the stove is burning. Please come in." 2 guests. Luo Qingzhou supported Nandong Meiju and walked in. He went directly to the counter and took out the silver and said, "I want 2 rooms." The shop owner was about to reach out to take the silver, but Nandong Meiju suddenly threw a gold ingot into his hand and said coldly, "I see that your inn is so small. There should be only 1 room left. Right?" The shop owner was stunned for a moment, looked at the heavy gold in his hand, and then looked at her, and immediately reacted and nodded quickly. The head said, "Yes. 2 guests. Our store only has 1 room left tonight. You 2 came by chance." Then he said to the waiter behind him, "Go. Take the 2 guests to room number 6. The waiter immediately agreed and said enthusiastically, "Please, 2 guests." Nandong Meiju immediately stuck to Luo Qingzhou's arms, with a painful expression on her face. "Quick! Take me back to the room. My feet hurt." "You help me rub it." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her feet under her skirt, and said nothing more. He helped her and followed the waiter upstairs. After the two went upstairs, the store owner carefully checked the gold in his hand and said, "What a rich girl. She is really generous. That boy is stupid." Such a beauty took the initiative to deliver to the door. But he still wanted to open 2 rooms. "It's a waste of heaven." Not a man. The waiter took the two into the room, picked up the stove, bowed and left, and closed the door for the two. By the way, Luo Qingzhou helped Nandong Meiju sit on the bed and asked, "Does the princess's foot still hurt?" Nandong Meiju frowned and said, "It hurts? Of course it still hurts. Help me take off my shoes and socks, and rub them for me." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, and ignored her. He went over to close the window, locked the door, and then sat down on a chair in the corner, took out the communication treasure, and prepared to send a message to Zhu Yin. Nandong Meiju looked at him, and suddenly said, "Chu Feiyang, you feel comfortable, and then you ignore me, right? My feet hurt. Didn't you hear me?" Luo Qingzhou frowned, glanced at her, and was about to speak. Nandong Meiju suddenly raised her right foot, took off her shoes and socks, revealing a snow-white and delicate jade foot, then pointed to her red ankle and said, "Do you think I'm lying to you?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and saw that her ankle had begun to swell, and her face suddenly changed. He immediately stood up, put away the message, and walked over. "Is it really twisted?" Luo Qingzhou squatted in front of her, and gently held her snow-white and slender jade foot. He immediately felt the touch was soft and smooth, delicate and boneless, and his heart was moved. "It's twisted. So is it twisted? Is it necessary for me to lie to you?" Nandong Meijia's eyes suddenly turned red, and she pouted her lips and said aggrievedly, then raised her other foot and said, "Take it off." Chapter 566. A sudden Shura field. It was late at night and quiet. Outside the window, the cold wind was whimpering and snowflakes were flying. The pedestrians on the road had long disappeared, leaving only some messy footprints, which were gradually covered in the raging wind and snow. Outside the closed city gate, several figures stopped. Then, some went to the inn, and some just found a cave to spend the night. On this cold night, there are always people who spend it in loneliness and coldness. In the Qin mansion, Miss Qin Air, wearing a snow-white fox fur, stood delicately and gently in front of the window, staring at the snow outside the window in a daze. After a long time, she closed the window and returned to bed. Lingshan Moon Palace. In the dark room, Xia Chan was sitting in the corner alone, hugging her knees, silent. In the room on the other side, Bai Ling was wearing a pink dress, with a pair of pink and delicate feet bare, sitting in the curtain, holding a nail polish made of pollen, and carefully painting her toenails. Her cute and petite toes soon had a few bright red and delicate colors. And in the pavilion in the back garden, Miss Qin was still wearing a white dress, sitting there quietly, not afraid of the wind and snow, with a calm expression. And I don't know what she was thinking. The cold wind swept by, and her black hair danced. Snowflakes drifted into the pavilion with the wind, falling on her white skirt and the black hair hanging down to her slender waist, and on her flawless cheeks. Icy and cold, West Lake. Among the lotus flowers, snowflakes fluttered, and the lake was quiet and silent. Long Air, wearing a black dress, was squatting on a green lotus leaf with her bare white jade feet, playing with water out of boredom, muttering to herself, young master, what do you want to do to make you willing to mate with Long Air?" She lowered her head to look at the red rope and belt tied at her ankle, then looked at her snow-white and beautiful jade feet, and then with a splash, she scooped up a puff of water and sprinkled it on the back of her feet. The water drops slid down, crystal clear. The jade feet under the black dress became even whiter and more attractive. She bent down. Her hair fell, and her pretty and charming cheeks and the red dots between her eyebrows were reflected in the calm lake. At the foot of the Qingyun temple, Lenghu Qingzhu, wearing a green dress, did not leave, but found an open area to practice sword in the wind and snow. In the falling snowflakes, her figure became more and more blurred. Border. The military camp is 30 kilometers away from Macheng. In the tent, the stove is burning and the incense is curling. Nandong Huiyue, wearing a fiery red dress, is sitting in front of the desk, frowning and looking at the letter from Kyoto. After a long time, she closed her eyes, rested for a while, then opened her eyes again, thought about it, and took out the message. There are several messages on it. Xiaoya, are you okay? Xiaoya, Sister, you said that I am about to break through the spirit realm. Good sister. Remember to reply when you see it. Brother is worried about you. Nandong Huiyue looked at the last message, and a hint of coldness and sarcasm appeared in her eyes. She snorted coldly, and threw the jade on the table. But soon, she picked it up again, and looked at the second message. Are you about to break through to the spirit realm again? She narrowed her eyes, tried to hold back, but couldn't help it after all, and replied directly, how did you practice? Even if it is the body of the thunder spirit, it is impossible to be so fast all the time. Right? As soon as the message was sent, she paused and immediately withdrew it. Her tone seemed a little bad. She showed a tangled look on her face. After struggling for a long time, she finally put down the jade, and her soul left her body. Brother, you are really awesome. I miss you. But I have something to do for the time being and can't go to you. When I finish my business, I will go to my brother. Okay? After sending the message, she immediately threw down the jade, and her soul returned to her body. Then she vomited and gritted her teeth and said, disgusting. I am Celia is disgusting. Licking dog. Woo. At this moment, a low horn sound suddenly came from outside the account. There is an invasion of the demon tribe. Shwa. Nandong Huiyue stood up suddenly, with a flash of red light on her body, and the fiery red dress immediately turned into dark red armor. And suddenly, there was a flame spear in her hand. The tip of the spear was entangled with flames, and a bright red flame mark appeared between her eyebrows. The sky was dim, and the wind and snow were still there. In the room of the inn, Nandong Meijio was sitting on the bed, with her pair of white and beautiful feet bare. Luo Qingzhou was squatting beside the bed, gently kneading her red and swollen ankles, with a serious and focused expression on his face. The redness and swelling soon disappeared. Luo Qingzhou took out the ointment from the storage bag and prepared to help her apply it. Nandong Meijio immediately struggled and said, no, it's sticky and uncomfortable. Luo Qingzhou advised, apply the medicine and it will heal faster. Nandong Meijio snorted, no, you help me rub it all night and it will heal faster. Luo Qingzhou had to stand up and said, forget it. Let's sleep. Nandong Meijio immediately said, Chu Feiyang, are you going to let this princess sleep on such a dirty bed? Are you willing to do that? Luo Qingzhou glanced at the quilts and sheets on the bed, so he had to reach out and pick her up, put her on the chair in the corner, and said, then let me change the quilt. Then he asked, will the princess dislike my quilt? Nandong Meijio snorted coldly, of course I will dislike it. Who knows if you have let other dirty women sleep with you? After that, he ordered, come here. Stretch out your hands. Seeing that she was stroking the storage ring, Luo Qingzhou reacted and quickly approached, bent down and stretched out his hand. Swish. 2 quilts suddenly appeared on his arms. And a pillow. There was a lavender curtain on the pillow. Nandong Meijio said, go. Change everything. Otherwise this princess won't sleep. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to say more. He put the things into his storage ring first, then went to remove the curtain on the bed, took away all the sheets, blankets and pillows on the bed, and piled them on the chair at the door. Then, he took out the curtain from the storage ring and hung it on the bed, and then took out the sheets, blankets and other things and spread them on the bed. A familiar fragrance came to my nose. After Luo Qingzhou was ready, he went to pick up Nandong Meijio, put her on the bed, and said, okay, princess, go to sleep. Nandong Meijio looked at him and said, what about you? Luo Qingzhou said, I'm not sleepy. I'll just lie on the chair for a while. I still have to chat with Senior Zhu Yin tonight. After that, he turned around and left. Nandong Meijio suddenly stretched out her long legs, and clamped her 2 long, straight legs around his waist, and said angrily, don't leave. After saying that, she suddenly exerted force with her legs and pulled him down on the bed, pressing on her body. Just as Luo Qingzhou was about to get up, Nandong Meijio stretched out her arms and hugged his neck. Her towering chest rose and fell slightly, and she glared at him and said, do you dislike this princess? Princess. Call me Meijio. Meijiao. I'm just afraid that if we sleep together, I might hurt your feet by accident. Can't you be gentler? I mean, I'm afraid I'll accidentally touch you when I sleep. Isn't that what I mean? Even if you want to touch me, you can touch me gently and gently. What do you think? Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything. Nandong Meijio untied his belt and helped him take off his coat, and ordered, Turn off the lights and come to sleep with this princess. Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to get off the bed and blow out the lights. Then he walked to the bed, put down the curtains, took off his shoes and socks, got on the bed, and got into the quilt. As soon as he lay down, the person next to him leaned against his arms, hugged him and said, "Hurry up and send a message to Senior Zhu. Don't let him wait anxiously." When Luo Qingzhou was about to take out the message, his eyes met hers in the dark, and suddenly he said, "It's okay. I'll send it later." "Princess, does your foot still hurt?" Nandong Meijia put her legs on him and said, "It hurts," Luo Qingzhou suggested. "Then I sleep on the other side and help you massage your feet?" Nandong Meijia narrowed her eyes. "No. I want to see Before she finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou suddenly hugged her and kissed her little mouth. Nandong Meijia's body stiffened, struggled a few times, then hugged his neck tightly, closed her eyes, and began to respond. The two hugged and kissed for a long time before gradually letting go. Nandong Meijia's face flushed, and she looked at him with blurred eyes for a while, and said softly, "Tonight?" "No." Luo Qingzhou immediately refused. "It's not time yet. Brother Feiyong. You can't call me brother. Then call me master. Call me brother-in-law. Okay? Shut up. How dare you be mean to me? What's wrong with being mean to you? I dare to bite you." "Well?" Luo Qingzhou hugged her and kissed her for a while. And when she became weak and couldn't speak, he let her go. And then, he stroked her hair gently and coaxed her, "Go to sleep. Wait until everything is settled before considering our affairs." Nandong Meijia's hot cheeks pressed tightly against his neck. After rubbing restlessly for a while, she said, "I regret it." Luo Qingzhou said, "What do you regret?" Nandong Meijia snorted softly, "I regret letting you get comfortable first." Luo Qingzhou, "Go to sleep. Go to sleep quickly. You have to get up early to go to the city tomorrow morning." Luo Qingzhou stroked her soft hair and coaxed her softly. Nandong Meijia rubbed his neck and muttered for a while, and then gradually calmed down. Luo Qingzhou held her in his arms, feeling the softness of her delicate body and the fragrance of a young girl. How could he sleep? Waited for a while, seeing that she was breathing evenly and had fallen asleep. Luo Qingzhou gently took her hand away, then turned around carefully, facing her back, and took out the communication treasure. "Zhu Yan has sent many messages. Yandong, talk to me. Boy, if you don't keep your promise and ignore me, watch out for your head. I can't sleep. I'm so bored." "Wait." Luo Qingzhou quickly replied, "Senior, I just got home. I'm really sorry." After sending, he suddenly saw Xiaoya's message again. He quickly replied, "Okay. Xiaoya, I'm glad you're okay." At this time, Zhu also sent a message, "Go home. Or are you lying with your princess fiancé in the inn?" Luo Qingzhou replied, "Has the master gone home?" Zhu quickly replied, "No. I'm practicing swordsmanship." "Are you lying with her?" Luo Qingzhou, "Yes." Zhu didn't reply again. Luo Qingzhou listened to the sound of snow outside, thought for a while, and sent another message to Sister Yu. "Sister Yu, I didn't go to West Lake tonight. It's snowing and cold. Remember to wear more clothes and cover yourself with thicker clothes when you sleep." After a while, the message came back. "Sister Yu, where are you?" Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and replied, "At home." Sister Yu didn't reply again. At this time, Zhu Yan and Xiaoya sent messages at the same time. Luo Qingzhou clicked on Xiaoya's message first. "Xiaoya, good brother. Do you miss me? I'm so busy recently, and I miss you every night." Luo Qingzhou said perfunctorily, "I do." As soon as the message was sent, he suddenly felt a breathing sound beside his ear, and his heart tightened immediately, and he turned his head to look. Nandong Meiju, who should have been asleep, opened her dark and cold eyes at this time, staring silently at the message in his hand. The two looked at each other, and Luo Qingzhou's heart trembled. A jade hand suddenly grasped his vital point. "Who is Xiaoya? Who is Sister Yu? Who is Zhu? If you can't explain it clearly tonight, then tomorrow you don't have to get up." Chapter 567 Sister Yu, where is your home? I will go find you. That sword was close to my throat. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou suddenly and inexplicably recalled this line in his mind. Although there was no sword at the moment, the princess's jade hand was even more terrifying. After thinking for a few seconds, he gave up the explanation directly and decisively. Because he couldn't explain it. He turned around, his cheek pressed against the princess's cheek, and then raised the communication treasure in his hand and said, Princess, come, let's take a photo and send it to them. I, Chu Feiyang, am open and honest, and have a clear conscience. You will know when they reply to me. After that, with a click, the picture of the two people face to face was frozen in the communication treasure. Nandong Meiju was stunned for a moment, and looked at the image in the communication treasure with a frosty face, seeing that she had a gloomy face on the jade stone. Her eyes were full of murderous intent, and she looked ugly and fierce in the photo, and her eyebrows frowned immediately. Luo Qizhou said, Princess, I'm going to send it. I want to show them how gentle and beautiful my wife is. They will never have any chance to snatch me away. As he said that, he stretched out his hand to click. Nandong Meiju suddenly woke up, hurriedly grabbed his hand, and said angrily, Don't send it. This one is ugly. Luo Qingzhou paused, deleted it directly, and said to her face, Then let's take a new photo. Princess, smile. Nandong Meijiao's cheeks were stiff, and she couldn't smile. Seeing that his finger was about to click, she hurriedly said, Don't worry. Let me prepare. As he said that, the expression on his face squeezed, revealing a smile that pretended to be gentle, but it looked very fake. Luo Qingzhou suggested, Princess, I think you can cover your cheeks with both hands, half covering and biting your pink lips. This way you can show your reserved shyness as a noble daughter, and also show your liveliness and cuteness. What do you think? Nandong Meiju had not had time to think. Luo Qingzhou immediately moved his fingers and said, Forget it. Let's do it. It doesn't matter if it's ugly. I don't care anyway. I want to take a photo. After saying that, he was about to click with his fingers. Nandong Meiju saw this, and before she could think about it, she immediately covered half of her cheeks with both hands, bit her pink lips, opened her pure and charming eyes, and showed a shy smile on her face. Click! Luo Qingzhou suddenly made a sound, and then the communication treasure in his hand suddenly disappeared and was put into his storage bag. Nandong Meiju still covered her face with her hands, bit her pink lips, and forced a shy smile on her face. She was stunned for several seconds, then blinked blankly and looked at him and said, Why don't you take the photo? Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, It's already taken. Didn't you hear the sound just now? Nandong Meiju. Luo Qingzhou held her two delicate hands, placed them on his chest, and said softly, Princess, it's getting late. Go to bed quickly. You have to get up early tomorrow morning. After that, he closed his eyes. Nandong Meiju was stunned for a while, then suddenly struggled with her hands, gritted her teeth, and said angrily, Chu Feiyang, you despicable bastard. Let go of my hand. Hulu hulu. Chu Feiyang. I told you to let go. Hulu hulu. Nandong Meiju was angry and irritated. She struggled hard for a while, and suddenly sneered, Do you think this princess only has hands? After that, she tilted her body and raised her feet suddenly. Luo Qingzhou had been prepared for a long time. He clamped his legs suddenly, and clamped her 2 feet that wanted to rebel. Asshole! Let me go! Nandong Meijia's hands were caught, and her feet were clamped. She twisted and struggled desperately, but couldn't get free. After a while, she was tired and panting, and her whole body was weak. She suddenly cried aw and said with a crying voice, It hurts, my feet hurt. Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes, and said, You hurt your ankle. Not your instep. I clamped your instep. Nandong Meiju cried, I was too strong just now. It really hurts. I twisted it again. Woo-woo. Luo Qingzhou ignored her. Woo-woo, it hurts. You stinky bastard. You only know how to bully me. Woo-woo. It hurts. It really hurts, my feet will never be healed. And you can never expect me to use them again. Luo Qingzhou loosened his legs and said, I'll spare you this time. But you're not allowed to move your feet again. Otherwise, I'll kick. I'll clamp again. Nandong Meijiao, woo, I won't kick again. Let go. My feet hurt. Luo Qingzhou, humph. I'll spare you this time. The quilt suddenly became quiet. More than 10 seconds later, Nandong Meiju suddenly said, I'll kick again. Snap. Luo Qingzhou clamped his legs together. I'll clamp again. You annoying little demon. I won't let you off this time. Nandong Meiju struggled. I'm not a demon. Luo Qingzhou said. You annoying little princess. Nandong Meiju glared at him and said, Shui is also a princess. What do you want to do? Luo Qingzhou corrected again. You annoying little Meijiao. Humph. Go to sleep. Stop it. You're pinching me so hard. How can I sleep? Then promise you won't touch me. Are you sure? Then this princess swears that she will never touch you again. Okay? Tonight? Humph. Princess. I'm really sleepy. Go to sleep? Nandong Meiju glared at him and said bitterly, Juju is your uncle. It's okay if you have an affair with her. But who are Sioya and Sister Yu? Sioya calls you good brother. But she doesn't care about your brother. How can you lick me? But you are so perfunctory. Sister Yu doesn't want to pay attention to you at all. But you lick her like that. Chu Feiyang. Have you licked me? Luo Qingzhou leaned over and licked her delicate and angry face, saying, Princess, everyone has their own secrets. You have too. Don't you? Nandong Meiju turned her cheek away and said angrily, Don't lick me. You are disgusting. You are dirty. Chu Feiyang. I have no secrets in front of you. Except for not giving you chastity. I gave you everything. I even took you home. I gave you everything I have. Even innocence I don't care. You say such things now. Won't you be ashamed? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while. Let go of her feet. And said, Princess, I can only assure you that there is nothing between me and them. And nothing has happened. They are all my friends. They are friends of another identity. I can't tell you for the time being. Nandong Meiju heard this and gritted her teeth and said, Do you have other identities? Are all your identities surrounded by wives and concubines? No. You are shameless. Princess. I swear. I really don't have any love between them. If I cheat, I will be struck by lightning. You are vulgar. Princess said I am vulgar. So I will be vulgar. You are not a human. Okay. Then I am a beast. What am I then? Are you cursing me? I am not. You are? You bastard. You curse people after doing something wrong. Where is your conscience? Why don't you talk? Okay. Now you have Sister Yu. Sister Yu and Master Juju. And you start to dislike me? And you are too lazy to even talk to me? You Luo Qingzhou couldn't stand her noise anymore and blocked her mouth again. Nandong Meiju struggled for a while and began to respond violently. After a long time, the two slowly let go. Princess. It hurts. You deserve it. If you hadn't held my hand, I would have bitten your whole body again to vent my hatred. Princess. Stop making trouble. Go to sleep. After the tossing and turning just now, Nandong Meiju got up early and ran around all day. At this moment, she was indeed weak all over. Sleepy and tired. After a while of silence, she said, Let go. You are holding me uncomfortable. I won't touch you anymore. Luo Qingzhou said, Princess swear. Nandong Meiju glared at him and had to swear, If you cheat, I will make this princess unmarried for life. Luo Qingzhou said, Princess, don't play tricks in front of me. The princess is mine now. And there is no worry about getting married. And the princess is so beautiful. How could she not get married? Nandong Meiju said angrily, Then how do you say I should swear? Luo Qingzhou thought for a while and said, If you cheat, God will strike you with lightning. Nandong Meiju said, Princess, don't play tricks in front of me. The princess is mine now. And she doesn't have to worry about getting married. And the princess is so beautiful. How could she not get married? Nandong Meiju said angrily, Then how do you say I should swear? Luo Qingzhou thought for a while and said, If you cheat, God will strike you with lightning. Gong Meiju said angrily, You are so cruel. Luo Qingzhou said, Princess, will you tell me? Nandong Meiju said angrily, Let me go. I won't touch you. If you lie, you will be struck by thunder. Luo Qingzhou let her go and said, Princess, sleep. Before she finished speaking, Nandong Meiju suddenly sneered, You made so many vows. And every time you were struck by thunder. If this really happened, you would have been struck to death by thunder. If you are not afraid, what should I be afraid of? Luo Qingzhou's face changed suddenly. And he said, Princess, this oath cannot be made casually. Especially for those of us who practice martial arts against the will of heaven. After a pause, he said, The reason why I swear like this is because I have a special physique, and I am not afraid of thunder. Nandong Meiju was silent for a while, and said in a relaxed tone, It's okay. If thunder wants to hit me, you can just hold me, and it will be okay? Luo Qingzhou frowned and remained silent. Nandong Meiju stared at him for a while. Let him go. Reached out and stroked his cheek and said, Don't be afraid. It's okay. I'm not afraid of death. I'm just afraid you don't want me. As long as you stay with me forever. I'm not afraid of any terrible thunder. Luo Qingzhou hugged her tightly. The two of them pressed their cheeks together, and neither of them spoke. Go to sleep. I'm really sleepy, Nandong Meiju said weakly, then held his hand and said softly, Brother Feiyong, protect little Meiju forever. Okay? Luo Qingzhou held her tightly. Okay. The night passed quietly. Outside the window, the cold wind was sobbing, and the snowflakes were still falling. After a long time, Luo Qingzhou took out the communication treasure again and replied to Zhu Yin, Senior, I am sleepy thinking about the story. I will talk to you tomorrow night. At this time, Sister, you actually sent a message. Where is your home? I will find you. Luo Qingzhou looked at the message, was stunned, and quickly replied, Sister, you. No need. I have gone to bed. I will go to West Lake to find you tomorrow night. After sending it, he immediately put away the communication treasure. The person in his arms was still sleeping soundly. He looked at the two little white rabbits and the little fire fox in the storage ring, as well as the vibrant sapling for a while, and then closed his eyes. Outside the window, the sky was dim and the snow was flying. On the roof of a small courtyard in the Qin mansion, a moon-white figure was standing there, facing the cold snowflakes, looking in a certain direction outside the city. Under the flawless face, the expression could not be seen clearly. Shua! 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 In the back garden, a thin figure in a light green dress was still practicing sword in the raging snowstorm. The flying black hair and skirt drew beautiful arcs in the flying snowflakes. Chapter 568, I am sincere to you. The next day, when Luo Qingzhou woke up, the sound of wind and snow outside had stopped, but the wooden bed next door was creaking in the moaning of a woman. There was a noisy voice downstairs. The nearby villagers had all gone out early, preparing to go to the city for the morning market. Luo Qingzhou helped the person in his arms to smooth her hair and tidy up her clothes. When he was about to get up, she hugged him. Nandong Meiju opened her eyes. Her eyes were dark and clear, without the slightest drowsiness of just waking up. Obviously, she had woken up long ago. Brother Feiyong, what's going on next door? It seems that there is a girl crying. Is someone bullying her? So pitiful. Let's go and save her together. Okay? Nandong Meiju said with blinking eyes. Luo Qingzhou ignored her and said, Get up. Nandong Meiju still hugged him tightly, and suddenly asked, What did you do to this princess last night? Luo Qingzhou said, What can I do? I just sent a message to Senior Zhu Yin while you were asleep. Nandong Meiju snorted coldly. Bad guy. Do you think I'm a fool? Luo Qingzhou turned his head away and looked at the window outside and said, The snow seems to have stopped. I have something to do in the morning and need to go to the martial arts hall. You go back first. And in the afternoon, we will go to Prince Duan's mansion. Nandong Meiju pouted, sat up and tidied her hair and said, Who wants to go with you? When Luo Qingzhou was about to say I can go alone, she snorted again. I want to go with Mr. Luo. Mr. Luo is much gentler and honest than you. At least he won't bully me, let alone bite me secretly. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to speak anymore, lifted the quilt, and got up. Then he walked to the window and pushed it open. A cold air came to his face. The wind and snow outside had indeed stopped. It was white everywhere, and occasionally a few snowflakes would fall from the sky. Hiss, it's so cold. Close the window. Nandong Meiju shivered in the cold air and glared at him. Luo Qingzhou quickly closed the window and turned to look at her. Nandong Meiju was only wearing a bellyband, revealing her snow-white shoulders and skin. With her chest standing high, she was holding a wooden comb in her hand, combing her hair carefully. Seeing him looking at her, she also looked at him and said, Does it look good? Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze, walked to the stove, warmed his hands, and said, It's cold. The princess should wear more clothes today. Nandong Meiju combed her hair in front of the mirror, put on her hairpin and headdress, and turned her head to look at him and said, I don't want to. I'll wear a bellyband today. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, looking at the flame in the stove that was about to go out, and said nothing more. Nandong Meiju put away the clothes she wore yesterday, took out a new dress from her storage ring, put it on, and then sat on the edge of the bed, stretching out her slender and straight legs and snow-white jade feet, and said, Chu Feiyong, come and help me put on my socks and shoes. Luo Qingzhou looked up and saw that she took out a pair of new stockings and boots. He paused, walked over, squatted by the bed, and gently helped her put them on her feet. Nandong Meijiao's feet deliberately rubbed his palm a few times and said, "Say thank you." Luo Qingzhou helped her put on her shoes and socks, and then stood up and said, "Thank you." Nandong Meijia raised her lips and said, "Please put away the pair of shoes and socks. Remember to wash them for me. I may need to wear them next time." Luo Qingzhou put them into the storage bag and looked at her lavender dress and said, "Princess, you are still a little thin. It's very cold outside." Nandong Meijia got off the bed, walked a few steps on the ground, and then tiptoed around in a circle. Her skirt fluttered, her hair flew, and her figure was graceful. Then she raised her eyebrows and looked at him and said, "This princess is a warrior. Will she be afraid of the cold?" As she said that, she went over and opened the window. Then she quickly closed the window, took out a snow-white fox fur from the storage ring, put it on, and said, "Put away the quilt, pillow, and curtain on the bed. Remember to wash them all." Even if she didn't order him, Luo Qingzhou would not leave these things behind. He quickly put all the things into the storage bag, and returned the quilt and curtain of the inn to their original positions, and then opened the door. When the two walked down the stairs, the noisy sound below suddenly became quieter. The noble temperament and beauty of the royal princess Nandong Meijia, as well as her majestic and cold aura, made these people who have lived at the bottom of society for many years look away with trepidation and quiet down unconsciously. The expensive fox fur on her alone is probably enough for them to struggle for a lifetime. Of course, there are also some well-informed men who are still staring at her intently, whispering, "What a beautiful beauty. I wonder which noble daughter of Kyoto is she? Look at her face. Look at her figure. Tut tut." Someone else whispered with a wretched and envious face, "Hee hee. That boy is so lucky. I guess he had a good time all night last night." Luo Qingzhou's eyes suddenly looked over. The wretched man was immediately shocked, terrified, and his mind buzzed and closed his mouth. Luo Qingzhou then retracted his gaze, led the beautiful woman with a cold and arrogant face beside him, and walked out of the inn. The waiter saw the two out of the door attentively, and then quickly went to the stable to bring the BMW Lu. The waiter naturally knew the value of this BMW. Not only did he let it eat well last night, but he also specifically told the old man, who was watching the stable, to take good care of the horse. If it was stolen, they couldn't afford to pay. Luo Qingzhou jumped on the horse, pulled Nandong Meijia up, sat in his arms, and then rode away. "Are you happy?" After the horse ran for a while, Nandong Meijia suddenly turned her pretty face and asked. Luo Qingzhou hugged her slender waist, grabbed the reins and said, "What are you happy about?" Nandong Meijia snorted. "The daughter of a royal noble, a beautiful woman with a pretty face and good figure, was brought into the shabby little inn by you with a trick last night, and bullied all night. Everyone is envious. Aren't you happy?" Luo Qingzhou said. "The person who used a trick to go to the inn last night was not me." Nandong Meijia raised his eyebrows and said, "Who was it?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, "I don't know either." Nandong Meijia smiled sweetly, raised her cheek and kissed him on the mouth, saying, "Brother Feiyong is so good." Luo Qingzhou looked at the city gate not far away and said, "Princess, you go back first later. I have something else to do. Remember to tell them that they don't need to worry about the medicine for the second lady. You have already got it." Nandong Meijia was silent for a moment, then said, "Yeah." After a pause, she also looked at the city gate in front of her, and said in a faint tone, "Although I really want to go with you to see what you are doing, and I also want to find out whose sister you is last night. But since you don't want to tell me, I won't ask. You have too many secrets, and I'm afraid that if I know them all, I will regret choosing you." Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and kissed her ear, saying, "Don't worry, Princess. I am sincere to you." Nandong Meijia asked, "Then who are you not sincere to? Sister Yu? Or Sister Yu? Or Master Zhu? Luo Qingzhou said, "There is no love between me and them. I explained it last night. If the princess doesn't believe it, I can't do anything." Nandong Meijia sighed and said, "Even if I don't believe it, what can I do? Anyway, you have taken advantage of me and made me dirty. I am yours. What else can I do except surrender? Pretend to be deaf and dumb, and pretend to be generous?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Princess, don't talk so pitifully. I will feel bad. Say sorry to me." "Okay." Then the princess told me it's okay. Get out. The two rode into the city. Luo Qingzhou got off the horse and gave the horse to her, asking her to go back to the Qin mansion first. He walked into the alley next to him, first out of his mind, observed around, and then shuttled through the streets and alleys, and soon came to the 18th lane in the south of the city. At the entrance of the alley, Sister Dao was standing there with a pancake. Her expression was dull, and I don't know what she was thinking. When the two looked at each other, she regained her spirit and showed a smile on her face. Luo Qingzhou walked up to her, took the cake from her hand, stared at her face for a while, and said, "You look so bad. Did you not sleep well last night?" Sister Dao rubbed her head and said, "I slept until midnight. Had a nightmare. Insomnia. And couldn't fall asleep." Luo Qingzhou stared at her eyes for a while, and said, "Go home and sleep if you don't sleep well. Don't go to the martial arts hall. In your current state, even if you practice, it will not have any effect." Sister Dao looked at him and said, "Are you going today?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I have something else to do today, and the medicine is not ready yet, so I'll go tomorrow." Sister Dao nodded slightly and said, "Then you go and get busy. I won't go to the martial arts hall. I'll go home and sleep." After that, she waved her hand, turned around, and prepared to leave. Luo Qingzhou looked at her back and suddenly asked, "Sister, has your father forced you to go on a blind date recently?" Sister Dao stopped and paused with her back to him, then turned her head and said, "No. My father said he respects my ideas and won't force me anymore." Luo Qingzhou said, "Is he still angry with me? How about I go visit him with you now?" Sister Dao shook her head and said, "No. He went out early in the morning and is not at home." Luo Qingzhou said, "Then I will visit him next time." Sister Dao looked at him for a while, moved her lips, nodded and said, "Okay." After that, she walked into the alley. Luo Qingzhou stood at the entrance of the alley, watching her back gradually walk into the alley, until her back completely disappeared. Then she turned around and left. He lowered his head and took a bite of the pancake in his hand. The pancake had already cooled down, but it was still very fragrant and crispy. It should have been made by the senior sister in the morning. The senior sister was very good to him. He stood at the intersection of 18 Lane, and after finishing a whole pancake, he glanced at the shoemaker not far away, then turned and walked towards the martial arts hall. The shoemaker also glanced at him, then lowered his head and continued to mend the shoes in his hands. Chapter 569 Luo Qingzhou. Have you heard of Sister Yu and Sister Yu? In the martial arts hall, Zhou Boyue and his friends came early and were already practicing in the martial arts arena. After Luo Qingzhou greeted them, he went to greet Sun Jiang and then went to the martial arts arena behind. Although his master is now the leader of Ling Xiao's sect, Fairy Zixia, he still calls Sun Jiang his master. Once a teacher, always a teacher. This is the most basic virtue for both literati and warriors. Luo Qingzhou did not tell anyone about his promotion to a great martial artist, except Ling Hu Qingzhu. No one knows now, because he wants revenge. Only by taking the enemy by surprise can he be fatal. He can start after Sister Yu helps his soul break through to the spirit separation realm tonight, the physical martial arts master realm, plus the blessing of the root of thunder spirit, the bull demon Vajra fist, the black and white swordsmanship, the black wooden stick that can break all weapons, and the colorless and tasteless pollen given to him by Bai Ling, etc., plus the possession technique, flying sword technique, object control technique, soul shock and soul capture technique, etc. After the soul was promoted to the realm of separation. I believe that this time, I will definitely be able to avenge my mother and completely solve the trouble of Luo Changtian. Boom! Coming to the martial arts training ground at the back, he began to continue practicing the Vajra fist. The golden boxing gloves instantly covered his two fists, and a touch of golden light lit up on his fists. He only practiced for a whole morning. At noon, he took a simple bath, said a few words to Sun Jiang and Zhou Boyou, and left the martial arts hall. In the afternoon, he had to go to the Duanwang mansion. The second lady's medicine only had the morning dew of the Xiantian jade girl tree. I hope that the little princess will not embarrass them. He was cautious all the way, wandering around the outer city for most of the time, and then passed through the house next to him and returned to the Qin mansion. After taking off the mask in the back garden and changing clothes, he returned to Meixian garden. As a result, the courtyard was empty. Not even a person was there. Luo Qingzhou went into the house and looked around. Seeing that Chior and Mayer were not there, he had to go out and prepare to go to the front hall to check. At this time, it was time for dinner, and perhaps everyone was eating in front. As soon as Luo Qingzhou went out of the door, Zhuer's surprised voice suddenly sounded beside him, son-in-law. Are you studying in the exiled immortal residence? Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, come back to get something. Where is the second young lady? Zhuer came over and said, with the eldest young lady. There is also the Princess Meiju. I came back to help the young lady get the hand warmer. It's cold today. And the young lady's hands are frozen red. Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, go quickly. Zhuer agreed and hurried into the courtyard. Luo Qingzhou hesitated at the door and walked towards Lingshan Moon Palace. When passing the exiled immortal residence, the gate was closed, and a wooden sign was hung on the door, which read, reading, no idle people allowed to disturb. He walked over and reached out to turn the wooden sign over. When he arrived at Lingshan Moon Palace, the front yard was silent, and no one was there. The snow on the ground was not swept by anyone, and there were leaves, petals, and some small footprints on it. Luo Qingzhou suspected that the flowers in the Qin Mansion flower garden were all planted by Beiling. No matter spring, summer, autumn or winter, there are always flowers blooming for her to refine medicine and pick. That girl must have been a little bee in her previous life. Or she was originally a pink and tender flower. Luo Qingzhou went directly to the back garden. Before he entered the door, he heard Beiling's crisp voice yelling, Princess Meijiao. Is that Mr. Chu really that powerful? He just took out a stick and subdued that ancient beast. Nangong Meiju said, of course I also contributed. The main reason is that the ancient beast saw that I was pretty, and thought I was not a bad person. Luo Qingzhou listened to her bragging at the door, and did not dare to go in immediately, fearing that she would be embarrassed. Who knew that after standing for a while, Beiling suddenly pointed at him and said, Princess, there are bad guys hiding there and eavesdropping. Then he was surprised and said, hey, it's not a bad guy. It's the son-in-law. Then he whispered in his mouth, it's the bad son-in-law. In the pavilion, everyone's eyes looked over. Luo Qingzhou had to bite the bullet and walked in, saying, I'm here to find Princess Meiju. We have to go to Prince Duan's mansion later. Then he greeted the eldest and second ladies. Beiling said, son-in-law, Princess Meiju has already brought Juyan's blood. You don't need to go again. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, thank you, Princess. Beiling said excitedly. It turns out that the blood of that ancient beast is so easy to get. It gave it to you when you went there. And it also gave it to Princess Meijiao when she went there. I want to try it next time. Xiaochan outside the pavilion glanced at her, and then looked at someone. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to stay any longer, and said, Princess Meiju, we should go. Nangong Meiju stood in the pavilion without moving, looked at him for a while, and suddenly asked, Luo Qingzhou, aren't you good friends with Chu Feiyang? You should know his friends. Right? Have you heard of Sister Yu? Sister Yu and Juju? Luo Qingzhou, Miss Qin, who was sitting in front of the stone table, also raised her head and looked at him. Miss Qin also looked at him curiously. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, I don't know him. Then he said, I haven't heard of him. Nangong Meiju raised her eyebrows and said, really? Isn't he your mutual friend? Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, Princess, I'm not familiar with Chu Feiyang either. As for his friends, I haven't met any of them. Nangong Meiju sneered. Bai Ling asked curiously, Sister Yu. They sound like they are both women. And they are probably sisters. Princess, is that Mr. Chu playing so well? Nangong Meiju sneered. Who knows? Maybe some people like sisters. Bai Ling glanced at her young lady and said nothing. Miss Qin saw that the atmosphere was a little wrong, and hurriedly said, Sister Meijiao, you should go with Brother Qingzhou. Go early. Come back early. And don't stay there at night. Mother said that the eldest brother and the second brother will be back tonight. Let's have dinner together and meet each other. Brother Qingzhou hasn't seen the eldest brother yet. Nangong Meijia narrowed her eyes. Then let someone go. Agreed. And walked out the door. Miss, we'll go first. Luo Qingzhou also took his leave, and then glanced at Xiaochan outside the pavilion. Xiaochan was also looking at him, and when she saw his eyes, she immediately turned her pretty face away and looked elsewhere. Her cheeks puffed up slightly, and she looked angry. This girl knew Chu Feiyang's identity best, but he was not worried at all, because this girl is easy to coax and deceive. If there is really no explanation, just hug her and kiss her for a while, and it will be okay. If it doesn't work, just let her cry for half an hour. Anyway, Sister Yu and Juju are all innocent, without any love between men and women. He has a clear conscience, thinking about things in his heart. He followed Nandong Meiju out of Lingshan Palace. The two walked in Qin Mansion without speaking. After leaving Qin Mansion and getting on the carriage, Nandong Meiju looked at him and said, "Are you angry?" Luo Qingzhou sat opposite, bowed his head and bowed his hands, saying, "I dare not. How dare I be angry with the princess?" Nandong Meiju stared at him for a while with a cold face, and said, "Then I apologize to you." "I said sorry." "You said it's okay?" Without waiting for her to speak, Luo Qingzhou said directly, "It's okay." Nandong Meiju immediately glared at him and said, "You are cheating. Again." "You said sorry." "I said it's okay." "Luo Qingzhou, are you going to say it?" Nandong Meiju said threateningly. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and bowed, saying, "Princess, I am Luo Qingzhou. I don't know what you are saying. I don't understand it at all." "You?" Nandong Meiju paused for a moment, then raised her long legs and kicked him between his legs. "Pa!" Luo Qingzhou grabbed her and said, "Princess, please respect yourself. Men and women should not touch each other." Nandong Meiju sneered. "You are Luo Qingzhou. You are a weak scholar. How can you hold my feet? Let go." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and loosened his legs. "I'll kick again." Nandong Meiju kicked her again. This time, Luo Qingzhou didn't use his legs to hold her, but stretched out his hand and grabbed her, then clenched his other hand into a fist and punched her foot with a bang. Nandong Meiju's body froze and looked at him with wide eyes. Luo Qingzhou let go of her feet with a cold face, and said, "Princess, I am not in the mood to joke with you now, nor am I in the mood to make trouble with you. If you do this again, I will not be polite." Nandong Meiju stared at him for a while, then slowly lowered her head and said weakly with grievance, "Oh, then I won't make trouble." The carriage fell into silence. The carriage carrying the two people quickly entered the inner city, seeing that she still lowered her head and was in a low mood. Luo Qingzhou had to say, "Princess, I'm sorry. I'm a little nervous, so I'm not in a good mood. I apologize to you." Nandong Meiju raised her head, looked at him and said, "It shouldn't be because of going to Prince Duan's mansion? It can make you nervous. It's okay." Luo Qingzhou didn't say much, and said calmly, "Princess, don't worry. I'm ready. It's okay." Nandong Meiju was silent for a while, and said, "Can I help at all?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Of course I can help." Nandong Meiju immediately sat up straight and said seriously, "You say?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Don't go to Chufeiyang these days. Give him some time." Nandong Meiju immediately looked at him with resentment and grievance. Luo Qingzhou thought for a while, suddenly stood up, sat next to her, and leaned close to her ear and said, "Princess, there is indeed something that needs your help. But this matter is of great importance. If you fail, I'm not afraid." Nandong Meiju turned her face to the side, and for the first time, she was so close to his real and handsome face. Her breathing stopped immediately, and she looked at him with complex and firm eyes and said, "Even if I lose my life, I'm not afraid." "You say?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her clear and moving eyes, and was silent for a while, and then whispered in her ear. Nandong Meiju listened quietly, feeling the warmth of his breath and lips, and two blushes gradually rose on her cheeks. Her heartbeat accelerated immediately. After he finished speaking, she suddenly couldn't help turning her face and kissed him on the mouth, then hugged his neck and pressed him down on the long soft couch. Luo Qingzhou froze immediately, and quickly pushed her and said, "Princess, don't I'm Luom." Before he finished speaking, Nandong Meiju blocked his mouth again. After a while, Nandong Meiju let go of him and looked down at him, her hair hanging down, her eyes charming and moving, her eyebrows slightly raised. "So what if you are Luo Qingzhou? This princess likes your body, not your face. As long as your body belongs to Chufeiyang, it belongs to this princess, and this princess can do whatever she wants." Then she stretched out her jade hand and said, "Now, let this princess check whether you are my brother Feiyang Luo Qingzhou." Chapter 570. Even Jinjiao wants to watch? Prince Duan's mansion. The court. Nandong Shirui was wearing a black outfit, a red ribbon on her head, and her long hair tied into a high ponytail, playing football with the servants. When the maid brought Luo Qingzhou and Nandong Meiju to the court, she saw her hook the ball into the goal. On and off the court, the servants and maids all applauded and cheered, and all kinds of flattery continued. Nandong Shirui got up from the ground and wiped the sweat from her forehead. But she didn't look happy. Instead, she put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "A bunch of idiots." At this time, Nandong Meijia's voice suddenly came from outside the court. "Shirue." Nandong Shirue turned her head and looked at them. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she waved excitedly. "Sister Meijiao. Luo Qingzhou. You came at the right time. Come and play football with me. These people are all idiots. It's not fun for me to play." Nandong Meijiao walked into the court and asked, "Are you ready?" When Nandong Shirue heard this, she immediately crossed her arms again. She stretched her slender waist and said with a stern face, "No." Nandong Meijiao came to her and frowned. "Didn't we agree on it the day before yesterday?" Luo Qingzhou's wife is still waiting for the medicine to be boiled. Nandong Shirue snorted and said angrily, "Luo Qingzhou is ungrateful. When I needed you, he came to please me and play with me. After he used me, he never came to play with me again. It's so hateful. I don't want to give him medicine." Nandong Meijiao smiled and said, "He will take the imperial examination next year. He studies hard at home all day. How can he have time to play with you? I didn't come to accompany you. You've had fun. When he wins the first place in the imperial examination next year, he'll come over to play with you more often. Okay?" Nandong Shirue immediately curled her lips and said, "You're lying. I don't have time now. When he wins the first place, won't he have even less time? And you're bragging. Sister Meijiao, there are so many candidates taking the imperial examination. How can he pass the first place?" Nandong Meijiao said, "Even if he doesn't pass the first place, he should be able to pass the third place or the second place. That guy is very talented. Didn't Uncle Duan tell you?" Nandong Shirue glanced at the figure outside the court and snorted. "Daddy did say that. But talented people. There are so many people who can pass the imperial examination. Which scholar who can pass the imperial examination is not talented? What makes Sister Meijiao say that he can pass the top 3 in the next spring examination? Maybe he can't even pass the last Jinshi." Nandong Meijiao didn't argue with her anymore and said, "We agreed the day before yesterday. Shirue, you can't break your promise. Give me the morning dew quickly. People are waiting to boil medicine." Nandong Shirue snorted coldly. "I can give it to you. But you have to play football with me this afternoon. Luo Qingzhou is the goalkeeper. And I can't score a goal. Otherwise I won't give it to you." Nandong Meijiao looked helpless, turned his head, and looked outside the court. Luo Qingzhou said directly, "Princess, did you bring my clothes for me?" Nandong Meijiao said, "Shirue." "Then you wait. We will go to change clothes." Nandong Shirue immediately became happy. After the two went to the changing room, they quickly called all the players over and began to formulate tactics. Luo Qingzhou and Nandong Meijiao quickly changed their clothes and came to the court. Nandong Meijiao changed into a black outfit and tied her hair into a high ponytail. She was tall and slender, with a high chest, a slender waist, a perky butt, and long legs. When she walked, her ponytail bounced lively, looking particularly youthful and beautiful. Nandong Shirue took a look and said enviously, "Sister Meijiao, can I be as beautiful as you in the future?" Nandong Meijiao said, "Of course. Shirue will definitely be much more beautiful than me in the future." Nandong Shirue pouted and said, "Sister Meijiao loves to lie. I remember that when Sister Meijiao was my age, her breasts were very big." Nandong Meijiao. Nandong Shirue suddenly turned her head and looked at someone and said, "Luo Qingzhou. Two girls are talking. What are you eavesdropping on here? Also, where are your eyes looking? Isn't your wife looking?" Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to say anything, turned around and went to the goal. Nandong Meijiao glanced at him and whispered, "Shirue, that guy is a pervert. You must be careful in the future. Don't play with him alone." Nandong Shirue opened her eyes wide and said, "Sister Meijiao, how do you know he is a pervert? Did he flirt with you?" Nandong Meijiao, "No. He doesn't dare." Nandong Shirue snorted coldly. "Since he doesn't dare to flirt with Sister Meijiao, he dare not flirt with me. My feet are not vegetarian." After that, with a bang, he kicked the ball in his hand into the air and said proudly, "Which pervert can bear my kick?" Nandong Meijiao glanced at her petite feet. Her lips moved, as if she wanted to remind her of something, but she finally held back and said, "Just be careful." "Okay, let's start." Nandong Shirue immediately said with high spirits, "Sister Meijiao, you and Luo Qingzhou are on the same team. I will assign you some of the most powerful players. If you lose, don't ask me for anything again." Nandong Meijiao said, "Okay." with that guy's real ability. If he doesn't want the other side to score. Isn't it easy? It's just that he pretended to be a little tired. Kickoff. Nandong Shirui saw both sides standing up and immediately announced the kickoff. Luo Qingzhou was guarding the goal. This time he didn't use mind reading. He kept his eyes on the football and the movements of the ball holder, and quickly blocked Nandong Shirui's first ball. Nandong Shirui snorted coldly, Luo Qingzhou, you won't be so lucky next time. Pa! As a result, the second time she went straight in. Luo Qingzhou kicked her away again and passed it to Nandong Meiju. Wait! Nandong Shirui glared at him and immediately ran to intercept. Nandong Meiju broke through the defense, raised her long legs, and shot diagonally into the goal. Idiot! A bunch of idiots. Nandong Shirui was anxious when she saw that she was behind by 1 goal, and immediately used all her skills to attack the goal. However, under Luo Qingzhou's strict defense, the ball was either caught, hit out, or kicked away directly. After several attacks, Nandong Shirui was exhausted. But she didn't score a goal. After a short rest, she started again. Nandong Meiju didn't score any more goals. When it was dusk, it was still 1-0. Go in. Nandong Shirui rushed to the front of the goal with the ball, and suddenly shot it into the blind corner of the goal. But when the ball flew out, it was still touched by Luo Qingzhou's fingers, flew up a few centimeters, and hit the railing above with a bang, and bounced out. Go! Not long after, Nandong Shirui received the pass again, and shot directly from a distance. In the end, it was still shot out. After a while, she received the ball again and rushed directly to the goal, ready to dribble past Luo Qingzhou and shoot again. But when she dribbled the ball to the front of the goal, Luo Qingzhou kicked it away and kicked it out. Nandong Shirui couldn't stop her momentum and fell into his arms. She said angrily, Luo Qingzhou, you are really a pervert. You just took advantage of me on purpose. After Luo Qingzhou helped her steady, he stepped back a few steps and apologized. I'm sorry, my princess. I made a mistake. Nandong Shirui glared at him and said, Then how are you going to compensate me? Luo Qingzhou understood, glanced at Nandong Meiju, who was walking towards him, and whispered, I'll let you score a goal later. When Nandong Shirui heard this, she was furious. Am I that kind of person? I'll score with my own ability. After that, she ran away quickly and shouted, Keep going. Soon, the ball was passed to her feet again. Nandong Shirui immediately took the ball and rushed straight to the goal. When Luo Qingzhou was about to intercept, she immediately glared at him fiercely, puffed up her chest, and pretended to hit him directly. Ouch! Luo Qingzhou just ran 2 steps, and suddenly his feet slipped and he fell to the ground. Nandong Shirui immediately kicked the ball with her right foot, and then she pounced, and her head hit the ball with a bang. The ball immediately flew into the net. Bang! She also fell to the ground, just lying on Luo Qingzhou's body, and then laughed, Goal! I scored. Luo Qingzhou lay on the ground, flattering him, Good shot! Princess is so awesome. The servants cheered and Prince Duan applauded from outside the court. Xiao Rui. Good shot. Then he shouted loudly, Get up quickly. Don't let that kid take advantage. Nandong Shirui got up from the ground, patted the dirt on her head, stretched out her hand with a happy face and said, Luo Qingzhou, thank you for being my meat cushion. Seeing that you are trying so hard to please me, I will give you the morning dew of the Xietian Jade Girl Tree. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to touch her little hand, and immediately got up from the ground and said, Thank you, princess. Nandong Shirui wiped the sweat off her face. Panting, he sighed, Forget it. I won't play anymore. I don't have the strength. You performed very well today. If you come to play with me more often next time, no matter how much morning dew from the Xietian Jade Girl Tree, it won't be a problem. Luo Qingzhou immediately promised. Princess, although I am busy with my studies, I can promise that I will come to play with you once a month. Do you think it's okay? Nandong Shirui sneered and glanced at him. Are you here to play with me? I am embarrassed to expose you, as a scholar, bullying a little girl. How shameless you are. Nandong Meijiao's voice came from behind. He has lost his face a long time ago. Nandong Shirui immediately complained. Sister Meijiao, he just deliberately bumped into me and took advantage of me. Nandong Meiju said. I saw it. It was indeed him who deliberately bumped into you. You punish him. It's better to give him a hard punch. Nandong Shirui said. Can't you give him a kick? I like to use my feet. Nandong Meiju looked at someone coldly and said, That's not a punishment. That's a reward. Nandong Shirui was puzzled when she heard this. When she was about to ask, Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, Princess, it's getting late. I still have to wait for Xiantian Jade girl Shuchenlu to go back and boil medicine. Nandong Shirui snorted coldly and said, Look, after getting the things, you are eager to leave and ignore others. You are a heartless man. Luo Qingzhou's face changed slightly. He glanced at Prince Duan outside the field and whispered hurriedly, Princess, the word heartless man is not used like this. Don't say it casually. Nandong Shirui's face suddenly became serious. Are you teaching this princess to speak? Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else. Nandong Meiju said, Let's go. Shirui. We should go back too. Nandong Shirui snorted and walked out of the court with her. Then shouted to a maid, Yuner, give the things to Sister Meiju. The maid immediately took out a porcelain bottle from her arms, walked to Nandong Meiju, and handed it to her with a bow. Nandong Meiju unplugged the bottle, sniffed it, and then put it away. Luo Qingzhou walked with her to Prince Duan, bowed and greeted him. Prince Duan smiled and said, Meiju, stay for dinner tonight. Shirui's brothers heard that you were here, and they are all rushing back. Nandong Shirui immediately said beside her, Sister Meiju, my eldest brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, and sixth brother all like you and want to marry you back. Otherwise, you can just pick one and be my sister-in-law in the future, and play with me every day. Okay? Nandong Meiju didn't say anything, and looked at someone next to her. Prince Duan immediately said, It's getting late. Qingzhou, you should go back first. We didn't cook for you. Then he warned, You are a married man. You can't get too close to my Shirui. Understand? Nandong Shirui deliberately said suddenly, Father, Luo Qingzhou just touched me and hugged me. I may not be able to get married in the future. How about when he wins the first place in the imperial examination next year? Let him go back and divorce his wife. And then come to marry me. Okay? Prince Duan's facial muscles twitched, staring at her and said, Don't talk nonsense. Then he waved his hand and drove him away. Luo Qingzhou, go away. Let Meiju come alone next time. You are not allowed to. Come again. Nandong Shirui immediately said, No. He must come. If Daddy doesn't let him come, I will go find him, and then degenerate into being his concubine. Humph. Prince Duan, Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to stay any longer, and immediately said goodbye, Prince, Princess. Then I'll take my leave. Then he looked at Nandong Meiju next to him and said, Princess, my wife is still waiting for you to have dinner. Let's go. Nandong Meiju deliberately said, But I want to stay here and have dinner with Shirui. Nandong Shirui immediately said happily, Okay. Sister Meiju doesn't have to leave tonight. Sleep with me. Luo Qingzhou ignored her and turned away. Nandong Meiju saw him go away, and then said, Shirui, Uncle Prince Duan, I'll come again in a few days. I promised my aunt and cousin to go to dinner. After that, he immediately chased after him and shouted, Luo Qingzhou, wait for me. Prince Duan looked at her back, frowned slightly, and said, This girl can't be. Nandong Shirui next to him said again, Father, aren't you looking for a teacher for me? Luo Qingzhou is handsome, talented, and can play football. Why don't you recruit him to teach me every day? This way I will feel better, and I am willing to study. And it should be safe between teachers and students. Right? Prince Duan immediately refused. Don't even think about it. He couldn't help but think of the scene of seeing that kid for the first time in Jinshan Temple that day. Almost all the monks in Jinshan Temple were impressed by his literary talent. Even the elders and abbots of Jinshan Temple came out to treat him with courtesy. And even that Shirui. That kid is not an ordinary person. You are too young to subdue him. He sighed. Nandong Shirui looked down at her chest and said in frustration, Well, it's not small. It's nothing at all. I envy Sister Meiju outside the mansion. Aunt Mu drove the carriage, carrying the two of them to the outer city. In the evening, snowflakes began to fall slowly again. Luo Qingzhou and Nandong Meiju sat face to face in the carriage, looking at each other, without speaking. It was not until the carriage left the inner city that Nandong Meiju spoke weakly as if she had done something wrong. I was joking with you. I don't want to stay there for dinner. I don't like Shirui's brothers. I'm annoyed when I see them. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while and said, I'm thinking about something else. It has nothing to do with you. Nandong Meiji looked at him and said, It's okay. If you fail, you can go to Lingxiao sect. No one dares to go to Lingxiao sect to arrest people. As for the others, I will help you watch. Luo Qingzhou shook his head and said, The princess underestimated Luo Changtian and Jinyui. There may be the intention of the emperor behind this. You, the prince's mansion of the southern kingdom, must not be involved. Otherwise, it will harm you. Nandong Meiji frowned, was silent for a while, and whispered, I don't know how the princess is now. I hope she... Princess. Luo Qingzhou interrupted her, and said seriously, Don't take sides. You represent the entire southern kingdom, the county's palace, and the relatives and friends of the palace. Not you alone. In the future, you have to think twice whether you speak and do things. Nandong Meiji looked at him. Why do you want to stand in the team? The princess is not sure. Luo Qingzhou said, This kind of thing. No one can be sure. Even the princess. I'm not afraid of Luo Luo. Who was afraid of Luo? Reached out. Hesitated to hug her. Hesitated. Took out the mask. And worn it on his face. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and kissed her little mouth, saying, Princess, thank you. Thank you for doing so much for me and the Qin family. Nandong Meiji said, Then do you like Meijiao? Luo Qingzhou stroked her soft little hand and said, Of course I do. What do you like about Meijiao? I like everything. What do you like most? Hands. Hypocrisy. Face. If you don't tell the truth, forget it in the future. The carriage carried the two of them, and soon arrived at Maple Leaf Alley. At this time, the night was shrouded and the sky became dim. The snowflakes were still falling silently. The pedestrians and vendors on the street had long disappeared. In the hall of the Qin mansion, Qin Lang, the eldest son of the Qin family, and Qin Chuan, the second son of the Qin family, rushed back from the Dragon and Tiger Academy. After dinner, they had to rush back overnight. The family of five was talking lively. As for Miss Qin, although she also came out, she was wearing a snow-white fox fur coat and standing in the corridor outside, looking at the snowflakes falling in the courtyard. Dazed, wondering what she was thinking. No one came to disturb her. In the hall, Qin Lang looked outside and asked about her situation in a low voice. Song Ryu sighed and said, I'm fine. But hey, she's still that cold and aloof. And we can't do anything. Miss Qin said softly, Sister, it's okay. I think it's fine now. Qin Lang asked again, Wei Mo, your husband. I heard from your second brother that he is a good person and passed the imperial examination. Although he has a bad background, it doesn't matter as long as he treats you well. You are weak in nature. If you encounter grievances, you can't hide it. As they were talking, the voice of Butler Zhou came from outside. Master, Madam, son-in-law and Princess Meijiao are back. Qin Wenzheng and Song Ryu, as well as Qin Chuan and Miss Qin all stood up. Qin Lang glanced at them, was slightly startled, and stood up too. As soon as Luo Qingzhou entered the courtyard, he saw a beautiful snow-white figure standing in the corridor. The two of them met each other's eyes. Luo Qingzhou looked at her for a second. She also looked at him, without moving her eyes away. Her flawless face still showed no emotion. Nandong Meiji's eyes naturally turned to the flawless snow-white figure in the corridor. Seeing that she was quietly looking at someone beside her, she was stunned for a moment, turned her head, and looked at her side. Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze, and did not look sideways. When he walked to the corridor, he raised his head, bowed his hands, and said respectfully, Mississippi. He lowered his head slightly, and his eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of the shoes under her snow-white skirt, and he was stunned for a moment. At this moment, there was a sudden pain in his waist. Nandong Meiji twisted him hard, gritted his teeth, and whispered, Beast, do you even covet Jinxia's feet? Luo Qingzhou. He was not looking at the feet, but the shoes. Tonight, Miss Qin actually wore the shoes he gave her. At this time, Song Ryu's voice came from the hall, Qingzhou. Meijiao, come in quickly. Langer and Chuan are back from the academy. Qingzhou, you haven't seen Langer yet. Come and meet your brother. Luo Qingzhou looked at Miss Qin again before walking in. Chapter 571 Miss Qin, I don't like men. Father-in-law. Mother-in-law. Luo Qingzhou entered the hall and greeted Qin Wenzheng and Song Ryu at first, then looked at the young man behind them. The man was wearing a blue suit, with a tall figure and a majestic demeanor. His eyebrows and eyes were somewhat similar to Qin Wenzheng, and he had a unique temperament of a warrior. He was also looking at him at this time. Qin Chuan came over and said with a smile, "Qinzhou, this is my elder brother. He usually practices hard in the academy, and rarely comes out. I came out tonight specifically to see you." Luo Qinzhou bowed and said, "Qinzhou greets my elder brother." Qin Lang looked at him again, nodded, and said, "I heard that you passed the exam in marching and ranked first. It's very good. I hope you can also pass the exam next year. By then, our Qin family will have both civil and military talents, and we won't be bullied by others." After a few more words of encouragement, he greeted Nangong Meijiao, then looked at Qin Wenzheng and his wife and said, "Dad, Mom, let's eat. My second brother and I have to rush back to the academy in the evening, and we haven't finished our homework tonight." Song Ryue was a little unhappy and said, "Okay. It's not easy to come back. Can't you stay for one night? It's okay to take a day off. Even if you need to practice. There's no need to rush. Mother hasn't seen you for a long time, and Jianjia and Weimao almost don't recognize you." Qin Lang sighed and said, "Now is a critical period, and the child is about to graduate. When the time comes, the grades will be graded, so we can't relax. Mother, please forgive me. After the child graduates, I will come back to accompany you more often." Song Ryue wanted to say something. Qin Wenzheng said on the side, "Okay, let's go to eat. The child's studies are the most important. We are all in Kyoto, not far away. There is plenty of time to meet in the future." Song Ryue grumbled a little, agreed, and had to walk to the dining room next to her, and told the maid to serve the dishes. Miss Qin walked up to Luo Qinzhou and whispered, "Brother Qinzhou, go and call my sister in for dinner." Luo Qinzhou glanced at her, and before he could speak, Nandong Meiji next to him said, "I'll go." Miss Qin held her back and said, "Sister Meijiao, I have something to ask you. Let's go over there first." Nandong Meiji frowned, looked at someone again, and then followed her to the dining room. Luo Qinzhou had no choice but to go out and come to the corridor. Looking at the snow-white figure, he said, "Miss, go in for dinner." Miss Qin was wearing a snow-white dress and a snow-white fox fur coat. She was standing alone at the railing, quietly watching the snowflakes falling outside. The wind blew, and a few snowflakes flew in and landed on her flawless face. But she was like a wooden sculpture, still motionless, and still without any expression on her face. "Mississippi." Luo Qinzhou took a few steps closer and called out again. Qin Jianjia finally came back to her senses, turned her head, and looked at him with clear eyes. "Let's go in and eat," Luo Qinzhou said softly. Qin Jianjia looked at him for a few times, said nothing, and walked into the house. Luo Qinzhou followed behind. At the corner of the corridor, a head popped out, and the dark and lively eyes looked at him and said, "Son-in-law, remember to take good care of the young lady." Luo Qinzhou glanced at her and asked, "Where's Chan Chan?" The head immediately shrank back, and then pushed a person out from the corner. Xia Chan was wearing a light green dress, holding a sword in her hand, and was pushed out shyly, looking at him. Bai Ling hugged her slender waist from behind and said, "Son-in-law, you miss Chan Chan when you don't see her for a while?" Luo Qinzhou ignored her, looked at Xia Chan and said, "You are too light. Come in. It's warmer." Bai Ling immediately said happily, "Chan Chan, let's go in and play. It's really cold outside." Then he sighed and said, "Hey, I'm scared to think of sleeping alone on a cold quilt at night. Chan Chan, can we take off all our clothes tonight and sleep together?" Xia Chan ignored her. Luo Qinzhou entered the house and followed Miss Qin to the dining room. "Qinzhou, come and sit here." Qin Chuan immediately pulled him and sat next to him, and asked with concern, "How are you doing in your studies recently? I heard from Weimo that you study at home all day and rarely go out. Don't ruin your body. Are you still practicing the thunder fist that my second brother taught you before? It can strengthen your body." Luo Qinzhou said, "I practice it occasionally." Qin Lang, who was standing aside, frowned and said, "Second brother, how can you teach Qinzhou the thunder fist to strengthen his body? He has no basic skills. Practicing this kind of skills will only hurt his body." Luo Qinzhou said, "Brother, it's okay. I don't practice often. I just remember to practice occasionally." Qin Lang immediately said seriously, "No matter what you do, you must be serious. Since you want to exercise, how can you only practice occasionally? Of course, you have to practice frequently. If your body is not good, even if you pass the imperial examination in the future, you can't afford the busy tasks. Put your body. It is responsible for you, responsible for your family, and responsible for the country. Since you have decided to enter the scholar in the future, you must enter the DPRK as an official, and you must prepare early in advance. Qin Lang frowned. Dad, he will be admitted to the scholar in the future, and he will naturally play for the court. I just let him make some preparations in advance. Later, he could be loyal to patriotism, for the revitalization of the family, and worked hard for the country's strong, not a corpse vegetarian meal. He was in his place, and did not blame it. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. Song Ryua's face changed, and she hurriedly shouted to the maid at the door, "Close the door and all the windows." "Are they all dead? You have no sense at all." Several maids immediately went to close the door and looked at the windows. The windows had already been closed. Miss Qin coughed again, and then said softly, "Mother, I'm fine. I didn't cough up blood." As she said that, she showed her the handkerchief in her hand. Song Ryua's face was full of distress, and she hurriedly asked, "Meijiao, are the medicines ready?" Nangong Meiji nodded and said, "Everything is ready. Let's go to Prince Duan's mansion today and bring back the morning dew of the Xiantian jade green tree." Song Ryua was relieved and said, "I will go to boil the medicine after dinner. Wei Mo's body can't be delayed." Qin Chuan asked, "Mother, how is the effect of the medicine?" Song Ryua said, "The effect is very good. After taking it once last time, Wei Mo didn't cough for more than half a month." Qin Wenzheng said, "This matter is thanks to Qi Zhou." Several people talked about Miss Qin's condition, and talked about the last time they went to Jinchan Temple and Qingyun Temple to ask for medicine, which diluted the atmosphere that had just solidified a lot. Song Ryua had talked with relish. Just when she was about to talk about Luo Qingzhou's heroic conquest of those monks in Jinchan Temple, Miss Qin suddenly interrupted her and said, "Mother, let's eat quickly. Big brother and second brother have to rush back to the academy later. These things can be discussed when there is time." Song Ryua had to stop with a sense of satisfaction. Qin Lang said with concern, "Wei Mo, take the medicine first to take care of your body. Big brother will find a good doctor. Big brother will definitely help you cure your illness. Don't worry too much." Qin Wei Mo said softly, "Thank you, big brother." Everyone lowered their heads and ate for a while. Qin Lang looked at Miss Qin next to her and asked, "Jinjia, do you read books at home every day? Why don't you go out for a walk?" Qin Jinjia lowered her head slightly, looking at the dishes that Miss Qin picked for her in the bowl, and was in a daze, as if she didn't hear what he said. The table was quiet. Qin Lang looked at her, waited for a while, frowned slightly, and looked at the others. Song Ryua was full of sorrow, shook her head at him, and motioned him not to ask any more. Qin Lang looked at Qin Wenzheng beside him, and whispered, "Daddy, is Jianjia's body wrong?" Qin Wenzheng glanced at his daughter, picked up the wine glass, drank it all, and didn't answer. Qin Lang was silent for a moment, then said, "Jianjia, what do you like? Wait for big brother to come back next time and bring it to you. Okay?" Miss Qin still looked down at the food in the bowl, in a daze, as if she still didn't hear what he said. Miss Qin glanced at her, reached out her hand under the table, and held her hand. Qin Lang's face was full of worry, and he said, "Dad, Mother, didn't you introduce a marriage for Jianjia? I think Jianjia might be better if she gets married, has someone to accompany her, or has a child." Qin Wenzheng drank silently without saying a word. Song Ryua sighed and said, "I really can't find a suitable candidate, and my mother is also anxious." Qin Lang looked at his sister again, and after a moment of hesitation, he said, "Jianjia is so beautiful. She won't have trouble getting married. So, I have a few good friends in the college, although they have ordinary family backgrounds. They are good people, and have not married yet. I will bring them to my home next time I have time." Qin Wenzheng raised his head, and was about to speak when Miss Qin suddenly said, "Brother, don't bother. I think my sister is fine at home, and we are here to accompany her." Qin Lang frowned and said, "Wei Mo, women always have to get married, and you can't accompany Jianjia for a lifetime. Don't worry. The people you find are all very good." Miss Qin was silent for a moment, and said, "Brother, I think you should ask my sister's opinion first." Just as Qin Lang was about to speak, Miss Qin looked at the side and asked, "Sister, are you willing to go on a blind date?" Miss Qin raised her head, met everyone's gaze, and shook her head slightly. Qin Lang asked. Jianjia. Why not? The men that my brother introduced to you are all excellent. And they will never bully you. Miss Qin looked at him with a cold expression, was silent for a moment, and said lightly, I don't like men. When this was said, everyone was stunned. Song Ryue was stunned for a moment, and her face changed suddenly. The hall was suddenly silent. Luo Qingzhou was also stunned, and his mind unconsciously thought of the bits and pieces with Miss Qin in the past. No wonder she has always been so cold to him. It turns out. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Bailing, who was eavesdropping at the door. Bailing looked at him, blinked her big eyes, and suddenly said angrily, Son-in-law, why are you looking at me? There is nothing wrong between me and the young lady. Don't slander me. Luo Qingzhou. Ahem. Eat. Eat. Qin Wenzheng broke the awkward atmosphere and invited everyone to eat. Miss Qin held back her laughter, picked up some more dishes, put them in Miss Qin's bowl, and said softly, Sister, eat. Song Ryue's face turned pale, still in a daze. Qin Lang glanced at her, fell silent, and dared not speak again. Perhaps he now understood why the son-in-law he had chosen for Jianjia suddenly became Weimo's husband. What happened during the years when Jianjia was abducted? To the point that she even changed her most basic orientation? He didn't dare, nor could he bear to imagine it, let alone ask another question. So he had to lower his head and eat silently. Perhaps he did say too much tonight. Sometimes, the so-called care is not care, but rubbing salt on others' wounds, or tearing open others' wounds that are about to be repaired. As the eldest brother, he has never helped her at all. He just came back today and mentioned her sad things again. Qin Lang felt very guilty. After eating a few bites in a hurry, he immediately stood up and patted Qin Chuan's shoulder and said, Second brother, we should go. Song Ryue was now in a state of loss of soul, still sitting there motionless. Qin Lang looked at her distressfully, but did not dare to say anything more, and went out with Qin Chuan. Qin Wenzheng took the others and sent the two out. When he walked out of the gate, Qin Langfang stopped, turned his head, looked into the house, forced a smile, and whispered to comfort, Dad, it's okay. You don't have to worry too much. In fact, this situation is not uncommon. There are also many women, like Jianjia, who only well, as long as she is fine, let her stay at home. You often take her out for a walk. Maybe it will be better. Qin Wenzheng nodded and reminded, You and Chuaner practice well in the academy and don't cause trouble. With me and Qingzhou at home, you don't have to worry. Qin Lang looked at the young man behind him, paused, and said, Qingzhou, take good care of Weima and the people at home, and exercise more. When the eldest brother has time, he will come back to teach you some boxing to strengthen your body. Don't always stay at home and study hard, but also go out more and make more friends. In the future, when you are an official in the court, one more friend means one more help. Also, don't linger in the place of fireworks. Scholars can be romantic, but they must have a sense of responsibility. Remember. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, Thank you for your teachings, brother. Qingzhou will remember it in his heart. Qin Lang looked at his sister again and said, Weimo, persuade mother more when you go back. I guess mother only found out tonight. As long as Jianjia is fine, nothing else matters. Tell her not to think too much, so as not to hurt her body. Qin Weimo said softly, Well, brother and second brother should not be too tired. Weimo thinks that as long as the family is safe and sound, even if life is ordinary, it will be very happy. Qin Lang smiled, waved to everyone, walked down the steps with Qin Chuan, took the reins from the servant, and got on the horse. Let's go! The two brothers looked at everyone again and rode away. Qin Wenzheng stood on the steps, silently watching the two brothers' figures quickly disappearing, until they disappeared in the alley, and then said with a complicated expression, Weimo, your brother is an adult. It is normal for him to have his own ideas and ambitions. Miss Qin interrupted him. Qin Wenzheng sighed and said, Longhu Academy belongs to the court, so they will naturally teach them to be loyal to the emperor and love the country. But, Miss Qin said softly, Daddy, Longhu Academy belongs not only to the court, but also to Diyan. Loyalty to the emperor and love the country is not just loyalty to a certain person, but loyalty to the monarch who benefits the people of Diyan. What's wrong with this? Qin Wenzheng looked at her, was silent for a while, and smiled. Weimo still understands it thoroughly. Daddy is not as good as you. Then he looked at Luo Qingzhou behind him and said, Qingzhou, your elder brother is a bit pedantic. Don't think too much about what he said just now. Do whatever you want. Our whole family will support you. We have been through all the ups and downs during this period. And you have survived. If we don't believe you, who else can we believe? Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, Thank you, father-in-law. Qin Wenzheng walked up to him and whispered, Has the princess sent someone to contact you again recently? Luo Qingzhou shook his head and said, Not yet. Qin Wenzheng heard this and said, Let's go. Go inside. It's cold outside. And your body. As he said this, he reached out and patted his shoulder, paused, and suddenly grabbed his arm again. Looking at him again, Luo Qingzhou explained, I have been exercising frequently recently, so my body has become stronger. Qin Wenzheng let go of his hand and smiled. Well, it's time to exercise frequently. After all, you have a lot to do. After that, he patted his shoulder again and entered the door. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and met the eyes of Miss Qin Er. The couple looked at each other, silently held hands, and followed into the house. In the hall, Song Ryue was still sitting there, staring blankly at Miss Qin, who was also sitting there blankly. The mother and daughter were both motionless, in a daze. Chapter 572, I just don't like men who are unfaithful. Dinner is over. When Luo Qingzhou was about to leave with Miss Qin, Song Ryue stopped him. Qingzhou, wait a moment. I have something to ask you. Luo Qingzhou stayed. Miss Qin, and Nandong Meiju, who stayed overnight, all left. Qin Wensheng also left. The maids and servants cleaned up the table and left. Mayor closed the door and left. Only Luo Qingzhou and Song Ryue were left in the dining room. Luo Qingzhou saw that she was frowning and worried, and secretly guessed that it should be about Miss Qin. Sure enough, Song Ryue was silent for a while, looked at him and asked, Qingzhou, did you touch Jianjia after you got married? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said, No. Song Ryue stared into his eyes and said, You never touched her? Luo Qingzhou shook his head. Song Ryue asked again, What about her hand? Have you never even touched her hand? Luo Qingzhou shook his head again. Song Ryue's face suddenly became even uglier. And she said, Did she not let you touch her? Or did you not take the initiative to touch her? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and said, Both. Song Ryue opened her mouth, stared at him for a while, and said, When you usually go to pay your respects to her, does she let you get close to her? Luo Qingzhou said, The eldest lady and I have always been respectful to each other. The eldest lady has a cold personality and rarely speaks, so I didn't dare to get close to her. Song Ryue lowered her head and stayed still for a long time, then asked with an ugly face, Qingzhou, do you think Jianjia really doesn't like men? Luo Qingzhou thought for a while, looked at her and said, Mother-in-law, I can't be sure about this. However, if the eldest lady really has a problem with her sexual orientation, there is nothing we can do about it. And you don't have to worry too much. We will pretend that we don't know about this, and no one will spread it. I think it's good for the eldest lady to live in the Qin mansion for a lifetime. There is no need to force her to get married. Song Ryue narrowed her eyes and stared at him and said, Why is it good? Luo Qingzhou bowed his hands and said, With you accompanying me, there are two. Miss, with Bailing and Xiachan accompanying her. So many people care about her. It is better than her getting married and living in a strange place. Isn't it? Song Ryue narrowed her eyes and said, I can find another son-in-law for her. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and looked into her eyes and said, Of course. But didn't the mother-in-law try it before? The eldest lady didn't react at all, which means that this thing won't work. People live for a lifetime. Nothing more than the word happiness. All efforts are for living happily. Since the eldest lady doesn't like it, why should the mother-in-law force it? I think respecting the eldest lady's ideas, letting her have her own freedom, and live happily is better than anything else. Song Ryue was silent for a while after listening, and said, Then do you think she is happy now? Luo Qingzhou said, As long as she is not in pain, she is happy. Plain and simple. It is better than anything else. I think the eldest lady should like such a peaceful day. Too lively will make her feel at a loss. It can be seen from every time she is called out to eat together that she likes to be alone and doesn't like to communicate with others. Song Ryue sighed and said, But it hurts to see this. That girl obviously has so many family members who love her. But she is still so lonely, and doesn't talk to anyone. It's painful to see her, Luo Qingzhou said. The second young lady has been going over to talk to the eldest young lady recently. Mother-in-law can ask the second young lady. Maybe she knows something. Song Ryu sighed for a while, then nodded and said, Okay, I'll ask Wei Ma then. Qingzhou, you are so good at telling stories. You can often go over to tell stories to Jinjia in the future. Whether she likes to listen or not, you can always make her life more lively. Although, you and her have divorced. But after all, you have been married. People say that a husband and wife will be grateful to each other for 100 days. You can't blame her and be too indifferent to her. Luo Qingzhou said, I will go there often. Song Ryu sighed again, and then said, Okay, you go back first. I will think about it alone for a while. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, Then Qingzhou will take his leave first. Mother-in-law, go to bed early, and don't be too tired. Song Ryu forced a smile on her face and said, You too. Don't be too tired from studying. If mother-in-law has time, she will make chicken soup for you. Luo Qingzhou thanked him and left. Returned to Meixiang Garden. Shuer was practicing flying knives in the courtyard. Seeing him coming back, she hurriedly said, Son-in-law, you can't go in for the time being. The young lady and Princess Meijio are taking a bath in the room. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the closed window and said, Taking a bath together? Shuer nodded and said, Yes, in the same bathtub. Then she blinked and whispered, Why? Son-in-law, do you want to take a bath together? Luo Qingzhou immediately said seriously, Don't talk nonsense. Then I'll go somewhere else first. Chior hurriedly came out of the room and said, Son-in-law, do you want to take a bath? You can go to Xiaoda's room to take a bath. Luo Qingzhou said, I'll come back to take a bath later. After speaking, he turned and walked out. After hesitating for a while, he walked towards Lingshan Moon Palace. He decided to go and see the situation. If he could find out something from Bailing and Xiaochan, it would be better. Mother-in-law was so worried. He had to share some of her worries. Thinking about something, he just walked to the gate of the courtyard, and suddenly heard Bailing's crisp voice coming from the courtyard, Chan. The young lady doesn't look very happy these 2 days. Is it because the uncle didn't come to tell us stories? Xiaochan didn't answer. Luo Qingzhou listened at the door for a while, and then raised his hand and knocked on the door. Bailing immediately ran over to open the door. When she saw him, she was immediately angry and said, Uncle, you haven't told us stories for a long time. The young lady is angry. Luo Qingzhou entered the courtyard, looked around, and asked in confusion, Where is Chan? Bailing immediately snorted, Chan is practicing sword in the back. Uncle, don't you want to abduct Chan again? Luo Qingzhou asked in confusion. I was outside just now. Didn't I hear you talking to Chan? Bailing immediately pouted and said, Good, uncle. You actually eavesdropped on others' conversations. You are unworthy of being a scholar. Then he said proudly, I was just talking to myself. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, approached her, and whispered, Bailing, I want to ask you something. Bailing immediately stepped back alertly, crossed her arms and said, Son-in-law, don't be shy. Luo Qingzhou said, Don't be shy. I just want to ask you one thing. Bailing turned around and walked away, snorting, I don't want to tell you. Luo Qingzhou looked at her pink back, which kept looking back, sighed, and had no choice but to catch up with her, picked her up, and walked into the house. Bailing immediately struggled, Son-in-law, don't. Luo Qingzhou held her, entered her room, closed the door, and then put her on the bed, whispering, Does the eldest lady really not like men? Bailing lay there, tightly closed her mouth, and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou had to lower his head and kiss her little mouth. Bailing struggled for a while. Her body began to soften, and she stopped moving. After a while, Luo Qingzhou let go of her and whispered, It's not me who wants to ask. It's Madam who wants to know. Madam is very worried about the eldest lady, and I guess she won't be able to sleep well tonight. Bai Ling's lips were moist, and she looked at him with blurred eyes for a while, and then said in a delicate voice, I don't know either. The young lady didn't tell me. Luo Qingzhou pressed on her body and whispered, Do you usually serve the eldest lady when she takes a bath? Bai Ling immediately looked at him vigilantly and said, Sir, what do you want to do? People won't tell you about the young lady's figure. Luo Qingzhou kissed her pink little mouth again and said, If the eldest lady likes a girl, she should be shy when you serve her bath, or have other strange behaviors and emotions. Have you noticed it? Bai Ling closed her mouth tightly, looked at him with watery eyes, and didn't speak. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while. Bai Ling could only say, I didn't see Miss didn't let anyone in when she was taking a bath. Luo Qingzhou asked again, then is Miss usually normal to you and Chan Chan? Bai Ling said, Luo Qingzhou was confused. Bai Ling looked at him pitifully and begged weakly, son-in-law, don't bully me, okay? Luo Qingzhou said again, every time I see Miss, she is in a daze. I want to know if there is something wrong with her body. Bai Ling was silent for a while, then frowned and said, Miss may have some problems with her brain. She can't even count to 10. So she always likes to be in a daze alone. Luo Qingzhou fell silent after hearing this. After a while, he let her go and stood up and said, I'll go to the back garden to see Mississippi. When he walked to the door, he took Dabeo out again, threw it on the bed, and said, you can play with it for a while. But be careful. It's very fierce. Be careful not to bite you. Bai Ling was stunned for a while, looking at Dabeo's eyes on the bed, and immediately clenched her little pink fist and said, Dabeo, you can't learn from the bad uncle. You can't bully me. Dabeo seemed to understand. Jumped and jumped, got into her arms, rubbed against her chest for a few times, narrowed his eyes, and snored. Bai Ling stroked its snow-white fur, pouted and muttered, Dabeo won't bite me. It's obviously the bad uncle who wants to bite. In the back garden, the cold wind was biting, and the snowflakes fell slowly. A girl in a light green dress was practicing swordplay in the wind and snow. Her speed was getting faster and faster, and her thin figure was almost invisible. And in the pavilion, Miss Qin, wearing a white dress and a snow-white fox fur, sat there quietly, staring at the snowflakes outside the railing in a daze. Luo Qingzhou watched silently from a distance for a while, then walked over, entered the pavilion, bowed, and said softly, Mississippi? Qin Jinjia came back to her senses, slowly turned her head and looked at him. Luo Qingzhou looked into her eyes, looked at the flawless face in front of him, was stunned, and asked softly, Miss, do you want to hear a story? The story of Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai. He decided to use this sad love story to test it. Miss Qin looked at him quietly, and her extremely beautiful face still showed no other emotions. After a moment of silence, she suddenly said, It's not that I don't like men. When this was said, Luo Qingzhou was stunned and asked, Then Miss said at dinner tonight? Miss Qin still looked at him quietly, and there seemed to be a stream of light flashing in her dark and deep eyes. She was silent for a while, looking at him, and said lightly, I just don't like men who are unfaithful. Chapter 573 Miss, are you unfaithful? Schwa. Outside the pavilion, sword shadows were heavy and snowflakes were flying. The figure in the light green dress stopped under the pear tree covered with snowflakes after stabbing the last few moves, and looked into the pavilion. Oh! Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a few seconds after hearing Miss Qin's answer, and only uttered this one word. He felt a little embarrassed, especially when Miss Qin said this. Her clear and deep eyes were looking at him coldly. Is he guilty? But what is he guilty about? The Miss is not talking about him, and he is not unfaithful. He only has the second lady, Chan Shan, and Xiao Dai, Chioa, and Zai Mai Jio, Bai Ling also. Inside and outside the pavilion, everything suddenly fell into silence. There was only the slight sound of snowflakes falling, and the whimpering sound of the cold wind passing over the eaves of the pavilion. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to stay any longer, so he bowed and said goodbye. Miss, I'll go back first. It's cold. You should go back to your room and rest early. After a pause, he felt that leaving like this seemed to be a guilty conscience. So he had to add, I'll tell my mother-in-law to prevent her from worrying. After that, he hurried away. When he walked to the door, he saw Bai Ling in a pink dress, standing there with her mouth covered and laughing. Bai Ling followed to the front yard and asked with a smile, Son-in-law, are you fickle? Luo Qingzhou paused, turned his head and looked at her and said, Where's the rabbit? Give it to me. Bai Ling's face changed, and she immediately stepped back and said, Son-in-law, no, I don't want it. You just played. Dabeo. Luo Qingzhou suddenly shouted into the house. Swoosh. As soon as the voice fell, a little white rabbit suddenly jumped out of the house, and then jumped into his arms. Luo Qingzhou put it into the storage ring and left quickly. Uncle! Rabbit! My rabbit! Bai Ling was immediately anxious and hurried to the door and shouted, Uncle! Give me the rabbit back! Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her and said, "Tonight, accompany Uncle to sleep in the exiled fairy house. And Uncle will play with the rabbit with you. Okay?" Bai Ling immediately stopped and begged with a sad face, "Uncle, give me the rabbit back. I don't want to go to the exiled fairy house. I want to accompany the young lady." Luo Qingzhou ignored her and left quickly. Bai Ling stomped her feet behind, angry and annoyed. "Stinky uncle. Bad uncle. Stingy uncle. You have played with my rabbit for so long. Can't you give your rabbit to me for a few days?" Wu. When she returned to the back garden with a lot of grievances, and was about to find Chan Chan to complain about the stingy behavior of the bad uncle, she saw her young lady standing outside the pavilion in a white dress, facing the snowflakes flying in the sky, and suddenly became quiet. Xia Chan stood motionless under the pear tree, holding a sword, looking at her. Bai Ling was stunned at the door, then walked over quietly, pouting and complaining, "Miss, the son-in-law is not only fickle, but also stingy." Miss Qin was quiet in the snow for a while, then said, "He has something to do tomorrow." Bai Ling was slightly startled when she heard this, and asked in confusion, "What is it? How does Miss know?" Miss Qin did not answer, but slowly stretched out a slender jade finger and caught a falling snowflake. The snowflake slowly melted at her slender fingertips, and then turned into a drop of cold snow water, sliding down and disappearing. Luo Qingzhou returned to Meixiang Garden. In the small courtyard, Shuer was still throwing flying knives. Seeing him come back, she smiled and said, "Sir, the young lady and Princess Meiju have already washed. You can go in." After that, she threw a flying knife, and with a puff sound, it accurately pierced into the red heart of the corner, and said proudly, "Sir, am I right?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Just make do. SOSO. Hearing this, Zhuer immediately frowned and said, "Sir, you are talking like the lady." "I'm going to tell the lady." Luo Qingzhou stopped beside her, suddenly stretched out his hand, pinched her chin, and asked, "Zhuer, have you taken a bath?" Zhuer was stunned for a moment, and wanted to open his hand, but didn't dare, saying, "Not yet, not yet." Luo Qingzhou said, "Then go and take a bath quickly. The uncle wants you to sleep with him tonight." Zhuer trembled and opened her eyes wide. Luo Qingzhou let her go and walked into the house. Under the eaves, he turned around and said, "Remember to prepare the chastity cloth." Zhuer. Chior was laughing in the house. Seeing him come in, she whispered, "Son-in-law, is it true?" "Don't fool Zhuer," Luo Qingzhou said. "Of course it's true. I think her tongue is a little long, and she needs to block her mouth." Chior smiled and said, "Son-in-law, go to Xiaoda's room. I'll prepare hot water for you." After that, she went to the kitchen. Shuer was still standing in the courtyard in a daze. Luo Qingzhou walked to the door of Miss Qin's room and said outside, "Miss Qin, Princess, I won't go in. I'll go to Xiaoda's place to sleep." It was quiet inside for a while, and Miss Qin's voice came, "Brother Qingzhou, then you should go to bed early and don't be too tired." "Yeah." Luo Qingzhou agreed and turned to go into Xiaoda's room. Xiaodai came back tonight. She was wearing a thin dress and sitting at the table drawing. When she saw him come in, she just glanced at him and said, "Sir, I'm almost done. I'll help you take a bath later." Luo Qingzhou walked behind her, stared at the picture on her table, then hugged her from behind, kissed her ears and neck and said, "Little girl, you've been so busy recently. Don't you have time to accompany your master?" Xiaodai twisted her neck and said in a delicate voice, "Sir, don't make trouble. Wait until I'm done." Then she pouted and said angrily, "Sir, someone came to the store to make trouble today, saying that the clothes we sell are itchy. That person was scratched a lot, many places, crying and making a scene at the door, causing damage to our reputation. And we didn't sell a single piece of clothing today. The madam was so angry that she cried." Luo Qingzhou frowned and said, "Tell me the details of the situation." Xiaodai immediately put down the work in her hands and told everything that happened today, angrily saying, "We sold so many clothes, using the same fabrics, and no one else had any problems. But she had an accident." Luo Qingzhou thought for a while and said, "Does she want compensation?" Xiaodai said angrily. The madam said to return her money and give her compensation. But she didn't want it. She just kept crying and making a scene at the door, causing us to have no business. How hateful. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, "I'll go and see when the time comes." Xiao Dai didn't dare to say anything more for fear of affecting his mood. She said oh, picked up the pen and continued to draw. Luo Qingzhou looked at the picture on the table, reached out to take the pen in her hand, and with a few strokes, he immediately painted the picture she had just drawn on another piece of rice paper. And it looked lifelike, as if it was about to come out of the painting. Xiao Dai suddenly opened her eyes wide and said in surprise, "Sir, how did you draw it? This dress seems like it's hanging on the clothes rail and is about to fall off." She subconsciously reached out and wanted to take the clothes in the painting down. Luo Qingzhou put down the pen and said, "Do you want to learn?" The little girl nodded quickly and said excitedly, "Sir, teach me quickly. I want to learn." Luo Qingzhou said, "Okay, serve me well tonight. You can learn anything you want." Woo! At this time, footsteps sounded outside. Luo Qingzhou began to take off his clothes and said, "It's time to take a bath. Remember to rub my back later." "Oh!" The little girl agreed and carefully put away everything, especially the painting that the young master had just drawn. Chior quickly prepared the hot water. Luo Qingzhou walked behind the painting screen, took off his clothes with Shidia's help, and entered the bathtub. After a while, Chior also came to the bathtub and whispered, "Uncle, Jura is crying." Luo Qingzhou asked in confusion, "Why is she crying?" Chior held back her laughter and said, "Jura is afraid of pain, saying that uncle will definitely retaliate against her tonight. And she is afraid." Luo Qingzhou was speechless and said, "Go tell her that I was joking with her. It's okay to have Xiao Dai, and you accompany her tonight. And she is not needed." Chior whispered, "Uncle. In fact, Jura is willing to do so. She doesn't want to leave the young lady." Luo Qingzhou scrubbed his body and said, "If she doesn't want to leave, then don't leave. I didn't say I would drive her away. When she gets older, she can marry if she wants to. If she doesn't want to marry, she can stay here. Let her rest assured that no one will drive her away. As long as we have food to eat, she will have food to eat, and she won't starve." Chior looked at him with complicated eyes, and was silent for a while, and said, "Uncle, I originally thought that Jura always treated you like that, and you must be angry in your heart. I would want her to leave, but I didn't expect that my uncle." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Is your uncle so stingy?" Chior smiled and went out. "Then I'll tell her so that she won't worry all day." Xiao Dai laughed from behind. "Sister Jura can't help her mouth. A few days ago, she told me that she would never talk back to the young master again and must please the young master well. Otherwise she would be kicked out by the young master. As a result, she couldn't help it again." Luo Qingzhou sighed. "Some people are like this. Once their personality is formed, it is difficult to change." Soon, Chior came in, closed the door, and smiled. "Uncle, I've told Jura." Luo Qingzhou asked. "What did she say?" Chior smiled. "Jura doesn't believe that the uncle won't drive her away. She said she wants to practice flying knives well and make the uncle afraid of her." Luo Qingzhou couldn't help laughing. "No wonder every time I come back, I see her deliberately playing with flying knives in front of me. Is she demonstrating to me?" All three of them laughed. Xiao Dai, Chior, "This wooden barrel is so big." After a while, Luo Qingzhou suddenly said. Xiao Dai helped him scrub his hair and said, "Yeah, it's really big." Luo Qingzhou said, "Do you think this wooden barrel can hold 3 people?" Xiao Dai laughed and looked at Chior and said, "I don't think it can hold it. Sister Chior, what do you think?" Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her and said, "You are so petite that you can be completely ignored." Xiao Dai pouted her lips and snorted. Then, "Young master, just ignore me tonight and don't touch me." Chior smiled and said nothing. In the next room, Miss Qin Er and Nandong Meiji were lying on the bed and talking in a low voice. And in the small courtyard outside the house, Jura was still practicing flying knives diligently. Puff! 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 Flying knives flew out and stabbed deeply into the target in the corner. Half an hour later, Jura suddenly threw out 2 flying knives at once. Puff! Puff! The 2 flying knives suddenly flew out and pierced into the red heart of the 2 targets accurately, without a millimeter error, and pierced very deep. The entire handle was immersed in it, and the 2 targets were trembling, which shows how powerful it was. Jura wiped the sweat from her forehead, walked closer, looked at the flying knives on the 2 targets, and showed a satisfied expression on her face. Then she stretched out her hand, grasped the handle, and pulled the flying knives out of the 2 targets with a puff sound. Humming, It's pierced so deep. It seems that my strength has become much stronger if it pierces a person. Another stick of incense passed. Chior and Xiaodai came out of the room with water in a basin. Seeing that their faces were full of blushes. Their hair stuck to their cheeks. Their hair was scattered. And their headdresses disappeared. Zhuer asked. Chior. Xiaodai. Did you take a bath too? The two nodded. Without saying anything. And poured the water into the flower bed. The two went into the house together again. Zhuer looked at this scene coldly. Snorted. And continued to practice flying knives. Anyway. She was serving the young lady and the princess tonight. So she would not help them. She didn't want to go in and see anything she shouldn't see. Soon. It was late at night, and the whole Qin mansion was quiet. Snowflakes were still floating in the sky. Zhuer went into the house. Closed the door. Went into her room. And lay on the bed. But she couldn't sleep. Zhuer really couldn't sleep. So she left the room again and came to the corridor. Looking from the corridor, the red hearts of the two targets in the corner of the wall were a little blurry. She decided to try this distance and angle. Puff! She suddenly threw the flying knife. The flying knife pierced the target, but did not pierce the red heart. Just as she was about to throw the second flying knife. With a whoosh sound, two flying knives flew in from outside the courtyard wall. Puff! Puff! And stabbed into the red heart of the two targets accurately. Zhuer was stunned when she saw the scene. And then she was delighted and ran out immediately. Zhuer, where will the son-in-law sleep tonight? He is not sleeping with the second lady and the others. Right? Of course not. The princess is here. Even if the son-in-law has 100 courages. The son-in-law dare not go. The son-in-law will sleep in Xiudia's room tonight. And Chior is also there. The voices of the two gradually drowned in the wind and snow. When Luo Qingzhou's soul left his body and flew to the roof, he saw Zhuer standing alone in the courtyard. Still practicing flying knives diligently. He flew into the air and carefully observed the streets and alleys around him before rushing to West Lake. Tonight is very important for him. The reason why he had to exhaust his strength and spirit and make his soul tired is actually similar to the practice of the physical body. First drain the power in the body, so that the potential hidden in each acupoint can be stimulated. After all the energy is consumed, the speed of reabsorbing energy will be faster and fuller, which is more conducive to a sudden sprint breakthrough. Just before he set off, he directly used 3 drops of black spirit liquid. At this time, the whole soul is rapidly accumulating power. Even if there is no moon tonight, the thin moonlight power around is also rushing towards him quickly. The soul heart and soul veins in the soul are breathing heavily, absorbing energy at the fastest speed, hungry and thirsty. On the attic of West Lake, Yuebai's figure has been waiting there for a long time. She has set up a barrier around the entire West Lake, and any sound and strange vision tonight will be trapped here. The wind and snow are still blowing, and the white skirt is fluttering and the black hair is dancing in the attic. The halo dissipated, revealing the beautiful and flawless face of the girl, and the cold and deep eyes like the night sky. Long hair turned into a black shadow and carefully patrolled around the West Lake to prevent any accidents. When Luo Qingzhou arrived at the West Lake, it was just early morning. The moon-white figure in the attic was once again lit up with a hazy halo, and her face had become ordinary. The wind stopped, and the snow stopped. It seemed like another world here. Even the air had changed. The lake was as calm as a mirror, without a ripple. Luo Qingzhou looked at the moon-white figure, and his heart suddenly became a little nervous. Sister Yu. Let's start. Chapter 574 Breakthrough. Xia Longnu adds friend. Shua. In the lotus bushes, Luo Qingzhou's soul lit up. Above his head, the power of the moonlight poured down through the vortex in the air, pouring into his soul veins, and then into his soul heart. In the air, dark clouds gathered. A transparent vortex was spinning rapidly. Boom! A thunderous roar was deafening. A thick purple lightning bolt cut through the dark clouds, shot down, and landed on the vague moon-white figure in the vortex. In the sky outside the West Lake, snowflakes were still floating silently. But above the West Lake, there were only lightning and thunder. Luo Qingzhou's soul was soon filled with power. But the acupoints and meridians of the soul were still eagerly absorbing the pouring moonlight. Soon, his soul began to swell, as if a balloon was filled with air. But soon, the swollen soul began to shrink again. Expand, shrink, expand, shrink again. Over and over again. The surging power in his body, like a demon, is constantly torturing his entire soul. Severe pain comes. The meridians in his body seem to be about to explode. But he can't stop. The vortex above his head is still spinning. And the pure power of the moonlight is still being transported continuously. He endured the severe pain and continued to absorb energy eagerly. Boom! The lightning in the night sky actually passed through the moon-white figure and the transparent vortex, hitting his soul, as if absorbed by him, and instantly submerged in his body. Boom! 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 Then, more lightning, with a terrible breath, surged and fell on him. His entire soul was entangled by thick lightning, illuminating, hitting, tempering, and flashing. Soul cultivators will only attract so many lightning when they are crossing the thunder tribulation. And tonight, he was just sprinting to the distraction realm, and attracted these thunder tribulations. The lightning was striking his soul, and it was also helping him to temper his soul. However, these thunder tribulations that all practitioners feared, fell on him, but only made a sizzling sound, and were quickly absorbed by the root of the thunder spirit in his body, without causing any damage. Thunder and lightning flashed all over the sky, and the entire West Lake was covered by terrible thunder and lightning. The frightened Long Air had already hidden in the deepest part of the West Lake, but the terrifying pressure and breath brought by the thunder and lightning still made her tremble and her whole body limp. The thunder tribulation lasted for half an hour. Boom! At 4 o'clock, a huge roar suddenly came from the depths of Luo Qingzhou's soul. He was suffering from severe pain, and his soul that was about to explode suddenly seemed to have entered another new world. His whole body suddenly became lighter. The pain disappeared. His ears and eyes were sharp, and everything in front of him instantly became clearer and clearer. The thunder and lightning disappeared, and the vortex slowly retreated. The entire lake surface was suddenly disturbed by an unclear energy, and ripples were rippling. At the edge of the lake, waves splashed and fell on the lakeside. The willow branches hanging in the water swayed slightly. Under the water, fishes panicked. Shrimps were frightened, and fled everywhere. Everything in the entire West Lake seemed to be startled. Luo Qingzhou finally broke through. When he slowly opened his eyes, everything was calm, but the world in front of him seemed to be brand new. Just as he was in a daze, the lake water beside him suddenly splashed with a splash. And Long Air, wearing a black dress and a pair of snow-white jade feet with water stains, broke through the water and landed lightly on the lotus leaf next to him. With a face full of joy, "Sir, congratulations on breaking through the spirit separation realm." Luo Qingzhou came to his senses, stood up immediately, looked around, and said, "Where is Sister Yu?" Long Air said, "It seems she is gone." "Gone?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this, frowned slightly, and said, "Is she injured?" Long Air shook her head, and did not dare to answer. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and suddenly asked, "Miss Longer, do you know where Sister Yu lives?" Long Air shook her head quickly, "I don't know. Even if I know, Long Wu won't tell the young master." Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, "When I broke through just now, there seemed to be a very strong thunder tribulation. Sister Yu should also be in the thunder tribulation, right?" Long Wu had a lingering fear on her face. The thunder tribulation just now was so terrible. It felt even more terrible than the last time Long Wu passed the tribulation. The young master is really amazing. He was unscathed. Then he looked around and whispered, "Sister is also amazing. She helped the young master to withstand so much thunder and lightning. Otherwise, the young master's soul might not be able to bear it. After all, the soul is the first time to stimulate the root of the thunder spirit. It only knows to absorb it all the time, and may not consider the tolerance of the young master's soul." Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this, and immediately frowned, took out the communication treasure, and sent a message. "Sister Yu, where are you? I'll find you." On the jade stone, Zhu Yan and Linghu Qingzhu both sent messages. He took a look and didn't reply. At this time, Long Air suddenly came over. A piece of jade appeared in his hand with a flash of light, and he gently touched the communication certificate in his hand and said happily, "Young master, it turns out that you also have a communication certificate." Add Long Air quickly. A message suddenly appeared on the jade in Luo Qingzhou's hand. "Do you agree to Xiao Long adding you as a friend?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he saw this name, and then looked up at the demon girl in front of him and clicked to reject it directly. A message immediately appeared on Long Air's jade. "The other party refused to add you as a friend. Embarrassing." Long Air pouted immediately and said, "Sir, why don't you add Long Air?" Luo Qingzhou stared at the jade and said lightly, "Too many people have been added. I'm afraid I'll send the wrong message." Long Air said, Isn't there a title? Sir, you can also set a special title for long hair. How can I send the wrong message? Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, as long as I don't leave Kyoto or have other things. I will come here to practice every night. So there is no need to add. Long hair looked sad, but why did you add my sister? Don't you meet every night? Luo Qingzhou didn't answer, put away the jade, and prepared to leave. Now that he has advanced to the spiritual division realm, he needs to practice flying swords and possession techniques again. At this moment, Long Hair suddenly took out a piece of golden scale armor, handed it to him, and said, young master, you have advanced tonight. Long Hair will give you a gift. This is the dragon scale on Long Hair's real body. It has high defense power, and is difficult to penetrate even with magic weapons. Before you fight, you can stick it on your chest, and it will turn into dragon scale armor to protect your body. There are only 7 dragon scales on Long Hair's real body, and this one is for you. Luo Qingzhou looked at the golden scale in her hand, paused, and said, this is too precious. You should keep it for yourself. My current defense should be okay, so I don't need it. After saying that, just as he was about to leave, Longer directly put the dragon scale in his hand on the back of his hand and said, don't worry. Sir, Longer gave you this dragon scale, not asking you to mate with Longer, nor asking you to add Longer as a friend. This is just Longer's heart. If you don't accept it, Longer will be very sad. Luo Qingzhou felt the strange power coming from the back of his hand, hesitated for a moment, thought about tomorrow's things. So he didn't refuse again, looked at her and said, in this case, then I will accept it, Miss Longer. Thank you. If you need help in the future. Speaking of this, he suddenly paused and continued, except for mating. You can find me. Longer heard this and smiled bitterly, saying, sir, can you tell Longer why you don't want to mate with Longer? Luo Qingzhou said softly, there is no emotional foundation. Humans are different from animals. They don't want to mate when they meet the opposite sex. They need to cultivate emotions. And I already have a wife at home. I can't let my wife down. Longer said, but the young master and sister. Luo Qingzhou frowned slightly and said, what's wrong with me and sister you? Longer whispered, young master, have you never thought about mating with sister you? Mating with the soul should not be considered as letting your own wife down. Right? Luo Qingzhou's face suddenly sank. Don't talk nonsense. Sister you and I are just a very simple and pure friendship. Not what you think. I only respect sister you, and I dare not blaspheme. If you say this again next time, I will be angry. Longer said weakly, oh? Longer won't say it anymore. Young master, don't be angry. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the dragon scales on the back of his hand again, hesitated for a moment, and said in a slow tone, take out the communication treasure. After speaking, he took out the communication treasure and handed it to her. Seeing this, Long Hair was delighted and immediately took out the communication treasure and touched it with him again. Luo Qingzhou agreed to her friend request. He looked through the friend list. Sister Yu, Xiao Yu, Zhu Zhu, Zhu Zhu, Xiao Mei Jiao, Xiao Long Nu. There are more and more friends. I'm really afraid that I will accidentally send the wrong message and suddenly die. Long Hair immediately sent him the first message happily. Sir, Long Hair wants to mate with you. Long Hair wants to make you happy in every corner of West Lake. When can you fulfill Long Hair? Luo Qingzhou glanced at the message and ignored it. When he was about to put away the communication treasure, Long Hair immediately said, Sir, please reply to Long Hair. There is a problem with Long Hair's jade. Sometimes you can't see the message. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou had to type 2 words, dream, before it was sent out. Long Hair immediately said, Sir, you reply? Reply tonight to make Long Hair happy. Although it is fake, Long Hair will definitely sleep well tonight after seeing it. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, without thinking too much, deleted the 2 words dream, and replied, tonight. Long Hair received the message quickly and said happily, Master, thank you. Long Hair will definitely serve you well tonight. In the dream Luo Qingzhou snatched the jade from her hand and deleted the message he just replied, so that she would not use it as evidence to slander him in the future. Long Hair pouted and said, Master, you only made me happy for a while. The time was so short. Luo Qingzhou ignored her, put away the communication treasure and dragon scales, and said, I have something to do. I will go back first. Who knew that just as he flew up, a light flashed in the distance, and a moon-white figure appeared. The moon-white figure was extremely fast and arrived in an instant. In the blink of an eye, It had arrived above the West Lake. Chapter 575. Sister you. When Luo Qingzhou saw Yuebai's figure, he didn't know why he suddenly felt a little uneasy. It was as if he had done something shameful, and was suddenly discovered. Longer's face changed, and he felt even more guilty. Yuebai's figure stopped in the air, lowered her head, and looked at the two in silence. Her face was covered by the halo, and no other expression could be seen. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and then he flew up and said, Sister Yu, I thought you were gone. Where did you go just now? Then he asked with concern, Are you hurt? Yubai didn't answer, stared at him for a while, then looked down, and flew to the attic in a flash. Luo Qingzhou immediately followed. Longer stood on the lotus leaf, thought about it, and immediately sank to the bottom of the lake and hid in his own dragon palace. Yuebai's figure landed on the eaves of the attic, looking at the dark night in the distance. Her white skirt moved slightly, and her hair swayed slightly in the sobbing cold wind. Without saying a word, Luo Qingzhou fell behind her, stared at her back for a while, and said, Sister Yu, what's wrong with you? Are you injured or worried? Sister Yu has been helping him practice. He finally advanced tonight. Shouldn't she be happy? Why does she look unhappy at all? And she seems unwilling to pay attention to him. The white figure of Yu was silent for a long time, and then said lightly, I'm fine. Luo Qingzhou's figure flashed and stood beside her, standing side by side with her in the wind and snow, looking at her sideways, and said, Sister Yu, thank you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have advanced so quickly. The white figure of Yu still looked at the dark night in the distance with a cold expression, as if she didn't hear his words. Luo Qingzhou stared at her side face for a while, and asked carefully, Sister Yu, when you came just now, you saw me talking to Miss Longer and didn't look for you. So you are angry? He felt that Sister Yu was a little upset tonight. Could she really be angry because of what happened just now? Thinking about it carefully, it is possible. Sister Yu endured the lightning strike and risked her life to help him practice. When he succeeded in advancing, he immediately exchanged prestige with other women and talked about mating instead of looking for her. How could she not be angry? Even if she didn't care about him, she would still have some emotions, right? After all, she gave so much, but he didn't show any gratitude or care for her. Sister Yu, I apologize to you. Luo Qingzhou immediately apologized sincerely. Sister Yu helped me practice and helped me advance. After I succeeded in advancing just now, I should have gone to find Sister Yu as soon as possible. However, I didn't know where Sister Yu went, so I just asked Miss Longer if she knew where Sister Yu lived. I was indeed going to find Sister Yu, I swear, because Miss Longer was too enthusiastic just now. I talked to her for a while, not because I forgot Sister Yu. After listening to it, the white figure of the moon said lightly, No need to explain to me. It has nothing to do with me. Luo Qingzhou said, Then why is Sister Yu angry? The white figure of the moon said, I'm not angry. Luo Qingzhou looked at her profile and said, Then Sister Yu, remove the halo. Let me see the expression on your face. The white figure turned away and looked to the other side, so that he couldn't even see her profile. She said coldly, Why should I show you? Luo Qingzhou leaned his head over and continued to look at her profile and said, Sister Yu, just show me. The white figure paused, turned away, turned her back to him, and ignored him. Luo Qingzhou looked at her back and said slowly, If Sister Yu is angry, I hope Sister Yu can tell me what I should do so that Sister Yu can forgive me. I just hope Sister Yu won't keep it in her heart. Sister Yu has paid so much for me, and just now helped me bear the thunder tribulation. I know that Sister Yu must be injured. I feel guilty in my heart. If Sister Yu is angry with me again, the white figure said again, I'm not angry. Luo Qingzhou said, Then Sister Yu can remove the halo and let me take a look. The white figure didn't speak again. Luo Qingzhou said, I just want to make sure that Sister Yu is fine and not angry, so that I can feel at ease. The moon-white figure was silent for a moment, and then slowly removed the halo on her body. She was wearing a moon-white dress. Her hair was black and hung at her waist. Her figure was tall and slender, and her back and temperament were beautiful as a painting. Luo Qingzhou approached her, leaned over, and looked at her cheek. Her face was cold. Her face was pale. Her eyes were clear and deep, like the night sky, and no other emotions could be seen on her face. Luo Qingzhou whispered, Sister Yu, you are really injured, and your face is not very good. The moon-white figure said lightly, You will be fine after a night's rest. Luo Qingzhou looked at her with complicated eyes, and said nothing. She still looked at the dark night in the distance, with a cold expression. In the attic, snowflakes fell silently. Both of them fell silent. The whole West Lake was quiet and silent. Even the sobbing wind seemed to have disappeared. After a while, the white figure turned around and looked into his eyes, saying, "Have you seen enough?" Luo Qingzhou shook his head. The white figure lowered her eyelashes slightly, glanced at his body that was almost pressed against her, and said, "You are too close to me." Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled, and moved a little further away. The white figure was silent for a while, and then slowly said, "It's almost dawn. After you advance to the spirit-severing realm this time, both the flying sword and the possession technique will be further improved. Your soul can now be divided into two. One continues to control the body, and the other can leave the body at will. Flying the sword, possession, etc. can be done at the same time, but you probably don't know how to use them yet. So I'll teach you now. Also, I have two techniques here, which are very suitable for you to practice now. The first one is the breath-holding technique, which is different from the breath-holding technique I taught you before. This technique, you can hide and transform your physical body and spiritual cultivation, even when you fight with others. As long as you use this technique, others will not be able to see your true cultivation. You can set your own cultivation aura at will to paralyze the enemy. The second technique is the soul control technique. After practicing, as long as your soul power is strong enough, you can pick up anything in reality. Luo Qingzhou looked at her with a complicated expression and said gratefully, "Sister Yu is very kind. I follow." Before he could finish, Yu Bai's figure flashed and flew towards the lake. Chapter 576 Sister Yu, Juju. Juzu. Senior? Master? Aunt? Schwa. It was dawn. A flying sword suddenly appeared from the bottom of the lake. The flying sword was like a fish, breaking through the water at the bottom of the lake at a very fast speed, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Luo Qingzhou stood on a stone at the bottom of the lake, and his mind moved rapidly along with the flying sword. It flew 1,000 meters before turning back. The speed was very fast, and it arrived in an instant. He has now broken through to the realm of distraction, and the distance of the flying sword can reach 1,000 meters, and it can be driven freely, and can go and return in an instant. At the same time, the power has also increased, which is incomparable to the previous day. After practicing the flying sword for a while, he saw a fish swimming slowly in front of him. With a move of his mind, a phantom flew out from the top of his head and instantly drilled into the fish's body. Then, he controlled the fish and swam forward quickly. This is the sign of the realm of the spiritual division. The soul is divided into two, each of which is the master. Half of his soul still stood on the stone without moving, while the other half of his soul, attached to the fish, swam forward quickly. With this skill, he can leave his soul at any time in the future, and no longer have to worry about his body being left unattended. Even when he is walking on the road or talking to others, he can leave his soul halfway, fly the sword to kill people, and come back after killing people, so that he has a perfect alibi. Of course, the effect is definitely not as good as the whole soul leaving his body. The fish swam back quickly. The soul and soul merged into one. Luo Qingzhou suddenly jumped off the stone, picked up the stone under his feet, and threw it out. Then, with a thought, the stone flew back and fell into his hand. Before his soul broke through to the spiritual division, he could not lift the stone directly with his hands. The control of objects was useless for most real things. Now, he can touch and lift the stone as if he had a physical body. As his realm increased, his soul began to gradually move closer to his body, including actions, smell, touch, etc. When he reached a certain realm, his soul could even ignore his body and become another independent individual. Of course, that realm was still far away. Even Sister Yu hadn't reached it. Luo Qingzhou tried the breath-retaining technique that Sister Yu had just taught him again. He punched out, and sure enough, the breath was only that of the spirit-refining realm. This technique, like the breath-retaining technique that Sister Yu had taught him the first time, can be used by both the soul and the body. But the effect is different. The first breath-retaining technique that Sister Yu taught him, as long as he didn't do it, could allow him to conceal his cultivation and warrior aura, so that no one could detect his cultivation, and make others think he was just a weak scholar. And this time, the breath-retaining technique can change his cultivation aura, so that the enemy can misjudge his cultivation, and play a paralyzing and unexpected effect. For him, these two breath-retaining techniques are very useful, as if they were tailor-made for him. With these two techniques, He can have more vests. Luo Qingzhou's alias is a talented, weak scholar. Chu Feiyang's alias is an incredibly gifted. At the early stage of a great martial artist. Luo Feiyang's alias is an honest man with the cultivation of a martial artist. Chu Qingzhou's alias is a ruthless man with the cultivation of a martial artist, and so on. Anyway, he can change his various cultivations. And there are too many vests to operate. Just a few masks are enough. Of course, he is not so bored. The two vests now have made him unable to split himself up and cause constant trouble. What will happen if he has a few more vests? The most practical use of these two skills is naturally to paralyze the enemy. Take them by surprise. And attack them when they are unprepared. They should be much more useful than his lime. Just as he was thinking about things, Sister Yu's voice suddenly came from behind him. It's Dawn. Luo Qingzhou put away his skills, turned around, looked at the white figure behind him with a complicated expression, paused, bowed deeply and said, Sister Yu's kindness. I will remember it in my heart and never forget it. If Sister Yu has any mission in the future, I will never refuse it. The white figure looked at him quietly for a while, and said lightly, There is no need for the mountains of swords and the sea of fire. I help you just to ask you to help me pass the thunder tribulation. After the thunder tribulation is over, I will leave, and we may not meet again. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, Where will Sister Yu go at that time? The white figure looked indifferent. Mod said, The world is big. You can go anywhere. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, That means Sister Yu hasn't thought about where to go. Right? What about Sister Yu's family? They shouldn't be sole practitioners. Right? Sister Yu wants to take them with you? The white figure of Yu looked at him, slightly turned her face, looked at a fish not far away, and said, I practice the ruthless method. After the soul has passed the thunder tribulation, it no longer needs any relatives and emotions. Luo Qingzhou said, Then they should be very sad. Right? The white figure of Yu said lightly, By that time, maybe they have passed away. Even if they haven't passed away, it has nothing to do with me. Luo Qingzhou stared at the expression on her face. Expression? Paused, and said, Sister Yu, are you really so ruthless? The white figure said, Yes. Luo Qingzhou said, What about us? When you leave, will you be reluctant? The white figure was silent for a while, looked at him and said, Will I be reluctant to leave you? Of course not. You and I are just ordinary friends. In other words, we are just using each other. Luo Qingzhou shook his head. If we are really just using each other, Sister Yu will not help me like this all the time. And I will not trust Sister Yu so much. We think between us. The white figure looked at him and said, How about between us? Luo Qingzhou looked at her with complicated eyes, and said slowly, I think the relationship between us is more than just friendship. We are both teachers and friends. And also like siblings. Sometimes, when I stand next to Sister Yu, I even feel a kind of intimacy and closeness between relatives. I have never felt this way with anyone. I feel it is very complicated, and no words can describe it. But it is definitely not the ordinary friends and mutual benefit relationship that Sister Yu said. The white figure of Yu looked away and said lightly, That's just your wishful thinking. Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, Maybe. It's my wishful thinking. If Sister Yu really wants to leave, I will still come here every night, but I will definitely feel lost. I feel that something is missing in my life. Empty. And I don't know how long it will take to recover. The white figure looked at the fish-eating water plants not far away, and said coldly, Isn't there long? Xiaoya will come to see you when the time comes. Luo Qingzhou said, It's getting late. The white figure didn't say anything more, and flew onto the lake in a flash. Luo Qingzhou was stunned and followed. The two flew out of the lake. The night had not yet completely faded. The sky was gray, and snowflakes were still falling silently. Pedestrians had already appeared on the road not far away. Sister Yu. Seeing that she was about to leave, Luo Qingzhou hurriedly shouted, flew in front of her, looked into her eyes and said, I have only one request. No matter when you want to leave in the future, please tell me. Don't leave secretly. Okay? The white figure didn't speak. Luo Qingzhou added, Also, I need to explain that I simply admire Miss Longer's feet. Not because of those obscene thoughts. I hope Sister Yu will not misunderstand. The white moon figure looked at him and said, Did I misunderstand? Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, Of course I misunderstood. It is impossible for Miss Longer and I to have any relationship with her. If Sister Yu doesn't believe me, I can swear that if I lie, God will thunder. The white moon figure looked at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment and said, God will strike me with an axe. And I will not die well. The white moon figure looked at him coldly again, ignored him, and disappeared in a flash. Luo Qingzhou stood there, stunned for a long time, and suddenly wondered, why should I explain to her? Even if I have a relationship with Miss Longer. Even if I covet Miss Longer's feet. What does it have to do with her? I don't covet her feet. It really doesn't matter. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from above his head. Luo Qingzhou looked up suddenly. In the clouds, a ray of moonlight flashed by. Luo Qingzhou. He didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore. And his figure flashed and flew into the city. After thinking about it, he quickly took out the communication treasure and sent a message to Sister Yu. Sister Yu. I was sending a message to someone just now. So I was talking to myself. I was talking about others. Don't misunderstand. There were many unread messages on the jade. Most of them were from Zhu Yin. Basically, they were furious and scolded him for not keeping his word, and said they would go down the mountain to deal with him. One of them even rhymed, you despicable, shameless, and dishonest boy. I will make your anus broken. Blood all over the ground. Kneel on the ground and call you daddy. And scream thank you. Luo Qingzhou replied, Senior Zhu, I really have something to do these 2 nights. Wait until tonight. I will chat with you tonight. Please don't think about my anus. Luo Qingzhou flipped through the messages below. Linghu Qingzhu also sent a few messages. What are you doing? Are you sleeping with your wife again? Haven't woken up yet? Are you sleeping with your wife? Or your princess? Tell me the time. My sword is thirsty. Are you lying to your aunt? Your wife doesn't know swordsmanship at all. And you don't have a wife at all. Right? Luo Qingzhou replied, do you want me to call you master? Uncle master? Or aunt? The time is not yet determined. I will notify you when it is determined. The last 2 messages were from Xiaoya and Xiaomai. Xiaoya, good brother. The night is long and I can't sleep. I miss you. I want to hug you to sleep. Do you miss me? I have prepared many treasures for you. Luo Qingzhou immediately replied, good sister. I miss you too. What treasure? When will you bring it? The last message was from Xiaomai. Xiaomai, brother Feiyong. I'm sorry. Xiaomai is not clean. Xiaomai took off her clothes tonight and slept naked with someone else. She also played in the water with someone else and took a bath together. Will you still want Xiaomai? Luo Qingzhou replied, unless you serve me with that other person. After he finished replying to all the messages, he just arrived at Qin's house. Passing through the roof, falling into the room, his soul returned to his body. Another house. In front of the window, a beautiful girl in a snow-white dress was standing there quietly, slightly lowering her head, looking at the message on the jade in her hand, and squinting her eyes slightly. Zhu. At dawn, Luo Qingzhou got up with Chior's help, washed up, and went out in the wind and snow. In the alley, he put on a mask, changed clothes, checked all his equipment, and then climbed over the wall and went to the 18th lane in the south of the city. At this time, in the Dao mansion in the 18th lane in the south of the city, Sister Dao was standing under the eaves of the small courtyard. With an ugly face and clenched fists, a figure stood at the door, looking at her indifferently. Today is the last day. In the evening, I will bring your father here, chop off his hands and head in front of you, and let you collect his body yourself. Of course, you still have time to choose. Before leaving, I need to remind you again that if you lose a friend, you can find another one. But if you lose a relative, you will never have him again. Think about it carefully. Your father raised you with great difficulty. And what did you give him? Even if that person is not your friend, but your lover, you should not hesitate. Right? I said that I just want to know who his family is and where they live. I think you should have a way to know these. Right? Sister Dao slowly lowered her head, tears in her eyes. When she raised her head again, the figure had left. The small courtyard was silent. There was only the sound of snowflakes falling and the wind blowing. She stood under the eaves for a long time, wiped her tears, and went into the kitchen. In the chimney, smoke soon rose. She was going to make the last pancake for him. Chapter 577 Senior Sister's Tears. The hunt begins. The cold wind blew the snowflakes. On the street, pedestrians hurried. The street vendors were wrapped tightly, but they were still shivering from the cold. In the 18th lane of the South City, at the intersection not far away, the shoemaker was wearing a thick cotton jacket. Still sitting there, hunched over, carefully mending the worn-out shoes in his hands. When Luo Qingzhou passed by him, he asked, "Can the clothes be mended?" The shoemaker heard the voice, raised his head, revealing a vicissitudes of life with stubble on his face, shook his head and said, "The old man can only mend shoes." Luo Qingzhou nodded and left with the wind and snow. At the entrance of the alley, Sister Dao had her silver hair tied into a ponytail, wearing a white fur coat, holding a cake wrapped in oil paper in her hand, leaning against the wall, standing there calmly, watching the snowflakes falling in front of her. When Luo Qingzhou walked over, she raised her head, looked into his eyes, and smiled. "Here, it's still hot." Sister Dao handed the pancake in her hand to him. Luo Qingzhou took it and slowly opened the oil paper wrapped outside, revealing a golden pancake that was still steaming and sprinkled with chopped green onions and eggs. He lowered his head and took a bite, looked at her and said, "Did senior sister make it yourself?" Sister Dao smiled and nodded. "Of course. How does it taste?" Luo Qingzhou said, "It smells good. Much better than your father's." Sister Dao smiled and said nothing more. Luo Qingzhou took another bite, looked at her and said, "Senior sister, you look good today. You shouldn't have had a nightmare last night." "Right?" Sister Dao said. "No. I slept well last night." Luo Qingzhou turned around and said, "Let's go to the martial arts hall." Sister Dao stood there and didn't move. After walking a few steps, Luo Qingzhou stopped, turned his head and looked at her and said, "What's wrong?" Sister Dao looked at him and said, "I have something to do today, so I won't go." "Go by yourself?" Luo Qingzhou asked. "What's the matter? Do you need my help?" Sister Dao paused and smiled. "No, I can handle it myself." Luo Qingzhou stared at her for a few more times and said, "Senior sister, you are dressed very beautifully today. Even rouge and powder are applied. Are you going to a blind date?" Sister Dao raised her eyebrows and said, "Why should I tell you?" Luo Qingzhou sighed. "Sure enough, you are going to a blind date. I don't know which bastard will get it." Sister Dao smiled and said, "Anyway, it won't be cheap for you. Go quickly." Luo Qingzhou nodded, waved his hand, and ate the cake while walking away quickly. Sister Dao looked at his back. The smile on her face gradually disappeared, and suddenly shouted again, "Chu Feiyang." The shoe repairer on the street not far away looked up. Luo Qingzhou stopped and turned to look at her. "Senior sister, is there anything else?" Sister Dao looked at him, was silent for a while, shook her head, and said, "Nothing. I just want to tell you that with your talent and status, it is not suitable for you to practice in the martial arts hall. I think you should go to the sect." Luo Qingzhou thought for a while and said, "I will go. But not now." Sister Dao moved her lips, as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't say it in the end. Just said, "Chu Feiyang, I believe you can succeed. No one can stop you." Luo Qingzhou said, "Thank you, senior sister. You can definitely do it. No. I hope that senior sister's blind date today will not be successful. Otherwise, no one will bring me cakes in the future, and no one will accompany me to the martial arts hall. After all, if you have a partner, you will not be able to touch each other." Sister Dao laughed and said, "You have so many partners, but you don't touch each other." Luo Qingzhou said, "I'm different. I'm too good. My partner doesn't dare to say anything about me. Otherwise I will divorce her. Senior sister is different. Senior sister finally succeeded in the blind date. She must not dare to make her partner angry. Otherwise she will be single again. Right?" Sister Dao laughed. "Chu Feiyang, you are so shameless." "Senior sister, bye." Luo Qingzhou waved his hand, ate the last bite of cake into his mouth, and then strode away, and soon disappeared in the wind and snow in the distance. Sister Dao was still standing at the entrance of the alley, looking at the place where his back disappeared and smiling. But as she smiled, her face was full of tears. She stood there for a long time before wiping away her tears, facing the cold wind and snow. She walked resolutely into the deep alley. Luo Qingzhou walked along the way in the wind and snow, and soon arrived at the martial arts hall. After saying H, Lo to Zhou Buyo, and a few others, and paying his respects to Sun Jiang, he went to the martial arts training ground at the back and began to practice the Vajra fist. The Vajra fist has been practiced to perfection. The boxing gloves now not only have amazing defense, but also have greater power. After entering the realm of the great martial master, his fist light can already fly out of his fist, and even if it does not touch the enemy's weapon and body, it can hit hard. In the morning, He practiced the Vajra fist, the mountain-shaking fist, the bull demon magic skill, the thunder fist, and even the plum blossom flying fist several times. Now the lightning in the root of the thunder spirit in his body can be mobilized at any time. Killing people with a punch directly destroys the soul, which is simple and quick. There is no need to wait for the opponent to die completely, and the soul to leave the body before taking action. After lunch at noon. In the afternoon, he went to the martial arts training ground at the back. After observing that there was no one around, he split his mind out of his body and practiced flying swords, controlling objects, and possessing bodies. It was about half an hour before dusk. He jumped out of the back wall directly, and then followed the previously planned route, holding an oil paper umbrella, covering his face, and rushed all the way to get on the carriage on the street. The cold wind was whistling, and snowflakes were flying. There were few pedestrians on the street, only the vendors huddled in the corner, continuing to guard their stalls. The carriage soon entered the inner city. Luo Qingzhou, wearing a bamboo hat and holding an oil paper umbrella, got off the carriage and entered the alley next to it. Then, while splitting his mind out of his body, observing in midair, he rushed in the alley. Soon, he came to the alley behind the Zhongwuerl's mansion. In the garbage dump in the corner, several fat rats were crawling. Half of Luo Qingzhou's soul suddenly pounced over. A fat rat froze in place for a few breaths, then turned around and crawled into Chunghua mansion from a hole in the corner. Soon, the rat's body began to swell, and its eyes began to turn red, as if they were about to burst open. At this moment, a maid came out of the round door next to her, carrying a basket and holding an umbrella. The rat's bloodshot eyes suddenly lit up, and it rushed over with a whoosh. The maid saw the mouse rushing over and was about to scream. But suddenly her body shook, her eyes widened, her mouth opened, and she froze in place without moving. After a few breaths, she held an umbrella and carried a basket of vegetables and continued to move forward. The fat mouse slumped in place for a while, blinked confusedly, looked around, and then quickly slipped away along the corner of the wall. The maid carried the basket of vegetables and went to the kitchen. When she put down the vegetables, a fine powder that was invisible to the naked eye flew out of her body. After she greeted the others, she covered her stomach and left. When passing through a corridor, two guards holding knives passed by her, who knew that just after taking a few steps, the two suddenly shook and froze in place. Then, they looked down and saw a blood hole suddenly appeared in their hearts. The hearts of the two were instantly pierced, and blood rushed out. The two froze in place for a few seconds, and suddenly their eyes went black and they fell to the ground. The maid walked all the way, silently spreading colorless and odorless powder, and went to the back garden. The maids and servants they met on the way all fainted quickly, and the guards they met were silently pierced through the heart by the flying sword and died instantly. Luo Qingzhou jumped into the garden from the wall of the back door. Then, he followed the maid and walked towards the mansion. The maid was familiar with the road, moving forward all the way, accurately finding other guards in the mansion, first passing by, silently spreading pollen, and then attacking with a flying sword, killing them with one blow. If the guard's cultivation was too high and missed, Luo Qingzhou would suddenly rush out from behind, smash the opponent's throat with one punch, and then send him to the west with another punch. The two of them shuttled silently in the mansion, one in front and one behind, as if there was no one. In the courtyard on the west side, snowflakes fell all over the courtyard, and the branches and flowers were all covered in white. Wang stood in the corridor, holding a cup of freshly brewed tea in her hand, staring at the snowflakes under the eaves in a daze. In the study, Liu Yanyan was checking the account book. The room was silent, with only the sound of the abacus and the turning of pages. After checking the account book, Liu Yanyan raised his head and looked at the figure outside the window. He was startled, then stood up and left the room and came to the corridor. Wang heard the footsteps, turned around, and said with a smile, "Master, I just made you some tea, but I didn't go in because you were busy." Liu Yanyan took the teacup from her hand, looked at her and said, "Thinking of you again?" The smile on Wang's face gradually faded, and she looked at the snowflakes under the eaves, sighed and said, "This time last year, Yu was still preparing for the exam. Even when it was snowing, he was sweating all over and practicing hard in the yard." Liu Yanyan was silent for a while, opened the lid of the cup, took a sip of tea, and said, "It's all in the past. Don't think about it anymore. We still have Chan Tian. He will treat you well." Wang whispered, "That's my own flesh and blood. How can I not miss him? What's more, she turned her head and looked at him, trembling, and said, Master, the murderer of Ur has not been found yet. Even if Ur is in the underground, it will be difficult for her to rest in peace. As a mother, I can't rest in peace either. Luo Yanyan looked at the snowflakes falling in the courtyard and said, Don't worry. Chantian will definitely find the murderer. When the time comes, we will personally watch Chantian do it and cut the murderer into pieces to sacrifice Ur's spirit in heaven. Wang's nails almost sank into her flesh, and her eyes were red as she said, Master, who else is there besides the Qin family? But the Qin family has the support of the eldest princess. Even if Chantian wants to investigate, he doesn't know when he can find out. Speaking of this, she suddenly gritted her teeth, her eyes full of resentment. I really want to kill all the men, women, old and young in the Qin family immediately to avenge my poor Ur. No, I want to sell all those bitches in the Qin family to brothels. Let thousands of people ride on them, and tens of thousands of people humiliate them. To vent my hatred? Luo Yanyan frowned, looked at her and said, Are the people you sent to mess up the Qin family's clothing workshop recently? Wang gritted her teeth and said, I want them to be unable to do any business in Kyoto. I want to destroy their families. Luo Yanyan looked at the resentment on her face and fell silent. Wang said again with hatred, And that little bastard, a lowly thing that crawled out of the mud, actually wanted to pass the imperial examination. He's dreaming. I'll let Chantian torture him to death. Luo Yanyan glanced at her and was about to speak, but suddenly turned his head and looked at the door of the courtyard. A familiar figure in a Confucian robe walked slowly in from the door against the wind and snow. Luo Yanyan was stunned for a moment, and the tea in his hand swayed slightly. Wang seemed to have noticed something was wrong, raised her head, looked at the door through the falling snow, and her pupils shrank immediately. I came here today because I have a question to ask you. A gentle and elegant young scholar in a Confucian robe walked slowly in the wind and snow, stopped in the middle of the courtyard, and looked at them calmly. Did you kill my mother? I want to hear your answer in person. Chapter 578 Scholars Become Warriors. The strength of a great martial artist. The wind and snow are still blowing. In the small courtyard, there is a sudden silence. The young man stands in the middle of the courtyard, still with that familiar face, but that strange and unique temperament. Even the cold wind and snow can't cover it up. In the corridor, Luo Yanyan slowly clenched his fist in his sleeve. Wang's face suddenly became extremely gloomy, and her voice suddenly rang sharply. Little bastard. How did you get in? Luo Qingzhou said calmly. Walked in? Can you two answer my question? Wang sneered and said, Isn't the death of your bitch mother a relief? For you, it should be a good thing, right? If that kind of fickle, 1,000 people riding, 10,000 people humiliating lowly things are alive. You, the good son-in-law of the Qin family, the great master of the Jiren, will be ridiculed as a little bastard all day long? She doesn't even know which man her son is from. How can she still have the face to live? Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, Wang Yuan, how can you have the face to live? Your son died in your arms, and someone cut off his head in front of you, with blood spraying all over your face. But you don't know who the murderer is, and you can't avenge him. What else can you do all day except crying uselessly in the dead of night and saying you miss him? You enjoy being a noble lady in this mansion, but you forget your son, who is still buried in the lust with his head and body separated and being eaten by maggots. You are not even as good as a dog. At least when a dog feels useless, it will bark at the door a few times. What about you, little bastard? You? Wang was so angry that she trembled all over, gnashing her teeth and shrilly, Come here! Come here! Chop this little bastard into pieces and feed it to the dog. But there was silence outside the door, and no one came in. There was only the sound of the wind blowing the snowflakes past. Wang looked at the door, stunned, and suddenly felt a chill rising from the soles of her feet to her forehead. Luo Yanyan, who was standing next to him, looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar young man in the courtyard with a stern face, and suddenly asked, How do you know the situation when Ur was killed? Luo Qingzhou looked at him and said calmly, Luo Yanyan, when you killed my mother, you should not have thought that your beloved son would be beaten and then be beheaded in front of you. Right? Luo Yanyan clenched his fists. His clothes bulged, and murderous intent burst out in his eyes. Little beast, I will kill you first, then kill the Qin family. After that, he rushed over with a whoosh sound, and bang, and suddenly punched him in the face. Snowflakes flew, and a sharp whistle suddenly sounded in the air. This punch is as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Bang! Luo Qingzhou, wearing a Confucian robe, stood still. Seeing him punching, he did not avoid or give way. Suddenly, he raised his fist, and the fist light flashed, and with a bang, it hit his fist heavily. Crack! The sound of a broken bone sounded. Luo Yinyan's tall body suddenly flew backwards. His entire arm suddenly retracted, and was directly hit and turned around. The muscles on his arm exploded with a bang. Bang! He fell heavily back to the corridor. His entire arm's clothes exploded. Blood and flesh splattered, and the white bones inside could be seen. A piercing pain came. He just glanced at his arm, and then the muscles on his face twitched, and he looked at the young man who was still standing in the courtyard, motionless, in disbelief. The wind and snow continued. The young man's robe fluttered slightly, and he still had that familiar and indifferent face. But at this moment, he became so strange, he felt like he was dreaming. And Wang, who was standing next to him, had an expression of being dumbfounded. The whole courtyard suddenly became dead silent. Under Luo Yinyan's body, it quickly turned into a pool of blood. He lay there with his lips trembling, and for a moment, his mind was blank, still looking at the figure in the courtyard, who should have been a weak scholar, with a dull expression on his face. Luo Yanyan. Luo Qingzhou loosened his fist, walked slowly towards him in the wind and snow. Now, you should know the answer. Right? You made me lose my mother, so I will make you lose your beloved son. Of course, this is far from enough. Wang's face suddenly twisted and trembled. Impossible. Impossible. You are obviously a scholar who is powerless. When I bullied your mother and you had no power to resist it all. How could you be a warrior? Who taught you? Qin family? Impossible. It is impossible for you to have such a skill so quickly. You didn't practice martial arts in the Qin family. You? Luo Qingzhou looked at her calmly, raised his fingers, and a flying sword circled around him. Then, with a swish, he cut off the crown of a big tree next to him and flew back to his hand in an instant. Wow! The crown fell to the ground, splashing snowflakes all over the ground. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, Wang Yun, this scene should be familiar to you. Right? Your son's head fell off like this. You should remember it clearly in your mind. Right? Ah! Wang screamed, as if she was crazy. Her face twisted, her eyes red, and she rushed towards him with her teeth and claws bared. Bang! Luo Qingzhou kicked her in the stomach, kicked her out directly, and fell heavily next to Luo Yanyan. Don't worry. More pain is still to come. I cut off your son's head in front of you last time. And now, I will cut off your husband's head in front of you. I really want to see you screaming and in pain. I believe my mother is watching too. He took out a dagger and walked towards the two of them while talking. Wang spat out blood. Her face was pale, and she gritted her teeth and said, Beast, little beast, you will not die well. Luo Qingzhou stopped in front of Luo Yanyan, looked at him and said, Luo Yanyan, you insulted my mother and killed my mother with them. Today, I will cut off your head and dig out your heart to sacrifice to my mother's spirit in heaven. Swish! Just as he was about to raise the dagger in his hand, a figure suddenly rushed in from the doorway, and then boom punched at his back. Luo Qingzhou turned around suddenly, punched, and collided heavily with that fist. Bang! A huge force was transmitted through his arm. Luo Qingzhou's arm shook suddenly, and his whole body flew backwards, flew directly into the house, smashed the table in the house, and fell to the ground in embarrassment. He immediately jumped up from the ground and looked outside. On the steps under the corridor, there stood a short, white-faced old man in eunuch uniform, staring at him coldly. When he saw him stand up, he suddenly showed a look of surprise on his face, and said in a sharp voice, Good boy. You can stand up safely after receiving a punch from me. You really have some skills. With the cultivation of a late martial artist, you have such strength. No wonder you dared to break into the Earl of Zhongwu's mansion alone. But, boy, you are in big trouble today. I happen to be here, so you just lie down obediently. Wang immediately stood on the ground with a face full of resentment and screamed, Eunuch son, beat this little bastard to a pulp. I will cut him into pieces with my own hands. Great martial artist? Luo Qingzhou looked at the old eunuch outside the door, narrowed his eyes, and suddenly his figure flashed and flew onto the roof. Want to run? The old eunuch rushed in with a whoosh sound, and with a jump, he also flew onto the roof and rushed to the big hole that had just been broken on the roof. Who knew that when his head went into the big hole, a large pile of lime suddenly poofed and fell down. He didn't know what it was, and didn't dare to take it head on. So he immediately punched out, and his body fell rapidly. After breaking the powder, he immediately jumped up again. This set of movements was smooth and fast, almost in the blink of an eye. But when he jumped onto the roof, he found that the figure of the young man had fled and disappeared. He was about to chase him, but he looked down at the house again, and could only snort coldly. His figure flashed, and he jumped down from the eaves. He looked at Luo Yanyan in the corridor and said, "Lord Luo, the boy ran away, but the guards in your house have been killed, and the maids and servants have been knocked unconscious. There may be other killers. We dare not leave. Call Commander Luo and Jinui quickly to search everywhere." Luo Yanyan's arm was in pain. His face was pale, and he could not speak. Wang, who was standing next to him, hurriedly took out a jade pendant from her arms, and suddenly smashed it to the ground with a pop. The jade pendant flashed and broke into pieces in an instant. Wang cried, "Master, you will be fine. Chantian will be back soon. We already know that the little bastard is the murderer. We must let Chantian cut him into pieces and kill all the people in the Qin mansion, leaving no one alive." Luo Yanyan trembled with a complicated expression, still muttering in disbelief. How could that little beast, how could he be a warrior? At this time, it was already evening. Outer city. 18 lanes in the south of the city. In Dao Mansion, Luo Chantian was standing in the yard, holding a golden sword in his hand. Under the sword was Dao Chengkong, who was tied up, with his skin torn and his hair disheveled. Under the eaves opposite, there was Sister Dao with tears on her face. Sister Dao stood there, holding her broadsword in her hand, looking at the scene in front of her with a resolute look. 20 fully armed Jinui stood in the yard, staring at him. The blade in Luo Changtian's hand had already landed on Dao Chengkong's neck. He looked at the girl under the eaves with a cold gaze and said, "There is still one stick of incense left. I hope you can think it over carefully. Do you want to tell me the truth? Or do you want to see your father's head chopped off in front of you, with blood all over the yard?" Dao Jia clenched the knife in her hand with trembling hands, and looked at him resolutely without saying a word. Dao Chengkong, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly raised his head and said weakly, "Linger, don't risk your life for Daddy. You are a disciple of Lingxiao sect, and they dare not kill you. Go away, and come back later to collect Daddy's body. Daddy's death is not a pity, and you don't have to feel guilty. And don't accompany Daddy because of guilt. Daddy taught you to value friendship since you were a child. You have done a good job. Daddy is proud of you. After Daddy leaves, you can go to Lingxiao sect. Daddy has only one wish. I hope you can find a good family to marry before you are 20 years old." Speaking of this, he was silent for a moment, and then said, "You have paid so much for that boy. It seems that you have more than just a friendship for him. It doesn't matter. Daddy has figured it out. As long as you really like him, and as long as he treats you well, even if you become his Daddy." Dao Jia suddenly cried and said, "I will never be a concubine even if I die. I will not betray him. And I will never watch Daddy being killed by them. Daddy's kindness in raising me, my daughter has no way to repay it. Today, I will die with Daddy." After saying that, the broadsword in her hand made a hum sound, and a round of blade light shone. She said with a determined face, "Today, my daughter will at least kill a few lackeys of the court to bury as father and daughter." The surrounding Jinui all swished drew out the swords at their waists. A cold light flashed in Luo Changtian's eyes, and he raised the golden broadsword in his hand and aimed it at Dao Chengkong's neck. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the door. "What are you doing?" In the bright and clear world, in the prosperous era of Great Yin, there are still people who break into people's houses and gather to kill people? There is no Great Yin law in their eyes. As soon as these words came out, everyone turned their heads to look. Nandong Meiju, wearing a purple skirt and a whip wrapped around her waist, walked in from the door with a young woman and an old woman, with a grim face. Luo Chantian narrowed his eyes and said, "Princess, Dao Chengkong is a murderer on the run. You should know this better than me, right?" Nandong Meiji looked at him and said, "What murderer on the run? What do you mean I know better than you?" Luo Chantian, "Don't slander me. Where is the evidence of his murder? Show me the evidence." Luo Chantian said coldly, "Of course there is evidence, but it is in the government office. If you want to see it, you can go and see it anytime." Nandong Meiju crossed her arms and said, "Sorry, I want to see it now. Otherwise, I won't allow you to kill people at will. I say you are a murderer on the run. And I also have evidence. The evidence is in the government office. I want to kill you now. Do you agree? Luo Changtian gripped the hilt tightly and said, We are the Jinui. As long as there is evidence, we can kill the fugitives on the spot according to the law. This is the right given to us by the emperor. I advise the princess not to meddle in other people's business. Nandong Meiju walked up to him and snorted coldly. This princess wants to intervene. What can you do to this princess? Do you dare to kill this princess? Even if you report it to the emperor. This princess is right. This princess was bored and wandering around. Suddenly, she saw a robber breaking into a private house. He killed people lawlessly, but could not produce any evidence. This princess saw injustice and roared. Whipped his whip to help. Is this wrong? I believe that if the emperor knew, he would not blame this princess. Right? Luo Changtian said coldly. We are Jinui. Not robbers. Nandong Meiju stared at him and blinked. Jinui? Sorry. This princess doesn't know them. I can't say that you are wearing Jinui clothes. Even if you are Jinui, you can fake the badges and so on. Unless you can call the people from the yamen and bring evidence that Dao Chengkong is a murderer and escaped. Otherwise, this county chief will decide on this matter. After that, she turned her head and looked at the old woman behind her and said, Ninth Aunt, with your strength as a great martial artist, can you deal with so many robbers? Ninth Aunt looked around and said, Other robbers are no problem. But the robber leader in front of the lady is a little difficult. I may not be able to beat him. It's useless. Nandong Meiju muttered. Then Swish pulled out the whip from her waist, looked at Luo Changtian in front of her and said, It doesn't matter. This princess doesn't think he dares to fight to the death, let alone kill the royal princess in Kyoto. Luo Changtian stared at her coldly and said, Are you stalling for time? Princess? Even if you delay until tomorrow, Dao Chengkong is still a murderer and fugitive, and no one can save him. After that, he said to the Jinui next to him, Go to the yamen. Bring the case files of Lord Su and Dao Chengkong and the evidence of the murder, and show them to the princess. Yes, sir. The Jinui agreed and was about to go out immediately. Nandong Meiju suddenly shouted coldly, Nine Mama. Stop him. Without the order of this princess, none of these robbers want to go out and inform other robbers. Nine Mama's figure flashed and stopped in front of the Jinui. Luo Changtian's face suddenly became gloomy and he said, Princess, what do you want? Nandong Meiju looked at him and said, Don't worry. This princess will definitely not let your people go out. As for calling Lord Su and the case file, leave it to my people. As he said to the young woman behind him, Auntie Mu, you go to the yamen. Remember, be careful of robbers on the road. You must see everyone on the road clearly. Move forward carefully. Don't be rash. And walk too fast. Understand? Auntie Mu held back her smile and said respectfully, Yes, Mississippi. After that, she turned and left. Luo Changtian clenched his fists, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. When he was about to speak, his body suddenly shook and his face changed. He took out a jade pendant from his arms. Many cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the jade pendant, and then with a click, it broke and turned into fragments. He was startled, and immediately put away the golden knife in his hand, and shouted coldly to the Jinui around him, You stay here and keep an eye on the prisoner. I'll be back soon. Remember, no one is allowed to take him away. Otherwise, he will be killed without mercy. If anything happens, this commander will be responsible. Yes, sir. The Jinui immediately responded in unison. Luo Changtian's face was gloomy, and his figure flashed, and he went out of the door in an instant and disappeared. Nandong Meiju did not stop him, but frowned slightly, with a hint of worry in his eyes. The sight returned to the Earl of Zhongwu's mansion. After Wang broke the jade pendant, she immediately went to the house to get the medicine box and bandage the injured Luo Yannian. The old eunuch stood under the eaves, looking around vigilantly, not moving a step away. But at this moment, in the wind and snow outside the door, a figure suddenly walked in slowly, wearing a Confucian robe, with a tall figure, handsome face, and a cold and calm look. It turned out to be the young man who had just escaped and returned. The old eunuch was stunned when he saw this scene, and his face suddenly showed a look of astonishment and confusion, and Luo Yinyan's body froze. Wang trembled, and immediately gritted her teeth and said, Eunuch son, this little bastard is back again. Kill him! Kill him quickly. This time, Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything nonsense. The internal force in the Danhai boomed and poured into his arm. The lightning in the root of the thunder spirit also swished and poured into his fist. ZZ. On the fist, golden light flashed. Lightning and lightning were entangled. And it sizzled. The old eunuch looked at this scene, and suddenly smelled his warrior aura at this moment. His face changed drastically, and he screamed in disbelief. Great martial master. Boom! Luo Qingzhou was in front of him in an instant, with light bursting out from his fist. Thunder and lightning gall blazing, and suddenly smashed into his face. A terrifying aura and pressure instantly enveloped the entire courtyard. Luo Yanyan and Wang, who were sitting on the ground, were both unable to open their eyes due to the dazzling light. Their faces were crushed by this terrifying majesty, and their livers and gallbladders were broken. Boom! A loud noise shook the earth. The entire Zhongwu Earl's mansion was suddenly shaken. The old eunuch with the strength of a great martial artist was actually punched out, breaking the column behind him, smashing the wall behind him, and flying into the house. The huge fist light and the terrifying explosion wave instantly tore the house into pieces and collapsed. The old eunuch was buried directly in the ruins of the collapsed house and disappeared without a trace. Luo Yanyan and Wang, who were sitting under the eaves, were also hit on the head and bleeding, and half of their bodies were buried. Chapter 579. Kill your whole family. Boom! The ruins of the collapsed house suddenly scattered. A figure with disheveled hair and ragged clothes flew out from inside with a whoosh sound, and screamed with a ferocious face, "Good boy. I will fight you." The old eunuch was surrounded by strong winds. His eyes were fierce, and a layer of scarlet light appeared on his arms and fists, like armor, making his arms and fists suddenly become thicker and bigger. Boom! He fell from the sky and punched down. A sharp whistle suddenly sounded in the air, and the ruins and dust on the ground and the snowflakes around were all blown away by the huge air wave. Luo Qingzhou stood still. The internal force in the Danhai, the energy in the acupoints, and the lightning in the root of the thunder spirit all rushed to his arms and fists. Wow! The fist light flashed, shining like the sun. A punch was thrown. Golden light burst out. Lightning and thunder. The two fists collided heavily with a bang, making a deafening explosion. Under Luo Qingzhou's feet, the blue stone slab shattered. The old eunuch in midair was knocked out again, and his arm made a crack sound, and a sound of broken bones rang out. At the same time, a thick lightning wrapped around him. Bang! He fell heavily into the ruins behind him again, with lightning wrapped around his body. Crackling. But his great martial arts master's defense is still amazing. The lightning did not break his body shield, and after whipping his body for a few seconds, it quickly disappeared. He broke an arm, but jumped up again. Who knew that Luo Qingzhou did not give him any more chances, and instantly came in front of him again. Boom! Punched him in the chest again. The old eunuch had no way to avoid it, and the light shield on his body became brighter, and he raised his other arm to block. Bang! He was knocked out again. Crack! The remaining arm was broken again. Before he landed, Luo Qingzhou had already soared into the sky, and with a boom punch, he hit his chest again. This time, he hit his protective light shield directly. Buzz! The protective light shield wailed and cracked. The old eunuch was smashed to the ground heavily, and before he could catch his breath, Luo Qingzhou's fist hit him again. Crack! This time, the protective light shield on his whole body was instantly smashed to pieces. The old eunuch immediately screamed in horror, "Boy! You can't kill me! I am." Boom! Luo Qingzhou punched him in the throat, breaking his neck directly, making him completely speechless. And then another punch smashed his chest. Boom! 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 Thunder and lightning. Punches rained down. The old eunuch's head and body were instantly smashed to pieces, no longer in human form, and completely dead. ZZ. The lightning and thunder entangled him, burning him black and even his soul to ashes. From the collapse of the house to the old eunuch flying out to fight again. It seems long, but in fact it only took a few breaths of time. The contest between the two great martial artists was so fast that it was blurred, and it ended in an instant, when the old eunuch was smashed into a pool of mud by a few punches. Luo Yanyan and Wang, who were pressed under the beams and rubble, had not even reacted. The two men were bleeding and in a mess. They pushed the broken beam on their bodies, and hoped that the old eunuch could delay them for a while. When Luo Qingzhou walked in front of them, they gradually reacted. Luo Yanyan stopped struggling and looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar boy in front of him with blood on his face. His lips trembled slightly. After a few seconds of silence, he said hoarsely, "I just want to know, when did you start practicing martial arts?" Luo Qingzhou looked at his miserable appearance, still calm, and said, "I started when I was in Chunghua Mansion." Wang, who was next to him, had disheveled hair and immediately screamed, "Impossible! Impossible! There is no one in the mansion to teach you, a little bastard, to practice martial arts. You?" Swish! With a flash of cold light, Luo Qingzhou cut off her hand that was pushing the beam on her body with a sword. "Ah!" Wang screamed miserably. Her whole body trembled violently, and her face became more distorted. Blood spurted, and the broken hand fell into the ruins. Luo Qingzhou held the black and white sword without a trace of blood, looked at her calmly and said, "No one in the mansion taught you to be vicious and cruel. Why did you learn it? Some things are innate, and do not need to be taught." Wang was shaking with pain and cried, "Little bastard! You will not die well. You killed my Yu. You will be struck by lightning. My family will never let you go, and will definitely kill you and your Qin family bitches, killing them all, leaving no one alive." Swish! This time, Luo Qingzhou cut off Luo Yanyan's arm with a sword. Blood spurted. Luo Yanyan trembled, but he gritted his teeth and did not scream. Wang screamed in despair again. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "I said, I will not only kill your beloved son in front of you, but also your husband in front of you. Of course, there is also your eldest son." As soon as these words came out, Wang trembled all over and looked at him with wide eyes. Luo Yanyan, who had closed his eyes and waited for death, suddenly opened his eyes and stared at him with red eyes. He seemed to have finally reacted and gritted his teeth and said, You deliberately hurt me and then ran away, just to lure Chantian back." Luo Qingzhou looked at his angry and fearful expression and said lightly, "I have endured for so long, and now I want to kill your whole family, leaving no one alive. How did you hurt my mother and insult me? Today, I will pay you back 100-fold. After saying that, the black and white sword in his hand flashed with a cold light and cut off his other arm again. Wow! Blood gushed out, instantly dyeing the ground where the two were buried red. Even though Luo Yanyan was a warrior, he could not bear such a heavy blow. His body trembled, and he fainted from the pain. "Ah! Master! Master Beast! You beast!" Wang seemed to be crazy, screaming loudly, her face full of distortion and despair. Luo Qingzhou looked at her calmly, and his mind couldn't help but recall the scene of his mother lying on the bed, holding his hand, crying, and taking her last breath. "Wang Yun, do you feel the pain and despair of losing your loved ones now?" The sword in Luo Qingzhou's hand pointed at her throat. But at this moment, he suddenly turned around and looked outside the courtyard gate. Luo Changtian, wearing a Qilin costume and holding a golden knife, was standing outside the door, looking at him silently, with a complicated expression on his face. Snowflakes were falling, and the two looked at each other across the snow, both silent. Wang saw her son and suddenly screamed, "Changtian! Changtian! Go away! Don't worry about us! This little bastard is a lunatic! A lunatic!" Luo Changtian raised his feet, walked into the courtyard, stopped in the middle of the courtyard, looked at his father and mother, and then looked at the collapsed house behind him, and the bloody body of the old eunuch. After a moment of silence, he looked at the young man in a Confucian robe and dressed as a scholar in front of him, and said, "You did it?" Luo Qingzhou looked at him, and did not answer. Luo Changtian frowned, stared at him for a few more times, and suddenly asked, "Are you Chu Feiyang?" Luo Qingzhou still did not answer, but the sword in his hand lit up. Luo Changtian looked at him with a complicated expression. "If you were Chu Feiyang, if you had known how your mother died long ago, then everything would make sense. However, there is only one thing I don't understand. How did you hide it from everyone and cultivate to the level of a great martial artist? Even the most powerful genius should find it difficult to do it, right? Unless someone helps you. And that person is very strong. Who is it? The Qin family? Shua." Luo Qingzhou answered him with a round of sword light. Then, a sword stabbed over. Luo Changtian narrowed his eyes, and clanged to pull out the golden knife in his hand. And the golden light flashed, and a knife fell down. He instantly shattered the sword light. And when he was about to continue to chop at the black and white sword, the sword in Luo Qingzhou's hand suddenly turned into a pitch-black wooden stick, and Shua sounded, smashed over. Luo Chantian did not stop, and continued to chop down. Ka! The sword and stick collided, and the huge force made the arms of the two great martial artists numb. The golden knife in Luo Changtian's hand was actually broken into two pieces. Before he could react, Luo Qingzhou held the stick with both hands, and his body suddenly turned, with a sweeping thousands of troops. The wooden stick in his hand broke through the snowflakes and whistled away. Luo Chantian threw away the broken knife. His figure flashed, and he evaded nimbly. In an instant, he was in front of him and punched him in the chest with a bang. Luo Qingzhou blocked with the stick and was directly knocked out. In midair, Luo Chantian had already rushed down from the sky and punched him again, with a huge fist flashing with dazzling fist light. Luo Qingzhou put away the stick and punched him. Bang! The two fists collided, and both of them were shocked. Luo Chantian flew out and landed on the ground not far away. Luo Qingzhou fell rapidly, supported the ground with his left hand, and turned over to the ground. Swoosh! The figures of the two collided again and quickly separated. The two began to blur, flashing quickly in the wind and snow in the courtyard. Boom boom punching each other. And for a moment, they were evenly matched. Who knew that at this moment? A cold air suddenly pierced Luo Changtian's throat. Luo Changtian urgently avoided it, and was punched in the chest by Luo Qingzhou, and was knocked out. When he landed and saw clearly, the cold air just now was actually a black flying sword, which was now suspended under the leaves beside, waiting for an opportunity to move. He touched his neck, which had been cut with a bloody mark, and it felt cold. Wang in the ruins screamed in fear again, Chantian, go! Go! And Luo Yanyan, who had just fainted, woke up at this time and shouted hoarsely, go! Go to the palace. At this time, the movement in the mansion had alarmed the people outside, and Luo Chantian had already sent a signal when he came. The Jinui in the palace and the people in the government office were also rushing to the Zhongwu Marquis' mansion. Luo Chantian clenched his fists. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and looked at the young man in front of him and said, you can't kill me. Of course, I can't kill you. With your strength, you can leave easily, but you and all the people in the Qin family will be fugitives of Dian from today, even if you are a direct disciple of Li Xiao's sect. This time, no one can protect you. After speaking, the sneer on his face suddenly froze, and the internal force in his body suddenly began to disorder, and his head was a little dizzy. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the falling snowflakes, and then at the powder that was invisible to the naked eye. It was colorless and odorless, no different from the air and the dust from the collapsed house. But he was a great martial artist, and he had anti-poison pills on him. So how could he? Moo! A loud cow moo suddenly sounded in the courtyard. Luo Qingzhou disappeared instantly. Hearing this familiar cow moo, Luo Yanyan, whose lower body was still buried in the ruins, was shocked and shouted, Chantian, be careful, because on the day Luo Yu was killed, the murderer also used such a technique. At first, he thought it was a member of the demon clan. Bang! Even though he had reminded him, Luo Qingzhou was too fast, and Luo Chantian was poisoned again. Before he could react, he was suddenly hit in the chest, knocked out, and hit the half of the courtyard wall behind him. The courtyard wall collapsed. Luo Chantian fell to the ground in a mess. The protective light shield on his body was directly shattered, and his entire chest collapsed slightly. Before he could jump up from the ground, Luo Qingzhou's fist burst with golden light. Lightning flashed, and he punched down again, completely destroying all his strength, leaving him no room for resistance. Boom! 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 Luo Qingzhou raised his fist. Lightning wrapped around, and instantly punched dozens of times. Every punch was fatal. Ah! Chantian Wang screamed shrilly, struggling desperately in the ruins, trying to crawl over. Luo Yanyan was trembling all over, his face full of despair. Boom! Luo Qingzhou threw the last punch. In the flash of lightning, Luo Chantian was completely killed. His body was gone, and his soul was scattered, but his head was still intact. Amid Wang's desperate screams, Luo Qingzhou cut off Luo Changtian's head, threw it into her arms, and said, "This is the second one." As he spoke, he walked in front of Luo Yanyan in the wind and snow, grabbed his hair, and amid Wang's terrified and desperate pleas, he raised his knife and cut off Luo Yanyan's head with a swish sound, and threw it into her arms, saying, "This is the third one now. Your whole family has died in your arms. You should be very satisfied. Right? Wang's eyes widened. Her mouth opened. And a ho-ho sound came out of her throat. Her whole body trembled violently. Her teeth chattered. And she could no longer utter a word. Luo Qingzhou heard the noisy footsteps in the mansion, took one last look at her, and turned to the door. Wang suddenly screamed wildly, "Little bastard! If you have the guts, kill me too! You!" Swish! Luo Qingzhou walked out of the door, moved his fingers, and the flying sword that was still in the courtyard instantly circled around Wang's neck and cut off her head. "Do you think I will keep you? I just don't want to dirty my hands." Luo Qingzhou put away the flying sword and soon disappeared in the wind and snow. When the people from the yamen and the Jinui hurried over, they only saw corpses and blood all over the ground. The wind and snow were still there, and the courtyard was full of scarlet. The figure in the Confucian robe seemed to have never appeared. Chapter 580 Explosively Killing Jinui. It was already evening. The sky was dark, and the snow was falling silently. There were few pedestrians on the street, and many vendors had already closed their stalls and went home. 18 alleys in the south of the city. On the street not far away, the cobbler was wrapped in a thick cotton coat and wearing a worn-out hat, still bowing his head and carefully mending the shoes in his hands. He occasionally raised his head and looked at the alley not far away, as if his eyes were a little uncomfortable because he had been looking down at the needle and thread for too long. The alley was empty, and there was no one. When he finished mending the shoes in his hand and raised his head again, he suddenly saw a figure standing in front of him. The figure was leading a horse, wearing a black suit and a hat, and under the hat was an ordinary-looking boy's face. The young man was looking down at him at this time. Seeing his gaze, he asked, "Can you mend anything with your needle and thread?" The shoemaker immediately asked enthusiastically, "What do you want to mend?" The young man looked at him again, but did not answer. He led the horse and walked away quickly, heading towards the 18th lane not far away. The shoemaker looked at his back and narrowed his eyes slightly. Suddenly, his face changed, and he felt a hint of coolness on his neck. He immediately reached out and touched it. It was sticky and fishy, and his fingers were covered with blood. He was stunned for a moment, and suddenly stood up from the ground. Then, his eyes went black, and with a thump, he fell to the ground, and his head rolled out. In the alley, in the front yard of Dao Mansion, Dao Chumkong was still tied up, kneeling on the ground in a mess. More than 20 Jinui held short knives and surrounded him silently, looking forward with cold eyes. Sister Dao held a knife in her hand and wanted to rush forward to fight several times, but was stopped by Nangong Meiju. But her father couldn't wait any longer. She would rather rush forward and die with her father under the swords of these Jinui than endure this kind of pain and suffering. She knew in her heart that when Luo Changtian came back, her father would still die, and even die more miserably. Even the princess next to her couldn't save her father. 3 days ago, she had been determined to die. She was not afraid of dying with her father. Buzz! The broadsword in her hand shone with a blade, and she said resolutely, "Princess, don't worry about me. You go. This is my family affair, and it has nothing to do with you." Nandong Meiju stood in front of her and said coldly, "Do you think I want to care? It was not a guy who cried and begged me to come." Dao Jia looked at her in a daze. Nandong Meiju said, "Do you really think he knows nothing? Then you underestimate him too much. He already knew it 3 days ago. You are her senior sister, and your legs are so long. He will definitely not ignore you." The knife in Sister Dao's hand trembled slightly. Squeak. At this moment, the remaining half of the door at the door was suddenly pushed open. Several people looked over. A young man wearing a bamboo hat walked in from outside the door, then politely closed the half of the door, then took off the bamboo hat on his head and put it away. Nandong Meiju looked at him, and her tense heartstrings finally relaxed, and then a worried expression appeared on her face again. So fast successful. Or, Sister Dao clenched the knife in her hand and shouted, "Chu Feiyang, you shouldn't have come. My father is a murderer, and can't escape Luo Changtian, and these Jinui are all investigating you." Luo Qingzhou walked down the steps and said calmly, "It's okay. Luo Changtian has been beheaded by me. As for these Jinui..." Swoosh! Before he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared from the spot, and then appeared behind Dao Chumkong, punching out with both fists, and directly knocked out the 2 Jinui standing next to Dao Chumkong. Before the 2 Jinui reacted, their heads exploded, their bodies were wrapped in lightning, and they died. They will naturally go underground to accompany their commander. Luo Qingzhou stood behind Dao Changkong. And after saying this, a cold light flashed in his hand, untied the rope on Dao Changkong, and looked at the other Jinui. The Jinui around him reacted at this time, and their faces changed drastically. Are you going to rebel? We are the Jinui. The Jinui formed by the Emperor himself. One of the leaders shouted in a trembling voice. Not only were they frightened, Daojia and Nandong Meiju were also shocked. The leader was right. Killing the Jinui would be no different from rebellion. The three tribes would be exterminated directly. Boom! Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything, and rushed to the other Jinui again. His fist burst out, and he killed two Jinui with one punch. The cultivation of a great martial artist. Go! At this time, the little leader of the Jinui reacted immediately, and turned around and ran towards the door in shock and horror. Swish! The flying sword shot out and cut off his head in an instant. Luo Qingzhou's half-soul left his body, driving the flying sword, and the other half of his soul controlled his body and punched the Vajra fist. These Jinui were only martial artists. How could they be his opponents? In the courtyard, there were fist shadows, flying swords, blood splattering, and heads rolling. In a blink of an eye, only 5 or 6 of the 20 Jinui masters were left, and the others were lying on the ground, either with their heads separated, their heads exploded, or their chests broken, all completely dead. Daojia and her daughter were dumbfounded. Nandong Meiju also froze in place, with a dull expression on her face. Aunt Mu said in disbelief, Miss, I heard that this guy was only at the initial stage of martial arts in marching. Nandong Meiju said in a daze, when I first met him, he was not even a martial arts master. After saying that, she immediately reacted and hurriedly said to the old nanny behind her, Ninth nanny, why are you in a daze? Go and help. Ninth nanny waved her hands hurriedly and said, Miss, you can't do it. You can't do it. That's the Jinui. His property will be confiscated, and he will be executed. Coward. Nandong Meiju Swish pulled out the whip from his waist and prepared to help. However, the last surviving Jinui just jumped onto the courtyard wall and was about to escape. But his head was cut off by the flying sword and he fell down. From the time Luo Qingzhou suddenly started to attack to the end, it took only a few breaths. In a blink of an eye, the 20 or so Jinui who were holding knives and staring at him were now lying in a pool of blood, dying on the spot. Looking around, the white snow in the yard was dyed red, and the ground was full of broken corpses. The small yard suddenly became silent. There was only the sound of the wind blowing snowflakes across the eaves. Luo Qingzhou put away his flying sword, turned around, and looked at the few people who were still frozen there, with a cold expression on his face. Several people couldn't help but shudder. Ninth Aunt was afraid that he would kill Red Eyes, so she hurriedly protected Nandong Meiju and shouted, Boy, you won't kill us to silence us, right? Luo Qingzhou ignored her, walked quickly to Sister Dao and Dao Changkong, and said, Senior sister, take your father out of the city immediately, and go to Lingxiao sect. If it's a little later, the city gate may be closed, and no one can go out again. You can't come back to Kyoto. The wind and snow tonight will cover your footprints. You should rush to Lingxiao sect as soon as possible, and go around to the back mountain. Someone will pick you up in the back mountain. Sister Dao didn't have time to ask more questions, and immediately carried her father on her back and rushed out of the door. Nandong Meiju was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly said, We have a carriage. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, Your carriage cannot be used. Senior sister, there is a horse outside the gate. I just picked it up. There is no guard at the city gate now. Let's go! Sister Dao immediately carried her father out of the door, and indeed saw a horse outside the door. She put her father on the horse first, then jumped on it, and immediately patted the horse, facing the wind and snow, quickly ran out of the alley, and ran out of the city. In the courtyard of Dao Mansion, Luo Qingzhou looked at Nandong Meiju and the other two and said, Princess, no one saw you coming here? Auntie Mu immediately said, Yes. When we came in, there was a shoe repairman. Luo Qingzhou said, He is a member of the Jinui, and I have killed him. You should go back to the inner city quickly. The city may be closed later, and I still have to go to the martial arts hall. After that, he was about to leave. Nandong Meiju hurriedly asked, Chu Feiyong, the people of the Luo family, kill them all. Luo Qingzhou replied, and his figure flashed and disappeared at the door. Ninth Mammy sighed, Miss, this guy is so cruel. Seeing her young lady staring at her, she quickly changed her words and said, This guy is so powerful. Luo Chantian is a great martial artist. He actually has a good eye. So great. Let's go! Nandong Meiju looked solemn and immediately took them away. She felt heavy in her heart and was very worried. Luo Chantian was the most trusted and beloved commander of the Jinui by the emperor. Now his whole family was wiped out and more than 20 Jinui were slaughtered. The emperor and the government would never let it go. If it was found out, no one could afford such terrible consequences, even if he was a direct disciple of Lin Xiao's sect. Luo Qingzhou changed his clothes and went around many alleys. He jumped into the martial arts training ground of the martial arts hall from the back wall. At this time, it was dark and Zhou Buiyue and others had already left. Luo Qingzhou went to the front yard and saw Sun Jiang just coming out of the house. He quickly bowed and said, "Master, I'll go back first." Sun Jiang looked at him with a puzzled look on his face and said, "Why are you leaving now?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I felt a little uncomfortable just now, so I squatted in the toilet for a while." When Sun Jiang heard this, he glared at him and said, "Did you leave the stinky stuff here on purpose? Can't you hold it in and go back to your own house to poop?" Luo Qingzhou laughed and bowed to say goodbye. When he went out, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Looking at the empty alley, he couldn't help but think of Sister Dao's figure and laughter in his mind. "Hey," he sighed and walked out of the alley. "It's okay. We should be able to meet soon." On the street not far from the alley, a figure stood under the eaves. After looking at him, he immediately turned and went into the house next door. The Jinui had been monitoring his every move for a long time, but it was impossible to know where he lived. I don't know if anyone will continue to investigate the cause of Luo Yu's death after Luo Chongqian's death. As for Luo Chongqian's family extermination, it shouldn't be so easy to find Chu Feiyang. Even if Chu Feiyang is found, what does it have to do with Luo Qingzhou in Qin Mansion? He released half of his soul, floated into the night sky, and began to carefully check the suspicious figures in the streets and alleys around him. He went to the West Lake, walked around the West Lake for a few times, and walked around the entire outer city for a few times before he safely changed his clothes and took off his mask and returned to the Qin Mansion. At this time, night had fallen. The tragic case of the Zhongwu Marquis' mansion soon spread to the palace and spread throughout the inner city. All the officials in Kyoto were shocked. The emperor was furious and immediately ordered the Jinui, the Ministry of Justice, the government, and other departments to immediately close the city gates, block the outer and inner cities, and track down the murderer from house to house. At this time, Sister Dao had already taken her father, riding a horse, running in the suburbs where the cold wind was sobbing and the snow was covered. After Luo Qingzhou returned to the mansion, he immediately took out the communication treasure and sent a message to Linghu Qingzhu. "Master, I have something to ask for. This matter is very important. I hope Master can help." The message came back quickly. "Zhu, call me Aunt." Luo Qingzhou, "Aunt. It's urgent. Please agree." "Zhu, speak." Luo Qingzhou, "My senior sister Dowling is taking her father to the back mountain of Lin Xiao sect. I hope you can go and take them up the mountain and hide them. Her father is a murder suspect. The government and Jinui are hunting them. I hope Aunt can help them." "Zhu, okay. I'll go right away." Luo Qingzhou was surprised to see that she agreed so readily. "Aren't you afraid that the government will find them?" "Zhu, don't worry. I will hide them very well. No one can find them." Luo Qingzhou felt warm in his heart. "Thank you." "Zhu, did I miss a title in front?" Luo Qingzhou could only say, "Aunt." "Thank you." "Zhu, you're welcome. You helped me a lot. But don't forget our agreement. I still want to compete with your wife in swordplay." Luo Qingzhou, "I remember. I've been busy recently. I'll let you know when I have time." "Zhu, I've been practicing the black and white sword these 2 days, and I feel that I can't achieve the effect by practicing alone." Luo Qingzhou, "Then when I have time, I'll practice with my aunt." "Zhu, well, if you need any help in the future, just tell your aunt, and your aunt will never refuse you." Luo Qingzhou said helplessly, "Well, thank you, Aunt." He thought about it, and immediately sent a message to Sister Yu, Celia and Longer. "Sister Yu, something might happen in Kyoto tonight, so we shouldn't go out. Just stay at home." "Celia, it's very dangerous in Kyoto tonight. Don't come out to play." "Longer, there may be many masters in Kyoto tonight. Remember to hide in the Dragon Palace. Don't come out. Be careful of being caught and skinned." After the message was sent, Longer quickly replied, "Zia Longnu, well, thank you for your reminder. Longer will definitely hide in the Dragon Palace and not go out. Longer doesn't want to be skinned. Only you can skin Longer. Luo Qingzhou, I'm talking about skin. Not clothes. Xia Longnu, what are you thinking about? You are talking about skin. Not clothes? Longer doesn't wear clothes at all. There is no clothes to be stripped. If you don't believe it, come to the Dragon Palace and see. Longer is naked. Naked. Luo Qingzhou ignored her. At this time, Sister Yu's message also came back. Oh. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu. Can you reply a few more words? Sister Yu ignored him. Celia still didn't reply. I don't know what she's been busy with recently. She even didn't bother to care about her good brother. Luo Qingzhou took a bath, went into the room, sat on the beauty couch with Miss Qin Air, and told her everything that happened today. When the two were talking in a low voice, Mayor's panting voice suddenly came from the yard. Miss, son-in-law, go to the hall quickly. The government officials are here. Let's all go. The master seems to have been arrested by the government. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the two changed. Chapter 581 Sister Yu, with your wife? The front yard of the Qin mansion. Everyone in the Qin family had hurried over. The small courtyard was brightly lit. A dozen burly yamen runners with swords on their waists, led by a young official, stood solemnly in the middle of the courtyard. The young official held the Qin family's household register in his hand. Every time he read a name, a person would walk out of the crowd and stand on the other side. Qiner, Mayor, Bai Ling. After reading the names of all the people in the Qin family, he counted them carefully again, and then looked at Song Ryue, who was surrounded by the Qin family, and said, Madam Qin. Except for Lord Qin. Are all the people in the Qin mansion here? Song Ryue frowned and nodded, saying, all are here. Then he asked again, Sir, when can my master come back? The young official looked at the list in his hand again and said lightly, maybe tonight. Or tomorrow. At this time. No matter whether it is the outer city or the inner city. As long as there are people who are not staying at their homes. No matter who they are. They will all be arrested and interrogated. Madam Qin. Don't worry. Song Ryue said with a worried face. Sir. What happened? What happened? The young official raised his eyes and looked at her solemnly, saying, the Xiongwu Marquis' mansion was wiped out, including the Emperor's favorite Jinui commander, who was also killed. So tonight, whether it is the outer city or the inner city, every household, we have to check one by one. Madam Qin, are you sure there is no one else in the mansion? Song Ryue was struck by lightning when she heard the news, and her face turned pale. Yes, sure. Sir, the Xiongwu Marquis mansion you are talking about. Is it Luo Yinyan's family? The young official nodded, and then ordered the yamen runners behind him. Search once. Don't miss any place. But remember, don't damage Madam Qin's things at home. Yes, sir. The yamen runners immediately rushed to the backyard. Everyone in the Qin family stayed where they were, silent as a cicada. Song Ryue froze there, her face pale, stunned. Although she wished that Luo Yinyan's family would die sooner, she was shocked and astonished to hear that their family had been wiped out. And even Luo Chantian, the most favored person by the Emperor's side, had been killed. How could such a terrible thing happen under the Emperor's feet? And in the inner city? Who on earth had such courage and ability? She couldn't help but tremble all over, and asked in a trembling voice, Sir, who is so cruel? Do you know the murderer? Will the murderer come out to kill again? The young official saw that she was very scared and comforted her. Madam Qin, don't worry. The whole city is under martial law, and the imperial guards have been dispatched. If the villain dares to show up, he will be captured. Song Ryue hurriedly said, Sir, why don't you send a few people to guard the alley outside, in case the murderer suddenly appears? My master is not here, and you can't come in time. The young official bowed his hands. Madam Qin, please forgive me. We still have to search the next family. There will be soldiers patrolling the streets outside. Madam Qin, don't worry too much. Song Ryue was still terrified. When she was about to speak, Miss Qin Air stretched out her hand and pulled her sleeve. Soon, the yamen runners who searched the mansion came back, reporting to the Lord. There is no one else in the mansion. The yamen runners replied. The young official nodded, said nothing more, and hurried away with the yamen runners. The front yard of the Qin mansion suddenly became quiet. After a while, Song Ryue said in a trembling voice, Wei Mo, tell me, how could such a thing happen in the inner city under the feet of the Emperor? Although Luo Yinyan's family deserves to die, The murderer is too scary. If he accidentally sneaks into our mansion. Your father and second brother are not here. The maids and servants heard it, and their faces turned pale with fear. Miss Chin Er comforted her softly. Mother, it's okay. Isn't there Xia-chan at home? Butler Zhou and Qing Er also know some martial arts. Bai Ling immediately said crisply. Don't be afraid, madam. Bai Ling also knows martial arts. As she said that, she clenched her little pink fist, uttered a ha sound, and punched out, saying, Little Bai Ling's fist is not vegetarian. Song Ryue frowned and thought for a while, and immediately decided, we can't live separately tonight. So, Wei Mo, Jian Jia and I will live with you, and the others will squeeze in and live in the small courtyard next door. Xia-chan will be guarding our place. Butler Zhou and Qing Er will be guarding the others. When the master comes back tomorrow, we will make other plans. There are not many people in the Qin mansion, including the servants. There are only 15 people in total, and a few are in the shops in the inner city. 2 small courtyards are enough for them to live. After this, no one else had any objections. Miss Chin Er wanted to speak, but seeing her face full of fear and worry, she had to give up. The group packed up and went to the small courtyard at the back. Song Ryue held Miss Chin's left hand and Miss Chin's right hand, and took Bailing Xiachan, Qiao Zhu and Xiao Dai, as well as Luo Qingzhou, into the Meixiang garden. The others went to another small courtyard. Lanterns were hung everywhere in the mansion, and they dared not extinguish them. The front and back doors were not only locked, but also blocked with something. There were only 4 rooms in Meixiang garden. After Song Ryue led her 2 daughters into the house, she thought for a while and began to allocate. Jianjia, Weima, and I will sleep in one room. Xiachan, Bailing and Zhuer will sleep in another room. The remaining room will be for Qingzhou, Xiaodai and Qiuer. What do you think? Zhuer immediately said, Madam, the beds in our 2 rooms are too small. Not enough for 3 people. How about I go to Madam and Miss to sleep? There is a beauty couch there, and I can sleep on the couch. So I can serve Madam and Miss at any time. Song Ryue looked at her and said, Is the bed small? Then how do Qingzhou, Qiuer and Xiaodai sleep every time? As soon as these words came out, the room suddenly became silent. Xiaodai immediately lowered her head and blushed. Qiuer also lowered her head, seeing that everyone was looking at him. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, Mother-in-law, Xiaodai and I will sleep in the exiled immortal residence. This way, you will have more space and sleep more comfortably. Song Ryue immediately rejected it. No, it's okay if someone else gets into trouble. But if something happens to you, how can I explain it to the master? Wei Mo, and the ancestors of the Qin family? You have to take the top exam next year to bring honor to our Qin family. So you can't make the slightest mistake. Luo Qingzhou said awkwardly, Mother-in-law, it may be a bit difficult to get the first place. Song Ryue snorted coldly, You haven't taken the exam yet, and you have no confidence? You should set your sights higher. With your talent, even if you can't get the first place, the second and third place are still easy for you to get? Luo Qingzhou. Miss Chin Er chuckled and said, Brother Qingzhou, Mother has great confidence in you. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said nothing. Song Ryue looked at him a few more times, then looked at the others, pondered for a moment, and said, In this way, Xia-chan and Bailing sleep together. Zhuer, Xiaodai and Qiuer, you 3 sleep together. As for Qingzhou, you come to our room to sleep. As soon as these words came out, Luo Qingzhou was startled, raised his head and looked at her. Others were also stunned. Miss Chin Er laughed and said, Mother, you don't speak clearly. Look how scared Brother Qingzhou is. Then she laughed and said, Brother Qingzhou, what Mother meant was that she wanted you to sleep on the couch in our room, so that she can feel at ease. Song Ryue glanced at her and said, Isn't that what I meant? Are you overthinking it? We are mother and daughter sleeping together. How could I let him sleep on the bed? What are you thinking about all day? Everyone lowered their heads and held back their laughter. Okay, come into the room quickly. Weima, I still have something to talk to you about. Song Ryue said nothing more and walked towards the room. Qiuer immediately went over, opened the door, and helped her take off her shoes. Song Ryue, wearing snow-white silk stockings, walked into the room, turned her head and looked at her sisters and said, Why are you standing there? Come in. Then she looked at Luo Qingzhou again, and seeing that her son-in-law looked serious and nervous, she immediately laughed and said, Qingzhou, why are you shy? Come in quickly. There is a bead curtain in the inner room. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that your mother-in-law and your eldest sister-in-law will peek at you? After saying that, she couldn't help laughing again. The others also laughed. Bai Ling was happy to watch the fun, and pushed him with a smile on her face, saying, "Son-in-law, come in quickly. The lady and my young lady will not peek at you. But you can't peek at them either. If you want to peek, you can only peek at the second young lady." As soon as these words came out, the others laughed again. Luo Qingzhou was pushed to the door of the room. Chior squatted down, helped him take off his shoes, and smiled and replied, "Sister, go in quickly. I'll go get the quilt." Luo Qingzhou saw that Miss Qin and Miss Qin were watching him, and his mother-in-law in the room was also staring at him with a smile. So he had to lower his head and walked in, and went to the couch. "Sister, let's go in too." At this time, Miss Qin also pulled Miss Qin, took off her shoes, and went into the room. Miss Qin took a look at her shoes and whispered, "Sister, don't you like those shoes? Why don't you wear them?" Miss Qin was silent for a while, and said, "It's in the cabinet." Miss Qin asked again, "Do you like it, sister?" Miss Qin did not answer, and walked into the inner room. Song Ryu had pushed aside the bead curtain, and after she went in, she pulled down the curtains on both corners of the wall, separating the outside and the inside, and then stood inside and said, "Qingzhou, take a look. Can you see us?" Luo Qingzhou took a look and could vaguely see her figure, and said, "I can't see." Song Ryu smiled and said, "You can't see us, so I can't see you either. So don't worry. Go to sleep. You have to get up and study tomorrow morning. You are the hardest working person in the whole Qin mansion. You stay at home every day and study hard. We will all rely on you in the future." Luo Qingzhou got on the couch and said, "Mother-in-law is busy running around every day for the store, and it's also very hard." Song Ryu sighed, walked to the bed, and said while undressing, "Eating and drinking at home costs money. Although I brought some money from matching, I can't just sit back and eat it all." Luo Qingzhou took a look inside, and quickly retracted his gaze. Seeing Chior coming in with a quilt, he immediately said, "Chior, go and blow out the oil lamp and candle." The light was on in the inner room, and he could now clearly see the figure inside taking off clothes, and he could also vaguely see the color of the clothes, which was very embarrassing. Chior put down the quilt and was about to go in to blow out the lights, but Song Ryu hurriedly said, "No, sleep with the lights on tonight. Chior, hang lanterns on the corridor outside the house. Be careful tonight and don't be careless at all." Seeing this, Chior had to agree, glanced at her son-in-law, and retreated. She naturally saw the graceful figure printed on the curtain, but did not dare to remind him. Luo Qingzhou did not take off his clothes, laid down on the couch, covered himself with a quilt, and closed his eyes. The sound of taking off clothes came clearly from the inner room again. Luo Qingzhou covered his ears. After a while, the mother and daughter all went to bed. Song Ryu suddenly said, "Qingzhou, what's your impression of your elder brother?" Luo Qingzhou thought for a moment and said, "Fortunately, elder brother is mature and steady, and he is a man who can do great things." Song Ryu sighed and said, "Your elder brother has changed a little from before. He seems to care less about the family and only thinks about being loyal to the country." Miss Qin said, "Mother, men should be like this. Didn't Dad teach elder brother since he was a child that he should serve the country when he grows up?" Song Ryu said, "That was in the past. Now alas, it's hard to say." There was silence in the room for a while. Song Ryu suddenly asked again, "Qingzhou, when are you going to have a child?" Miss Qin immediately whispered, "Mother, why are you asking these questions?" "Wei Mo's body," Song Ryu said, "Mother is not asking you to have one. Xiao Dai and Chior, aren't they both okay? The house is so quiet all day, and one more child will definitely be lively." Miss Qin said, "Then mother can urge the eldest and second brothers to have one." Song Ryu sighed again, "I can't count on them. It's good enough to get married. Especially your second brother. He doesn't even want a maid in the room. And he has no expression when he sees a woman. Mother suspects him ahem. Let's not talk about it. I get angry when I mention him." The mother and daughter talked, and Miss Qin said nothing. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else. He quietly took out the communication treasure from the quilt, replied to Zhu Yan, and sent a message to Linghu Qingzhu, asking her about Sister Dao. Then, he sent a message to Sister Yu. "Sister Yu, what are you doing? It's very dangerous outside. Don't go out. Are there any soldiers searching your house? After the message was sent, Ling Hu Qingju quickly replied, the person has been received. Your senior sister's father is seriously injured. But I can cure him. I have hidden him. By the way, let me tell you that your senior sister is very worried about you and wants you to come to the sect. If you come, I will pick you up. When Luo Qingzhou was replying to the message, Song Ryua's voice came from the inner room. Jianjia. What are you doing? Why are you sleeping on the other side? Don't you like sleeping with mother and Wei Mo? Miss Qin's voice sounded faintly. I like to sleep alone. Song Ryua didn't say anything else. Just sighed softly. After Luo Qingzhou replied to Ling Hu Qingju, he replied to Zhu Yan. At this time, Sister Yu's message came back, sleeping. How about you? Luo Qingzhou, I'm sleeping too. This time, the message came back quickly. Sister Yu, with your wife? Luo Qingzhou decided to tease her. Besides my wife, there is also my beautiful sister-in-law. Where are the two sisters? Sister Yu did not reply. Chapter 582. Will you go with me? Waited for a while. Luo Qingzhou saw that Sister Yu still hadn't replied, and was afraid that the joke was too much. He quickly replied, Sister Yu, I was just joking with you. My wife, her sister, and my mother-in-law are sleeping in the bed. And I'm sleeping on the couch outside. It's dangerous in Kyoto tonight. A murderer has committed a family massacre. Even the commander of the Jinui was killed. Now the whole city is searching for the murderer. I don't know where he will hide. So tonight our family will sleep together in case the terrible murderer suddenly appears. Zhu Yan and Ling Hu Qingju both sent messages. Luo Qingzhou replied one by one. Waited for a while. Sister Yu's message came back. What murderer? Luo Qingzhou, the murderer who committed the family massacre. I heard that the whole family of Zhongwu Bofu was killed. And even the leader of Jinui died. It's terrible. Sister Yu, you should close the door at home. Be careful that the murderer suddenly ran into your house. Sister Yu, isn't it you? When Luo Qingzhou saw this message, he froze. Sister Yu, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Are you saying I am a murderer? Sister Yu, Luo Qingzhou looked at this word and thought carefully in his mind. How could Sister Yu know? Could it be because he asked Sister Yu to take him into the inner city and investigate the Zhongwu Marquis mansion that night? Of course, he couldn't admit it. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu, I don't have that much courage. Nor do I have that much ability. Sister Yu didn't reply again. Luo Qingzhou didn't know how to reply. At this time, Ling Hu Qingju sent another message. Kyoto seems to be sealed. I heard that not only the Zhongwu Marquis mansion was wiped out, but also the Jinui commander, with the cultivation of a great martial artist, was killed. And more than 20 Jinui were killed. I asked her senior sister. She said she killed him, and said I can hand her over. Do you believe she killed him? Luo Qingzhou frowned. She didn't kill him. She doesn't have that ability. Ling Hu Qingju, of course she doesn't have that ability. To kill a great martial artist and 20 Jinui in such a short time. The murderer must be at least a mid-level great martial artist. What do you think? Luo Qingzhou, Master. Please keep an eye on her for me. Thank you. Ling Hu Qingju, call me Aunt. Luo Qingzhou, Aunt. Ling Hu Qingju, am I the only one who knows that you broke through from the mid-level martial artist to the realm of a great martial artist in a flash? Luo Qingzhou, and my wife knows. Ling Hu Qingju, it's an honor. But you are really brave. Not big, but terrible. I don't want to ask you what hatred you have with him. But I want to remind you that the court is not as cowardly and stupid as you think. I advise you to come to the sect as soon as possible and bring your family with you, so as not to regret it later. Luo Qingzhou looked at the message, was silent for a long time, and replied, if you leave now, it will only make things worse. And I am afraid you will not be able to leave. Let's talk about it after the storm has passed. Ling Hu Qingju, indeed. It is not easy to leave now. Even if the sect master goes there, it is impossible to bring your family out. It is estimated that it will be difficult for your family to get out until the murderer is caught. If this matter is exposed, no one can protect you. You are so bold and lawless. Luo Qingzhou, thank you for the compliment. But I don't understand what you are saying. Ling Hu Qingju, news also came from the border. The princess did not take action in the face of the demon tribe. She not only killed the military supervisor set by the court, but also killed an official in charge of delivering food and grass. Many people are saying that the princess is colluding with the demon tribe and is going to rebel. Kyoto will not be peaceful recently. You must be careful and find a way to get out quickly. Luo Qingzhou saw this message and looked solemn. I will. Ling Hu Qingzhu, how many family members do you want to bring out? I can help you think of a way. Luo Qingzhou, no. I will solve it myself. Ling Hu Qingzhu, you still don't trust me. Afraid that I will know your true identity. Luo Qingzhou, please take good care of my senior sister for me. Thank you. Ling Hu Qingzhu, okay. Luo Qingzhou replied to Zhu Yan's messages again, and saw that Longer also sent a message. Little dragon girl, my lord. It's so scary. Waves of spirits fly over the lake, holding the jade probe and searching everywhere. Longhair is hiding in the dragon palace. Trembling. Luo Qingzhou, you are close to the city gate. If you are discovered, run away immediately. The capital is very dangerous recently. You'd better not come out again. Little dragon girl, young master. If Longhair is discovered, where should he go? Luo Qingzhou, you are a member of the demon race, so naturally you should go to find your kind. Now several cities on the border have been occupied by the demon race. You can go to find them. Little dragon girl, Longhair doesn't want to go. If he goes, he will be cannon fodder and kill people. Longhair doesn't want to live that kind of life. My father also told me not to participate in interracial battles. Luo Qingzhou, the world is so big, and you have such a high level of cultivation. You can go anywhere. Don't worry, little dragon girl, but Longhair will soon pass the second thunder tribulation. If you are not here, Longhair is afraid that he will be reduced to ashes. I will never be able to show you Longhair's cute little feet again. Luo Qingzhou, don't talk nonsense. I am not interested in your little feet at all. If you really encounter an emergency, you can hide in the river between the Yunwu Mountains and Lingxiao sect. The location there should be good. Xiao Long knew, okay. Will the young master go to find Longhair? Luo Qingzhou, yes. At this time, the voice of Miss Qin Er came from the inner room again. Sister, if you can't live here, are you willing to go to a quieter place? Luo Qingzhou pricked up his ears when he heard it. The room was quiet for a moment. Miss Qin's cold voice sounded, yes. Miss Qin said again, for a long time. Kyoto may not be peaceful. Mother, you must be prepared. We may leave at any time. Song Ryue said anxiously, Wei Mo, why should we leave? Once the murderer is caught, won't we be safe? We just opened a shop, and business is booming. Your eldest brother and second brother are still studying at Dragon and Tiger College. Where can we go? Miss Qin was silent for a while, and said, Mother, in the eyes of the court, we are already the eldest princess's people. The eldest princess is now at the border, with a large army in hand. There will definitely be many people in the court who slander her. After all, the eldest princess has always wanted to deprive them of their interests. If the emperor listens to slander, then the first people in danger are those who stand in the same team with the eldest princess. Our Qin family will never be an exception. After listening to this, Song Ryue's voice trembled. What can we do? Your elder and second brothers are still in the academy. Even if we want to leave, where can we go? To the princess? Your second brother will go with us. But your elder brother, Miss Qin also sighed softly. My elder brother is practicing martial arts in the academy, and we haven't told him many things. When he comes back next time, Wei Mo will have a good talk with him. I believe my elder brother will understand. Song Ryue whispered again, Wei Mo. Qingzhou still has to take the top scholar exam. If we run away, won't he be unable to participate in the next spring exam? Miss Qin couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, Mother, which is more important, the top scholar or life? Song Ryue was quiet for a while, still holding on to hope. The princess and the emperor are siblings. The emperor should not believe the slander of those treacherous ministers. Right? Miss Qin didn't speak again. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and said, Mother-in-law, the second lady is right. We should prepare for a rainy day and make plans as early as possible. The store should not expand or hire any more people. Keep cash. Do not sell on credit. Sell as much as you make. Do not have inventory. And be prepared to leave at any time. After listening to this, Song Ryue said anxiously, Qingzhou, is the situation really that serious now? Luo Qingzhou said, Yes, it is very serious. I recently heard that the eldest princess killed the military supervisor and the minister who escorted the grain and grass sent by the emperor at the border. People who came back from the border said that the eldest princess was going to rebel. So we must prepare as soon as possible. When Song Ryue heard this, she immediately cried out in shock. The eldest princess is going to rebel then. Then we are. Luo Qingzhou said. We are in the same party. If the situation is true, everyone in our Qin family, including the second uncle and the fourth uncle in Yangzhou, will be beheaded. The current situation is indeed very serious. He had to say it so that they can prepare themselves mentally as soon as possible, so as not to be caught off guard, panic, and at a loss. Song Ryue was frightened and trembled. Miss Qin held her hand in the quilt and comforted her softly. Mother, don't be afraid. Brother Qizhou just asked us to prepare for a rainy day. Things may not happen. Luo Qingzhou said, Miss Air is right. At least we are safe now. The emperor and the princess should not tear each other apart so soon. Song Ryue trembled and said, Qingzhou, where can we go in the future? To Ryue Kingdom? Luo Qingzhou said, the world is big. We can go anywhere. Don't worry, mother-in-law. Qingzhou will find a safe place. You don't have to worry. Song Ryue sighed. Her heart was in turmoil. Miss Qin comforted softly. Miss Qin was still lying in the quilt, motionless, not knowing whether she was asleep. Luo Qingzhou thought secretly. Before leaving, he must take away the Xiantian jade girl tree in Prince Duan's mansion. As for Qingyun Temple, it is not in Kyoto City. He can go there at any time. After thinking for a while, he took out the message and sent a message to Sister Yu. Sister Yu, I may have to leave Kyoto soon. You should go out less in the future. The security in Kyoto will probably be getting stricter. You have to be careful. After the message was sent, a reply came back quickly. Sister Yu, where are you going? Luo Qingzhou, maybe a sect. Or maybe a paradise. He wanted to send a message Sister Yu. Are you going? But hesitated and did not send it. Sister Yu, oh. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu. I will write down all the scriptures in the next few days, and I will give them to you before I leave. And when you want to cross the tribulation, you must tell me in advance. I will come to help you. After the message was sent, I waited for a long time, but the other party did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, put away the communication treasure, listened to the whispers of the mother and daughter in the inner room hiding under the quilt, and fell into deep thought. After a long time, the communication treasure on his body suddenly moved. He took it in his hand and looked at it carefully. It was a message from Nangong Meijiu. Little Meijiu, the matter is more serious than we thought. Many warriors in the inner city have been arrested. The emperor seems to want to use this case to do something. Several marquises and ministers who were standing by the captain princess were arrested. And even the king of Chu and the king of Zhejiang were placed under house arrest. The other princes were also summoned back to Kyoto by the emperor on the pretext of reunion during the Chinese New Year. But I don't know how many of them dared to come back. You are also in danger. If you have a chance, leave quickly. Luo Qingzhou, princess. How about you? Is the prince's mansion okay? Xiao Meiju, it's okay now. But I don't know about the future. You don't have to worry about me. Just take care of your 3 wives and 4 concubines. I heard from my father that something happened at the border. My father didn't say much, but just confined me and Shui to our house, and told us not to go out again, let alone look for you. Luo Qingzhou said, the emperor should have wanted to take action a long time ago. And this is indeed an opportunity. Xiao Meiju, Chu Feiyong. There is a very powerful old eunuch in the palace, named Li Zhong. I heard from my father that he was a mid-stage great martial artist 10 years ago, and his current strength is unfathomable. He also went to the Earl of Zhongwu's mansion tonight. A eunuch died there. He was his apprentice. You have to be careful. Luo Qingzhou, yes. The princess must take good care of herself. Xiao Meijiu, I am a royal family member. Our Prince Duan's mansion has not taken sides. At most, I will be under house arrest. I will be fine. But you and the Qin family, you have to be careful. Luo Qingzhou, princess. If I have to leave at that time, will you go with me? Xiao Meijiu, no. If I go with you, it means that I am also a traitor. My father, mother, and Shui will all be implicated. Chu Feiyong, I like you, but I will never kill my relatives because of you. Luo Qingzhou, the princess's choice is right. Nandong Meiji lay in the quilt, looking at the jade in her hand, and did not reply. Luo Qingzhou put away the communication treasure and heard Song Ryue's low voice from the inner room. Wei Emo. Jianjia seems to be asleep. Mother wants to ask you something. Does Jianjia really not like men? Miss Qin Air said softly. Sister must have lied to Big Brother. Song Ryue was still worried and said, but Qingzhou has been married to her for so long. Qingzhou told me that Jianjia has never let him touch her hand, let alone hug and sleep together. even if Jinjia doesn't like him anymore. After all, they have been married. How could he not touch her once? And Qingzhou is good-looking, a scholar, elegant and handsome, and his attitude towards her is impeccable. But she is so repulsive. It really seems like she dislikes men. Miss Qin whispered. Mother, did brother Qingzhou complain to you about my sister in private? Song Ryue said. I didn't complain. I asked him. Qingzhou is too honest. If it were any other man, how could he have been married for so long without even touching his wife's hand? Alas, Jinjia is really sorry for him. So when you liked him, mother didn't oppose you. Miss Qin defended her sister. Maybe it's because my sister is thin-skinned and brother Qingzhou didn't take the initiative. If my sister was as thick-skinned as me and took the initiative, maybe she would be pregnant with brother Qingzhou's child now. Luo Qingzhou. Song Ryue immediately scolded in a low voice. What nonsense! You can't say these words now. What's past is past. Mother is just worried that your sister's problem. Miss Qin whispered, Mother, how about letting brother Qingzhou try again? Song Ryue immediately scolded, Don't talk nonsense. Don't think mother is stupid. I don't know what's in your little head. You want Jinjia to your dreaming. That kid shouldn't be so delusional. Don't even think about it. Unless I die. Miss Qin said weakly, Mother, what if sister agrees? Song Ryue said angrily, Impossible. Jinjia will never agree. Don't mention this matter again. Otherwise don't blame mother for spanking you. Miss Qin said. Oh, the mother and daughter quarreled in a low voice for a while, and then gradually quieted down. Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes and looked at the roof. Not feeling sleepy at all. It was early morning. It was late at night outside, and the snowflakes were still falling silently. The windows whirred in the cold wind. Luo Qingzhou lay down for a while, but couldn't fall asleep, seeing that everyone in the inner room was asleep. He quietly got up, went to open the door, put on his shoes, and walked out. Unexpectedly, just after he walked out of the room, he suddenly saw a figure standing silently in the corridor, staring at the snowflakes in the courtyard in a daze. She was wearing a light green dress, slender and thin, with black hair down to her waist, and holding a sword in her hand. It was Xia Chan. Luo Qingzhou walked behind her, hugged her gently from behind, and asked softly, Chan, why don't you sleep? Xia Chan stood there motionless, without struggling or answering. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, tilted his head, looked at it strangely, and saw two crystal-clear tears hanging silently in the corners of the girl's eyes. Luo Qingzhou was startled and asked quickly, Chan, what's wrong? Who bullied you? Was it Bailing? I'll go and help you beat her up. Xia Chan raised her little hand, wiped her tears, and said, You. Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this, and said in surprise, Me? Chan, did my uncle bully you? How come I don't know? Xia Chan sobbed, turned her back to him, and didn't want to talk to him anymore. Luo Qingzhou was confused, and immediately forced her body to turn around, grabbed her shoulders and said, Chan, tell me clearly, how did my uncle bully you? Xia Chan lowered her head, silently shed tears, and didn't say anything. Luo Qingzhou suddenly became anxious, hugged her waist and threatened, Chan, if you don't say it again, I will take you to the exiled fairy residence and let you cry all night. Do you believe it? Xia Chan immediately struggled, crying as she struggled, Bad guy. Luo Qingzhou hugged her tightly and said, Uncle is a bad guy. Then can you tell Uncle how he bullied you? Shouldn't I have made you kneel last time? Or shouldn't I have forced you? No. Xia Chan suddenly blushed and stopped him from continuing, crying, You killed people without me? Luo Qingzhou. Just for this? Luo Qingzhou was not only amused, but also distressed and moved. Xia Chan wiped her tears and said, I'm useless. Luo Qingzhou hugged her tightly, lowered his head, and kissed the tears on her cheeks, and said with pity in his heart, Silly girl, what are you talking about? You are the most useful. The uncle can't live without you. The reason why the uncle didn't take you this time is because the uncle can handle it alone, and you don't need to do anything at all. As he said, he kissed her little mouth again, and said softly, Why bother the wife with things that the husband can handle? Only when the husband can't handle it will he call the wife to help. Chan, don't cry. It will soon be your time to show your ability. When the time comes, the uncle will join you, and use the sword technique of love and affection that we have practiced to kill all those bad guys, leaving no one alive. Okay? Xia-chan stopped crying at this time. Really? Really? Luo Qingzhou immediately raised his hand and swore, if you deceive Chan-chan, I will be struck by lightning. Xia-chan covered his mouth with tears in her eyes, and said anxiously, no, don't. Swear Chan-chan. Chan-chan. Believe it. Luo Qingzhou picked her up and said tenderly, Chan-chan. Let's go. Your uncle will take you to the exiled immortal residence to practice. Xia-chan immediately struggled and said, no. Don't. Luo Qingzhou said, then go to your room? Is Xiao Bailing asleep? Xia-chan blushed immediately, no, let me go. Let me go down. At this time, a whispered voice suddenly came from the room, Uncle, Xiao Bailing has fallen asleep. Come in quickly. Luo Qingzhou immediately turned his head, and saw a pink figure quickly shrinking back into the room. Chapter 583 You Are My Wife. The next day, it snowed heavily. When Luo Qingzhou woke up, the sky outside the window was still dark. The even breathing of the mother and daughter came from the inner room. Last night, he wanted to find a place where no one was around to comfort the crying Chan-chan, but was interrupted by Bailing. Thinking that everyone might have to get up early today, he had to go back here and lie down on the couch to sleep. This sleep lasted only an hour. Outside, the sky was just getting light. The wind blew the snowflakes, shuttling under the eaves, making a humming sound. Occasionally, the accumulated snow fell from the branches, making a light pop sound. The whole mansion was particularly quiet. Luo Qingzhou laid down for a while, took out the communication treasure, and saw that Zhu Yin had sent another message. So he had to reply, Senior, let's talk in the evening. I have to get up early to study. At this time, a slight sigh suddenly came from the inner room. Song Ryue woke up, and seemed to think of what happened yesterday and what they said last night, and was worried alone again. Miss Qin Er's lazy voice, who had just woken up, also sounded softly, Mom, don't you want to sleep? Song Ryue sighed again, Wei Mo. Mom had a nightmare last night, and I don't know if your father can come back today. Miss Qin Er comforted softly, he will come back. Mom, don't worry too much. The mother and daughter talked softly for a while. Song Ryue sat up and said, you are weak. Continue to sleep. Mother is going to get up. Maybe your father has come back. Miss Qin Er did not persuade her anymore, and said softly, Mother, wear more clothes. It's cold outside. Song Ryue got off the bed, put on her clothes rustlingly, and whispered, you sister should sleep more. You don't have to worry about the family affairs. I and your father are here. Don't let Qingzhou worry. Just let him concentrate on studying. Even if he can't pass the exam in the future, he can be a teacher at that time. Our Qin family will have many children and grandchildren in the future, and they will all rely on him to teach. Miss Qin Er smiled and said, Mother is thinking too far. Song Ryue tied her belt and said, not far at all. Weima, how do you feel after taking the medicine this time? Miss Qin Er said, I feel much better. I didn't cough again when I was caught in the snow in the yard yesterday. Song Ryue whispered, then try it quickly. If you and Qingzhou don't have a wedding night, you can't be considered a real couple. Maybe when you get pregnant, your illness will be cured immediately. Mother also had chest tightness and chest pain at the beginning, and these symptoms disappeared quickly after she got pregnant with you. It's amazing. Miss Qin Er smiled and said, really? Song Ryue walked to the dressing table and sat down, picked up the comb, combed her hair and said, of course it's true. Why would mother lie to you? Anyway, try it quickly. While your body is good, hurry up and get pregnant. Don't wait. She suddenly stopped talking and smiled. I guess Qingzhou is also very anxious. Such a beautiful woman is sleeping next to him, but he can't move. Which man can bear it? Miss Qin Er knew what she was going to say just now, and was silent for a while, saying, what mother said is right. Brother Qingzhou must be anxious, so Weima will try it tonight. Song Ryue turned her head and said, be careful. If it doesn't work, stop immediately. Let Xiao and Xiaodai stay here tonight. Don't be stubborn. You are the apple of mother's eye. You can't make any mistakes. Miss Qin Er smiled and said, Mother, hurry up and pack. Song Ryue continued to comb her hair and put on the headdress. Then she looked in the mirror and stood up and said, then you sisters continue to sleep. Mother will leave first. Miss Qin Er said softly, if father comes back, remember to let Mayor notify him. I know. Song Ryue gently pushed aside the beaded curtain, came out of the inner room, and prepared to walk directly to the door. She glanced at the couch, then walked to the couch, helped Luo Qingzhou pull the quilt, and helped him collect the quilt that was about to fall off. Then stood by the couch, stared at the sleeping handsome face for a while, sighed, and murmured, "This boy is also pitiful. He was wronged in Chunghua Mansion, and entered my Qin Mansion, and was treated like that by your sister. He is so beautiful and talented. But he suffers like this." Miss Qin Air said in the inner room. "Mother, you should go quickly. Don't wake up Brother Qingzhou. He will get up early to study later. Let him sleep more." Song Ryue walked to the door and muttered, "Since this boy came to the mansion, you, a girl, only feel sorry for him, and no longer feel sorry for your mother." After that, she opened the door and walked out. Xior had already gotten up, and when she heard the noise, she hurried over to help her put on her shoes. Song Ryue stroked her head and said, "Xior, you are the most sensible and diligent of the maids in the mansion. I feel relieved when you take care of Weimo." Xior smiled and said, "Maid got up earlier than me, and is waiting for Madame in the corridor." Song Ryue frowned and said with worry, "I don't know if the master is back. Don't be locked outside the door and freeze." After that, she hurried out. Mare walked out of the corridor, opened the umbrella in her hand, and covered her head. The master and servant left quickly. Xior closed the door and returned to the room. Xiao Dai and Zhuer were naked and still sleeping. Zhuer slept very late every night. As for Xiao Dai, she must have been exhausted during this period. Xier sat down at the table, picked up the embroidery on the table, continued to thread the needle, and embroidered the peony carefully. The next room. After Miss Qin Air saw that the room had quieted down, she called softly, "Brother Qingzhou." Luo Qingzhou on the couch was still pretending to sleep. Without any response, Miss Qin Air said again, "Brother Qingzhou, Weima knows you are awake. Come over here. Weima has something to say to you." Luo Qingzhou listened to the noise in the courtyard outside, and saw that the mother-in-law had really left. So he got up from the couch, walked to the bee curtain, and whispered, "Miss Air, Miss Eldest is sleeping inside. It is not convenient for me to go over. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. I can hear it." Miss Qin Air stretched out her white hand, opened the curtain, and whispered, "Brother Qingzhou, sister is sleeping soundly. Come over here. Weima misses you." Seeing her plain clothes, she looked gentle and lovely. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, had to open the bee curtain, walked to the bed, squatted down, and held her soft little hand. Miss Qin Air pulled him and whispered, "Brother Qingzhou, come up." Luo Qingzhou quickly refused. "That won't do. The eldest lady is still sleeping here. If she finds out." Before he could finish, Miss Qin Air suddenly hugged his neck, kissed his mouth, and pressed her whole body against his arms. After a moment, Miss Qin Air let him go and whispered, "Brother Qingzhou, come up and lie down with Weimo for a while. Okay? We won't do anything. Just lie quietly and let Weimo see you. Okay? Miss Air." Brother Qingzhou, Weimo is so scared. So scared that the family will suddenly break up. So scared that something will suddenly happen to Brother Qingzhou. Brother Qingzhou, come up and accompany Weimo for a while. Okay? Please, but sister is sleeping soundly and won't wake her up. Brother Qingzhou will lie down with Weimo for a while and then get up. No one will know." As she said that, Miss Qin Air frowned and looked at him pitifully with her eyes, with a pleading look on her face. Luo Qingzhou's heart softened, and he went into the tent and got on the bed. The bed was very big. Miss Qin slept in the innermost part, lying on the other end. It should be fine for the two of them to lie outside. Luo Qingzhou lay down carefully. Miss Qin Air helped him cover the quilt, then hugged him tightly, and whispered, "Brother Qingzhou is so nice. No matter what Weimo says, Brother Qingzhou will agree to Weimo." Luo Qingzhou held her in his arms, gently stroked her soft hair and said, "You are my wife. Of course I have to pamper you." Miss Qin Air looked at him tenderly, and suddenly said, "But sister is also Brother Qingzhou's wife, and she is a formerly married wife, more worthy of the name than Weimo. Why didn't Brother Qingzhou pamper sister?" Luo Qingzhou paused for a moment, and said, "She didn't give me a chance. She didn't even let me touch her. And we didn't live together. And she was cold to me all day long. Even if I wanted to pamper her, I couldn't." Miss Qin Air chuckled and said, "Brother Qingzhou is blaming sister for not letting you get close?" Listening to Brother Qingzhou's tone, "He is so wronged and resentful." Luo Qingzhou said, "No. I know something happened to the eldest lady. How could I blame her? And the matter has passed. I haven't taken it to heart for a long time. Miss Qin's cheek was pressed against his neck, and she whispered, Brother Qingzhou, my sister is so beautiful. Are you reluctant to leave? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and kissed her little face, saying, Why are you still talking about this now? Let's not talk about it. Miss Heir, I thought about it. Miss Eldest has no sense of existence whether in the mansion or outside. In fact, it's best to disappear. If we decide to leave, I think we can send Miss Eldest and others out in advance. And you and I will leave last. What do you think? Miss Qin was silent for a while, and said, Brother Qingzhou, have you thought about where to go? If you go to join the princess, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. The journey is long, and there will definitely be many checkpoints along the way. It's okay for a few people, but with so many of us, I'm afraid it's not easy to get through. Luo Qingzhou said, We can hide near the Yumu Mountains first. There's a sect there at this moment. Xior's voice suddenly came from the door. Madam, is the master back? As soon as these words came out, Luo Qingzhou was startled. Just as he was about to slip out of bed, the door suddenly opened with a creak. Song Ryue entered the room and said, Not yet. Luo Qingzhou's body froze, just when he was at a loss. Miss Qin Heir immediately pulled him and whispered, Hide inside. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to hesitate. He immediately rolled over her and hid in the innermost part. He tucked his head into the quilt, huddled up, and stuck closely to Miss Qin inside. Hey, has Qingzhou gotten up? Song Ryue glanced at the couch in surprise, then pulled aside the beaded curtain, walked into the inner room, and whispered, Weima, are you asleep? Miss Qin Heir immediately said, Mother, my head hurts a little. I want to sleep. My sister is still sleeping. Please don't wake her up. Song Ryue walked to the bed and began to take off her clothes, saying, It's so cold outside. Mother wants to sleep a little longer. Your father shouldn't come back so early. Miss Qin Heir. When Luo Qingzhou was shivering in fear, he suddenly felt as if he was holding something in his arms. He reached out and touched it, and it turned out to be a small foot in silk stockings. Chapter 584 Sister said. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to move again. At this moment, he was really frightened. Even the 2 times before were not as terrible as this time. After all, there was only Miss Qin Heir on the bed, and the two were truly in love at the time. Even if they were discovered, it was no big deal. At most, they would be scolded. But this time, there was not only Miss Qin Heir lying on the bed, but also Miss Qin Heir. If she was discovered, she would probably be beaten to death on the spot by the furious mother-in-law. Even if she was not beaten to death, she would not be able to raise her head in the mansion in the future. What made him even more terrified and trembling was that at this time, the mother-in-law was standing by the bed, taking off the hairpin on her head, and was about to come up. Luo Qingzhou was terrified and secretly said that his life was over. At this critical moment, Miss Qin Heir suddenly coughed twice, and said weakly, Mother, you stand away. You have a cold. Just after she finished speaking, she coughed a few more times. When Song Ryue heard this, her face suddenly changed. She hurriedly retreated to the outside of the bead curtain and said anxiously, Oh, Mother forgot that Mother has snowstorms on her body. Weima, how are you? Are you coughing up blood again? Do you want Xior and the others to boil medicine? Miss Qin said weakly, Mother, I'm fine. I just feel a little sleepy and want to sleep. Song Ryue said guiltily, Oh, blame Mother. Blame Mother. It's Mother's negligence. It's snowing outside. You continue to sleep. Mother should go to the front and wait for your father. After saying that, she quickly tied her clothes, combed her hair, and then walked out of the room quickly. Luo Qingzhou's tense body finally relaxed gradually, and the heart that was about to jump out of his throat finally fell down. He couldn't help but exhale, and found that his back was already sweating. However, he did not dare to be careless. He pricked up his ears and listened to the noise outside. He got up hurriedly and trembled out of bed until the footsteps faded away from the courtyard. Miss Qin Heir pulled him and said, Brother Qingzhou, it's okay. Mother has left. You can sleep with Weima for a while. Luo Qingzhou shook her hand off and slipped away immediately. Miss Qin Heir pouted and said faintly, Brother Qingzhou, don't you spoil your wife? Luo Qingzhou helped her draw the curtains and said angrily, No more. After that, he hurriedly fled from the inner room. Miss Qin Heir saw that he almost fell, and laughed secretly with her mouth covered. Brother Qingzhou, are your legs frightened? Luo Qingzhou didn't have time to pay attention to her, fearing that the mother-in-law would come back like last time. And then it would be over. He listened to the noise outside and immediately walked to the door and said, "I'm going to the exiled fairy residence to study." As he said that, he opened the door and prepared to put on his shoes. Chior just came in from the door with a teapot. Seeing this, she quickly put down the teapot and prepared to help him put on his shoes. But how come the shoes that were clearly placed in the corner of the door disappeared? "Son-in-law, where are your shoes?" Chior asked. Luo Qingzhou stared at her and said, "Didn't you help me take off my shoes last night? Where are my shoes?" Chior blinked, was stunned, and quickly looked around again, but still couldn't find them. Luo Qingzhou suddenly thought of something, and his heart trembled, and said, "Chior, go out and look in the flower bed in the yard." Chior was startled when she heard this. Then she came to her senses and hurried out. A moment later, she walked in with a pair of wet shoes. With a strange expression on her face, "Son-in-law, I found the shoes, but they are not in the flower bed. They are soaking in the water tank in the corner." Luo Qingzhou. Chior took a look at the expression on his face, and didn't dare to ask more. She put the wet shoes in her hand on the corridor outside and said, "Son-in-law, wait a minute. I made you a pair of new shoes a few days ago. Try them on." As she said that, she entered the room, quickly took out a pair of new shoes, and squatted down to help him put them on his feet. Luo Qingzhou walked a few steps, shook his feet, and said, "Just right. Very comfortable." Then he whispered, "Chior, don't tell anyone about the fact that your shoes were thrown into the water tank. Understand?" Chior nodded and said, "Don't worry. You won't tell anyone." Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and kissed her little mouth, saying, "You know, Chior's little mouth is very tight." Chior drooped her eyelashes and her cheeks were slightly red. Luo Qingzhou went out and said, "If you have something to do, come to the exiled immortal residence to find me. If my father-in-law comes back, remember to tell me." Chior looked at his back infatuatedly and agreed softly. Luo Qingzhou came to the exiled immortal residence with something on his mind, went directly into the study, and sat down at the table on the windowsill. After thinking about things for a while, Fong took out the book and read it carefully. Outside the window, the sky was dim, and the wind and snow were still there. Soon, Xiaodai came into the courtyard carrying a basket and clothes, and said crisply, "Sir, I'm here to serve you." Luo Qingzhou looked out the window and said, "Are you not busy today?" Xiaodai sighed, "Madam asked me not to go for the time being, saying that I should sell all the clothes first before making new ones. Obviously, the business is so good. I don't know what Madam thinks. If I wait until all the clothes are sold out, it will definitely be too late." Luo Qingzhou smiled and said, "Listen to Madam, and take the opportunity to have a good rest for a few days." Xiaodai said, "Oh," entered the hall, put down the basket, and then went to light a fire to boil water, sweep the floor and make tea. Luo Qingzhou continued to read in the study. At noon, Miss Jean Eyre, wearing a snow-white fox fur, brought food, and entered the courtyard accompanied by Chior and Zhur. Chior supported her, and Zhur held an umbrella. The two little girls had a clear division of labor and cooperated very well. Xiaodai quickly put down the embroidery in her hand, stood up and greeted Miss Jean Eyre. Luo Qingzhou collected the books and asked, "Is father-in-law back?" Miss Jean Eyre entered the study, put the lunchbox on the dining table on the couch, and said softly, "Dad just came back. He didn't sleep all night last night, so he went to bed." Luo Qingzhou was relieved when he heard this, got up and closed the window, and asked, "Did he say where he was last night?" Miss Jean Eyre said, "He was locked up in the government office. Dad said that the government office was full of people last night. Anyone who didn't go home at that time was arrested, especially the warriors. They were strictly checked. Many warriors were taken into the cell as suspects. There are many soldiers on the streets outside, searching and arresting people everywhere." Zhur and Chior came in, lit the lamp, took the hand warmer, moved the stove outside in, lit the incense, and then left. Luo Qingzhou and Miss Jean Eyre both got on the couch and started chatting while eating. Daddy said that the outer city and the inner city have been sealed off. No one is allowed to enter or leave. The streets are full of soldiers arresting people. Brother Qingzhou, you should not go out for a while. It's very dangerous. I know. I will definitely not go out recently. The martial arts hall. It's okay. I can go or not. After all, I am a direct disciple. Master should also know what happened yesterday. I guess other people don't dare to go out today. Brother Chinjo. Wayemo is a little scared. Don't be afraid. Even if they find out, they will go to find Chu Feiyang. It has nothing to do with us. Miss Air. That miss didn't say anything to you when she got up in the morning? Yes. Ah? What did miss say? Luo Qingzhou suddenly became nervous. Miss Qin Air said, Sister said that brother Qingzhou touched her. Luo Qingzhou. Not only did he touch her, he also touched Miss's feet. Miss didn't know it. Did she? Seeing his nervous face, Miss Qin Air laughed and said, I was just kidding. My sister didn't wake up at all. She didn't know you touched her. After getting up in the morning, she left without saying anything. Luo Qingzhou was relieved and complained. I will never spoil you again next time. You always cheat me. The first 2 times were okay. This time, the eldest lady was here. If my mother-in-law saw it. At this point, he suddenly lowered his voice and said, Second miss, my mother-in-law seems to know. When I went out to put on my shoes this morning, my shoes were thrown into the water tank in the yard. Miss Qin Air. Luo Qingzhou said. The two were silent for a while. Miss Qin Air suddenly laughed and said, Brother Qingzhou, don't scare yourself. It might have been someone else who threw it. Luo Qingzhou said, Who would throw my shoes? Miss Qin Air guessed. It might have been Zhuer. Or Bailing and Chan Chan. You scare Zhuer and bully Bailing and Chan Chan all day long. It could have been any of the 3 of them. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and thought, Zhuer is unlikely. That girl doesn't dare. As for Bailing and Chan Chan, it's really possible. Don't look at Chan Chan as honest. In fact, that girl has a bad temper. Last night. What happened last night? Miss Qin Air stared at him. Luo Qingzhou almost let it slip, saying, Chan Chan and Bailing both slept there last night. And there is a high possibility that she committed the crime. Especially Bailing. That girl is the most naughty, and can do anything. She is the most suspicious. However, if it is really her this time, then the 2 times in watching Miss Qin Air said, it may be her. Anyway, Mother never admitted those 2 times. Brother Qingzhou, why do you always bully Bailing? No wonder she likes to retaliate against you. Luo Qingzhou was speechless and had to say, it was that girl who bullied me first. Miss Qin Air helped him pick up the dishes and suddenly asked, Brother Qingzhou, does my sister smell good? Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard it and said, What? Miss Qin Air smiled and said, Didn't you touch my sister this morning? Does she smell good? Luo Qingzhou's face froze and said, Don't say that. It's all your fault. If the eldest lady finds out, how can I face her in the future? She hates me anyway. Miss Qin Air looked strange. Brother Qingzhou, when did my sister say that she hated you? Luo Qingzhou sighed and said, That night when my elder brother came back. Didn't he arrange a blind date for my elder sister? My elder sister said that she didn't like men. And my mother-in-law was very worried. So she kept me to ask a lot of questions. And I couldn't tell. Then when I went to pay my respects to my elder sister that night, I was ready to test her. But who knew that she took the initiative to say it? Guess what my elder sister said? Miss Qin Air asked curiously, What did my elder sister say? Luo Qingzhou showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. And said, My elder sister said that she didn't dislike men. She just didn't like philandering men. After saying this, Miss Qin Air was stunned for a moment. And then laughed. So Brother Qingzhou thinks that my elder sister is referring to something. And actually hates you. Right? Luo Qingzhou spread his hands and said, Isn't it obvious? Although I'm not philandering at all. The tone and eyes of the elder sister at that time, hey. I wanted to explain at that time. But I thought of you. Xia Chan. The princess. Xiaodai and Qiu'er. And then I was at a loss for words. Miss Qin Air smiled and said, Brother Qingzhou is quite self-aware. Luo Qingzhou sighed and said, So, the eldest lady must have despised me in her heart. If she had found out that I touched her this morning, she would have. Miss Qin Air smiled slightly and said softly, Brother Qingzhou, don't belittle yourself. Although Brother Qingzhou is indeed a playboy, it can't be blamed entirely on Brother Qingzhou, who made Brother Qingzhou so outstanding and so charming. The girls around him are all proactive. Brother Qingzhou was forced to accept it. Wasn't he? After listening to this, Luo Qingzhou was stunned, blinked his eyes, and suddenly held her little hand and said, Wei Mo, you are not only my good wife, but also my good confidant. Only you understand my helplessness and grievances. I was indeed forced. Miss Qin Air was amused by him again and said, Okay, Okay. Brother Qingzhou. Eat quickly. The food will be cold later. Luo Qingzhou took her little hand and kissed it affectionately, and then continued to pick up the chopsticks to eat. Miss Qin Air whispered, Brother Qingzhou's face is really thick. Luo Qingzhou pretended not to hear it. After he finished his meal, Miss Qin said softly, Brother Qingzhou, remember to visit sister tonight. If she wants to hear a story, Brother Qingzhou will tell her a story. After all, we are a family. Brother Qingzhou should not feel embarrassed and not go. Sister doesn't like to chat with people, but she likes to listen to your stories. In this mansion, only Brother Qingzhou can help her. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while and said, Are you going? Miss Qin said, I'm going to talk to my father tonight. Brother Qingzhou will go alone. What's wrong? Brother Qingzhou is afraid? Luo Qingzhou said, I'm not afraid. I'm just a little, it's okay. I'll go tonight. The two chatted for a while. After dinner, Miss Qin left with Qior and Zhuer. Luo Qingzhou thought about things for a while and continued to read at the desk. The heavy snow outside the window was falling, with no sign of stopping. In the evening, Luo Qingzhou collected the books and took Xiaodai back to Meixiang Garden. The house was empty, and Miss Qin had left. Luo Qingzhou hesitated in the house for a while, then took an umbrella and went to Lingshan Moon Palace alone. The eldest lady should not have noticed what happened this morning. Right? Probably not. When he arrived at Lingshan Moon Palace, the clear singing of bailing was coming from the courtyard. In the back garden, the melodious sound of the piano was faintly heard. Is it Miss Qin playing the piano? Luo Qingzhou stood at the door and listened for a while, and suddenly remembered that bailing seemed to ask him to compose a song for the eldest lady last time. Son-in-law, if you help the young lady compose a song, I will give you a few more powerful medicines. Okay? It seems to be said like this. Luo Qingzhou searched carefully in his mind and quickly decided on a song. The classical music Spring River Moon Night. Coincidentally, this is also a good poem about the moon. The river and the sky are one color without any dust, and the bright moon is alone in the sky. Who saw the moon by the river for the first time? When did the moon by the river first shine on people? I wonder if the eldest lady will like it. Luo Qingzhou thought about it for a while, then walked into the courtyard and said, Bai Ling, the uncle is here to get medicine. Bai Ling's clear singing stopped immediately, and she looked at him in confusion. Medicine? What medicine? Luo Qingzhou said seriously, medicine for shies. The uncle thought about it carefully. And he can't shies to you anymore. The uncle is a gentleman and an honest scholar. How can he often do such a hateful thing to you? So the uncle must stop that hateful behavior immediately. But Bai Ling, you are so pink and tender and cute. The uncle can't control himself. So the uncle wants to take medicine to control it. Bai Ling, little Bai Ling, do you have medicine? Humph. Humph. Is there any medicine? Or is there no medicine? Bai Ling pouted her little mouth, turned around and walked away, angrily not wanting to pay attention to him anymore. Chapter 585. The eldest lady said okay? Schwa. In the back garden, the sound of the piano stopped. The sound of sword dancing was heard. After Luo Qingzhou coaxed Bai Ling, he went to the back garden with her. Bai Ling ran into the pavilion excitedly and said, Miss, my husband said he wanted to write a song for you. Called. She paused for a moment, as if she had forgotten the name, then immediately remembered it and said crisply, It's called Flowers and Moonlight on the Wedding Night. Luo Qingzhou. After Bai Ling finished speaking, she turned her head and looked at him, grinning. Husband, is that right? Luo Qingzhou said expressionlessly. Wrong. Then she walked into the pavilion, bowed her head and saluted. Miss, don't listen to Bai Ling's nonsense. The song is called Spring River Flowers and Moonlight Night, which is also a poem. Bai Ling tilted her head and said, Spring River Flowers and Moonlight on the Wedding Night. Luo Qingzhou glared at her and said, Go get the pen, ink, paper and inkstone. Come and help me grind the ink. I'll write down the lyrics and music. Bai Ling immediately ran happily into the house and said, Okay, wait a minute, husband. After that, she jumped into the house with her pink skirt fluttering like a butterfly. Outside the pavilion, under the big tree, Xia Chan, in a light green dress, was still practicing sword in the wind and snow. Today's sword moves were much calmer. Luo Qingzhou looked at her for a few times, then retracted his gaze and looked at Miss Qin in front of him. Miss Qin's pair of slender and delicate hands were placed on the guqin, and her slender fingertips gently pressed the strings. Her sleeves, as smooth as gauze, slid up slightly. revealing two snow-white and slender jade wrists, and her eyes were still looking at the Guqin in front of her. And her beautiful and flawless face was as cold as snow. From the time Luo Qingzhou came to the back garden until now, Miss Jean had never looked at him. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. After all, every time he came to pay his respects, Miss Jean would look at him, nod, or say something, although she was cold. Could it be that what happened in the morning was exposed? He hesitated for a moment, then decided to test it out, and asked cautiously, "Miss, did you sleep well last night?" Miss Jean was still looking at the Guqin in front of her, with a cold expression, and ignored him. Luo Qingzhou's heart suddenly clicked, and for a moment, he couldn't find anything to say. What made him even more angry was that Beiling, who went to the house to get the pen, ink, paper and inkstone, seemed to have suddenly disappeared. She didn't come out for a long time, and there was no movement. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, and had to shout to the outside of the pavilion, "Xia-chan, stop practicing sword. Go to the house to get the pen, ink, paper and inkstone for the son-in-law." Shua, shua, shua. Xia-chan responded to him with a faster sword move. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, seeing that everyone ignored him, and the atmosphere became more and more awkward. He could only say to the room, "Bai Ling, if you don't come out, the son-in-law will leave." "I'm coming! I'm coming!" Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, Bai Ling ran out of the room holding a pen, ink, paper and inkstone, and said crisply, "Son-in-law, why are you in a hurry? I've been looking for it for a long time." As he said, he entered the pavilion and put everything on the other half of the stone table. Then he spread out the rice paper, took out the ink block, poured tea, and began to grind the ink. Smiling, "Son-in-law, sit down and write." Luo Qingzhou then sat down opposite Miss Jean, picked up the pen, and waited for the ink to come out. After waiting for a while, he frowned and said, "Bai Ling, you have never ground ink?" Beiling shook the ink block in her hand and said proudly, "Of course not. Beiling's little hands are for picking flowers, not grinding ink." Luo Qingzhou was speechless and said, "If you grind it like this, there will only be water, and ink will not come out at all. You should use some force to grind the ink block into pieces and mix it in tea. Then it will be ink." "Oh!" Beiling agreed and immediately pressed the ink block in her hand hard, grinding it back and forth. Luo Qingzhou sighed and said, "Turn in circles. Speed up, so that the ink can come out faster." Beiling pouted and said, "Why are you in a hurry?" "Sir, I'm not in a hurry. Can I grind it slowly?" Luo Qingzhou had to shout outside the pavilion, "Chan-chan, come here and grind the ink." Xia-chan still ignored him. Beiling was immediately angry and said, "Sir, you are too much. Looking down on me. It's my first time, and I don't have any experience. Can't you teach me patiently?" Luo Qingzhou put down the pen and said nothing. Beiling held the ink block and asked while grinding, "Son-in-law, is it okay to grind like this?" Luo Qingzhou said faster. "Use more force." "Oh!" Beiling immediately exerted force and increased the speed. Snap! Who knew that she exerted too much force? And the ink block was suddenly broken by her, and the ink splashed out, directly splashing on Luo Qingzhou's face and the snow-white dress of Miss Jean next to her. Beiling panicked and said, "Ah! Son-in-law. Miss. Yes. Yes, I'm sorry." Luo Qingzhou sighed, wiped his cheek with his sleeve, and had to pick up the broken ink block on the table and grind it himself. Beiling was like a child who had done something wrong, lowering her head, twisting her fingers together, with a pitiful look of being willing to be punished. "Son-in-law, little Beiling was wrong." Luo Qingzhou ignored her again, quickly ground the ink, then picked up the pen and dipped it in ink, and first wrote the poem Spring River Moon Night. Then he stood up, handed both hands to Miss Jean, and said, "Miss, please take a look at the poem first." As he said that, he looked up at her, and then he was stunned for a moment. Miss Jean's flawless, white, and tender face actually had a drop of black ink on it. It looked so beautiful. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Miss, your face." Beiling looked up, and immediately cried "Aya," and hurriedly ran out of the pavilion and said, "Miss, wait a moment. I'll get a handkerchief." Miss Jean still looked cold, silently took the rice paper, looked at the poem on it, and the look in her eyes gradually changed. The spring river tide reaches the sea level, and the bright moon rises with the tide. The waves are thousands of miles away, and there is no spring river without a bright moon. The river and the sky are one color without any dust. And the bright moon is alone in the sky. Who first saw the moon by the river? When did the river moon first shine on people? The slanting moon is hidden in the sea fog. And there are endless roads from Jieshir to Xiaoxiang. I don't know how many people will return with the moon. And the falling moon shakes the emotions of the trees on the river. This poem starts with writing about the moon and ends with writing about the falling moon. Countless readers have been fascinated by it for thousands of years. After reading it, Miss Jean was stunned, and her emotions were hazy in her eyes, floating and changing like smoke and waves, and it was hard to see clearly. At this time, Beiling's voice suddenly came from the room. Son-in-law, I can't find my handkerchief. Do you have one? Help the young lady wipe it first. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou glanced at the ink on Miss Jean's cheek again, hesitated for a moment, took out a moon-white handkerchief from his sleeve, handed it to her and said, Miss, please wipe it. Miss Jean's eyes fell from the paper to the handkerchief in his hand. She was stunned and looked at him. This was the first time she looked at him tonight. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly explained, This is the handkerchief that the second lady gave me. In fact, it was Sister Yu's moon-white handkerchief. Miss Jean did not speak, but took it silently and wiped it on her face. Strangely, the drop of ink was wiped clean instantly, without a trace left. Luo Qingzhou secretly said in his heart, This magic weapon is really powerful. Miss Jean handed him the handkerchief, and then said lightly, Thank you. Luo Qingzhou took the handkerchief, put it away, and said, Miss, how about this poem? Miss Jean was silent for a while, nodded slightly, and did not speak. Luo Qingzhou said nothing more, sat down to grind the ink, then picked up the pen and began to write on the rice paper according to the music score he searched in his mind. Although there was no 5-line score in this era, there was abbreviated score and gongche score, and he changed them all. The left and right fingering, chords, rubbing, picking, arpeggios, tremolos, etc. were all clearly marked. While he was writing the score, Miss Jean was watching him silently. Outside the pavilion, Xia-Chan put away her sword and stood under the big tree, watching him quietly, as if she was afraid of disturbing him, and Beiling quietly poked her head out of the door, looking at the son-in-law who was really concentrating on writing the music, and then looking at her own lady, who was watching the son-in-law silently. In the back garden, there was silence. After a long time, Luo Qingzhou finally finished writing the score, and then he carefully read it again. After blowing the ink dry, he picked it up and handed it to Miss Jean, saying, Miss, try it. Miss Jean took the score, read it first, and then put it in front of the guqin. Her slender fingers gently plucked a string, and a melodious sound came out with a clang. Beiling immediately clapped her hands at the door and said, It sounds good. It sounds so good. The song written by the uncle is so good, and the young lady plays the guqin so well. It's a perfect match. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her and said, Miss, you haven't played it yet. You are still tuning the strings. Why are you so excited? Where is the handkerchief? Beiling's face suddenly became bitter. Uncle, I can't find the handkerchief. Luo Qingzhou ignored her. Miss Jean twisted the pegs next to her and tried the strings again before tuning them. Luo Qingzhou immediately sat up straight and pricked up his ears. Miss Jean didn't play. She looked at him and said, You go. Luo Qingzhou? Bai Ling came over immediately and said, Miss, the song that my uncle wrote for you hasn't been played yet. Miss Jean didn't say anything, nor did she play. Her slender fingers stroked the strings, motionless. Luo Qingzhou could only say, Miss, don't you want me to listen? Miss Jean looked cold and still didn't speak. Luo Qingzhou didn't stay any longer. He immediately stood up and said, Then I'll go back first. If you find something wrong, you can ask Xia-Chan to find me. Bai Ling on the side immediately pouted and said, Uncle, can't you let the pink and tender little Bai Ling find you? Luo Qingzhou said, No. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the pavilion. After walking a few steps, Miss Jean suddenly said, I just learned to play the piano. Luo Qingzhou paused and turned to look at her. Miss Jean's dark and clear eyes were also looking at him. The two of them met each other's eyes. After a few breaths of silence, Miss Jean said again, Wait until I practice well. I will play it for you, okay? Luo Qingzhou was startled, with a hint of surprise and confusion in his eyes. He paused and said, Okay. After a pause, he said, Thank you, Mississippi. After saying that, he left quickly, walking out of the courtyard. Snowflakes hit his face and fell on his cheeks, icy and cold. And it seemed to fall into the lake of his heart, causing ripples. Okay? Miss actually spoke to him in this tone. Chapter 586. Half a month later. The streets of Kyoto finally became lively again. But the defense was still strict. Soldiers would guard the gates of the outer and inner cities every day, and anyone entering or leaving the city would be strictly checked. Civilians were free to enter and leave. But it was difficult for officials and the families of the rich and powerful to leave the outer city. When Qin Wenzheng was transporting cloth, he tried it and found that he could enter and leave the inner city. But when he wanted to leave the outer city, he was stopped. The reason was still that the murderer of the Zhongwu Earl's mansion had not been found. But everyone knew that the families of anyone related to the princess were all under surveillance. Those with a little power and influence were even placed under house arrest. The Qin mansion was no exception. Every day, there were plainclothes guards wandering on the streets outside. So during this period, the Qin family did not go anywhere except to the inner city to do business. Luo Qingzhou spent his days at home studying and secretly practicing martial arts. At night, he told stories to the eldest lady and chatted with friends such as sister Zhu Yin. But he did not relax and was always looking for opportunities to leave this place of trouble. It was okay for him to be alone and he could leave at any time. But there were too many people in the Qin family, too conspicuous, and they were closely monitored by the Jinhui. So it was difficult to leave without being noticed. But the Chinese New Year was coming soon. At that time, envoys from various countries would come to the capital to congratulate, and people from all over the country would come to Kyoto to watch the excitement. People who were preparing to participate in the spring examination and visiting relatives and friends from all over the country would also gather here. At that time, there should be a chance. The weather was good that day. Song Ryue came back from outside and said that there were fewer soldiers on the street, more pedestrians, and many more foreign tourists, which was very lively. Luo Qingzhou kept it in mind. After lunch, he said something to Miss Qin Air and went out from the backyard. He put on a mask in the alley, changed his clothes, and first left his body and observed around, then climbed over the wall and went to the south of the city. When he passed the 18th alley, he felt a little disappointed when he saw the empty alley entrance. Although Linghu Qingzhu often told him about Sister Dao's situation in Lingshao's sect, he couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable when he saw this empty alley. No one brought him cakes anymore. I'm afraid it will be difficult for Sister Dao and her father to show up in front of other people in the future, unless they change the day. I don't know how the eldest princess is doing at the border now. There has been no news back to Kyoto recently, and everything seems very calm. But he knew that this calm would not last too long. When he arrived at the martial arts hall, the door was closed. He pushed it, but it didn't open. So he had to knock on the door. After a while, footsteps came from inside. Squeak! The wooden door opened, and Ye Yunrong appeared in the door. After seeing him, he was stunned for a moment, and said with surprise, "Junior brother Chu, I thought you would not come. Come in quickly." Luo Qingzhou entered the door, and saw that it was cold and deserted inside. And there was no sound of other people practicing martial arts. He said, "Where are senior brother Zhang and the others?" Ye Yurong sighed and said, "During this period of time, there are soldiers guarding every intersection. And they are checking everywhere, especially us warriors. As long as we appear on the street, we will be questioned in various ways. Senior brother Zhang, junior brother Zhou, and junior sister Chu are all at home and dare not come out. Master has also been called back by the sect, so I am the only one here." Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and said, "Do you know about senior sister Dao?" Nie Yurong's face was complicated, and she nodded and said, "I heard that her father was a fugitive, and I also heard that they killed many Jinhui, and I don't know where they fled to. Master was taken to the government office and interrogated for a long time. Senior brother Zhang and I were also taken to interrogation. Junior brother Chu, how about you?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I'm fine. No one is looking for me. The main reason is that no one can find him." Nie Yurong said with envy, "You are a direct disciple of the sect. They definitely dare not provoke you." Luo Qingzhou glanced at the yard full of fallen leaves, and suddenly felt a little guilty. Nie Yurong sighed again and said, "I don't know when this storm will stop. Everyone is gone, and it's so deserted here." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, "Senior sister Nya, why don't you go to the sect to practice?" Ye Yunrong said with a bitter face, "I still have a younger brother to take care of at home. If I leave, what will happen to him? I am just an ordinary outer disciple, and can't take him with me. Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said, I also want to accompany my family, so I stay here. Nie Yirong looked at him and said, Does junior brother Chu have many family members? As junior brother Chu's direct disciple, he can bring a few relatives with him. Luo Qingzhou said, About a dozen. Nie Yirong was surprised and said, So many? Then I definitely can't take them with me. But junior brother Chu actually has so many family members. He can go to the sect to practice by himself. After all, there are much more abundant practice resources there. And there is a master to guide. If it's at home, there are other people watching. Isn't it okay? Luo Qingzhou said. I'm worried. The two chatted for a while, and went to the martial arts training ground to practice. In the evening, Luo Qingzhou took a bath, changed his clothes, and said goodbye. He returned to the mansion carefully all the way. As soon as he entered the Meixian garden, a familiar voice suddenly came from inside. Second miss. I will leave before dark. There are people watching outside the mansion. Before he finished speaking, Miss Qin Air next to him smiled and said, He is back. Luo Qingzhou looked at the corridor. Hua Gu was wearing a bright red dress, and was standing gracefully beside Miss Qin Air. When she saw him, her eyes suddenly lit up like stars, and she couldn't help but smile with joy on her face. She bowed her head and said, Mr. Luo, Hua Gu is here to disturb you. Miss Qin Air next to her said, Brother Qingzhou, Miss Hua Gu has been here for a long time, and has been waiting for you. There must be something important. You should go into the study and talk. Luo Qingzhou's expression condensed, and took her into the study. Miss Qin Air closed the door outside, and then took Zhuer and Qiuer out of the door, and went to Lingshan Moon Palace. In the study, the stove was burning, and the incense was curling. Hua Gu took off her shoes, and the pink stockings under her skirt were faintly visible. She bowed, and said softly, Sir, Hua Gu came to you today to tell you about the recent situation of the prince. Luo Qingzhou invited her to sit on the couch, poured her a cup of tea, and said, Miss Hua Gu, please speak. Hua Gu glanced at the boudoir in the inner room, and then looked at him and said, Sir, have you been okay these days? Have the government officials come to trouble you? Luo Qingzhou said, It's okay. It's just a routine inspection. Hua Gu frowned slightly and said, My lord, your highness is confronting the demon tribe at the border. The battle was about to break out, but he found that the food and military pay were either withheld or not delivered in time. And the military supervisor has been making orders in the army, urging your highness to attack the demon tribe army. Some of your highness's orders were rejected by the military supervisor. In the end, your highness was furious and beheaded the military supervisor, and killed an official who was escorting food and grass. Your highness felt that the army was unstable, and other armies gathered in nearby cities. The leader was the king of Thailand, but he did not explain the situation to your highness. So your highness did not move his troops. Then the news came from somewhere on the border, saying that your highness was going to rebel, and that your highness was going to collude with the demon tribe. The news became more and more intense, and it reached Huiyue. After the country was established, some troops left behind in Huiyue Kingdom actually gathered together privately and recruited soldiers, saying that they wanted to cooperate with his highness in the rebellion. Your highness sent Yuing back to Huiyue Kingdom to stop it, but those people didn't know who instigated them, or they thought that they had already raised the banner and became rebels. So they ignored it, and almost killed Yuing. Now Kyoto is saying that your highness is going to rebel everywhere. Many people and officials are scolding your highness, saying that they had misjudged your highness, saying that your highness, a woman, actually wants to be the emperor. Your highness has no way to defend himself. Apart from writing a letter to the emperor and the queen mother, he has no other explanation. He just stationed troops on the border and dared not fight the demon tribe again, fearing that he would become the target of public criticism. Your highness asked Hua Gu to ask the young master what to do now. Luo Qingzhou, after listening, he frowned and said, From what you said, someone is forcing your highness to rebel. Those rumors that your highness is colluding with the demons to rebel should be deliberately spread by someone in the court. Those people in the Fire Moon Kingdom are probably also deliberately instigated. If your highness really rebels at this time, he will fall into their trap. Now is not the time. At least wait until after the new year to see the situation. The current court policy has not yet aroused public anger, and there are demons causing trouble on the border. Everyone wants to unite against the outside world and hope that your highness can repel the demons first and save the people on the border first. If your highness suddenly leads his troops to fight his own people at this time, he will indeed become the target of public criticism. Although your highness is powerful, If he loses the support of the people and has no reason to go to war, it will be difficult. The King of Thailand deployed troops on the border. Probably for your highness. Prepared? Once the prince makes a mistake, he will summon the army of the whole country to suppress the rebellion. Moreover, envoys from various countries are coming to Kyoto recently. The emperor is expected to promise some benefits and join forces with them. In addition, with other armies from all over to Yin. I am afraid that the prince, Hua Gu said solemnly, young master means. Luo Qizhou said, we can't take the initiative. And there is no good opportunity now. Hua Gu sighed, but what should the prince do? Now the news of the prince's rebellion has spread all over Kyoto and other places. We can't wait any longer. I am afraid that the longer we wait, the more unstable the army will be. And the soldiers will slowly disperse. Luo Qingzhou frowned and pondered for a moment. Looking at her and said, does the prince dare to return to Kyoto? Hua Gu was stunned when he heard this. And then surprised, young master, you actually have the same idea as the prince. Luo Qingzhou said, your highness thinks so too? Hua Gu nodded and said, your highness means the same thing. The emperor has issued an order to summon the kings from all over the country to return to Beijing for the new year. Your highness can come back with them. In this way, the rumors that your highness wants to rebel will naturally be refuted. With your highness's merits and prestige, and with envoys from neighboring countries visiting Kyoto and troops on the border, no one dares to choose to move against your highness at this time. Your highness said that after she came back, she took the initiative to tell the Queen Mother and the Emperor that she wanted to give up her identity as the head of the Fire Moon Kingdom and give up her military power, and then marry with peace of mind. Luo Qingzhou frowned and said, your highness gave up? Hua Gu was silent for a moment, then shook her head. I don't know what your highness is thinking. Your highness just asked me to ask the master. If she did this, would it be right? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, then said, let your highness decide for himself. Maybe your highness saw the brutality of the demons and the pity of the people at the border, and didn't want to kill each other anymore. But never mind. Your highness has his own ideas, and he must have made up his mind long ago. However, those people from Huiyue country, Hua Gu said, your highness said she would solve it. Luo Qizhou nodded, and said nothing more. The two talked for a while. Seeing that it was getting dark outside the window, Hua Gu stood up and said, Master, it's time for Hua Gu to go. Someone has been watching us outside for some time. Hua Gu was afraid of causing trouble for you, so she didn't come. Today she paused, bit her pink lips, and whispered, last night, Hua Gu dreamed of you, and I really missed you. So I came today. I hope you don't mind. Luo Qingzhou also got off the couch and said without saying much, then I'll see you off. Yes. Hua Gu lowered her head, walked to the door, and put on her shoes. Luo Qingzhou stood behind her, looking at her round buttocks with her slender waist bent, smelling the sweet smell coming from her body, and couldn't help but think of the scene when she was bathing in the palace that night. Master, let Hua Gu serve you once. Okay? Hua Gu put on her shoes, picked up his shoes, then bent her knees, knelt at the door, opened her watery eyes, and looked at him pleadingly. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, but he did not refuse and nodded slightly. Hua Gu's face was immediately filled with joy. She lowered her head, hugged his feet gently, and slowly helped him put on his shoes. Then she raised her beautiful and charming face and said, Master, thank you. In fact, Hua Gu did not expect anything. As long as she could serve you once in a while, Hua Gu would be very satisfied. Luo Qingzhou sighed in his heart, helped her up, and said, let's go. It's getting dark. Hua Gu nodded slightly, yes. The two of them left the courtyard together. Luo Qingzhou sent her to the gate and watched her get on the carriage. The carriage slowly left. Hua Gu suddenly lifted the curtain, poked her head out, looked at him and said, Master, when Hua Gu comes next time, can you take Hua Gu? The doctor said that Hua Gu can live to 20 years old. But Hua Gu feels that Hua Gu's time is running out. Hua Gu wants to serve you a few more times. Luo Qingzhou looked at her face, that was pure and charming, and was silent without answering. The carriage gradually went away. Hua Gu kept leaning her head out of the window, looking at him reluctantly, until he disappeared at the entrance of the alley in the distance. Luo Qingzhou was stunned at the gate again, then turned back. Night fell. Hua Gu sat in the carriage and quickly entered the inner city, turned into an alley, and then stopped in front of a mansion. As soon as she got off the carriage, an old eunuch suddenly walked out of the mansion. Behind the old eunuch followed several palace guards, When Hua Gu saw the old eunuch, her face changed. This old eunuch was called Eunuch Wei. He had watched the emperor grow up since he was a child. He had always been with the emperor, and seemed to have never left the palace. Hua Gu looked at the smile on his face, and her heart tightened. Eunuch Wei stopped on the steps, looked her up and down with a fake smile, and said, "This must be the beauty that the palace maids talked about. The beautiful girl who is as beautiful as a fairy. And even her breath is sweet with the fragrance of flowers and honey. Right? Miss, please come with me to the palace. My master has heard about your beauty and strangeness, and wants to meet you." Chapter 587 Her Sweetheart. Night fell. Lanterns were hung all over Fontaine Palace, and the lights illuminated every dark corner of the palace. Rows of guards in full armor stood in the corridor, on the roofs of the surrounding houses. Each was inlaid with a huge purple gem, in the shape of the Big Dipper, shining with a faint luster under the moonlight. In the luxuriously decorated study, Nandong, the emperor of the Great Yin Empire, was sitting in front of the desk at this time, flipping through the letters sent from the border. Behind him, a young eunuch stood with his head bowed. The eunuch's name was Li Gui. He was the eunuch who had played with Nandong since childhood. He was also the adopted son of the old eunuch Li Zhong, the best master in the palace. But he had never practiced martial arts. When Nandong was reading the letter, he stood behind him with his head bowed, silent, and seemed not to even breathe. After Nandong finished reading the letter, he immediately stepped forward and helped to massage his shoulders. He didn't dare to speak until Nandong spoke. "Li Gui, do you think they will fight?" Nandong asked. Li Gui lowered his head and rubbed his back, smiling. "I don't know about this matter. I think His Majesty has already made up his mind." Nandong's eyes flashed with her wisdom. She shouldn't fight with the demons directly. But now in this situation, I can't guess what she should do. Fight the King of Thailand directly and go all out. Or go to Baiwa country and wait for the opportunity. Or continue to stalemate there? Li Gui smiled. Anyway, no matter what she chooses, His Majesty will definitely win. Nandong sighed. That's hard to say. Her ability. Even the late emperor is afraid. The longer it drags on, the more flustered I am. It's like this. She can still endure it, which is not in line with her character. So, I decided to add fuel to her fire. Li Gui whispered, "One is not enough." Nandong smiled and said, "Of course there is more than one. She cares about more than one person in Kyoto. She is waiting for me to make a mistake. So why don't I wait for her to make a mistake? Since she has never made a mistake, then I can only force her to make a mistake. What do you think?" Li Gui said. "Your Majesty is wise." Nandong waved his hand and said, "Go, bring people, and invite her talented scholar to the palace. I want to treat him well. There is no need to set up good wine and food. I believe that the gentle and sweet saint of the 100 Flowers country should like him. Otherwise, he would not have seen her again and again." After a pause, he smiled again and said, "Remember, go a little slower. I want to taste the saint with ice and jade bones first. I heard that the girl is very fragrant and sweet." Li Gui bowed his head and responded. Bowed and retreated. Nandong picked up the book on the table, still smiling on his face, and slowly flipped through it. Not long after, there were footsteps outside, and the respectful voice of Eunuch Wei, "Your Majesty, Miss Hua Gu is here." Nandong put down the book in his hand, still smiling, and looked at the door and said, "Bring her in." Squeak. The door opened. Eunuch Wei bowed his head first, then walked in with small steps. Then, a girl in a bright red dress followed in with her head down. The girl had white skin and a slim figure. Although she lowered her head, her long eyelashes and delicate jade-like face could be seen. The lady had a gentle and graceful temperament with an exotic style. Her lotus steps moved lightly. Her waist was as slender as a willow, and her skirt was as beautiful as a flower, as if she was dancing. The smile on Nandong's face became more and more intense. Hua Gu stopped below, bowed her head, and respectfully made a bow and said, "Your servant greets His Majesty. I wonder what His Majesty wants you to do for him in the middle of the night." Squeak. The door behind her closed. Hua Gu's heart trembled. Nandong stared at her slender figure and delicate white skin for a while, and then said, "Miss Hua Gu, raise your head. Let me see you." Hua Gu hesitated for a moment, slowly raised her head, and immediately revealed a beautiful face with purity and charm. Eyebrows and eyes like paintings, and pink lips like cherry blossoms. Nandong was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, She is indeed a stunning beauty. No woman in the palace can compare to her. Then he smiled again. My sister is really amazing. She can get all the good things. From childhood to adulthood. I can't compare to her in everything. Even the people around me are far behind her. Hua Gu lowered her head and dared not speak. Nandong Yang stared at her with a smile on his face for a while. And suddenly said, Miss Hua Gu, how about being my concubine? Hua Gu's face changed and she looked up at him. Eunuch Wei, who was standing by, immediately said, Miss Hua Gu, why don't you kneel down and thank me? Hua Gu bowed her head and said respectfully, Thank you for your grace, your majesty. But I am from a fallen country, and I am seriously ill. I am full of filth, and I dare not tarnish your majesty. Nandong Yang smiled and said, I am the true emperor. How could I be afraid of your filth? Miss Hua Gu, do you think highly of me? Hua Gu bowed quickly and said, I dare not. But? Nandong Yang interrupted her and said, Since you don't dare, then stay and sleep with me tonight. I will favor you tonight, and I will make you a concubine tomorrow. It's better than being a servant. As for the eldest princess, I will send someone to inform her. We are siblings, and I don't believe that she is reluctant to give me even a servant. Eunuch Wei said again, Miss Hua Gu, this is a great favor. Why don't you kneel down and thank me? Hua Gu knelt down and looked up and said, Your Majesty, please forgive me for not being able to obey your order. I have already. There are people who like it. And the slave's body is dirty. And you can't serve the saint anymore. The purpose. Since you want you tonight. You will serve me tonight. I want you tonight. I want to try how sweet you are. Suddenly, two maids walked in from outside the door and said respectfully, Yes. Hua Gu was immediately panicked and begged, Your Majesty, please forgive me. I really have someone I like. The two maids, one on the left and one on the right, suddenly pressed her shoulders from behind. Nandong Yang sneered and said sarcastically, It's better to have someone you like. In that case, I will favor you tonight. And I won't have to make you a concubine tomorrow. Just let the person you like take you back. When I want you, I will call you into the palace. As long as you serve me well, I will not only not blame your lover, but also make him a high official. I believe he should be very happy. Right? Hua Gu cried and struggled. Nandong Yang grinned and gritted his teeth. You ignorant little bitch. I favor you. You are not grateful. But you are crying. Are you wronged? Well, I will throw you outside after I am done playing. Let the guards play with you one by one. Let you be ridden by thousands of people and humiliated by thousands of people. And then let your lover come to see your lewd appearance in person. And see if he dares to say no to me. Then he shouted at the two maids. What are you still hesitating about? Strip this little bitch of her clothes and send her to my bedroom. The two maids immediately grabbed her arms and began to tear her clothes. Ah! At this moment, a maid suddenly screamed and stepped back. Another maid was frightened and let go and stepped back. Hua Gu had a silver hairpin in her hand, and she was waving it around while crying. Nandong Yang saw this scene. His face darkened, and his face was full of gloom. How dare you? Are you going to assassinate me? Little bitch? Eunuch Wei on the side puffed up his robe, and his 5 fingers formed claws, ready to take action. At this moment, the silver hairpin in Hua Gu's hand suddenly pierced her face fiercely, and then endured the severe pain and slashed it down suddenly. A fierce blood mark suddenly appeared on her delicate and white face. She did not scream. Her face was full of tears, and she stabbed the silver hairpin into her other face again, and another blood mark was fiercely scratched on it. Then, the silver hairpin in her hand was pressed against her heart again. Eunuch Wei, who was about to take action, was stunned for a moment and stood still. Nandong Yang had a gloomy face, and the muscles on his face kept twitching. Hua Gu cried, Your Majesty, my body is too dirty. I am afraid of defiling your Majesty. Only death can thank you. After that, the silver hairpin in her hand made a swish sound, and she stabbed her heart without hesitation. Her body trembled, and 2 more lines of tears flowed, and she fell softly to the ground, withering like a flower. The study room suddenly became silent. She lay quietly on the ground. Blood gradually overflowed from the corners of her mouth. Her eyes were still open, and her eyes were full of tears. On her snow-white and beautiful cheeks, 2 scarlet bloodstains were particularly eye-catching. Bitch! Bitch! Nandong Yang stood up suddenly, picked up the inkstone on the table, and smashed it hard at her body. The ink was splattered, and the ground was in a mess. Eunuch Wei stood aside with his head down, holding his breath. At this moment, footsteps and Li Gui's voice were heard outside. Your Majesty. Young Master Luo is here. The twisted and ferocious look on Nandong Yang's face gradually faded and soon disappeared. He looked at the girl on the ground, and a sneer slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. He paused, sat down, and said, "Let him in." Squeak. The door opened. Li Gui bowed his head and walked into the study with a young man in a Confucian robe. On the ground, a girl in a bright red dress, holding a silver hairpin in her hand, tears on her face, her skirt slightly spread. Her face and mouth were full of blood, lying there motionless, like a withered flower. Luo Qingzhou's body froze, and he stood at the door looking at her. Her tearful eyes also looked at him. Luo Qingzhou saw what she was thinking. Young Master Huagu didn't. I'm sorry. Chapter 588 Sister You. Help me. There was a moment of silence in the study room. Nandong Yang smiled and stared at the boy at the door. Li Gui stepped aside and bowed his head. Luo Qingzhou paused at the door for only a moment before walking in, ignoring the girl on the ground. Bowing and saluting, I am Luo Qingzhou, a humble servant, and I pay my respects to His Majesty. Nandong Yang smiled and said, Mr. Luo, please do not be polite. We met at the Jinui station last time. I wanted to talk to you at that time, but the Imperial Sister left in a hurry, so I did not have the opportunity to listen to your teachings. Today I finally have the opportunity. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, I am not worthy of teaching your Majesty. Nandong Yang smiled and said, Mr. Luo, there is no need to be modest. I heard that even the Imperial Sister called you teacher and treated you as a disciple. I also heard that the Imperial Sister even gave you the Golden Phoenix sword, which shows how capable you are. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said nothing more. Nandong Yang stared at him for a while with a smile on his face, and said, Mr. Luo, are you curious about the woman lying on the ground? Mr. Luo should know her, right? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said, her name is Hua Gu. She is the maid of the eldest princess. I do know her. Nandong Yang looked at the girl on the ground and sighed. It's a pity that such a beautiful beauty couldn't think straight and committed suicide. I just want to favor her. How many women would love to have her? By the way, Mr. Luo, do you know who her lover is? Just now she would rather. She disfigured herself and committed suicide. And she was unwilling to be with me. She said that she already had a lover. I don't know what man could make her so devoted and unyielding. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head, was silent for a while, and said, I don't know. Nandong Yang smiled and said, Mr. Luo must be very sorry to see her die. After all, she is a rare beauty. I wanted to have sex with her just now, and then give it to Mr. Luo as a gift. Alas, what a pity. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and did not reply, and the expression on his face could not be seen clearly. Nandong Yang stared at him for a while and said, Mr. Luo, I heard that you were the first in Mo City in the autumn exam this year. You should be confident about next year's exam, right? I have high hopes for you in the palace exam. Luo Qingzhou said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Nandong Yang's eyes flashed, and then he stood up from the chair, walked in front of him, patted his shoulder with his hand, and whispered, Are you willing to follow me? Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, It is my honor to serve Your Majesty. Nandong Yang was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Aren't you loyal to my sister? Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, The eldest princess and Your Majesty are one family, and I am loyal to the eldest princess. Naturally, I will be loyal to His Majesty. Nandong Yang narrowed his eyes, still smiling. What if one day, my sister and I are no longer a family? Who will you be loyal to? Luo Qingzhou said with a firm look, I will be loyal to His Majesty. Nandong Yang smiled. Are you really willing to be loyal to me forever? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said, If there is a lie, the sky will be struck by thunder, and the thunder will pierce my heart. Nandong Yang showed a hint of surprise in his eyes, paused, nodded and said, Okay. I believe you. You are the son-in-law of the Qin family and a scholar of my great yin, so you naturally dare not deceive me. After the next spring exam, I will definitely give you a good official position, so that you can display your ambitions and work for my great yin. Luo Qingzhou said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Nandong Yang patted his shoulder again and said with a smile, If there is any other news from the Emperor's sister in the future, can you tell me? Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, I will tell Your Majesty as soon as possible. Nandong Yang frowned slightly and said with a smile, It is still the scholars who know the general situation, know the great justice, know how to be loyal to the country, and share the worries for the emperor. From now on, my great Yin will rely on you. Luo Qingzhou said, I will go through fire and water for your majesty, and will not refuse to die. Nandong Yang was very satisfied with his attitude and said with a smile, Okay. It's getting late, so I won't disturb Luo Qingzhou. Son, wait for the next time, and talk to Luo Gongzi again. The girl was also known to each other. Holding the girl in her arms, she walked out. Li Gui quickly followed and closed the door. Eunuch Wei raised his head and whispered, Your Majesty, do you believe what that boy said? Nandong Yang sneered and said, Am I so easy to deceive? But I can still fight for that boy. After all, his future and the fate of his Qin family are in my hands. I originally thought that he had a close relationship with Hua Gu, and wanted to take the opportunity to anger him and take him down directly. I didn't expect him to be so patient. And he didn't show any flaws without the backbone of a scholar. It's hard for me to do it. Then he sighed again and said, It's a pity. This is the only beauty that makes my heart beat. And she is gone just like that. But it's good this way. I want to see how long she can endure at the border. If she continues to endure, then I will start with that boy again, until all her people are eliminated, leaving no one behind. Outside the palace, the north wind is biting, and the moonlight is cold. Luo Qingzhou hugged the girl in his arms, and followed Li Gui to a carriage. Li Gui stopped in front of the carriage and said with a smile, Mr. Luo, we are all family members from now on. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything, holding the girl in his arms, and walked to the front of the carriage. Li Gui glanced at the girl in his arms and sneered, This woman. She is even worse than an animal when she is stupid. She can fly to the branches and become a phoenix. But she has to seek death for a shitty lover. Then he stared at the girl's fair skin and grinned, But it's a pity. Such a delicate beauty he. It's okay. She just died not long ago. Her body is still hot. Mr. Luo can go to the carriage later. Bang! Before he could finish, Luo Qingzhou suddenly kicked him in the stomach, bending his body like a shrimp, and opened his mouth. The guards following the carriage immediately surrounded him. Luo Qingzhou put the girl in his arms on the carriage, and then raised his palm and slapped his painfully twisted cheek. Pa! 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 While slapping, he cursed, Dog slave! Are you going to rebel? The book says that the emperor is a dragon and the queen is a phoenix. How can she, a mere servant, be worthy of the word phoenix? You insulted the queen. You deserve a slap in the face. After that, he started to slap left and right. Pa! 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 The guards who surrounded him wanted to stop him. But when they heard this, they looked at each other and dared not move. Li Gui was stunned for a moment. He wanted to curse and resist. But he was also shocked when he heard what he said. He had not read many books, so how could he know whether it was true or false? However, he thought that the Queen Mother or the Empress was indeed going to talk about the phoenix body. So he was shocked and frightened at the moment. And he had no temper at all. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he was beaten so hard that he couldn't speak. Luo Qingzhou slapped him more than a dozen times before he stopped panting and said sternly, Do you know your crime? Li Gui froze in place. His eyes were full of stars. His cheeks were burning with pain. His mind was blank. And he hurriedly said in a trembling voice, Slave. Slave knows his crime. Luo Qingzhou shouted coldly, If I report this to the emperor and the queen mother, you will be sentenced to death. As soon as these words came out, Li Gui trembled all over. His legs softened, and he knelt on the ground, begging for mercy in a trembling voice. Master Luo, spare my life, I am a mean-mouthed slave. I deserve to be beaten. I was wrong, please. Master Luo, spare my life. I will work like a cow and a horse in the future to repay you. Luo Qingzhou looked at him again before getting on the carriage, saying coldly, I will spare you once today, and there will be a next time. I will never let you off easily. After that, he hugged the girl in the carriage and entered the carriage. Li Gui stood there trembling. His head and ears were buzzing, and his soul seemed to have been beaten away. After the carriage had traveled a distance, he quickly mounted his horse and followed. The carriage quickly disappeared into the darkness in the distance. In the carriage, Luo Qingzhou looked at the girl who had passed away in his arms, and the 2 deep bloodstains on her cheeks. His fists clenched in his sleeves, trembling slightly. Sir, Hua Gu dreamed of you last night. I missed you so much that I came here today. Sir, Huagu doesn't expect anything. As long as I can serve you once in a while, I will be very satisfied. Sir, when Huagu comes next time, can you take Huagu? The doctor said that Huagu can live to 20 years old. But Huagu feels that Huagu's time is running out. Huagu wants to serve you a few more times. Sir, Huagu didn't. I'm sorry. In Luo Qingzhou's mind, he kept thinking about the weak and pitiful appearance of the girl today, and the words she said to him, as if it had just happened not long ago, still lingering in his mind and ears, lingering for a long time. The emperor. He clenched his fists in his sleeves and muttered. The carriage left the inner city unimpeded, and soon arrived at Maple Leaf Alley. Luo Qingzhou suppressed the emotions on his face and eyes, held the girl in his arms, walked out of the carriage, and got off the carriage. Li Gui, who was sitting on the horse, looked at him with resentment, and said with a smile on his face, Mr. Luo? Then I will take my leave first. Luo Qingzhou did not look at him, holding the girl in his arms, and walked into the alley. The back of the wide robe quickly disappeared in the dark alley. Li Gui gritted his teeth and cursed, and turned his horse back to the palace. Luo Qingzhou held Huagu and stopped at the door of Qin Mansion. He hesitated for a moment, and went into the alley behind. Half of his soul flew into the air to explore, and the other half of his soul controlled his body. He held the girl in his arms, and went directly to the exiled immortal residence. The body had just died, but the soul was not extinguished. I don't know if there is still hope. The body in his arms was still warm, and not cold. After entering the exiled immortal residence, he immediately put the person on the couch, then went to Meixiang Garden to report his safety to the second lady, and then returned to the exiled immortal residence. His soul left his body, waiting for Huagu's soul to leave his body. After waiting for a while, he suddenly remembered something, and immediately took out the message treasure, and sent a message to Sister Yu. Sister Yu, the person's body has just died, but the soul is still there, and the body is still warm. Can it be saved? Every time he sent a message to Sister Yu, the other party either did not reply, or it took a long time to reply, and rarely replied immediately. But today, to his surprise, as soon as he sent the message, Sister Yu replied immediately, no. Although Luo Qingzhou had known that this would be the result, he still felt a pain in his heart when he saw these two cold words. Can the soul help her stay? Still have memories? Sister Yu, yes. Luo Qingzhou immediately asked, Sister Yu, what should I do? Sister Yu, after a person dies, the memories in the soul usually disappear, unless someone uses the soul-searching technique. But once the soul-searching technique is used, the soul will soon shatter and disappear. If you want to keep both the soul and the memory, you must find her a suitable body immediately, and then use the soul-transferring method to let her be reborn in another body, which is somewhat similar to taking over another body. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly asked, Sister Yu, what is a suitable body? Do you need to kill another person? Also, what is the soul-transferring method? Sister Yu, a suitable body is a body she can enter, and the soul of that body has just died or left, and will not reject or devour her. As for the soul-transferring method, it is a kind of practice, and you cannot practice it with your current cultivation. Luo Qingzhou saw this message, and his heart sank. Sister Yu, how long can she hold on in her current situation? Sister Yu, in half an hour at most, her spirit will leave, or disappear, or become a wandering ghost. Half an hour. Luo Qingzhou looked at the message on the jade stone, and his heart was suddenly filled with despair. In half an hour, he couldn't find a suitable body, and he couldn't just kill a woman casually, and the method of soul transfer and body replacement. At this moment, Sister Yu's message came back. I know the method of soul transfer and body replacement. You just need to find a suitable body, and the body doesn't have to be human. If it's a spirit creature, I might be able to let her coexist with the spirit creature's spirit. Spiritual object? When Luo Qingzhou saw these two words, his heart moved immediately, and he immediately looked at the little fire fox in the storage ring. At this time, the little fire fox was baring its fangs and fighting with the two little white rabbits. Looking fierce, Luo Qingzhou made a prompt decision. Sister Yu, where are you? I'll find you. Sister Yu, West Lake. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and immediately put away the message treasure, and his soul flashed, and he performed the object control technique, holding Huagu's body, flew out of the door, and then quickly flew into the air and rushed towards West Lake. When he arrived at West Lake, on the attic, Yuebai's figure was waiting for him there. Luo Qingzhou immediately flew over with Huagu in his arms, landed on the attic, and said, "Sister Yu, I have a little firefox here, which is a spiritual creature. Do you think it's okay?" The white figure of Yu glanced at the girl in his arms, and said lightly, "Let's go to the bottom of the lake first. There may be someone patrolling here later." After that, the figure flashed and flew to the lake. Luo Qingzhou immediately followed with Huagu in his arms. The two of them went to the bottom of the lake one after the other, and entered the stone chamber where they practiced. Unexpectedly, on the cold jade bed in the corner of the stone chamber, Lama was lying there naked with a white jade body, holding a book in his hand and reading it very seriously. As soon as Luo Qingzhou entered, he immediately turned his back. When Longer heard the noise, he sat up quickly, looked at the two of them with joy on his face and said, "Sister, Master, you finally came to play with Longer." The white figure of Yu looked at her naked jade body and said nothing. Long Air blinked and asked in confusion, "Young Master, why are you lying on your back? Who are you holding in your arms?" Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to say, "Put on your clothes." Long Air then reacted. A flash of light appeared on her body, and a black long skirt appeared. Then she stuck out her tongue and said, "Long Air forgot." Luo Qingzhou then turned around, walked to the cold jade bed, put the flower bone in her arms on it, and said, "Sister Yu, can I put it here?" The Yubai figure did not answer, but walked to the cold jade bed. She first glanced at the cheek of the girl on the bed, then looked at the silver hairpin inserted into her heart, then reached out and touched her eyebrows, and said, "The soul is in the body, and the body is still warm, although there is no breathing and heartbeat. Her body is not completely dead." Then, her eyes looked at the silver hairpin again, and she reached out and gently, after stroking it gently, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. This silver hairpin is a magic weapon that locks the soul and fixes the body. As long as it is not pulled out, her body will not be destroyed. But the energy contained in this silver hairpin cannot last too long. Luo Qingzhou was immediately excited when he heard this. "Sister Yu, do you mean that her body is not dead yet and can be saved?" The white figure looked at him and said, "She is dead. What I mean is that with this silver hairpin, her body will not be destroyed immediately." Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while and said, "Then sister, you can save her soul and memory and put her in another body first, right?" The white figure paused and said, "Take out the spiritual object. Let me see." Luo Qingzhou immediately took out the little fire fox from the storage ring, directly pinched its neck, and said, "Sister Yu, do you think it can be done?" The white moon figure took a look, stretched out her slender jade finger, and touched the little fire fox's brow. The little fire fox was struggling desperately, but when she touched it with her fingertips, it suddenly froze there, motionless, with a pair of round eyes staring at her. There was silence for a moment. The white moon figure put away her fingertips and said in a light tone, "Okay. But are you sure you want to let this woman's soul and memory enter its body and turn into a fire fox?" Luo Qingzhou looked at the girl on the cold jade bed, without any hesitation, and said, "It's better to be alive than to die. Her lifespan is only a few years. I think it's good to be able to live in the fire fox and see more of this world. Sister Yu, please help me save her." The white moon figure was silent for a while, and nodded slightly. "It may take a long time. You go out and wait. I will set up a barrier. Don't barge in." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Sister Yu, thank you. I have to trouble you again." The white moon figure did not speak again. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to stay any longer and walked out with Longer. When they reached the passage outside, Longer suddenly whispered, "Young master, do you want to go to Longer's dragon palace?" Luo Qingzhou was in a heavy mood and frowned. "Go back by yourself. I want to be alone for a while." Longer whispered, "Young master, Longer has a 1,000-year-old ice coffin. If the woman's body is put in it, even if the energy of the silver hairpin is exhausted, her body can be preserved and will not be destroyed. When you are strong enough, maybe you can transfer the woman's soul and memory from the body of the little fire fox to her own body. In this way, she can come back to life." After that, she sighed again and said, "Forget it. If you don't want to go, then Longer will go back to the dragon palace to sleep. Bye." After that, she turned and left. Luo Qingzhou grabbed her and said, "Miss Longer, I'll go." Chapter 589 Dowry. The deepest part of the lake. There are jagged rocks, lush aquatic plants, and a lush forest at the bottom of the lake. In the middle of the forest, there is an ancient stone tablet, Long Air brought Luo Qingzhou to stop in front of the stone tablet, then stretched out her fingertips, gently brushed the red dot between her eyebrows, and touched the stone tablet again. Wow! The moment her fingertips touched, the stone tablet suddenly lit up. Then, the ground shook, and the undercurrent surged. The stone tablet began to slowly sink downwards, and a jade staircase leading to the underground appeared in front of the two. The red dot between Long Air's eyebrows flickered slightly with red light, and the red rope bell on his ankle also rang a few times. The whole person's temperament suddenly changed, and the momentum was also raised a lot, as if he suddenly became another person, which made Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Long Air smiled and said, "Sir, this is the Dragon Palace. Only the blood of the Dragon Clan can open it. Long Air's body is flowing with real dragon blood." Luo Qingzhou glanced at the red dot between her eyebrows. He had no interest in her so-called dragon blood. He just wanted to see the 1,000-year-old ice coffin. "Sir, come!" Long Air shouted and walked into the steps leading to the underground. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly followed. The two of them went down one after the other. Long Air seemed to be talking to himself. "Daddy said that my dragon blood is very precious. If humans get it, they can refine very powerful magic weapons, make their physique very strong, and even quickly increase their cultivation." Luo Qingzhou went down the steps silently without answering. Long Air turned to look at him again and said, "Young master, Daddy also told Long Air to find a reliable person to mate with in the future. If that person gets Long Air's virgin dragon blood, not only will his physique become very strong, but he will also have the chance to have dragon scale armor. As his cultivation increases, his defense will be comparable to that of a real dragon." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and nodded. "Oh!" Long Air blinked her big eyes, and the red dot between her eyebrows became more and more vivid. She said in a delicate voice, "Young master, do you want it?" Luo Qingzhou looked away and looked at the darkness in front of her, saying, "Miss Long Air, I just want to save people for the time being." Long Air said "oh" and didn't say anything more, and continued to move forward. The two soon came to a long and narrow passage. After walking forward for a distance, the passage began to become wider. The walls on both sides were inlaid with lampstands, and oil lamps were lit on the lampstands. The dim light illuminated the entire passage, and many murals of dragons swimming in the sky appeared on the walls. The two walked forward for a while, and suddenly a golden gate appeared in front of them. On both sides of the gate, two white jade water beasts squatted, with their mouths open and teeth bared, looking ferocious. Long Air stopped in front of the golden gate, and the red dot between his eyebrows suddenly shot out a red light, which fell on the pattern in the middle of the gate. Clang! The heavy door began to open slowly. Inside was a spacious hall, like a palace, magnificent and luxuriously decorated. Long Air took Luo Qingzhou into the hall, and without stopping, he walked towards the round door on the right side of the hall. After passing through a passage, the view in front of him suddenly became clear. The sun, moon and stars are inlaid above the head, and there are rockeries and flowing water around, as well as 9 curved corridors, flowers, trees, and waterside pavilions. The two walked through the corridor and suddenly entered another cold crystal palace. The pillars, beams, walls, chairs, vases and other decorations in the palace are all like crystals, crystal clear and beautiful. Long Air walked straight to the corner and pointed to a crystal coffin there and said, "Sir, this is the 1,000-year-old ice coffin. It has been here for many years, and no one has ever used it." Luo Qingzhou immediately walked up to it, looked at the ice coffin, reached out and touched it, and a chill came through his body, and there was a faint icy energy flowing inside. Long Air explained, "Daddy said that this 1,000-year-old ice coffin was brought back from an extremely cold place. Any corpse placed in it can remain uncorrupted for 1,000 years. If a body that has not yet lost its vitality is placed in it, it can also keep the state it was just put in. It's magical." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Miss Long Air, can I put the woman in there? As for when to take her out, I don't know for the time being." Long Air nodded and said, "Of course, you can. Sir, just bring her here. Anyway, no one is using this ice coffin." Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while and said, "Miss Long Air, do you want a reward?" When Long Air heard this, her face was full of expectation. "Sir, can Long Air ask for a reward?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at the expression on her face and immediately said, "You don't have to. After all, we are good friends." "You?" Long Air immediately said, "Yes." Long Air wants it. Long Air wants a reward. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched. And he had to say, except for that, you can put forward other conditions. If he didn't give a reward, he would be a little uneasy. After all, he didn't know how long he would have to keep Huagu's body here. And this ice coffin was obviously not an ordinary thing. So he couldn't get such a good thing for free. After hearing his words, Long Air was immediately disappointed. Young master, why do you want to do that? Long Air wants to do that with you. And Long Air wants your thunder spirit. Luo Qingzhou looked at the ice coffin in front of him. And Huagu's pure and charming face, and the last words she said to him appeared in his mind again. After a moment of silence, he looked at her and said, Miss Long Air, didn't you say last time that besides mating, there are other ways to get my thunder spirit? Long Air was stunned for a moment. Then looked at him with a faint look, pouted and said, Young master is so bad, so this is what you were thinking. Luo Qingzhou was suspicious. He asked in confusion, Isn't it just a kiss? You are willing to mate, but not kiss? Long Air laughed. Bright eyes and white teeth. Charming and cute, young master is so stupid. How can it be a kiss? Young master's thunder spirit chi can't be sucked out from the mouth. It has to come from. Luo Qingzhou said, Where should it come from? As soon as he asked, he suddenly reacted. His cheeks heated up. And he immediately said, Then change the conditions. Long Air pouted and said, Long Air just wants the thunder spirit chi. Long Air's second thunder tribulation is coming soon. The second time is much more terrible than the first time. If there is no young master's thunder spirit chi, Long Air will be in so much pain that he can't hold on. Luo Qingzhou said, I will come to help you when the time comes. Long Air said, But you may not have time. Or you may not be able to come out. Or the thunder tribulation may come suddenly. And you may not have time to come. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while. And said, Don't you have a message? If there is a sign, you should contact me immediately. And I will come no matter what. Long Air looked at him dimly. Sir, even Long Air has lowered his noble dragon body. Luo Qingzhou interrupted her. Talk about other conditions. Long Air sighed and said, Okay. Then. She paused for a moment and suddenly said, Then don't move. Sir, let Long Air bite you. Luo Qingzhou's face changed slightly. Where to bite? Long Air suddenly walked in front of him. Stood on her slender feet. Bit his mouth. Closed her teeth. Bit hard for a while. And then slowly let go. Then smiled and said, Long Air just wants to taste the feeling of kissing as described in the book. But it seems there is no feeling. Luo Qingzhou's body stiffened and touched his bitten lips. Long Air pouted her little mouth and suddenly said, Sir, Long Air will take you to Long Air's bedroom. Luo Qingzhou was about to refuse. But Long Air said, There are many treasures there. Go and see if you like any of them. They are next to it. As she said that, she walked towards a stone door behind. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, looked at the ice coffin again, and then followed her. Bang! The stone door opened automatically. Long Air led him through the corridor full of murals, and entered another crystal palace that was crystal clear and colorful. This palace looked not only luxurious, but also like a dream. There were sparkling jewels inlaid everywhere, and even on the carpet on the ground. There were various gems shining. Long Air led him to the innermost corner, and with a light clap of his palm, a row of large snow-white SH.LS in the corner suddenly opened their SH.LS. In the first SH.L, there was a pile of large snow-white pearls. In the middle of the large pearls, there was a snow-white gem as big as a goose egg, which was shining and seemed to be able to change into various colors. Long Air walked closer and introduced, Sir, this is a pearl bred by the deep-sea clam king. Wearing it can beautify your skin and remove dust and dirt. Even if a person who can't swim carries it, he can move freely in the deep water without drowning. It can also be used to refine water-controlling magic weapons. Or it can be ground and eaten to prolong life. After that, she walked to the second SH.L and pointed to a purple whip inside and said, Sir, this is a purple electric whip made from the stems of a 1,000-year-old sea purple flower and many special materials. It can be long or short, thin or thick. Even if it is broken, it can heal immediately and is indestructible. Then she pointed to a purple short knife inside and said, This is a purple electric knife, which is made of the spikes and petals of a 1,000-year-old sea purple flower, fused with black iron. It is not only sharp, but can also split into more than a dozen blades, like the petals of a sea purple flower. Long Air introduced it endlessly. Luo Qingzhou was dazzled and dazzled. as if a poor boy accidentally broke into a cave full of treasures. For a moment, his eyes and his entire mind were filled with these colorful and glittering pearls and treasures. Long Hair, introduced for a while, turned to look at him, and smiled. Do you like anything, sir? Luo Qingzhou came back to his senses, but before he could answer, he heard her say, Sir, in addition to the ones here, there are 2 palaces inside, which also contain many such treasures. They are all the dowry left by my father for me. If you like anything. Luo Qingzhou's breathing suddenly stopped, and he looked at her expectantly. Long Hair came in front of him and whispered, If you like anything, mate with Long Hair once. Long Hair will give you 1. Mate twice. Long Hair will give you 2. If you like all of them, then you need to mate many times before you can take them all. But don't worry. If you want to take them all, Long Hair can give you a discount and won't make you too hard. Luo Qingzhou. Chapter 590. That's too much. Luo Qingzhou refused without hesitation. What did he think of him? No matter how poor he was, or how much he needed treasures, he wouldn't have to sell his body to get them. Right? Miss Longer. Don't mention this again. Luo Qingzhou left immediately after he finished speaking. Longwa hurriedly chased after him and said, Sir, don't be angry. Longwa was joking with you. You can pick any 2. Longwa doesn't need any reward. Luo Qingzhou stopped and said, Those are all your dowry, right? Longwa nodded and said, Yes, they are all dowries prepared by Daddy for Longwa. But it doesn't matter. If you take 1 or 2, Daddy won't blame you even if he knows. Luo Qingzhou said, Since it's your dowry, I definitely can't take it. I'm already very grateful for letting me use your ice coffin. How can I take your other treasures? Longwa stared at him blankly and said, Sir, aren't you tempted at all? Luo Qingzhou said, How could I not? I am moved. But those things have special meaning to you. I definitely can't take them. I have a wife at home, and I can't marry you. So how can I take your dowry? Miss Longwa, I appreciate your kindness. Thank you very much. Longwa looked at him with a complicated expression, was silent for a while, and said slowly, Sir, when Dad left, he once told Longwa that no matter who saw these treasures, they would try their best to get close to Longwa, and even use all kinds of despicable and deceptive means to take them away. Dad also said that with Longwa's beauty and dragon blood body, as well as so much dowry, any man in the world would be attracted to her and would do everything he could, even abandon his wife, to marry her. My Longwa used to think so. But now Longwa found that there are exceptions. Like the young master. The young master has been rejecting Longwa. Until now, Longwa brought the young master into the Dragon Palace and even gave him something without any reward. But the young master was unwilling to accept it. If Dad knew, he would definitely not believe it. Luo Qingzhou was stunned and frowned slightly. Were you testing me just now? Longwa shook his head. It's not all testing. If the young master agreed just now, Longwa would keep his promise. Because Longwa has long known that the young master is a good person. Since the time when Longwa survived the Thunder Tribulation, the young master saved Longwa without hesitation. And Longwa felt that. I secretly swore that I must give Long Hair's virgin dragon blood to the young master, and I must only mate with the young master. Luo Qingzhou raised his eyebrows and said, I think it doesn't matter whether I am a good person or not. The main thing is that I have the root of Thunder Spirit. Right? Long Hair laughed and said frankly, It is indeed because of the root of Thunder Spirit. But it is also because of the young master's personal charm. If it were someone else, Long Hair would not be so anxious to ask him to mate all day long. Luo Qingzhou looked at her again, without saying anything more, and walked to the door and said, Let's go. It's time to go out. I wonder if sister you succeeded. Long Hair hurriedly said, Young master. Wait a moment. After that, he immediately ran to the corner, took 3 treasures from the big SHL, and ran over. One is the pearl of the deep sea clam king. One is the purple lightning whip, and the other is a crystal hairpin. Long Hair handed the 3 treasures to him and said, Sir, please accept these 3 treasures. They are not actually Long Hair's dowry. They are gifts that Daddy once gave to Long Hair. Long Hair can't use them now. You can take them back and give them to your wife. Luo Qingzhou was about to refuse, but Long Hair said sincerely, Sir, if Long Hair wants to become a dragon in the future, he will need to go through 7,749 thunder tribulations, each one more terrible than the last. Long Hair asked himself that he would definitely not be able to survive so many thunder tribulations with his own abilities. So, I can only ask for help from you. Once or twice is fine. But if it happens too many times, even if you are willing to help, Long Air will feel embarrassed. So, I hope you can accept these gifts from Long Air. Otherwise, Long Air will feel uneasy, afraid that you will not help Long Air when the time comes. After hearing this, Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a while, then looked at the 3 treasures in her hand and said, "These 3 treasures are really not your dowry?" Long Air nodded and said, "Really? Long Air can swear that if I deceive you, Long Air will be drowned alive." Luo Qingzhou. Long immediately raised her hand and said, "I can be struck by lightning." Then she frowned again and begged, "Young master, please accept it. If you refuse to accept even this little gift, Longwo will really be uneasy. Longwo will have to rely on you to survive the tribulation in the future. Please, young master." Luo Qingzhou saw that she had said this much. If she didn't accept it, she would really seem a little cold and distant. After a pause, he took it in his hand and said, "Okay, then I will accept it. Don't worry, Miss Longer. The future thunder tribulation, no matter how many times, I will help you. If you have a lie, he will be broken." Longer suddenly fluttered, "Thank you, son. The sun is nice. Things." There is no answer. Saying, "Let's go and see Sister Yu." "Oh." Longer agreed and took him out. When she walked in the promenade, she couldn't help asking, "Son, do you really have no love for men and women?" Luo Qingzhou said, "No. If neither of you has a family, will it be together?" Luo Qingzhou was silent and said, "I don't know if the two will be together." Not a person who said it alone. He thought this question was boring and unnecessary to answer. What if the answer was not good enough and Sister Yu knew about it? The two of them quickly left the palace and entered the passage leading to the stone chamber. When they arrived at the door of the stone chamber, the door was still decorated with a barrier, and layers of thin light walls blocked the door, flowing like water waves. The stone door was closed, and the situation inside could not be seen clearly. The two did not dare to disturb them, and immediately retreated and went to the passage on the other side. Long Air pointed to the front and said, "Sir, there is also a stone chamber there, and there is a hot spring inside. Long Air often takes a bath in it. Do you want to take a bath?" Luo Qingzhou recalled the embarrassing scene when he saw her taking a bath that day and was discovered by Sister Yu, and said, "No, just wait here." Longer smiled and said, "Young master, you peeked at Longer taking a bath last time, and Longer already knew it." Luo Qingzhou. Wow! At this moment, the barrier covering the stone door suddenly broke and disappeared. Luo Qingzhou's heart tightened, and he walked over immediately. The stone door slowly opened. Luo Qingzhou stood at the door, and did not go in immediately. After a while, a cold voice sounded from inside, "Come in." Luo Qingzhou then walked in. On the cold jade bed, the girl in a bright red dress lay there motionless, with the hairpin still inserted in her chest, and the little fire fox lay next to her, also with its eyes closed, motionless. Luo Qingzhou walked to the bed, looked at the man and the fox, and did not see anything unusual. The white figure looked at him and said, "It's successful. But?" Luo Qingzhou held his breath and looked at her and said, "Sister Yu." "But what?" The white figure was silent for a moment and said, "Her soul has entered the body of the fire fox. One person and one fox share one body. But the soul of the fire fox is not asleep. So I don't know who will control the body of the fire fox in the future." Luo Qingzhou said, "If the fire fox controls its own body, will it hurt her soul?" The white figure said, "No. They coexist." Luo Qingzhou looked at the girl on the cold jade bed and said, "Sister Yu, how long will this situation last?" The white figure said lightly, "I don't know either. I will observe it frequently. At least once a month." Longer on the side suddenly said, "Young master, you can let your sister take this little fire fox with you. If there is any abnormality in the future, your sister can deal with it immediately." The white figure did not speak. Luo Qingzhou shook his head and said, "I still have a use for this little fire fox. My wife needs its tears to make medicine, so I must keep it with me." Longer said, "Oh," and said, "That's fine. Anyway, the young master will often meet with my sister, and they won't be separated for a long time." Luo Qingzhou looked at the white figure of Yu, and then looked at the little fire fox on the bed and said, "Sister Yu, is it still unconscious?" The white figure of Yu said, "It's sleeping." Then he said, "This woman's body." Luo Qingzhou suddenly remembered this and hurriedly said, "Sister Yu, Miss Longer has a 1,000-year-old ice coffin. Longer said that if her body is placed in it, it will remain in this state forever. Do you think it's okay? The white figure of you was slightly startled when he heard this, and looked at the demon girl behind him. Longa lowered his head, and dared not say a word. The white figure was silent for a moment, and said, "Okay." Luo Qingzhou felt relieved, and immediately picked up the girl on the bed and said, "Sister Yu, do you want to go with us?" The white figure said lightly, "Outsiders are not allowed to enter her dragon palace." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment. The white figure did not speak again, left the stone room, and quickly disappeared into the dark passage. Although Luo Qingzhou was puzzled, he did not dare to delay time. He immediately put the little fire fox into the storage ring, and then hugged the girl in his arms and said, "Miss Longer." Longhair immediately said with a bitter face, "Young master, you shouldn't say it in front of your sister." Luo Qingzhou asked curiously, "Why?" Longhair sighed, did not answer, turned around and said, "Young master, let's go quickly. The body of the soul cannot be delayed. Otherwise it will soon be damaged." Luo Qingzhou did not dare to say more, and immediately followed her out of the stone chamber. The two soon came to the dragon palace again, and entered the crystal palace. Longhair immediately walked to the corner, carefully opened the lid of the ice coffin, and said, "Young master, put it in quickly." Luo Qingzhou quickly put the girl in his arms into the ice coffin. Longhair immediately closed the coffin lid, opened his eyes, and looked carefully for a while, seeing a trace of light flowing in the ice coffin. He breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, "Young master, it's okay." Then he immediately said, "Young master, go and see my sister. My sister must have consumed a lot of soul power to perform this technique. Now she is weak. Don't meet the enemy outside." When Luo Qingzhou heard this, his face changed slightly, and he immediately rushed out. By the time he flew out of the lake, the moon-white figure had disappeared. He looked around again, and seeing that it was already light, he didn't dare to stay any longer, and immediately left West Lake and returned to the mansion. After his soul returned to his body, he immediately took out the communication treasure and sent a message to Sister Yu. "Sister Yu, are you home?" After a long time, the message came back, "Yes." Luo Qingzhou was relieved, "Sister Yu, thank you for what happened tonight." The other party didn't reply again. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, and then looked at the little fire fox in the storage ring. The little fire fox was still sleeping. I don't know if it will be the grumpy little fire fox, or the gentle and lovely little flower bone when it wakes up. He suddenly remembered the 3 gifts Longhair gave him: pearl, whip, hairpin. Longhair told him to give it to his wife. He had to distribute it well. There was no need to consider the whip. No one else needed it, so he could only give it to Xiao Meiju. As for pearls, Chan Chan is afraid of water, so it is most appropriate to give them to Chan Chan. As for the hairpins, should they be given to the second miss or Xiao Dai? The second miss has a lot of hairpins, and Xiao Dai has quite a few too. As for Chan Chan, it seems that there are only 3 hairpins, including the ones he gave her before. Forget it. Let's ask the second miss. The second miss will distribute them herself, so he doesn't need to worry about it. Chapter 591. The sun rises. Luo Qingzhou washed up casually in the exiled immortal residence and returned to the Meixiang garden. Song Ryue hurried over when he was having breakfast with Miss Qin Er. Last night, he was suddenly taken away by the eunuch Li Gui. Everyone in the Qin family was shocked and anxious, and they were frightened for a long time. Although Miss Qin Er had said Chior to inform everyone after he came back last night, she did not explain the reason. So early in the morning, Song Ryue hurried over to inquire about the situation. Luo Qingzhou got down from the couch and asked her to sit down. Then he said calmly, "The emperor asked me to go. He just asked about the princess and asked me if I had received any news from her recently. He didn't make things difficult for me." Song Ryue asked in confusion. "He just asked these questions? How did you answer?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Of course I told the truth. I really didn't receive any news from the princess." Song Ryue said, "Didn't Miss Wagu come? Didn't she tell you about the princess?" Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment and said, "No." Song Ryue frowned and said worriedly, "Now it's all over the place outside. Yang said that the princess killed the people sent by the emperor," and prepared to Miss Qin Er interrupted her and said softly, "Mother, you don't have to worry about these things, and worrying is useless. If there is any news, Wei Emo will tell you. Brother Qizhou will go to school later. You should go to the store quickly." Song Ryu aside, stood up and said, "Okay. It's good that nothing happened. Then I will go to the store. Qingzhou, you study hard. No matter whether you can take the exam in the future. You can't slack off. Understand?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Don't worry, mother-in-law. Qingzhou will never let you down." Song Ryu sighed again, and then left worriedly. The room became quiet. Luo Qingzhou went over and closed the door. After hesitating for a moment, he walked to the couch and said, "Second miss, I went to the palace last night. In addition to talking to the emperor for a while, there is one thing I haven't told you." Second Miss Qin looked at him tenderly and said softly, "Brother Qingzhou, if it's difficult, don't tell Wei Mo." Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment and said, "It's not difficult. I just don't want to think about it. But things have happened. I think I still have to tell you. Miss Wagu." Second Miss Qin looked at him quietly. Luo Qingzhou sighed and said, "When I went there last night, Miss Wagu was lying on the ground. She had committed suicide." Miss Qin's face changed when she heard it. Luo Qingzhou said in a low voice, the emperor wanted her to sleep with him. But she refused, saying that she said she already had a lover. The emperor might have threatened her. So she cut her cheek with a hairpin, and then stabbed the hairpin into her chest and committed suicide after hearing this. Miss Qin Air showed a complicated look on her face. After a long silence, she looked at him and said softly, "Brother Qingzhou, this is not your fault. The emperor did this just to anger the princess and make her take action." Luo Qingzhou lowered his head slightly and said nothing. Miss Qin Air got down from the couch, held his hand, and said softly, "Brother Qingzhou, Hua Gu is a poor girl, and Wei Mo has never opposed her marriage. I didn't expect. Brother Qingzhou, what are you going to do?" Facing her gentle eyes, Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and said, "I'm going to kill him." He spoke calmly, and did not say who he was going to kill. But Miss Qin Air's heart trembled, and she looked at him blankly. After a long silence, she leaned softly in his arms and said softly, "Brother Qingzhou, to be able to become your woman, Wei Mo must have done a lot of good things in her previous life." Luo Qingzhou gently hugged her, lowered his head to kiss her cheek, gently stroked her soft long hair, and said softly, "To be able to marry a woman like you, I must have done a lot of good things in my previous life." The two hugged each other tightly. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, but still told her that Huagu might not die. "I brought Huagu out of the palace and put her in the ice coffin of a friend of mine. I also have a very powerful friend who left Huagu's soul in memory, saying that she might be able to be resurrected in the future." After this, Miss Qin Air was immediately excited and said, "Brother Qingzhou, is it true?" Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "Really?" Miss Qin Air said happily, "When Miss Huagu is resurrected in the future, Brother Qingzhou will marry her. Okay?" Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "Okay." After a pause, he said, "Wei Mo, you are so generous." Miss Qin Air leaned against his chest again and whispered, "Miss Huagu loves you so much that she would rather commit suicide than keep her innocence for you. How could Wei Mo refuse such a woman?" Luo Qingzhou felt warm, loving, and moved. He lowered his head and kissed her cheek, then took out the 3 gifts and said, "Miss Air, I have 3 good things here. Which one do you like?" Miss Qin Air looked at his hand. Luo Qingzhou explained, "This is a whip, which can be long or short, thin or thick, and it is very tough. It is a treasure." Miss Qin Air whispered, "Wei Mo wants a whip, but it seems useless." Luo Qingzhou said, "How can it be useless? If I don't obey you next time, you can use this whip to whip me." Miss Qin Air laughed, and the gloomy air in her heart was swept away. She smiled and said, Wei Mo was reluctant to do it, so he whipped Brother Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou flicked the whip and whispered, "Then Miss Air can also use it to whip Zhuer. I guarantee that she will scream." Miss Qin Air laughed again and deliberately said, "If Wei Mo doesn't whip Zhuer, he can whip Xiao Dai and Qiu." "Okay." Luo Qingzhou said, "How can that be done? Xiao Dai and Qiu are so well behaved. If we can't whip them, we can whip Bailing." Miss Qin laughed for a while, then snorted softly, looked at him and said, "Brother Qingzhou, this whip must have been taken in your heart, right? The purple whip is very suitable for someone." Luo Qingzhou stuffed it directly into her hand and said, "It is the best match for Miss Air. Miss Air, take it." Then he took out the big pearl with overflowing brilliance, handed it to her and said, "This pearl can beautify your skin, remove dust, and swim underwater. If you grind it into powder and eat it, it can also prolong your life. Miss Eyre, it suits you very well. As he said that, he stuffed it into her hand again. Miss Jean Eyre looked at the pearl in her hand. Her smile faded slightly, and she said, Brother Chinjo, Wayemo is not going out, so he doesn't need it. Wayemo thinks it is most suitable for Xia-chan. Xia-chan is afraid of water, and has a physical illness, so it is most suitable to give it to her. Luo Chinjo did not say anything, and handed the last crystal hairpin to her, saying, Miss Eyre, this hairpin is most suitable for you. Wearing it can protect you from the wind, calm your mind, and concentrate your mind. It can also emit a faint fragrance, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. Miss Jean Eyre looked at the hairpin in his hand and sighed softly. It's so beautiful. Hearing this, Luo Chinjo immediately wanted to help her put it on her head. Miss Jean Eyre stepped back a few steps, carefully placed the whip and pearl in her hand on the couch, and then took the hairpin from his hand and said softly, Brother Chinjo, these 3 gifts, Wayemo will distribute them. Okay. Luo Chinjo said, of course. It's okay for Miss Eyre to take them all. Miss Jean Eyre did not answer. First picked up the purple whip, handed it to him and said, the purple whip goes with the princess. Brother Chinjo, remember to give it to Sister Meiju. Luo Chinjo took the whip and nodded. Okay. Miss Jean Eyre picked up the pearl again, handed it to him and said, the pearl is for Xia-chan. Brother Chinjo. No matter what time, the first person you think of should be her, not others. Luo Chinjo took it silently and put it away. The first thing he thought of in his heart was, of course, that silly and stupid girl. She took away his first time, so she should have everything she wanted. Miss Jean Eyre looked at the remaining hairpin in her hand, and her eyes flashed. Luo Chinjo walked up to her and said softly, Second Miss, I'll help you put it on. It must be very beautiful. Second Miss Jean raised her head, looked at him, shook her head slightly, and said, Brother Chinjo, do you listen to Wayemo? Luo Chinjo was slightly startled when she heard this, but was not fooled, and said, it depends on what you said. Second Miss Jean looked at the hairpin in her hand and said softly, this hairpin is very beautiful, but it is not suitable for Wayemo. Wayemo has a lot of them here, and he doesn't need them. So, Wayemo wants to give it to someone else. Is that okay? Luo Chinjo frowned and said, who does the second miss want to give it to? Second Miss Jean's eyes flashed, and said, Brother Chinjo, give it to Mother. Do you think it's okay? Luo Chinjo was stunned for a moment, then sighed and said, it's up to you. Anyway, it's the younger generation's duty to respect the elders. Although, I want you to wear it. But since you want to give it to my mother-in-law, I dare not say anything else. Miss Jean Eyre laughed and said, Brother Chinjo, don't you like my mother? Luo Chinjo said, how dare I dislike it? But this hairpin is so beautiful. I think Miss Eyre is the best match. Miss Jean Eyre smiled and said, but my mother is also very beautiful. Brother Chinjo, do you think my mother is not beautiful? Luo Chinjo dared not say that the mother-in-law was not beautiful, and hurriedly said, of course she is beautiful. Then Miss Eyre will give it to my mother-in-law. I don't care. Miss Jean Eyre shook her head, looked at him and said, Brother Chinjo. Wayemo suddenly thought of a more beautiful person. Brother Chinjo, who do you think is the most beautiful in our Qin mansion? Luo Chinjo said without hesitation, of course it's the second. Lie. Before he could finish, Miss Jean Eyre interrupted him and pretended to be angry and said, Brother Chinjo, I want you to tell the truth. Luo Chinjo paused, looked at the hairpin in her hand again, and said with embarrassment, Miss Eyre, this is what I brought back. Giving it to you is the love of a husband for his wife, and giving it to my mother-in-law is the filial piety of a son-in-law to her mother-in-law. But giving it to Miss Eldest, isn't it not good? Miss Jean Eyre said, why is it not good? Giving it to my sister is the love of a brother-in-law for her sister, isn't it? Luo Chinjo, Miss Jean Eyre immediately laughed again and said, I missed a word. It's respect. Isn't it natural for a brother-in-law to respect his sister? Then she smiled slightly and said softly, Brother Chinjo, Waymo often stays in the room and doesn't need this hairpin. Sister goes to the back garden every day, where the wind is strong, which is the most suitable for her. Sister often has wild thoughts, and this hairpin can calm her mind. Waymo thinks it is the most suitable for sister. Brother Chinjo, give it to sister. Okay? Luo Chinjo looked at her pleading eyes, sighed, and said, in this case, then give it to the eldest lady. I don't really care. I'm afraid that the eldest lady will misunderstand and think that I have some intentions towards her. And I'm afraid that other people will gossip. Also, everyone has it. But the second lady, who is the legal wife, doesn't have it. Brother Qingzhou. Miss Jean Eyre handed the hairpin to him, and said softly, Wei Mo doesn't care about these. Brother Qingzhou can accompany Wei Mo every day. Wei Mo is already very happy and very happy. This hairpin is indeed very beautiful. And Wei Mo likes it very much. But it is more suitable for sister. And sister needs it more. There are some things that Brother Qingzhou doesn't understand. But Wei Mo has been paying attention to them. Go. Send the hairpin over. Talk to sister. And give the pearl to Xia Chan by the way. I believe Xia Chan will be very happy. Luo Qingzhou had to take the hairpin and said, Can't you send it in the evening? Miss Jean Eyre smiled and said, Evening is fine. But if you send it earlier, they will be happy earlier. Isn't it good? Luo Qingzhou stroked, holding the hairpin in her hand. She frowned and said, I think the eldest lady may not be happy. Or even accept it. After all, last time. Brother Qingzhou. Go quickly. Miss Jean Eyre said softly. How can you know if you don't try? Just like the shoes last time. I have never accepted anything from any man. But Brother Qingzhou gave it to me last time. Didn't I accept it? After a pause, she said softly. After all, Brother Qingzhou and I have been married formally. I may not love Brother Qingzhou, but there is always a little feeling that is different from others. Wei Mo thinks so. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, put away the hairpin, and prepared to leave. Miss Jean Eyre suddenly said again, Brother Qingzhou. Wait a moment. As she said that, she went into the inner room, took out a brocade box from the dressing table at the head of the bed, and handed it to him, saying, There is a jade bracelet in it. Brother Qingzhou. Take it, and give it to Beiling. If she sees that Brother Qingzhou gave gifts to her sister in the inner room, and gave gifts to Xia Chan, but forgot about her, that girl will definitely be very sad. Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this, looked at the brocade box in her hand, and then looked at her. Miss Eyre. Brother Qingzhou. Go. Miss Jean Eyre said, bit her lips lightly again, blinked her long eyelashes, and said shyly, Wei Mo feels that my body has improved a lot. Tonight Wei Mo wants. Chapter 592. Miss, is it embarrassing to give me something? It was a sunny morning. In the front yard of Lingchan Moon Palace. Beiling was wearing a pink dress, and was squatting in the flowers in the corner, picking flowers. In the vase in her hand, there were already several red, blue, white and purple flowers. These flowers were just picked from the flower bed at the back. There was still a thin layer of frost on the delicate petals. I don't know what kind of flowers they are, but they are blooming in this bitter cold weather. On her right ear, there was another pink flower. The little flower was pink and tender, and the stamens were lightly spitting out dewdrops, crystal clear, which matched her pink and delicate face and pink dress. When Luo Qingzhou came to the door, he heard her humming a song. After listening carefully, the tune of the song was the tune of Spring River Moon Night. Then, she sang in a crisp voice, A piece of white cloud drifts away, and I am overwhelmed with sorrow on the green maple shore. Whose boat is this night? Where is the moonlit tower where I miss you? Luo Qingzhou had to admit that this girl's voice was like a lark, crisp and agile, melodious and beautiful. He listened for a while. The singing inside stopped, and she actually said to herself, I didn't expect that the bad son-in-law is not only good at being coquettish, but also good at writing songs. Next time, let him write another song for the young lady, and write about flowers, who made him so philandering. Hum. Dong. 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 Luo Qingzhou raised his hand, and knocked on the door. Beiling immediately stood up from the flowers, looked at the door and said, Who? Luo Qingzhou said, Your bad son-in-law. Beiling immediately laughed, revealing two sweet dimples on her face. Bad son-in-law. Why are you here so early? Chan is still sleeping. Luo Qingzhou said, I'm here to find you. Beiling snorted, went over and opened the door and said, Son-in-law loves to lie. He either comes to find Chan or the young lady. Not me. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the flowers in her hand, and the small flowers on her ears, and walked into the courtyard. You guessed right. I'm here to see the young lady. Is the young lady up? Bai Ling pouted and said, In the back garden. Luo Qingzhou turned to look at her and said, Are you practicing the piano? Bai Ling said, I'm daydreaming. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled, and then asked, Bai Ling, hasn't the young lady practiced the song Spring River Moon Night well? Bai Ling pouted her lips, fiddling with the flowers in the vase with her fingers, and said angrily, How should I know? Ask the young lady yourself. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her for a few times, suddenly turned around and walked in front of her. Bai Ling was startled and immediately stepped back, covering her bulging chest, and said, Son-in-law, don't tremble. After a pause, she pouted and said, Don't bully Rabbit during the day. Rabbit needs to sleep. Luo Qingzhou raised the jade bracelet in his hand and said, It's a gift for you. If you don't want it, forget it. I'll give it to Chan Chan. Bai Ling was stunned for a moment, and her eyes suddenly brightened. She immediately whooshed and pounced over like a kitten protecting its food, snatched the bracelet from his hand, and then smiled and said, Yes, son-in-law. I want it. Don't give it to Chan Chan. It's mine. As she said that, she immediately put the vase on the ground, and then happily put the jade bracelet on her wrist. She had a slender wrist, tender skin, and a white jade bracelet, which made her beautiful in the sun. Son-in-law. It's so beautiful. Bai Ling's face was full of joy. Her smile was like a delicate flower. Her eyes were curved like a crescent moon, pink and tender, youthful and lively, and particularly sweet and moving. Luo Qingzhou said, If you like it, come over and let the son-in-law kiss you. When Bai Ling heard it, she immediately jumped away like a little white rabbit, stuck out her pink little tongue, scratched her face with her fingers, and smiled, Son-in-law, you are shameless. I don't want it in broad daylight. Luo Qingzhou said, Then I will come at night? Bai Ling hummed and happily admired the jade bracelet on her wrist, and ignored him. Luo Qingzhou looked at her happy smile, and felt ashamed in his heart. But he had to sigh at the second lady's intelligence, wisdom, gentleness and thoughtfulness. I'm going to find the eldest lady. He went directly to the back garden. Bai Ling admired the courtyard for a while, then closed the gate, picked up the vase from the ground, and ran into the room impatiently, shouting, Chan Chan! Chan Chan! Look at my hand. In the back garden, Miss Qin, dressed in a white dress and with a picturesque figure, was sitting in the pavilion, quietly reading a book in her hand. Green trees and red pavilions, white clothes like snow, gentle breeze, black hair like a waterfall, coupled with her beautiful face. The picture was really as beautiful as a poem in painting. Luo Qingzhou looked quietly at the door for a while, then walked over quietly. When he came to the pavilion, he coughed lightly, and then bowed and said, Miss, the second lady asked me to give you a hairpin. As he said, he walked into the pavilion, held the crystal hairpin in both hands, and handed it to her. Qin Jinjiao was slightly startled when she heard this. She looked at the hairpin in his hand, then looked at him. After a moment of silence, she asked, Is it from Wei Mo? Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, Yes, it was from the second young lady. He had thought about it on the way here. He definitely couldn't say that he gave it to her. Otherwise it would be too embarrassing. If the other party didn't accept it, it would be even more embarrassing. It's the best choice to say that it was from the second young lady. Qin Jinjiao stared at him quietly for a while, then stretched out her hand, took the hairpin, looked down for a moment, and said, Wei Mo doesn't have such a hairpin. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, The second young lady asked Xior to buy it yesterday, specially for the eldest young lady. Qin Jinjiao raised her head, looked at her and said, Xior has never been out. Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment and said, It may be that Xior went out to buy it, or that my mother-in-law brought it back from outside. Qin Jinjiao looked at him quietly and didn't say anything else. Luo Qingzhou felt uncomfortable all over, and quickly bowed and said, Miss, if it's all right, I'll take my leave first. After saying that, just as he was about to leave, Qin Jinjiao suddenly said again, Do you feel embarrassed to give me something? After saying this, Luo Qingzhou was stunned, raised his head and looked at him, stared into her clear eyes, lowered his head and was silent for a while, and said, Miss, it's not embarrassing. It's not appropriate. And I know that Miss has a prejudice against me. Qin Jinjiao said lightly, What prejudice? Luo Qingzhou muttered in his heart. What prejudice? Didn't you just say it last time? You asked knowingly. He didn't dare to bring it up, and said, Nothing. After a pause, he decided to tell the truth. Miss, this hairpin is indeed brought back by me, but it was the second lady who asked me to come and give it to you. So please don't misunderstand. Miss, I really don't have any other intentions. I swear. Qin Jianjiao was silent for a moment, and handed the hairpin to him again, saying indifferently, I don't want it. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her face, and did not dare to say anything more. He reached out to take the hairpin back, and bowed his head and said, sorry, miss, I am presumptuous. After that, he immediately retreated. He did not regret what he had just said. A hairpin is different from a shoe. Giving a hairpin to a girl is of great significance. So he must make it clear. Otherwise he will definitely be in trouble when it is reported to his mother-in-law. As for the pair of shoes, it was because he was wrong first. His two little white rabbits bit her shoes, so he wanted to compensate her with a pair. And the pair of shoes was designed by him and the second lady, and made by Xiao Dai. So he was very calm. Son-in-law. Just as he was leaving, Bailing suddenly came out of the room, snatched the hairpin from his hand, and said angrily, son-in-law is so stingy. It's obviously given to the young lady. Why do you want to take it away? Luo Qingzhou said, the eldest young lady doesn't want it. Bailing snorted and whispered, stupid son-in-law. So stupid. What else can he do besides being trembling and bullying other people's rabbits? Then he said, the young lady doesn't want it. I want it. Anyway, son-in-law is not allowed to take it away. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, said nothing more, went into the house, and went directly to Chan Chan's room. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the hairpin has been given away. Even if the second young lady wants to blame him, it has nothing to do with him. Dong! 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 When he came to the door of the room, he knocked on the door. Then, without waiting for a response from inside, he pushed the door open, closed the door, and walked inside. Xia Chan sat up from the bed, her hair loose, sleepy eyes, and confused expression. She stared at him for a moment, then reacted and hurriedly pulled up the quilt to cover her bellyband and fair skin, and said, You? What are you doing? Luo Qingzhou walked to the bed, sat down on the edge of the bed, leaned over and kissed her little mouth, then handed the pearl to her and said, This is for you. With it, you can beautify your skin, drive away dust, and you can go swimming. You will never be afraid of water again. It suits you very well. Xia Chan stared at the pearl in his hand for a while, then looked at him and said, I don't want it. Luo Qingzhou was slightly stunned and said, Why? It suits you very well. My son-in-law bought it specifically for you. Xia Chan lowered her head slightly, bit her lip, and whispered, It's expensive. Chan doesn't deserve it. Luo Qingzhou looked at her with her head down, feeling inferior and pitiful. His heart suddenly tightened. He reached out and hugged her, saying, What nonsense. Chan is so cute and well-behaved. Even the moon and the stars in the sky, even the best things in the world, are worthy of her. Then he kissed her forehead and cheeks, and said softly, Chan, even the best and most outstanding man in the world has become your captive. What else do you not deserve? Xia Chan blushed and pouted slightly, saying, You don't. Shame. Luo Qingzhou kissed her mouth again, reached into the quilt, stroked her smooth calves, and then held her delicate and slender feet, stroking them gently, saying, Speaking of shamelessness, I don't know who secretly had a wedding night with the uncle, drugged the uncle, and then took the opportunity to bully the uncle. Wu Xiachan immediately buried her face in his arms in shame, and dared not show her face or make a sound. She did not dare to struggle anymore when her feet were held in his palm. In the back garden, Bailing walked behind Miss Qin, holding the crystal hairpin in her hand, and said softly, Miss, the uncle can't speak. Don't take it to heart. This hairpin is really beautiful, and it suits the young lady very well. I will help the young lady put it on. Okay? It must be very beautiful. Qin Jianjiao lowered her head and read the book quietly, but her eyes were dazed, and her thoughts drifted to who knows where. Hearing this, she was silent for a while and said, No. It's his stuff. Bailing pursed her lips and said seriously, Well, don't spoil the stupid uncle's stuff. This hairpin was given by the second young lady. Bailing will help you put it on. As she said, she gently inserted it into her black hair. Qin Jianjiao's long eyelashes drooped slightly, and she was quiet and didn't say anything. Chapter 593 My wife. Please accompany me to kill someone. Exiled immortal residence. In the study, Luo Qingzhou, wearing a Confucian robe, was reading a book at the desk. Xiao Dai was sitting in the corridor embroidering flowers. The bright sunshine fell into the small courtyard, and the air was filled with a peaceful and harmonious atmosphere. Occasionally, sparrows flew into the courtyard and chirped. Xiao Dai immediately got up, picked up the broom next to her, and drove them away fiercely, warning in a low voice, "Don't disturb the young master's study. The young master is going to take the exam." The petite figure and lovely appearance were youthful and lively in the sun, bright and moving. Lunch was also eaten in exiled immortal residence. When Luo Qingzhou was studying, few people came. Song Ryue had already warned him sternly. Of course, everyone knew that their son-in-law was studying hard to prepare for the next year's spring exam. Who dared to come and disturb him? If he didn't pass the exam and blame them, it would be miserable. The son-in-law is the hope of their Qing family. However, after lunch, Luo Qingzhou stopped reading and practiced the inner strength in the room. After practicing for a while, he found that the effect seemed not very good. After thinking carefully, it should be related to his promotion to the realm of the great martial master. The previous inner strength and skills such as the Vajra fist were all the skills in the martial arts master realm. Now that he has jumped 2 levels and promoted to the realm of the great martial master, the effect of those skills is naturally greatly reduced. His Dehai and all the acupoints in his body have undergone qualitative changes, with larger space and more energy required. Just like it was a water cup at the beginning, and now it is a water tank. It will obviously take a very long time to collect water with the previous water flow, and the effect is naturally not good. Therefore, he must change to a larger water flow. After thinking about it, he took out the communication treasure and sent a message to Linghu Qingzhu, "Master, do I need a new inner strength now?" After the message was sent, it was quickly replied, "Zhu, of course. You need the inner strength and mental method of the great martial master realm, and your skills, and you also need to go to the Sutra Pavilion to reselect. But if you want to choose a method, you have to expose your current true cultivation. Otherwise you can't enter." Luo Qingzhou thought for a while. "Can you and the sect master know it for the time being?" "Zhu, the uncle in the Sutra Pavilion must also know. Otherwise he won't let you in, even if I'm with you. But don't worry, he won't spread it to others." Luo Qingzhou immediately said, "Master, then I will go to choose a method first. I practice with the current method, and the speed is too slow." "Zhu, it seems that the outer city is not prohibited from entering and leaving now. If you decide, you can come tomorrow. I will take you to the Sutra Pavilion and take you to meet your senior sister by the way." Luo Qingzhou, "Okay. Then I will go there tomorrow morning." "Zhu, you just promoted to the great martial master, and you are so anxious to practice. Are you going to do something big again?" "Luo Qingzhou, I just want to catch up with master as soon as possible." "Zhu, why did you catch up with me? Do you want to be responsible for me? Or do you want to practice with me better?" Luo Qingzhou, "Master, I have something else to do, so I won't say any more." "Zhu, bring your wife here. A gentleman must keep his word, and a man's promise is worth 1,000 gold. You promised me before, and now it's been so long. You can't cheat." Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and replied, "Okay. Then I will bring her with me tomorrow." "Zhu, you must be sure that it is your wife. If you lie to me, do you know what the consequences will be?" "Luo Qingzhou, I am sure that it is my wife. I, Chu Feiyang, never lie." "Zhu, don't imitate me. If you lie to me, don't even think about getting down the mountain." Luo Qingzhou, "Okay." Put away the communication treasure. Sit on the bed for a while, thinking about things. Xiao Dai came in with tea, and said, "Young master, why don't you read?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I'm tired of reading. Take a break." He suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, Xiao Dai, you didn't tell any secrets of this young master in front of madam, did you?" Xiao Dai put down the teacup and pouted, "Young master, do you really not trust me? I'm very tight-lipped. Madam has been asking me the past 2 days whether you exercise every day besides reading. And she also asked me quietly whether you practice martial arts secretly. And then asked me how the young master's figure is, whether he has muscles, and whether his muscles are firm. She asked a lot of questions, but I said no." Luo Qingzhou praised, "Yes. Shirdia's mouth is really tight." Xiao Dai walked to the bed and asked doubtfully, "Young master, madam, why would she suddenly ask these questions? Did she find out something?" Luo Qingzhou explained, "I was practicing swords with Chan Chan here that day, and she found out. But I used other excuses to get away with it, and she was just suspicious. As long as you don't tell her, she won't know. After all, she's not as smart as the second lady." Xiao Dai laughed and said, Actually, the son-in-law wants to say that the lady is easy to deceive. Right? Luo Qingzhou's face was serious, and he scolded in a serious manner. Xiao Dai, you can't say this casually. If the lady hears it, be careful to sink you into the well. Xiao Dai smiled and said, I only told the young master. I won't say it outside. And the lady is very good to me, so she won't sink me into the well. Luo Qingzhou saw that she had bright eyes and white teeth, and was cute and lovely. He patted the bed and said, Come on. Come up and accompany the young master. We haven't talked alone for a long time. Xiao Dai said took off her shoes, got on the bed in white socks, and sat next to him shyly. Luo Qingzhou stroked her feet, helped her take off her stockings, and said, Xiao Dai, we may have to leave here soon. Xiao Dai frowned. Master, we have only lived here for a short time. Have you decided where to go? Luo Qingzhou held her fair and delicate feet and stroked them gently, saying, I haven't decided yet. Anyway, I have to go out and hide for a while. Xiao Dai sighed and said, No wonder madam doesn't let us continue making clothes recently. We have been selling the clothes we made before and don't accept large orders. Luo Qingzhou said, The Chinese New Year will be next month. Maybe before the Chinese New Year. Maybe after the Chinese New Year. Anyway, you don't have to worry. No matter where you go, Master will take you. Xiao Dai leaned in his arms and said softly, Master, I think you are so hard. In fact, we used to be pretty good in Mo City. We lived a plain life. Didn't have to make too much money. And didn't have to worry about many things. I like that kind of life. Luo Qingzhou hugged her and said, Actually, I like that kind of life. And so does the second young lady. So I decided that we will find a place with beautiful mountains and rivers and few people to disturb us. And live our lives quietly. What do you think? Xiao Dai raised her little face and looked at him and said, Sir, are you only taking me and the second young lady with you? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, My eldest brother and the second brother are both working hard to cultivate, wanting to bring honor to the family and revive the former prestige of the Qin family. They probably don't like that kind of life. If they don't leave, my father-in-law and mother-in-law will definitely not leave either. In fact, when the situation stabilizes, they can continue to stay in Kyoto. We can just go by ourselves. And it's good to come back to see them often. Xiao Dai suddenly asked, What about the eldest young lady? The eldest young lady should also like a quiet life. Right? Luo Qingzhou didn't know how to answer. So he thought about it and said, It depends on her wishes. Xiao Dai was silent for a while, and didn't speak again. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, What's wrong? Xiao Dai sighed softly and said, Sir, I feel that the eldest lady is so pitiful. If it weren't for the eldest lady, we wouldn't have lived so well. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, hugged her and said, Xiao Dai, you didn't do anything wrong to the eldest lady. You know, it was her decision that I divorced the eldest lady. In fact, when I just got married to her, Bailing reminded me that the eldest lady might not be with me in the future. I accepted it at the time, so you can't blame me. Xiao Dai sighed and said, I didn't blame you. I just felt, hey, I don't know what happened to the eldest lady in the past. So she became like this now. Obviously so beautiful. So good. Luo Qingzhou said. Okay, let's not talk about her. Xiao Dai said and suddenly asked in a low voice, Sir, you and the second lady haven't had your wedding night yet? Luo Qingzhou suddenly thought of what the second lady said when he left Meixiang Garden in the morning. Tonight, the second young lady seemed to want to. Xiao Dai, have you practiced musical instruments with Xiao Ao recently? Luo Qingzhou suddenly asked. Xiao Dai was stunned for a moment, then lowered her head shyly and whispered, I have learned it a long time ago. Luo Qingzhou said, Then you can perform the guqin. Ah? A what? Can't you? I can do it. Sir, I can only. Stupid girl. Wu sir Luo Qingzhou took out the communication treasure and began to reply to Zhu Yan's message. He was too busy at night, so he took this opportunity to chat with the ancient beast for a while to appease its restless heart, so that it would not get angry and blame him for ignoring it in a resentful tone. After all, he would ask it for blood every month in the future. So he must coax it well. Zhu Yan might be too bored, and the speed of sending messages was very fast. After a while, he chatted with him for half an hour. Xiao Dai went out for a while with a puffy face, and then came back with a red face and urged, Young master, It's time to get up and study. Luo Qingzhou said goodbye to Zhu Yan. Told it that he had something to do tonight and would not chat with it. Zhu Yan reluctantly said, Yang. Then you can chat with me tomorrow during the day. Okay. Luo Qingzhou, okay. Zhu Yan said, what does okay mean? Luo Qingzhou said, it means good. Zhu Yan said, okay. Yang, you are very okay today. This king is very satisfied. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched. The afternoon sun quickly set in the west. In the evening, Luo Qingzhou took Xiaodai back to Meixiang Garden. Miss Qin Air was tidying up books in the study. When she saw him coming back, she said softly, Brother Qingzhou, Wei Mo will help you put away all the books you don't want to read for the time being. If you need any books, you can tell Wei Mo directly. Luo Qingzhou entered the room and lay down on the beauty couch, saying, okay, put away all the books you don't want to read. I need to review them. They are all over the exiled immortal residence. I don't need them here for the time being. Miss Qin Air turned her head and looked at him and said, Brother Qingzhou, are you tired? Luo Qingzhou said, it's okay. Just lie down for a while. Miss Qin Air put down the books, walked to the couch, gently massaged his shoulders, sighed softly and said, Brother Qingzhou is really hard-working. Wei Ma can't help it all. Luo Qingzhou held her hand, pulled her into his arms, hugged her and said, don't say that. If you say that again, I'll be angry. Miss Qin Air lay weakly on his chest, her cheek against his neck. When she was about to speak, her nose suddenly moved, sniffed, and then lifted his collar and looked inside. What's wrong? Luo Qingzhou hadn't reacted yet. Miss Qin Air got up from him, snorted, looked at him dimly and said, Brother Qingzhou is really hard-working. After that, she ignored him and continued to pack the books. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, looked down, and immediately closed his clothes, saying, just now when I was reading, a bug got into my clothes, and I caught it myself. Miss Qin Air chuckled, that bug is so powerful. It has claws and teeth, and it also uses the same incense as Xiaodai. Luo Qingzhou. When it was getting dark, Xiaoer brought a sumptuous dinner to the two of them, and whispered to Miss Qin Air's ear, Miss, Xiaodai is not feeling well. Rest in the room. Miss Qin Air was stunned for a moment, looked at her, and Xiaoer whispered, maybe it's her period. Then she bowed her head and retreated. The room was quiet and silent. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head to eat. Without saying a word, Miss Qin Air also sat down and silently helped him pick up the dishes, until he was almost finished eating. Miss Qin tried to hold back, but couldn't help it. She whispered, Brother Qingzhou, let Xiaoer go over to accompany you to study tomorrow. Xiaodai is not feeling well. She has had menstruation these few days. She needs to rest more. Then she whispered, Wei Mo can also go to accompany you. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, Miss Air, I was just about to tell you. I'm going out of town tomorrow, early in the morning, and I'm going to take Xia Chan with me to Lingxiao sect to get the cultivation method. Miss Qin asked in confusion, why do you want to take Xia Chan with you? Luo Qingzhou picked up the bowl, drank a few sips of chicken soup, and said, someone wants to compete with her. Miss Qin was stunned for a moment, and didn't ask any more questions. She whispered, then Brother Qingzhou must be careful and take good care of Xia Chan. She rarely goes out and doesn't know anything. Brother Qingzhou must stay with her all the time. Don't leave her behind. Luo Qingzhou said, don't worry. I won't abandon her even if I abandon myself. The two talked for a while, and hurried footsteps were heard outside. Mei ran into the courtyard, panting and said, son-in-law, second miss, it's bad. The Jinui are here again, and the master and the lady have been arrested by them. The two people's faces changed, and they immediately got off the couch and left the room. Mei ran into the house with a pale face, crying, son-in-law, second miss, those bad guys arrested the master and the lady, saying that they were protecting criminals, saying that Mr. Chu was the murderer who killed their Jinui commander, and they also said that they would raid our house. Xiaoer and Zhuer on the side were both frightened. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while and asked, how many people are they? Mei cried, it seems that there are more than 20 people. Luo Qingzhou clenched his fists and said decisively, second miss, you go to the front to drag them. I will be there soon. Second Miss Qin immediately agreed and went out with the help of Xiaoer and Zhuer. Luo Qingzhou looked at their backs at the door. 2 cold rays flashed in his eyes, and then he took out the mask from the storage ring, grabbed it in his hand, and then walked out quickly and went to Lingchan Moon Palace. Chan Chan! He pushed the door open directly. The front yard was empty, and there was no one. But Xia Chan seemed to have heard his voice, and quickly walked out of the house holding the sword. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Do you like my son-in-law?" Xia Chan looked at the expression on his face with some doubts, nodded, and said, "Yes, I like him." Luo Qingzhou turned around and went out, saying, "Let's go. Accompany my son-in-law to kill people." As soon as these words came out, Xia Chan's eyes lit up. Then her figure flashed, like a shadow, holding the sword, and followed him silently. The cold moon was like a hook, and the evening wind was cold. The two of them walked one after the other, their clothes fluttering, and soon melted into the dark night in the distance. Chapter 594, The Inferior Chanshan. In the front yard of the Qin mansion, more than 20 Jinui surrounded a tall and thin man, holding a knife. Qin Wenzheng had his hands tied behind his back, and was arrested. Song Ryue was also surrounded by several Jinui, her face pale. The rest of the Qin family was pale, and dared not speak. Miss Qin Er, supported by Qiu and Zhu, hurried over and argued with the tall and thin man. The tall and thin man was Wang Xiang, the deputy commander of Jinui. After Luo Changtian was killed, Nandong Yang was furious and handed the case to him. If he could find the murderer, he would become the real leader of Jinui. During this period, he led people to investigate every day. As the investigation deepened, he felt that the man named Chu Feiyang was more and more suspicious. Although the other party's cultivation seemed to be only in the middle stage of martial arts, his identity and background were extremely mysterious, and there might be other masters around to help. He obviously lives in Kyoto and often goes to the martial arts hall to practice. But he can't find any information about his family, relatives and friends. He is also more suspected of the murder of Luo Chongqin's younger brother Luo Yu. So Wang Xiang has been leading people to investigate him recently, but he has not found any results. So he found this place tonight. According to our investigation, Chu Feiyang once saved Madame Qin in Zhou's house, and your Qin family once invited him to dinner. So we came here today to ask Master Qin and Madame Qin to help with the case. If it is not clear here, please go to our Jinui to talk. Wang Xiang held the handle of the knife with a cold face. If he didn't know that this family had a close relationship with the eldest princess, he would have taken them back and tortured them, and he would not have talked nonsense with them here. Song Ryue said angrily, "I don't know." "I don't know? Why do you think I know? Mr. Chu did save me, and I did invite him to dinner. But we have only known each other for a few days, and have never been to his house. How can we know where he lives and who is at home?" Miss Qin Er also frowned and said, "Even you Jinui can't find the background of Mr. Chu. How can our Qin family know? Since he wants to conceal it, he will naturally not easily reveal it to us. My lord, although our Qin family has no official position now, we are descendants of meritorious service. My eldest brother and second brother are also from Dragon Tiger Academy, as student, and my husband is also a Juren. Why do you arrest people for no reason?" After explaining to her for a few words, Wang Xiang lost his patience, snorted coldly, patted the knife on his waist and said, "This is the reason. I, the Jinui, arrest people without any evidence." Then he said coldly, "Since you want to stop me, well, I will take you back for interrogation. I will go to our Jinui prison later and see if you will confess." After that, he shouted sternly, "Come on, take her down too. It concerns his future. Even if these people have a close relationship with the princess, he can't care. What's more, as far as he knows, the princess is now busy with her own affairs." Just as the two Jinui were about to walk towards Miss Qin Er, Zhu immediately protected them in front, holding a flying knife, glaring and said, "Whoever dares to touch my lady, I will fight him." Wang Xiang looked at the flying knife in her hand and sneered, "Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy." Clang! The two Jinui suddenly drew their knives from their waists, and continued to walk towards Miss Qin Er. At this moment, a figure suddenly walked out of the corridor and said coldly, "This sir, you came to my Qin mansion to take someone. Does the emperor know?" When these words came out, Wang Xiang's eyelids jumped, and he looked up at the corridor. A young man in a Confucian robe, with a girl holding a sword, walked out from the corner of the corridor and came to the courtyard. Wang Xiang narrowed his eyes and said, "Who are you?" Luo Qingzhou said expressionlessly, "I am just a son-in-law. Not worth mentioning. But I just went to the palace with Eunuch Li last night, and talked with His Majesty for a long time. His Majesty encouraged me to serve the country and share the worries of the Emperor in the future. He also told me to go to the palace often to talk. I also made a promise to His Majesty that I would be loyal to His Majesty in the future. So I want to ask you, Sir, did you get His Majesty's consent to come to my Qin mansion tonight to take someone away? As soon as these words came out, Wang Xiang's face changed slightly. At this time, a Jinui behind him immediately walked to his side and whispered, Sir, he is the son-in-law Luo of the Qin family. I did see Eunuch Li next to His Majesty last night. I took him into the palace and personally sent him out of the palace. When he left the palace, he slapped Eunuch Li dozens of times. Eunuch Li knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, and did not dare to resist. When Wang Xiang heard this, his heart was shocked. Eunuch Li Gui, the eunuch who grew up with the emperor, was slapped so many times by this young man, and he knelt on the ground begging for mercy? Pa! He suddenly slapped the Jinui subordinate in the face, and whispered with a sinister look, Why didn't you tell me earlier? The Jinui covered his burning cheek and whispered with a panicked face, Last night, Eunuch Li warned the people around not to tell what happened last night. I was afraid that you would make a mistake. So I... Get out. Wang Xiang gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, clenched his fists, and then slowly loosened them. When he turned around and looked at the young man in front of him, he smiled again and said, It turns out to be Mr. Luo. I'm sorry. Then he sighed again and said with a wry smile, Mr. Luo, you don't know that I have been very busy with this case for some time. But I don't have any clues. I finally got a clue. But I can't find the other party. I heard that your Qin family may know him. So I came to disturb you. Mr. Luo, don't misunderstand me. I came here tonight just to ask some questions. I just said I would take them away because I was in a hurry to scare them. Hey, this case cannot be solved. But His Majesty wants to question me. Luo Qingzhou bowed his hands and said, Your Excellency, do you want to inquire about that Master Chu? Wang Xiang's eyes lit up, and he quickly bowed his hands and said, Master Luo knows? Luo Qingzhou said indifferently, That Master Chu has always been very mysterious, and I don't know his background. However, when I went out today, I met him and talked to him for a few words. He said that he would go to the martial arts hall to practice tomorrow. If you want to investigate him, just go to the martial arts hall tomorrow and guard it. As for where the martial arts hall is, I don't know either. I believe your Excellency should know it. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiang's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately bowed and said, Thank you, Master Luo, for telling us. We have been looking for him together these days, and we have also been to the martial arts hall, but we have not found him. Since the commander's family was killed, he seemed to have disappeared. We originally thought that he had left the city, but unexpectedly he is still in the city, which is great, Luo Qingzhou said coldly. Let me remind you again. Master, we just met Master Chu by chance, and we have only met him a few times. We are not familiar with him. As for his identity, background and home address, I don't know anything. I hope you won't bother my family again. We are all law-abiding civilians, who just want to live a quiet and honest life. Wang Xiang immediately apologized and said, Don't worry, Mr. Luo. Things like today will never happen again. I apologize to Mr. Luo again for our recklessness, and I hope you don't take it to heart. After that, he immediately shouted to the men, Let Mr. Qin and Mrs. Qin go. The Jinui immediately let go and stepped back. Wang Xiang bowed again to apologize and said, Thank you, Mr. Luo, for telling the truth. We won't bother you anymore. After that, a group of people left quickly. The courtyard soon became quiet. Everyone in the Qin family was still frightened and stared at the door in a daze. Song Ryua suddenly said, Qingzhou, you went to the palace last night. Really promised the emperor. Ahem. Qin Wenzheng, who was standing by, immediately interrupted her and said, Let's go back to the house. Don't mention this matter anymore. Song Ryua wanted to say more, but after taking a look at his face, she had to shut up. The servants all left. Luo Qingzhou helped Miss Qin enter into the living room. Song Ryua was sad and worried. Luo Qingzhou comforted, Father-in-law, Mother-in-law, don't worry. He won't come again. Qin Wenzheng looked at him and said, What you just said to him is true. Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, It's true. Qin Wenzheng looked at him with a strange face. Song Ryua couldn't help but say, Qingzhou, you promised the princess. Why did you tell His Majesty? Luo Qingzhou said calmly, I did tell His Majesty that. But as for what I will do, that's another matter. Qin Wenzheng was stunned for a moment. Then frowned and said, if you want to stand firm in the officialdom, you really need to be good at dealing with people. But, Luo Qingzhou said, father-in-law, there is no one else here. Qingzhou can tell you the truth. Qingzhou is not good at dealing with people. Nor will he be a fence-sitter. And he is more. I will not betray the princess. Qingzhou will always support the princess. As for the emperor, every word Qingzhou said to him was a lie. Qin Wenzheng. Song Ryue was frightened and hurried over to close the door. She said with a frightened face, Qingzhou, don't dare to say this casually. The crime of deceiving the emperor is punishable by death. Luo Qingzhou said calmly, also, I will help the princess win the throne. Even if the princess gives up, I will still find a way to push her to fight for it. And then, I will find a way to help her kill the emperor. Ouch! Song Ryue screamed in shock when she heard this. Her legs softened, and she sat on the ground with a throbbing face. You. Qin Wenjing's face was also pale, and his voice couldn't help but tremble as he said, Qingzhou. You? Miss Qin whispered, Dad. Mother. There is no one else here. Brother Qingzhou told you because he wanted you to understand the current situation and to prepare you mentally. If the current emperor is still in power, our Qin family will never have peace. Song Ryue trembled all over, covered her ears, and shook her head and said, Wei Weiemo. Stop talking. Stop talking. Mother is almost scared to death by you two. Qin Wenzheng looked ugly. And after a long silence, he slowly said, now that things have come to this, I have nothing to say. Qingzhou, since Weiemo supports you, we will naturally support you. However, I think the deputy commander of the Jinui today may come again. You probably won't be able to deceive him for long tonight. Before Luo Qingzhou replied, Miss Qin whispered, Dad. It's okay. Let us handle this matter. You don't have to worry. Qin Wenzheng glanced at her, then at the young man beside her, nodded, and said nothing. Dad? Mother? You should rest early. Weiemo and brother Qingzhou will go back first. Miss Qin didn't say anything more, and took Luo Qingzhou away. After the two left, Song Ryue still trembled and said, Master, I really didn't see how that boy was so bold. He was so bold that he wanted to kill. Shut up. Don't mention this matter again in the future. Don't ask too much about what's happening outside. Those things are decided by Weiemo and Qingzhou. You just need to take care of the family. Talk less and do more. Qin Wenzheng immediately interrupted her and glared at her. Song Ryue immediately shed tears and said aggrievedly, Master, I was just frightened by that boy. And I lost 2 of my 3 souls. My legs were so weak that I couldn't stand up. Why are you so mean to me again? Woo. You don't know how to be gentle with women at all. You run outside every day. Do you have a woman outside? Qin Wenzheng. The night wind was cold. Luo Qingzhou helped Miss Qin wrap up her clothes, followed Qiu and Zhu and walked towards Meixiang Garden. Xia Chan held the sword and followed silently behind. There was no conversation along the way. When they arrived at the gate of Meixiang Garden, Miss Qin stopped, turned around, and whispered, Xia Chan, come here. Xia Chan hesitated for a moment, walked up, lowered her head, and stopped in front of her. Miss Qin gently held her cold little hand, looked at her tenderly and said, are you cold? Xia Chan shook her head slightly. Miss Qin took her hand and said, come on. Go to the study with me to warm up, and we will talk. Xia Chan struggled hurriedly, lowered her head and said, no. Miss Qin whispered, why not? Now I am close to you, and I won't cough. Don't be afraid. Xia Chan was silent for a while, raised her head slightly, looked at her snow-white fox fur and spotless white dress, and then looked at her beautiful face like a lotus, then lowered her head tightly, looked at her shoes stained with mud, and said stiffly, Chan. Dirty. After she got up in the afternoon, she'd practice swordplay in the back garden. There were leaves and dust on her hair, and sweat on her body. She didn't want to dirty the second lady in his room. Second Miss Qin was slightly startled, looking at her with distressed eyes. Luo Qingzhou held her other hand and said, Chan, let's go to the room, and I will tell you about tomorrow. I didn't let you help me tonight, but I will definitely let you help me tomorrow. Xia Chan still struggled, and seeing that she couldn't get away, she could only whisper, I'll go take a shower. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything, picked her up horizontally, walked into the small courtyard, and said, just take a shower here. Second Miss Qin followed behind with a smile. Chior closed the courtyard door, and then called Jur to go to the kitchen to boil water. Chapter 595. In the study room, the heater was burning, and the incense was curling. On the beauty couch, Miss Qin and Xia Chan were sitting together, talking to her softly. Xia Chan lowered her head, grabbed the hem of her skirt with her small hands, and answered in a stammering voice, still looking very reserved and uncomfortable. Luo Qingzhou sat at the table in front of the window and took out the message. Nandong Meiju sent him a message. My mother secretly told me that the eldest princess might be back. The envoys and several princes from various countries have come to Kyoto. Those princes seem to have come to propose marriage to the eldest princess. I'm afraid it was the Queen Mother's idea. Now is a good opportunity. You can take this opportunity to leave. Luo Qingzhou looked at the message, pondered for a while, and replied, there are too many people, and I can't leave now. Besides, my eldest and second brothers are still in the academy, and it's impossible to leave them behind. Since the princess is coming back, I will stay here for now and see what happens. After all, the princess saved me and the Qin family many times. I can't just leave and see her fall into danger. Xiao Meijiao, how do you want to help her? Turn the tide with your own strength? You have to know that no matter how great her merits are and how capable she is just a woman. The courtiers respect and support her because she is the princess and the general. If she threatens the imperial power, the first to turn against her will definitely be those courtiers, because the emperor is the orthodox one. Luo Qingzhou, whether it is orthodox or not is not up to them. I have to wait until the princess comes back and ask her what she thinks. Xiao Meijiu, what if she gives up, accepts her fate, is willing to give up all power, and then marry to another country? Luo Qingzhou, the princess is not someone who gives up easily. I know her. Xiao Meijiao, really? That's her brother and mother. I think she will eventually compromise. Luo Qingzhou, your father forced you to marry another man. Are you willing? Xiao Meijiao, I am willing. Luo Qingzhou, I don't want to bother with you. When you ran away from home and went to Maching alone, I could tell that you would not accept your fate. The eldest princess is also such a person. She is even more tenacious and stubborn than you. Xiao Meijiu, but she is facing more than just her relatives. Luo Qingzhou, it is indeed difficult. So we will wait and see. I will at least wait for her to come back and make a decision after confirming her thoughts, whether to continue to stay here or leave. Xiao Meijiao, if you leave, where will you go? Li Xiao sect? Luo Qingzhou, I don't know yet. Xiao Meijiu, don't go too far. Luo Qingzhou, no matter how far, I will take you with me. If the eldest princess admits defeat, then we are also innocent, and I will marry you. Xiao Meijiao, I'm afraid you don't have the courage. If my father and mother knew that you already had 3 wives and 4 concubines, they would definitely beat you to death. Luo Qingzhou, they can't beat me. I will make them bow their heads with my fists. Xiao Meijiao, can you fight against our entire Nandong family? Luo Qingzhou, although I can't do it for now, I must work hard in the future to marry the princess. Xiao Meijiu, boasting. Luo Qingzhou, when did your brother Feiyong brag? Don't you know how good he is? Xiao Meijiu, brother Feiyong, I miss you. Luo Qingzhou, I miss you too. Xiao Meijiao, then come find me. Come in through the back door. Sleep in Xiao Meijiu's boudoir tonight. Xiao Meiji will let you do whatever you want. Okay? Luo Qingzhou, princess. Let's stop chatting. I want to read a book. Xiao Meijiu, brother Feiyong. If you come tonight, I will call Xue as well. Okay? Luo Qingzhou, if I answer yes, you will say bitch. You are dead. Right? Xiao Meijiu, ha 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 ha. Luo Qingzhou, no more. Bye. I really should study. Xiao Meijiao, oh. Then you say yes. Luo Qingzhou, okay. At this moment, Zhuer's happy voice came from outside the window. Sister Bailing, why are you here? Is there something wrong? Luo Qingzhou put away the communication treasure and looked out the window. Bailing, wearing a pink dress, walked into the courtyard and said crisply, my Chan-Chan is missing. I came to look for her to see if she was kidnapped by your uncle. Zhuer laughed and approached her affectionately, whispering, she is talking to my young lady in the room. Bailing looked at the window. Luo Qingzhou was looking at her through the window. Bailing immediately asked with her hands on her waist, Uncle, did you kidnap my Chan-Chan? Luo Qingzhou said, yes. Do you want to be kidnapped too? Bailing hesitated for a moment and pouted. Humph! I'm not as stupid as Chan Chan. Then she shouted to the room. Chan Chan. Chan Chan. The young lady asked me to call you back. Xia Chan wanted to leave. But when she heard the voice, she immediately got off the couch, picked up her sword, and rushed out of the room. Bai Ling saw her coming out, and immediately said proudly, Uncle, we are leaving. If you want to play with Chan Chan, come to Lingshan Moon Palace. After saying that, as if she was afraid that he would come out, she immediately pulled Xia Chan away. When the two left Meixiang Garden and walked to the dark path, Bai Ling whispered, Chan Chan, did the second lady let you in? Xia Chan nodded slightly. Bai Ling asked, what did the second lady say to you? Did she want you to be a concubine for uncle? Xia Chan shook her head. Bai Ling snorted. It must be. The son-in-law is so cunning that he actually let the second lady talk to you. Xia Chan was silent for a while and said, no, it's about this. Bai Ling asked curiously, what is that? Xia Chan hesitated for a moment and whispered, second miss. Asked, Miss, do you know? Bai Ling was puzzled. What do you know? Xia Chan looked at her and said, divorce. Divorce letter. Bai Ling immediately said, Chan Chan. How did you answer? Xia Chan said, I didn't answer. Bai Ling frowned slightly, and a trace of thought appeared between her eyebrows. Why did the second lady suddenly ask you about this? Does she want to make it clear? Xia Chan didn't say anything else. The two of them returned to Lingshan Moon Palace with their own thoughts. In the back garden, a melodious piano sound came. Miss Qin had already practiced Spring River Moon Night, but she had never played it for someone. The two came to the back garden, looked at the snow-white figure in the pavilion, listened to the piano quietly, and didn't speak. The night deepened. The silver moon hung in the night sky, its light dim. The cold wind brought frost, which fell on the flowers, plants and trees, covering them with a thin veil. After Luo Qizhou and Miss Qin Er took a hot bath, they laid down on the bed and fell asleep. After they talked for a while, Miss Qin Er began to move her hands and begged, Brother Qingzhou, Weimo is really well. Let's try it. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything, holding her little hand and pressing her little foot. She struggled for a while, but soon lost her strength. Panting, pouting her little mouth and said, Brother Qingzhou, Weimo is angry. Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes and remained unmoved until she gave in and begged for mercy. Wu, go to sleep. I have to get up early tomorrow to leave the city. Then when can we do it? Wait until you stop coughing within a month and walk without support. Within Weimo will never be able to spend the wedding night with Brother Qingzhou, no. Then one condition. Stop coughing within a month. Hey, can you cough for 5 days within a month? No. 10 days? No. I will only give you 3 chances within a month. If you cough for more than 3 days, it won't work. Woo. It's still hard. No problem. Take the medicine for another month, and you should be able to do it. If you don't take good care of your body, if you suddenly cough and vomit blood, I will be. Mother-in-law scolded me to death. Hey. Luo Qingzhou hugged her and said, be good. Go to sleep. Don't think about it. When you recover, I will spend every day with you in the bridal chamber until you get tired, bored, scared, and beg for mercy every day. Brother Qingzhou. Brother. Do you love Weimo? Of course I do. What if Weimo's body is not good, and he can't serve Brother Qingzhou? I still love him. It won't change at all. Then what do you love about Weimo? Nose, eyes, mouth, face, hair, hands, everywhere. I didn't say what I love the most. Legs. After a while, the girl in his arms finally fell asleep. Luo Qingzhou stroked her soft hair and waited for a long time. When she fell asleep, he lowered his head and kissed her. Then he took out the communication treasure and sent a message to Sister Yu. Sister Yu, I have something to do tomorrow, so I won't go to West Lake tonight. After a while, the message was replied, Oh, Luo Qingzhou, are you going? The other party did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou sent a message to Long Air again. Long Air, I won't go to West Lake tonight. It's dangerous outside. You'd better stay in Dragon Palace to practice. Also, thank you for your gifts. My wife likes them all very much. Long Air quickly replied, Sir, have you given all 3 gifts to your wife? Luo Qingzhou then realized the hairpin was given to my eldest sister-in-law. Little dragon girl, Eldest sister-in-law? Luo Qingzhou, my wife's sister. Little dragon girl, oh? Then why do you call her eldest sister-in-law? Shouldn't you also call her wife? Luo Qingzhou, nonsense. I didn't marry her. Xiaolong knew, That's strange. Since the young master married the lady, it means that the young master's wife is very beautiful. Since the lady has sisters, why didn't the young master marry them as well? With the young master's ability, isn't it natural and reasonable for him to marry a few pairs of sisters? Luo Qingzhou, don't talk nonsense. Who told you that if you marry a wife, you have to marry her sister? Xiaolong knew, many demons do this. Many humans also marry like this. Daddy also told me that many of you humans have dozens or hundreds of wives and concubines. Don't you humans have a proverb called, good things should not flow to outsiders' fields? Sir, isn't your wife's sister beautiful? Luo Qingzhou looked at this passage, was stunned for a while, and replied, she is very beautiful. Xiaolong knew, then she must be physically disabled or sick. Right? In another room, a girl in a white dress, with long hair and a pair of white and slender jade feet, was sitting on the bed with her knees hugged, holding a piece of jade in her hand, quietly looking at the news on it. The expression on that beautiful face changed slightly. Luo Qingzhou, no. She is not disabled or sick. She is very good and beautiful. I have never seen anyone more beautiful than her. Xiaolong knew, why don't you marry her? Sir? Luo Qingzhou paused for a long time before replying. She doesn't want to. Xiaolong knew, sir, you are so powerful. How could she not want to? Unless she is blind. So, Long Air has some good things here. Come over tomorrow night, and Long Air will give you some. Luo Qingzhou, shut up. No more talking. Go to sleep. Xiaolong knew, oh. Luo Qingzhou, no. Xiaolong knew. Another room. The beautiful girl in a white dress stared at the jade in her hand for a while, hesitated for a long time, and then slowly stretched out a slender jade finger and gently wrote on the jade, what are you doing? After hesitating for a while, she clicked send. Then she closed her eyes and lowered her head. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her black hair fell down, pouring down like water on her snow-white dress and beautiful jade feet under the hem of her skirt. The black and white formed a beautiful and attractive scenery. The jade stone suddenly shook. Her eyelashes trembled, and she opened her eyes. Chapter 596. Does sister you like him? A message appeared on the jade. However, it was not a reply. The font was slightly smaller, and it was a reminder, sorry. The other party has entered rest mode. Do not disturb. The girl pouted slightly, before putting away the communication treasure. Luo Qingzhou fiddled with it for a while, and found that there was a rest mode function. So he tried it, but he quickly removed it. As soon as he removed it, a message came. After a closer look, it turned out to be a message from Sister Yu. What are you doing? Luo Qingzhou immediately replied, in bed, getting ready to sleep. Sister Yu, how about you? After a while, the message came back, me too. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu, do you want to chat? Sister Yu, whatever. Luo Qingzhou, oh. Sister Yu, yeah. Luo Qingzhou, since Sister Yu said whatever, then let's not chat. Go to sleep. Good night. The other party did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou immediately replied, Sister Yu, I'm just kidding. I can't sleep yet. Let's talk. Sister Yu, oh. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu, the weather is cold. Take care of yourself. 1. Don't wear thin clothes. 2. Don't drink cold tea. 3. Don't take a shower. 4. Don't sit for a long time. 5. Don't be blown by the wind. 6. Don't be picky about food. 7. Don't be lonely. Beiji. Do you remember it? Sister Yu, you are Beiji. Luo Qingzhou, haha. Then Sister Yu is the Guanyin in the story. White as a lotus. Dust-free. With great magical powers. And a heart as clear as a mirror. Sister Yu, I'm not. Luo Qingzhou, then Sister Yu is the fairy Changyi in the story. Cold and noble. Beautiful and unparalleled. Gentle and lovely. Sister Yu, I remember you said that Beiji flirted with Changyi. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu has a good memory. I forgot about this. But it's all fake anyway. By the way, Sister Yu, the story is not over yet. Do you still want to listen? Sister Yu, not yet. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu, I have a personal question for you. You don't have to answer it. Sister Yu, yes. Luo Qingzhou, is your husband good to you? Sister Yu, no. Luo Qingzhou, then how did you get together? Sister Yu did not reply. Luo Qingzhou, does Sister Yu like him? Sister Yu, no. Luo Qingzhou, with Sister Yu's ability. If she doesn't like him, and he treats you badly, Sister Yu can beat him up and kick him. Sister Yu, can't beat him. Luo Qingzhou, no way. He is so powerful? Sister Yu, yes. Luo Qingzhou, how about? Sister Yu, I help you. Sister Yu, okay. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment. Sister Yu, I'm not kidding you. I don't want to see you being bullied. If you really decide to leave him, I will definitely help you. Sister Yu, how to help? Luo Qingzhou, let him divorce you and give you freedom. Sister Yu, what next? Luo Qingzhou was looking at the message and was in a daze when the message was suddenly withdrawn and a new one was sent. Take care of yourself. Luo Qingzhou was stunned and said, oh, Sister Yu, if you need help, please tell me. I owe you so much and want to repay you. But I don't know how to repay you. I always feel guilty. Sister Yu, I'm going to sleep. Luo Qingzhou was stunned. Good night. Outside the window, the night was as dark as ink. Luo Qingzhou hugged the girl in his arms and fell asleep quickly. A night passed quietly. The next day, the sky was just getting light. After Luo Qingzhou woke up, he kissed the delicate and fragrant person in his arms a few times, and then quietly got up from the bed. When he opened the door and went out, Chior was boiling water. When she saw him coming out, she hurried over to help him put on his shoes, and then took a comb to help him comb his hair. Luo Qingzhou asked in a low voice, how is Xiao Dai? Chior glanced at him and said, better. Luo Qingzhou said, if you have a stomachache, apply hot water or go to the doctor for some medicine. Chior whispered yes. After Luo Qingzhou saw her comb her hair, he lowered his head and kissed her little mouth, saying, take good care of her. My son-in-law has something to do today and may be back late. Chior nodded obediently, yes. Then, he hurriedly took the umbrella and handed it to him, saying, my son-in-law, it's snowing outside. Take the umbrella with you. Luo Qingzhou took the umbrella and went to open the door. A gust of cold air hit him. There were snowflakes floating outside, and the ground was already white. He exhaled a breath of white air, opened the umbrella, and walked out. Squeak. Just after opening the door, he saw a thin figure standing outside, wearing a light green dress, holding a sword in his hand. His head and shoulders were covered with snowflakes. Luo Qingzhou hurried over, put the umbrella over her head, and said distressedly, silly girl, didn't I say I would call you? Are you afraid that your uncle would leave without you and sneak away alone? Xia Chan lowered her head slightly and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou held her cold little hand, rubbed it gently, and said, how long have you been here? Xia Chan whispered, just came. Lie. Luo Qingzhou pinched her cheek and said, who did you learn to lie from? Chan never lied before. Xia Chan pouted slightly and said, you. Luo Qingzhou. Nonsense. Uncle never lies. You must have learned it from bailing. Right? Luo Qingzhou held her little hand, and without waiting for her to answer, he led her forward and said, go through the back door. Change clothes and put on a hat later. Uncle has prepared everything for you. Xia Chan didn't say anything else, holding the sword, and followed him obediently. The two of them quickly went out the back door. Luo Qingzhou's spirit left his body, and after observing the surroundings, he took out a black robe from his storage ring and asked her to put it on. He also took out a bamboo hat and put it on her head, and whispered, there may be bad guys watching outside. I will carry you over the wall and walk on the roof later. Xia Chan held the crooked bamboo hat on her head and whispered, oh. Swoosh. Luo Qingzhou picked her up. Half of his spirit left his body, flying in the air to observe, while his spirit controlled his body, flying over the eaves and walls, and soon came to the street outside. Then he fell into an alley and put on the bamboo hat. The two held hands and soon came to the south of the city. When passing through the 18th alley, he took another look at the alley, and then continued to walk forward without stopping. The two soon came to the martial arts hall. Luo Qingzhou whispered, Chan, wait outside for a while. I will go in for a while, and come out soon. Xia Chan nodded, and stood in the corner next to her. Luo Qingzhou knocked on the door. Nie Yunrong quickly opened the door. Before she could speak, Luo Qingzhou had already walked in, and looked at her and said, has the Jinui been here? Nie Yunrong was stunned for a moment. shook her head, and then whispered, "However, junior brother Chu, there seems to be someone outside monitoring this place these days. It is probably the Jinui. Is it because of senior sister Dao?" Luo Qingzhou did not answer, and said, "Have Bo Yu and the others been here?" Ye Yurong said, "Xiao Xiao came here once. Senior brother went to the sect to practice, and junior brother Zhou seemed to be practicing at home." Luo Qingzhou chatted with her for a while, and then said, "I have something else to do. Go first. You must be careful." Ye Yurong said, "Brother Chu, I am going to practice in Zomen in a few days. There are also some houses near the river, because it is safe under Lingxiao Zongshan.go. I took my cricket to the street, hired a carriage, and drove outside the city. When a guard lifted the door curtain and looked inside the carriage, Luo Qingzhou handed over the Lingxiao sect's badge and said, 'I am a disciple of the Lingxiao sect, and I have to go back to the sect to do business.' The guard took the badge and looked at it, then looked at the girl next to him and said, 'Where is her badge?' Luo Qingzhou said coldly, 'She is my wife, and she doesn't have a badge. Why? As a disciple of the Lingxiao sect, can I take a girl out of the city?' The guard hesitated for a moment, returned the badge to him, and said nothing more. Lowering the door curtain, the carriage left the city smoothly. The guard immediately whispered to another guard behind him, 'Go and inform the Jinui that a disciple of the Lingxiao sect is leaving the city.' The carriage carrying the two people soon arrived at the horse farm at Shirley Pavilion. Luo Qingzhou took Xia Chan off the carriage, went to the horse farm, and then led the Lu BMW. The two rode on one horse and rode away. Snowflakes flew, and the horses ran. The two rose and fell on the horse's back. Luo Qingzhou held the girl in his arms and whispered, 'Chan Chan, do you like riding a horse?' Xia Chan rocked in his arms, biting her lips, but did not answer. Luo Qingzhou bit her ear again and said, 'Chan Chan must like it. In the past, you were Chan Chan's horse, right?' Xia Chan's cheeks suddenly turned red like apples. While Luo Qingzhou was sniffing her hair, he suddenly heard a rapid and noisy sound of horse hooves not far behind him. His eyes flashed, and he turned his horse's head and ran towards the woods next to him, whispering, 'Chan Chan, I will compete with you in killing people later. Whoever kills more will be the horse. Okay?' Xia Chan blushed and said, 'No.' Luo Qingzhou said, 'Objection is invalid. It's decided. Go!' He patted the horse's butt and continued to run deep into the woods. The noisy sound of horse hooves behind him soon followed into the woods. And at the same time, a familiar voice sounded behind him, 'Wait a moment.' Luo Qingzhou slowed down, held the little hand of the girl in his arms as she prepared to draw her sword, and whispered, 'Don't be impatient. Wait for me to talk to them. If they talk nicely, I will let them go. After all, I am kind-hearted and feel sorry for even stepping on an ant.' Xia Chan curled her lips silently. Chapter 597 Kill Them All. The horse stopped, after Luo Qingzhou put a mask on the girl in his arms. He turned his horse's head and looked behind him. The rapid and noisy sound of horse hooves stopped in front of them. Wang Xiang, the deputy commander of the Jinui, took the lead and looked at him fiercely. He bowed and said, 'Is this a disciple of Lingxiao sect, Brother Chu Feiyang?' Behind him, more than 20 Jinui rode on horses, holding the hilts of their swords with grim expressions. Luo Qingzhou replied, 'No, I am Yun Feiyang, a disciple of Qing Yun Temple.' Wang Xiang narrowed his eyes and sneered, 'Brother Chu, although I have not seen you in person, I have seen your portrait. You stole the show in the last Lingxiao sect's preliminary test. How could I make a mistake?' Luo Qingzhou said, 'If it's not, then it's not. There are so many people who look alike in this world. What evidence do you have that I am Chu Feiyang?' Wang Xiang said coldly, 'When you left the city just now, you took out the Lingxiao sect's waist badge, didn't you?' Luo Qingzhou said expressionlessly, 'I haven't taken it.' Wang Xiang bowed and said, 'Brother Chu, don't be nervous. We are the Jinui. The reason we came to you is to ask you a few questions, and there is no other intention.' Luo Qingzhou stroked the girl's soft hair in his arms, looked at him expressionlessly, and said nothing more. Wang Xiang glanced at the girl in his arms and felt a little familiar. But the girl was wearing a white tiger mask on her face, so she couldn't see her appearance clearly. He bowed and said, 'Where was Brother Chu on the evening of December 5th? Was he practicing martial arts in the martial arts hall?' Luo Qingzhou did not answer. Wang Xiang asked again, 'Dao Ling and her father live in the 18th lane in the south of the city. Did Brother Chu go there that day? Luo Qizhou still did not answer. Wang Xiang's face was gloomy. And he said, Brother Chu, even if you are a direct disciple of Lin Xiao's sect, you are also a member of our great Yin people. Our Jinui is responsible for investigating the case. I hope you can cooperate. After a pause, he said coldly, if you don't cooperate, then we can only go to find that Nangong princess. It is said that you have a good relationship. Also, that evening, someone saw that princess taking people to 18 lanes. More than 20 of our Jinui died there. I think it is necessary to go to that princess to ask about the situation. Also, I heard that Brother Chu has a good relationship with the Qin family. Although they didn't say anything when we just went there last night. I think they should know something. So, if we can't ask Brother Chu what we want to know, then we will still go to them. Speaking of this, he sneered again. If the fair-skinned and beautiful Mrs. Qin and the delicate and weak Miss Qin enter our Jinui's torture room, I believe that Brother Chu can guess the consequences without me saying it. There was silence in the woods for a moment. The cold wind came with snowflakes. Sobbing, Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while. Then he let go of the girl's cold little hand in his arms, looked at him and said, Sir, I've already told you that I'm not Chu Feiyang. Why don't you believe it? After saying that, his figure suddenly disappeared on the horse's back. Then, there was a loud bang. And a huge golden fist suddenly appeared in front of him. Wang Xiang's face changed. And a strong wind whistled around him. He punched him. Bang! He was directly hit and flew away. His arm broke instantly with a crack. His whole body flew out from the horse's back and flew back more than 10 meters. Then he fell heavily to the ground with a bang. Bang! 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 At this time, the more than 20 Jinui reacted and hurriedly drew their swords. Wang Xiang endured the severe pain and jumped up from the snow. He said in horror, Great martial master. Luo Qingzhou landed in front of him, with golden light flashing on his fists. He looked at him expressionlessly and said, Do you believe it now? Chu Feiyang is only a mid-term martial artist. Are you insulting me? Wang Xiang's arms trembled, and he was shocked and horrified. He looked at him in disbelief, his eyes full of doubts, and began to doubt. Luo Qingzhou's clothes fluttered. His fists flashed, and he looked at him coldly and said, Kneel down and apologize. I can spare your life. Wang Xiang trembled immediately and said, I am the deputy of Jinui. Bang! There was a loud bang. Before he finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou had already punched him. Before Wang Xiang could react, he was knocked out again. And with a bang, he hit a big tree behind him and broke it directly. He covered his slightly sunken chest, endured the severe pain, stood up from the ground, looked at his men, and shouted angrily, You? His voice stopped abruptly. Because of his 20 men, only 7 or 8 were left at this time. A light green figure flashed quickly in the snow, with a sword in his hand, and his dozen men had been pierced through the throat silently. Someone was lying on the ground, not yet completely dead, covering his throat and twitching. Some were still riding on horses, holding swords, blood gushing from their throats, and looking bewildered. Some died with their eyes wide open. The pale green figure was so erratic and so fast that even he couldn't see it clearly. Wang Xiang was horrified and no longer hesitated. He bent his knees and knelt on the snow with a thump. He said to the young man in front of him in a trembling voice, Brother, I recognize the wrong person. I apologize. Bang! Luo Qingzhou punched him in the head, causing his head to explode, his brain to splatter, and he died instantly. Too late. Luo Qingzhou clenched his fist, looked at his body wrapped in lightning, and said coldly, I hate it most when others slander me. After that, he turned around and looked at the battlefield on the other side. 2 Jinui were patting their horses in fear and fleeing out of the woods. Luo Qingzhou stood still, flicked his finger lightly, and a flying sword shot out, instantly cutting off the heads of 2 people and flying back. Zizi. Lightning appeared on his fist again, and then he walked to the Jinui who had been pierced in the throat but not completely dead, and punched them one by one, making them die. 1, 2, 5, 8, 18. He quickly wiped out the souls of everyone. Then, he took out a large bag of corpse powder and sprinkled it on all the corpses one by one. In a blink of an eye, 20 Jinui, including Wang Xiang whose head was smashed, melted into a pool of pus and disappeared in the snow. I'm afraid they never dreamed that they were all killed and left with no complete corpses when they just chased out to ask a few questions without even thinking of arresting anyone. The cold wind was sobbing and snowflakes were flying. The wood soon returned to calm. Luo Qingzhou walked to the bushes next to him, grabbed the snow on the ground, rubbed his hands, then walked to Xia Chan, took the sword in her hand, wiped it in the snow, and handed it to her. Then touched her head and praised, Chan Chan. Not bad. You have improved a lot. You killed so many people without even a drop of blood splashing on your body. But some people were not completely killed. And the son-in-law helped you finish the job in the end. So, this time, the son-in-law killed more people than you. According to our previous agreement, the son-in-law will be your horse tonight. Okay? Xia Chan turned around and ignored him. Luo Qingzhou looked carefully in the woods for a while, and suddenly looked at the horses. He hesitated for a moment and said, Chan Chan, you lead our horses out first. Go away. Xia Chan glanced at him, and without asking any more questions, he went over to Li Dilu and walked out of the woods. After the man and the horse walked away, Luo Qingzhou sighed softly. I'm sorry. After that, the flying sword shot out and killed all the horses in an instant, and then sprinkled corpse powder on them one by one. After all the corpses were dissolved, he left the woods. Jinyui should have a lot of good things on him, but he certainly didn't dare to touch them. If he was tracked down because of greed, he would be courting death. After walking out of the woods, he went over and climbed on the horse, then stretched out his hand and said, Chan Chan, do you want to sit in the front or the back? Xia Chan thought of the scene of riding a horse just now, and immediately walked to the back and prepared to get on. Luo Qingzhou grabbed her hand, pulled her up, put her in front of him, held her slender waist, led her buttocks close to him, and said, asking for your opinion is what a gentleman does. Disagreeing with your opinion is what a man does. Chan Chan, do you want your son-in-law to be a gentleman or a man? Xia Chan pouted slightly, and did not respond to him. Pa! Luo Qingzhou suddenly slapped the horse's buttocks, hugged her tightly, and said, Let's go. Let's go up the mountain to compete in swords. The two rode on horses, and quickly disappeared in the wind and snow. And the traces in the woods were soon covered up by the falling snow and the whistling cold wind, as if no one had ever been there. Lingxiao sect. Jianfeng. Beside the cliff, Lenghu Qingzhu, dressed in green, was facing the wind and snow, blowing the flute. One song. She looked at the path not far away, tried to hold back, but still couldn't help it. Took out the communication treasure and sent him a message. Are you here? Outer city of Kyoto. In a mansion. In the pavilion in the backyard. A girl in a snow-white dress was sitting there quietly, looking down at the jade in her hand, with an expression on her flawless face. Inner city. The prince's mansion of Southern Kingdom. In a boudoir, Nandong Meiji was wearing a lavender nightgown, with a pair of snow-white and slender jade feet bare, carefully applying nail polish in the room. The 5 cute toes of a jade foot were pink and tender, and sparkling. At this time, the communication treasure beside her suddenly vibrated. She turned her head and took a look, and immediately narrowed her eyes. Makhang Az, princess. Master Chu rode the Dilu horse away, heading towards Lingxiao sect. He also brought a girl with a sword, who was held in his arms. The two of them were up and down on the horse, running very fast. Chapter 598, This is my wife. The snowflakes are silent. The wide river surface is rippling slightly and hazy with mist. A small boat is coming from the river bank. The boatman is an old man, singing a ballad loudly. Lishao Mountain. Lishao Mountain. I will compose a new chapter for you. A song of praise for red plums on the mountain, and a song of meeting each other under the mountain. Lishao Mountain. Lishao Mountain. Beautiful scenery everywhere. Luo Qingzhou is standing by the river with his horse, listening to the song and looking at the people on both sides of the river. The hut is simple, but it can shelter from the wind and rain. The population is deserted, but there are chickens crowing and dogs barking. The grass and trees are lush. The mountains are clear and the water is beautiful. The sky is high and the land is vast, and there is no restraint. Luo Qingzhou looked for a while, turned his head, looked at the person on the horse, and said, Chan Chan, we will live here in the future. What do you think? Xia Chan rode on the horse, staring at the river in a daze, and whispered, Okay. Luo Qingzhou said, Are you afraid of the cold? Xia Chan looked at him and said, No. I have you. The two looked at each other, and the snow fell silently. Luo Qingzhou reached out and pinched her little feet on the horse's belly, saying, In the future, you will wash clothes and cook at home. and your uncle will go to the mountains to hunt to feed you. Okay? Xia-chan shook her head and whispered Chan-chan. Also, hunting. Then she said bailing, washing clothes, fragrant. Luo Qingzhou smiled and said, did that girl use pollen to wash? But your uncle only takes you. Not her. She likes to pick flowers. And there are not so many flowers blooming in winter for her to ruin here. Xia-chan pouted slightly, glanced at him and said bailing. Say, you also like to pick flowers. Luo Qingzhou. Nonsense. Your uncle has always been kind to flowers, and never ruined them. Chan-chan. Don't listen to her nonsense. She always likes to slander your uncle. We won't take her with us in the future. Humph. Xia-chan turned her face away on the horse's back, obviously not believing him. At this time, the boatman paddled the boat and slowly approached the shore. Luo Qingzhou pinched her feet again and said, come down. Your uncle is holding you. Don't be afraid. Also, did you bring the pearl that your uncle gave you? With it, even if you fall into the water, you can be as flexible as a fish and will never drown. Xia-chan took another look at the terrifying river surface with smoke curling up, then got off the horse, approached him, and held his sleeve tightly with her little hand. Luo Qingzhou still clearly remembered the funny scene when she fell into the water when he first rowed a boat with her. At that time, her whole body was stiff. Her eyes were wide open, and she sank to the bottom of the lake, not daring to move. Silly and cute. The boatman went ashore and helped them lead the horses onto the boat first. Lu BMW seemed to have seen all kinds of scenes, and stood calmly at the stern of the boat, like a majestic general, with his head held high. Luo Qingzhou directly picked up Xia-chan, jumped on, and stood at the bow of the boat. This way the boat will be more balanced. The boatman held a bamboo pole, leaned against the shore, and shouted, Sir, hold on. After that, he rowed the boat. Xia-chan closed her eyes and clung to Luo Qingzhou's arms, not daring to look at the river surface, her body still trembling slightly. Luo Qingzhou comforted her. Chan-chan, don't be afraid. Your uncle is holding you. Open your eyes and look. The river surface is very beautiful. Xia-chan shook her head in his arms. Luo Qingzhou leaned close to her ear and whispered, just think of it as taking a bath in a bucket. Your uncle will hold you and take a bath together. What's there to be afraid of? When we live here in the future, it will be inconvenient to use water. We may have to take a bath in the water every day. If you can't adapt, you won't be able to play in the water with your uncle in the future. Xia-chan's little face was hot and pressed against his chest. She pouted and said, No, I don't want to take a bath with you. Luo Qingzhou said, Okay, then your uncle will hold Xiao Bailing and take a bath together in the future. Play in the water together. Xia-chan snorted and still didn't open her eyes, seeing that she was really scared. Luo Qingzhou stopped teasing her and looked up at the river. The girl who was afraid of even the lake in the mansion was naturally afraid of the vast river. People on the river were swaying, like a drop in the ocean, small and humble. How could humans contend with the power and might of nature? Even the most powerful warriors and soul cultivators would be trembling in fear when facing the wrath of heaven and thunder, and they could be wiped out at any time. Fortunately, there was no wind and waves today, and although the boat was shaking, it was stable. Soon, they reached the shore. The boatman jumped ashore, tied the boat, and carefully led the horse up. Luo Qingzhou picked up Xia-chan directly, jumped on, and then put her on the horse's back. After paying the boat fare, he led the horse and continued to move forward. Xia-chan looked at him on the horse's back, and after a while, she couldn't help but said, You don't want to get up, right? Luo Qingzhou said, If you don't get up, you can't ride for too long. Otherwise your butt will hurt, and you have to ride another pony at night. Xia-chan looked at him in confusion. The two soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. Luo Qingzhou was leading the horse, and was about to walk towards the place where the horse was tied, when he suddenly heard a woo-woo sound of a cave flute coming from the hillside next to him. He stopped there, listened for a while, went over to tie the horse in the stable, and then took Xia-chan and walked towards the hillside. Just as they got closer, a familiar figure appeared on the hillside, dressed in green, fluttering in the wind, holding a jade flute in his hand. He looked at them coldly in the wind and snow. Luo Qingzhou walked over with Xia-chan and greeted him. Master Uncle. Linghu Qingzhou said that when there are other people around, you should call him Master Uncle. If it's just the two of them, you can call him Master or Aunt. Xia Chan looked at the figure on the hillside. The figure on the hillside was also looking at her. Luo Qingzhou walked closer, looked at the green-clothed woman in front of him, and introduced, Uncle Master. This is my wife. Her name is Chan Chan. Then he turned around and said, Chan Chan. Call me Uncle Master. Xia Chan lowered her head slightly and said, Master. Uncle Master. Linghu Qingzhou stared at her beautiful face and thin body for a while, then looked at the sword in her hand, and asked, Are you really his wife? Xia Chan lowered her head and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou said, Of course it's true. As he said that, he stretched out his hand to hold the slender waist of the girl beside him, and then leaned over to kiss her delicate face, saying, Uncle Master. Look, if it wasn't my wife, would she let me do this? Xia Chan blushed and didn't move. Linghu Qingzhou glanced at the two of them, turned around and said, Let's go. Go up from the back. Luo Qingzhou led Xia Chan by the hand, followed her, and asked, Uncle Master, is my sister okay? Linghu Qingzhou ignored him. The three of them followed the path behind the mountain, winding their way up. After walking for a while, Linghu Qingzhou said, I only told the sect master about your promotion to the great martial master. We will go to see the sect master in the evening and take her token to the Sutra Pavilion to choose a technique. Luo Qingzhou frowned and said, Uncle Master, why do we have to wait until the evening? Linghu Qingzhou said indifferently, The sect master has to meet a guest today and will have time in the evening. Also, many people go to the Sutra Pavilion to choose a technique during the day. Since you don't want to expose your true cultivation level, you naturally have to go at night. Luo Qingzhou said, Then I can't go back at night? Linghu Qingzhou stopped, turned his head and looked at him and said, You even brought your wife with you. Why do you go back at night? Luo Qingzhou said, I have other people at home. Linghu Qingzhou showed a hint of sarcasm in his eyes and said, You mean, you have other wives at home? Right? Luo Qingzhou. Linghu Qingzhou didn't say anything else and continued to walk up. Luo Qingzhou thought for a moment, took out the message, and sent a message to Nangong Meijiao, Princess. I'm here at Lishao sect, and I may not be able to return to the city tonight. Can you ask Jiao Mama to go to Qin's house and inform the second lady? The message came back quickly. Xiao Meijiao, you specifically asked Jiao Mama to go. I'm afraid it's more than just a notification. Right? You took Xia Chan to travel and play, and you were afraid that bad people would go to your house. So you asked me to find someone to help you look after the house. Do you have any shame? Luo Qingzhou, Princess. I'm not here to travel. I need to reselect the cultivation method. Xiao Meijiao, then why didn't you tell me last night that you were going to Lingshao sect? Luo Qingzhou, I thought I came here to choose the cultivation method and went back immediately. Who knew I couldn't go back today? Xiao Meijiao, are you afraid that I would go with you? After all, a horse can only see two people. Right. Luo Qingzhou, don't be angry. I'll ask you to ride with me next time. Xiao Meijiao, who cares? Luo Qingzhou, Princess. Xia Chan and I killed someone. I don't know if anyone will go to the mansion to check tonight. If they find that I'm not here. Xiao Meijiao, call Sister Jiao. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Jiao. Xiao Meijiao say, Sister Jiao, I love you. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Jiao, I love you. Xiao Meijiao, who is the most beautiful woman you have ever seen? Luo Qingzhou, you. Xiao Meijiao, who is the cutest? Who is the gentlest? Who makes you think about her the most? Luo Qingzhou, you. Xiao Meijiao, who is more beautiful? Me or your wife? Luo Qingzhou, aren't you my wife? You are the most beautiful among my wives. Xiao Meijiao, you lie. Luo Qingzhou, really? You have the biggest breasts. I like you the most. Xiao Meijiao, disgusting. Luo Qingzhou, Meijiao, can you help me? Xiao Meijiao, I will find a way to get through. If I can't get through, I will ask Jiao Mama and Mu Yi to get through. Luo Qingzhou, thank you. Xiao Meijiao, I don't want verbal thanks. When you come back, remember to come find me, sneak in through the back door, and sleep with me for one night. Okay? Luo Qingzhou, oops. The signal is bad. Princess. No more. Xiao Meijiao, you dare. Luo Qingzhou, Princess. The inner city is dangerous. I dare not go. Xiao Meijiao, you dare to kill people. What is there that you dare not? You dare to enter the dragon's pool. You dare not enter the tiger's den? If you don't come, I won't help you. Luo Qingzhou had to say, okay. I'll try it then. Xiao Meijiao, recently. Envoys from all over the country have come to Kyoto. And the candidates, who will participate in the next spring examination, have also come. You can come in easily. I will send someone to pick you up at the back door. And you will be safe after entering this princess's boudoir. Luo Qingzhou said, why do I feel that entering the princess's boudoir is even more dangerous? Xiao Meijiu, say it again. A wu. Bite you. Luo Qingzhou, a wu. Bite you too. Xiao Meijiao, by the way. What color do you like? Luo Qingzhou, purple. My sister said purple is very charming. Xiao Meijiao, I want to hear the truth. Not flattery. Luo Qingzhou, purple. White. Pink. Red. Green. Black. I like all kinds of colors. I am not picky. Princess. What are you doing? Xiao Meijiao, I dyed my nails. On my feet. Luo Qingzhou, princess. We are talking about business. Can you stop touching your hands and feet all the time? I am not interested at all. Xiao Meijiu, how about red? Luo Qingzhou, pink. Light pink. So it is similar to the color of your feet. And it is also shiny and cute. As for red, it is also beautiful. In this way, the princess can tie a bright red rope on her feet. In this way, the snow white and bright red are very beautiful. Xiao Meijiu, hee hee. Luo Qingzhou, princess. Let's stop chatting. I'm going up the mountain. Xiao Meijiao, remember. You can only sleep with Xia-chan at night. Don't be seduced by other women. If you get dirty, this princess will not want you anymore. Luo Qingzhou, yes. Luo Qingzhou replied another message to the irritable Zhu Zhu, and then flipped through the messages of others. Suddenly, he felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. He looked up and saw Linghu Qingzhu had stopped and turned to stare at him. Xia-chan, who was beside him, was also looking at the message in his hand. Xia-chan suddenly couldn't help asking, who is Zai Longnu? Is it Aunt? She had heard the story of Aunt and Guer, so she was very curious when she saw the name Zai Longnu. As for other names, although she was also curious, she didn't dare to ask. She was afraid that he would blame her for being stingy and controlling. But when Linghu Qingzhu heard the word Aunt, he was stunned for a moment, then narrowed his eyes, with a cold light flashing in his eyes, and said, who is Zai Longnu? Then he asked coldly, Chu Feiyang, how many aunts do you have? Luo Qingzhou froze, and immediately put away the communication treasure, saying, Uncle, Zai Longnu is just a friend of mine, not my aunt. Then he explained to the girl next to him, stories are stories, and reality is reality. This Zai Longnu is not the Zai Longnu in the story, nor is she called aunt, and there is no Guer in reality. Chan, I didn't lie to you. Xia-chan didn't say anything else, but looking at his eyes, it was obvious that she didn't believe it. Luo Qingzhou felt a little sad. At the beginning, Chan trusted him very much, but now she doubted him everywhere, which really made him feel distressed. Linghu Qingzhu frowned and said, what story? Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, the story of Zai Longnu, the heir of the ancient tomb sect, and Guer, the hero of the Condor heroes. At the beginning, Guer called Zai Longnu auntie, and Zai Longnu was his master. And then, what happened then? Linghu Qingzhu's eyes were burning, and he seemed very interested. Luo Qingzhou looked at her fiery eyes, paused, and said, then the master and the disciple joined forces to kill everyone and became invincible. Linghu Qingzhu frowned and said, did they end up together? Luo Qingzhou said, of course not. How could the master and the disciple be together? In the end, they both found their true love and lived happily for the rest of their lives. Xia-chan next to him curled her lips slightly, as if to say, liar. Linghu Qingzhu was silent for a while, and did not speak again, and continued to move forward. When they were almost at the top of the mountain, she suddenly said coldly, I know you are lying to me. Since this is a story about the master and the apprentice, the final ending must be that they are together. After that, she turned her head and looked at him, and said, tell me the story when we get to the top of the mountain. If they are not together in the end, I will let your sister go down the mountain. Chapter 599 Invincible Xiao Chan. Your wife is so amazing. Lingxiao sect. Jianfeng. There is a bamboo grove near the cliff. Those bamboos are lush and green, standing proudly in the vast wind and snow, like long spears, standing upright in the sky and earth, not afraid of the cold. In the depths of the bamboo forest, there is a thatched cottage. A thick layer of ice and snow has fallen on the thatched cottage, and it is separated by a fence around it, forming a spacious courtyard. At this time, in the courtyard, a girl with short silver hair and slender legs is holding a bright broad sword and practicing sword in the wind and snow. There is a faint blade light on the blade. The strong wind swirls around. Snowflakes are scattered, and the sharp sound of chi-chi of the sword is heard in the air. Schwa, schwa, schwa. After practicing for a while, she suddenly stopped, held the sword horizontally in front of her chest, and gently moved her fingers forward on the back of the sword. Then the tip of the sword flashed, and with a swish sound, a small sword light shot out, instantly flew out of the yard, pierced through several green bamboos, and disappeared, just as she was urging the sword energy in her body and preparing to continue practicing. She suddenly raised her head and looked at the bamboo forest outside the door. A familiar figure, with a girl in a light green dress, appeared in the forest. The two people's eyes met. She was stunned for a moment, then immediately put away the sword and ran out. Chu Fei-yong. Senior sister? The two spoke in unison, looking at each other with complicated eyes. Sister Dao's eyes soon misted. Luo Qingzhou walked in front of her, stared at her from head to toe, and said, Senior sister has become thinner. Her waist has become thinner. Her hair has become longer, and her legs seem to have become longer. As for her chest, Pa! Sister Dao raised her long legs and kicked him, but he grabbed her. Luo Qingzhou said, Senior sister, don't touch me as soon as you meet. It's not good if others see it. Besides, my wife is here. Sister Dao wiped the tears from her eyes, stared at him and said, Let go. Luo Qingzhou let her go. Daojia looked at the girl behind him, a little embarrassed, and said, Don't get me wrong, girl. Chu Fei-yong and I are just ordinary senior sister and senior brother. It's like this all the time, and there is absolutely no relationship between men and women. Luo Qingzhou said, Senior sister, you are so flustered to explain. It seems a bit of an attempt to cover up. Daojia glared at him again and said, Why don't you introduce them quickly? Luo Qingzhou said, Chan. This is my senior sister. You can just call her Daojia. Then he said, Her name is Chan, the cutest and most powerful girl in my family. I brought my wife out this time to show off to my senior sister. Sister Dao ignored him and said with a smile, Miss Chan, this is our second meeting. Let's go in and talk. It's snowy here. Xia Chan nodded stiffly. Yes. Sister Dao quickly led the two into the courtyard, went over and opened the door of the thatched cottage, and said embarrassedly, It's a bit narrow inside, and I usually live alone. My father lives in a cave on the edge of the cliff, and I go to see him every night. Luo Qingzhou took Xia Chan into the house and looked around. There was no table in the house except a bed and a bench, let alone other furniture. It looked very simple. Luo Qingzhou pretended to be angry and said, Uncle Linghu is too stingy. How could he let you live in such a place? I'll go find her. As he said that, he was about to go out. Sister Dao grabbed him and said, I asked for it myself. I like living here. There are many caves on the cliff, all very spacious, but I am not used to living here. Senior Uncle Linghu is very good to me and my father. She personally went down the mountain to pick us up. She saved my life and often came to teach me swordsmanship. Chu Fei-yong, I don't allow you to be rude to Senior Uncle Linghu. Luo Qingzhou said, Okay, since it was Senior Sister who asked for it, then forget it. He walked to the bed very naturally, sat down on the edge of the bed, stroked the sheets and quilt on it, and said, Senior Sister, aren't you cold with such a thin quilt? Sister Dao immediately said with a stern face, Come down and sit on the stool. Luo Qingzhou pointed to the only stool in the room and said, Chan, sit on the stool. I'm too tall, and it's uncomfortable to sit there. Xia Chan stood beside him, turned her face away, and ignored him. Sister Dao took a look at her and found that she was very reserved and didn't seem to like talking. So she had to go over and hold her hand and said, Miss Chan, come. Let's sit on the bed together. Xia Chan didn't struggle or speak, and followed her to the bed and sat down obediently. Sister Dao looked at her with some doubts, and then looked at someone. Luo Qingzhou explained, Chan is introverted and doesn't like to talk. She has always been like this. Senior sister doesn't need to talk to her specifically. The more you talk to her, the more reserved and nervous she will be. Sister Dao was confused and didn't dare to ask more. She said, Did you come here by yourself? Luo Qingzhou said, Uncle Linghu brought us up. I came here today. In addition to seeing you, I also want to go to the Sutra Pavilion to choose a martial arts method. Sister Dao was silent for a while and said, You have advanced to the level of a great martial artist. It is indeed time to choose a martial arts method again. Then she smiled and said, Chu Feiyong, ever since my father saw your strength that time, he has been praising you, saying that you have reached the level of a great martial artist at a young age, and that your cultivation speed is against the sky. No one can compare, and your future is limitless, etc. I am tired of hearing it. Luo Qingzhou said with a worried look, Senior sister, your father praises me like this. Don't you have other intentions towards me? For example, let you be my concubine? Get lost. Sister Dao raised her fist and glared at him, saying, If you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you up. Your wife is still here. Don't you have any sense of shame? Luo Qingzhou said, My Chan is very generous and won't get angry over such a small matter. Sister Dao was too lazy to joke with him anymore. After a moment of silence, she said, Chu Feiyong, are you going to see my father? You saved him last time, and he wants to thank you in person. Luo Qingzhou thought for a while and said, Forget it. I won't go. I don't like to hear verbal thanks from others. If senior sister can give me some gold coins. How much do you want? Sister Dao stroked the storage bag on her waist and said seriously, I can give you all the gold coins I have saved in the past few years. If it's not enough, I will earn more for you. Xia Chan glanced at her. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard this, and quickly said, Senior sister, I was just kidding. I am now a disciple of Ling Shao sect, and I have no shortage of cultivation resources. I don't need gold coins. By the way, do you want to go with us to see the fun later? Dao Jie asked curiously. What's the excitement? Luo Qingzhou said, Uncle Ling Hu is going to duel with my Chan. It should be very exciting. As soon as this was said, Dao Jie was stunned. Uncle Ling Hu is going to duel with Miss Chan? Why? Is there a conflict between them? Luo Qingzhou said with a relaxed look. No. It's just that Uncle Ling Hu wants to find a sword master to spar with, and I recommended my Chan. Do you think my Chan has a chance to win? Dao Jie looked at the thin girl next to her again, and then at the sword in her hand, and asked, What is Miss Chan's cultivation? Luo Qingzhou said with a relaxed look. No. It's just that Uncle Ling Hu wants to find a sword master to spar with, and I recommended my Chan. Do you think my Chan has a chance to win? Dao Jie looked at the thin girl next to her again, and then at the sword in her hand, and asked, What is Miss Chan's cultivation? Luo Qingzhou said, She has no cultivation, only swordsmanship. Then he suddenly asked, Chan, I don't know if you have any cultivation. Do you have any? Xia Chan blinked and whispered, What is cultivation? Luo Qingzhou, Dao Jie's mouth twitched, hesitated for a moment, and said, Chu Feiyong, what are you thinking? Why do you want Miss Chan to compete with Uncle Ling Hu? Do you know that Uncle Ling Hu is a perfect great martial artist? And her swordsmanship is superb. Even in the 5 major sects, she is well known. Luo Qingzhou said, I told Uncle Ling Hu, when 2 people are sparring, they are only allowed to use sword moves, not internal force and sword energy, etc. Sister Dao frowned and said, Even if it's just sword moves, Master Ling Hu's sword is very scary. A few days ago, she held a jade flute to teach me, and I attacked her at the fastest speed, without even touching a corner of her clothes. Every time I drew my sword, the jade flute in her hand would hit my throat, chest, armpits, abdomen and other acupoints. Master Ling Hu's swordsmanship and speed are the most terrifying and desperate I have ever seen. I can't even see her move. Luo Qingzhou looked at the girl in front of him and whispered, Chan, did you hear that? Master Ling Hu is very terrible. Are you scared? Xia Chan shook her head and whispered, No. Luo Qingzhou suddenly stood up and said, Senior sister, weren't you practicing sword just now? Let's go out and try it with my Chan. Sister Dao hesitated for a moment after hearing this, and said with embarrassment, No. My sword skills are fierce. I'm afraid I can't control my strength. Luo Qingzhou walked directly to the door and said, Let's go. Just a sparring. Don't you still have me? If senior sister can't control her strength and hurt my Chan, I will punch senior sister and make her cry. Sister Dao rolled her eyes at him, and seeing that the girl next to her had already stood up, she had to get up and follow her out. The wind and snow were still blowing outside, The three of them came to the courtyard and fought separately. Luo Qizhou said, Sister Dao, don't show mercy. If you beat my Chan Chan, I will reward you with a gold coin. If you lose, let me punch you. How about that? Sister Dao took out a knife and glared at him. I didn't provoke you. Why do you want to hit me? Luo Qizhou said, nothing. Just itchy hands. Get lost. Sister Dao ignored him and looked at the girl in front of him and said, Miss Chan Chan, let's stop at a certain point. I won't use internal force. Only moves. If you win, I will help you kick Chu Feiyong. If you lose, you will help me kick him. How about that? Xia Chan showed a hint of excitement in her eyes and nodded. Yes. Luo Qingzhou immediately raised his hand and said, I object. Objection is invalid, Sister Dao said, and with a swish in her hand, she said, Miss Chan Chan, come on. You make the first move. Oh. Chan Chan agreed and suddenly disappeared from the spot. Before Sister Dao could react, the sword in her hand had been silently unsheathed, and then the cold tip of the sword had silently pressed against her throat. Sister Dao, Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, Chan Chan, start again. How could you sneak attack senior sister? The elders come first. Let senior sister make the first move. Xia Chan immediately put away her sword and retreated. Sister Dao was stunned for a moment. Without saying anything, her figure flashed, raised the knife in her hand, and chopped it over. As a result, the girl in front of her suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next second, the cold tip of the sword suddenly touched the back of her neck. The sword in Sister Dao's hand froze. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, Chan Chan, senior sister uses the sword, and the speed is relatively slow. Let her use 2 moves first. Xia Chan said oh, and put away the sword and retreated. Sister Dao froze, turned around, looked at her with doubtful eyes, paused, suddenly tightened the sword in her hand, and rushed up at the fastest speed. This time, except for not using internal force, she used all her speed and the most powerful moves. Shua! Shua! Who knew that she chopped out a few swords at an extremely fast speed. But she didn't even touch the opponent's shadow. After 2 moves, her neck suddenly felt cold. That elusive sword was at her throat again. Luo Qingzhou said again, Sister, use your inner strength. Use all your strength. Don't be too soft on women. And try to defeat Chan Chan. Swish. Sister Dao was immediately aroused by her competitive spirit and anger. The wind swirled around her, and the broad sword in her hand flashed. She used her strongest sword skills and chopped like a storm. But the girl in front of her disappeared again. The next second, the familiar coldness touched her throat again. Sister Dao froze in place. The broad sword in her hand was still raised. The sword light was swallowing, but there was nowhere to use it. Looking at this scene, Luo Qingzhou suddenly remembered the battle between the Qi sect and the sword sect of Huashan. Sword moves without inner strength can still be powerful as long as the sword moves are exquisite and fast enough. Of course, Chan Chan should have inner strength, and may also have sword intent. Otherwise it would be impossible to use the 6 Meridians divine sword. But she just didn't understand these things. Daojia had a dull expression on her face, and she froze in place for a while, with the knife in her hand drooping down. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, Chan Chan, senior sister didn't use her full strength. If she had used her full strength, you would definitely lose. Put away your sword. This competition can be considered a draw. It just so happens that I don't have to be kicked by you. Perfect. Xia Chan put away her sword and said nothing. Daojia sighed, looked at him, and said with a complicated expression, Chu Feiyong, I am increasingly doubting whether you are the illegitimate child of God. Why do all the good things in the world come to you? You are so powerful. In just 1 year, you have gone from a martial arts student to a great martial arts master. You are unparalleled in the world. Now, even your wife is so powerful. I really doubt your relationship with God. Luo Qingzhou also sighed, walked to Xia Chan, rubbed her head, and said, maybe it's because I look too handsome. Xia Chan pouted quietly. Sister Dao was not joking with him. She glanced at the girl beside him and smiled. Now, I am looking forward to the competition between Miss Chan Chan and Master Linghu. Chu Feiyong. I want to watch it too. At this time, in the bamboo forest not far away, a piece of green clothing flashed by. Luo Qingzhou said, let's go. Chapter 600. On the edge of the cliff. The wind was cold, and snow was flying. When Luo Qingzhou brought Xia Chan and Daojia here, the figure who was supposed to be standing on the rock was nowhere to be seen. Huh? Luo Qingzhou looked around, full of confusion. Just now, Master Ling Hu said that she was waiting here and asked me to bring Xia Chan to compete with her later. How come she is gone? Dao Jia also helped to look around and guessed. Maybe she left because of something? Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, it should be. Let's wait here for a while. Master Ling Hu has been looking forward to today's competition for a long time. We can take the opportunity to see her wonderful swordsmanship later. Dao Jia was also full of expectations. The three of them stood on the edge of the cliff, facing the cold wind and snow, and waited for a long time. Another stick of incense passed, but the person still did not appear. Luo Qingzhou asked in confusion, why hasn't he come yet? Sister Dao guessed, could it be that there is something going on at the main peak, and they called Master Uncle over? Luo Qingzhou could only say, wait a little longer. The three of them continued to wait in front of the cliff in the wind and snow. They waited until noon. Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to take out the communication treasure and send a message to Master Uncle Ling Hu. Master Uncle, we are waiting for you at the cliff. Where are you? A moment later, the message came back. Zhu, the sect master is looking for me. I'm going to the main peak, and I won't compete today. You guys go to the house and wait for me first. I'll find you when I'm done. Luo Qingzhou could only say, okay. Master Uncle has something to do. He went to the sect master. Luo Qingzhou put away the communication treasure, pulled Xia Chan next to him and said, let's go. Senior sister, let's go to your house to warm up for a while. It's cold here. The three had to return to the bamboo forest, and came to the courtyard. Sister Dao walked up to Xia Chan and humbly asked her for advice on swordsmanship. After all, swords and knives are similar in many ways. But Xia Chan looked silly and cute, with all her skills, but she couldn't say anything. The most she said was, I don't know either. Sister Dao had no choice but to say, Miss Chan, although your swordsmanship is very powerful, I think you still need to practice your internal strength and sword intent. Chu Feiyan also knows that with internal strength and sword intent, your swordsmanship will be improved. For example, at this point, Sister Dao suddenly became confident, stretched out her right hand and said, Miss Chan, look, I have sword intent and internal strength in my body. I only need to activate the sword intent and internal strength. Even if I don't have a sword in my hand, I can burst out sword light to hurt people. After that, her palm swished and shot out a round of sword light. This is exactly the flame sword that Luo Qingzhou taught her. She has practiced for so long, and now she can not only release it with her palm, but also with a sword. And the effect is very good. Miss Chan, did you see that? This is the power of internal force and sword intent. If you practice internal force and sword intent, you will be even more powerful with your talent. At that time, even if you don't use the sword, you can emit sword light. The sword light in Sister Dao's palm flickered and did not go out, as if showing off. Xia Chan was stunned, raised her hand that was not holding the sword, and extended an index finger. Sister Dao looked at her fingers and smiled. Yes. If you practice internal force and sword intent, then even if you only use your fingers, you can. Swish. At this moment, Xia Chan's index finger suddenly shot out a green sword light. Then, Xia Chan stretched out her thumb, middle finger, ring finger, and little finger. The fingertips of the 5 fingers all shot out sword lights of different colors with ease, and instantly pierced through the green bamboo in the distance. Sister Dao. Xia Chan raised her sword-holding hand again, pointed the scabbard in front, and the end of the scabbard also swish and shot out a thin sword light. Then, blinking her innocent and cute eyes, she looked at Sister Dao and said, Is that so? Sister Dao. Luo Qingzhou smiled and said, I remember that Master Ling Hu also knows this move. But Master Ling Hu's little finger can't shoot out, and other fingers are not as easy as Chan. Chan. Wait for Master Ling Hu to come, and you can compare this finger sword. In the bamboo forest not far away, a piece of green clothes flashed by. Sister Dao had nothing to say. Thinking of the teaching just now, she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She didn't dare to discuss cultivation in front of an expert anymore, and went into the house and said, Come! It's warmer in the house. Let's talk about the sex affairs. An hour later, Luo Qingzhou took out the communication treasure and sent a message to Ling Hu Qingzhou. Master, are you not done yet? Ling Hu Qingzhou, it's almost time. I'm not feeling well today. Luo Qingzhou, then Uncle Master, drink more hot water. If you have a stomachache, Apply hot water to it or rub it. Ling Hu Qingzhu, where do you think I'm not feeling well? Luo Qizhou, I'm sorry. Uncle Master. I may have guessed wrong. You should rest more and don't need to come. I'll go to the sect master later and ask her to take me to choose a technique. Ling Hu Qingzhu, no need to go. She's very busy. I'll go to you later. But I'm not feeling well. So I won't compete with your wife. And she's a guest. As your master, uncle and aunt. It's not easy for me to fight with her. Luo Qingzhou, will Uncle Master still go to my house? Ling Hu Qingzhu, if you don't want me to go, I won't go. Luo Qingzhou, thank you. Uncle Master. I won't go then. Ling Hu Qingzhu didn't reply. Luo Qingzhou finally breathed a sigh of relief. But I don't know if Chan Chan will be disappointed. He put away the message, looked at the girl beside him and said, Chan Chan. Master Ling Hu is feeling a little uncomfortable today, so he may not be able to compete with you later. Xia Chan was silent for a moment, and said, Then, will she embarrass you? Luo Qingzhou said, No, she dares not. Xia Chan said, Oh. The three of them sat for a while. And suddenly Ling Hu Qingzhu's cold voice came from the small courtyard outside. I'm here. The three of them immediately left the house. Ling Hu Qingzhu, dressed in green, holding a jade flute in his hand, glanced at the three of them, and explained lightly, The sect master has something to ask me. So I left. Also, I'm feeling a little uncomfortable today, so I won't compete. Luo Qingzhou said, Master, I've already told Chan Chan that Master's body wears it uncomfortable. As he said that, he subconsciously glanced at her belly. Ling Hu Qingzhu looked at him coldly and said, Why are you looking at my belly? Luo Qingzhou said, Master, you were injured there last time. I'm afraid that your old injury has relapsed. So you feel uncomfortable. Ling Hu Qingzhu paused and said, It has healed a long time ago, and there is no scar left. Luo Qingzhou said, Oh, that's great. Ling Hu Qingzhu asked, Where is it healed? Luo Qingzhou hesitated and said, If there is no scar, of course it's good. If there is a scar there, if someone sees it, they will think. Ling Hu Qingzhu looked at him coldly and said, Who will see it? Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to answer, and changed the subject, saying, Master, can we go to the Sutra Pavilion to choose a martial arts method now? Ling Hu Qingzhu stared at him coldly for a while, and then said, It's too early, and the sect master hasn't finished his work yet. After a pause, she said, I'll take you to Beiwang Peak. Your master Sun Jiang and your senior brother are there. You can go and see them. Luo Qingzhou said, Okay. Sister Dao was on the side, hesitating to speak. Luo Qingzhou asked, Uncle, can my sister go with us? She hasn't seen Master for a long time. Master and senior brother are probably worried about her. I think they can be trusted. Sister Dao said quickly, Forget it. I won't go. My father. Ling Hu Qingzhu said calmly, Go if you want to. There are no outsiders in Beiwang Peak. Even if they see you. What's the big deal? Since I dared to bring you to Jianfeng, I'm not afraid of others seeing you. Sister Dao was immediately delighted and said, Uncle, can I go to see Master and senior brother? Won't it cause trouble for the sect? Ling Hu Qingzhu turned around and walked in front and said, No. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, Sister, let's go. Together. I haven't seen Master and senior brother for a long time. Ling Hu Qingzhu said again, Your little sister is here too. Luo Qingzhou was surprised and said, Little sister is here too? By the way, sister, I went to the martial arts hall to see Sister Nia today. She said that she will come to the sect to practice in a few days. Then you can practice together again. Sister Dao smiled when she heard it. After walking for a while, Ling Hu Qingzhu said, Every year during the spring festival, the sect will hold an annual test, and all the direct disciples and inner disciples in the sect must participate. One is to test the cultivation results of each disciple, and the other is to motivate the disciples. There will be a ranking every year, and the top 10 will all receive generous rewards. The top 3 will not only receive rewards, but can also represent the sect to other sects, including the Dragon and Tiger Academy, to exchange cultivation experiences and gain a high reputation. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and said, Uncle, do I have to participate? Ling Hu Qingzhu said, You are a direct disciple. You should participate. But if you are not feeling well or have problems with your practice, you can also be exempted. Of course, if you want to take this opportunity to become famous, You can naturally give it a try. Luo Qingzhou said, these days, only fools want to become famous. Uncle, I am not feeling well, so I will not participate. Please help me refuse. Linghu Qingzhou asked, where do you feel uncomfortable? You have to tell me clearly. Luo Qingzhou thought for a while and said, just like uncle. Where uncle feels uncomfortable. I feel uncomfortable there. Linghu Qingzhou paused and turned to look at him. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, just kidding. Uncle said that there was a problem with my practice. And I felt pain in my head, feet, buttocks, and everywhere. Anyway, uncle just made it up. Linghu Qingzhou looked at him coldly and said, Linghu Qingzhou, never lie. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched. And he said, then uncle master, just say that I'm not in a good mood and don't want to participate. Linghu Qingzhou ignored him and continued to walk forward. After a while, Luo Qingzhou suddenly asked, Uncle Master, Dragon and Tiger Academy is equivalent to a sect established by the court, right? Linghu Qingzhou said. Yes. Luo Qingzhou said. Are all the people in the academy loyal to the court? Linghu Qingzhou turned her head and looked at him and said, as a great Yin person, aren't you loyal to the court? Luo Qingzhou didn't answer, but looked at her and said, what about Uncle Master? Uncle Master violated the court's laws and helped us conceal it. Is it considered loyal to the court? Linghu Qingzhou said coldly. Mind yourself. Luo Qingzhou said. Disciple just wants to know. Are 5 great? Do the sects and Dragon Tiger Academy have to act according to the Imperial Court's wishes? Do we have to do whatever the Imperial Court tells us to do? Linghu Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and said, except for Dragon Tiger Academy, other sects have their own freedom and persistence. Only when the Yin is in danger will we obey the Imperial Court's dispatch. At other times, we can naturally refuse. Luo Qingzhou asked, who is the most powerful among the 5 major sects and the Imperial Court? Linghu Qingzhou paused for a moment and said, everyone has hidden power. On the surface, of course, the Imperial Court's Dragon Tiger Academy is the strongest. Otherwise, why are there so many people every year? Many people are trying their best to get in. However, the strength of Buddhism and Taoism should not be bad, but they rarely show their strength. As for our Lingxiao sect, it is naturally not bad. Xianyan Pavilion and Huashan sect are also very strong. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and said, Uncle Master, have you heard about the princess? Linghu Qingzhou's eyes flashed for a moment, and said, the princess is dedicated to the country and the people of Dian love her. As for the recent news, it is not credible. After all, the princess is a daughter and the emperor's biological sister. She should be the emperor's most staunch supporter. How could she rebel? The plan is a divisive plan by the demon race and other countries. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, but people's words are scary. If the princess is really forced to rebel, how many sects do you think will support her? Linghu Qingzhou said lightly. Our 5 major sects will never take the initiative to participate in politics. We will only go out when there is a crisis in the Yin and the people are in danger. We will not take the initiative to express our position in the fight between the royal families, let alone directly participate in it. However, whoever is good to the people and whoever cares about the Yin, we should support him. Luo Qingzhou was silent and did not speak again. At this time, on Beiwang Peak, in the huge martial arts training field, several disciples were practicing martial arts. A group of people stood next to them, watching and commenting, except for Emojiofeng, the peak master of Beiwang Peak. Other peak masters were also there. At the same time, some elders sent out, such as Sun Jiang and Jin Song, were also there. After watching the competition for a while, Shi Tian, the head of Chaoyang Peak, suddenly asked, which disciples do you think have a chance to enter the top 10 in this year's annual exam? Emojiofeng said, my Beiwang Peak has at least 2 spots. The head of Qingyan Peak, Yu Yushu, said, there are at least 3 of them in Qingyan Peak. Stop bragging. The other elders also started to discuss. At this time, Jin Song, who had been silent, suddenly said, hello. The disciple named Chu Feiyang should be able to enter the top 10. Right? I think he can at least enter the top 3. After all, he was fought over by all the peak masters to be his personal disciple. His current cultivation must be unfathomable. Speaking of this, he looked at Sun Jiang next to him and said with a fake smile, brother Sun, what do you think? He is your proud disciple. Sun Jiang glanced at him and ignored him. He knew that this guy was still jealous of what happened in the past. And several of his beloved disciples had died tragically. So he didn't want to argue with him. Jin Song's words made Mo Jiufeng and several other peak masters fall silent. It was quiet for a moment. Mo Jiufeng said, "That kid was only at the middle stage of martial arts at the beginning. And now he is at most at the late stage of martial arts. Although his strength is stronger than other disciples of the same level. His cultivation level is there after all. It's hard to be in the top 50. Let alone the top 10. The other peak masters also nodded. Shi Tian looked at Jin Song, who was still unwilling, and sighed, "Brother Jin, we snatched him not because of his talent, but because of a certain skill of his. But his strength is indeed stronger than your disciple. Things have passed. Why do you think about it anymore?" Jin Song sneered and said, "It has nothing to do with the previous things. I just think that kid is not worthy. If he is accepted as an inner disciple, it's fine. I will never say a word. But suddenly accept him as a personal disciple. And he can't show any convincing points. Of course I don't accept it." Seeing his attitude, several people thought that his several beloved disciples had died tragically. And they probably felt uncomfortable. So they didn't care. They looked at each other and continued to watch the competition in the field without saying anything. Not long after, a disciple suddenly came to Mo Jiufeng and reported, "Master, Ling Hu Peak Master of Jianfeng has arrived, and brought 3 disciples with him. One of them seems to be the disciple named Chu Feiyang." As soon as this was said, everyone else looked over. The muscles at the corners of Jin Song's eyes twitched suddenly. Mo Jiufeng's eyes flashed, and he nodded and said, "Bring them to the martial arts training ground." "Yes." The disciple hurriedly retreated.